Seizing the opportunity before the recharge channel closes, Chen Han exhausts his fortune, investing a staggering 10 billion to activate the hidden class, SS-level Sword Immortal. He clears the marketplace of food, equipment, and materials. The materialistic woman protests, "Why should I use my bride price to fund a game?" In response, Chen Han swiftly depletes her account of resources, leaving her defenseless in the face of the apocalypse. The wealthy individual exclaims, "What a fool! You simply do not understand the essence of investment." As the apocalypse descends, Chen Han monopolizes the food and equipment market. The materialistic woman pleads, "Chen Han, I was wrong. Please, grant me a morsel to eat." The affluent individual implores, "Master Chen Han, you are the true commercial genius. I beg you, spare me." Chapter 1. Rebirth before the arrival of the apocalypse game. Chen Han, have you lost your mind? Why did you sell the company? Do you not realize this is our future? Observing Xiao Rao's furious expression, Chen Han finds it somewhat amusing. He cannot fathom why, in his previous life, he became enamored with this gold-digging woman. Indeed, Chen Han is a reborn individual. In his former life, it was this very materialistic woman, in collusion with outsiders, who led to his downfall, seizing all his resources. The catalyst for these events was an open-world multiplayer survival game titled Dawn of the Apocalypse. Upon its release, the game garnered immense global popularity, sweeping across the entire Blue Planet. However, what no one anticipated was that on the first anniversary of its launch, Dawn of the Apocalypse would manifest in the real world. Bloodthirsty zombies, frenzied beasts, and countless indescribable horrors descended upon the Blue Planet. Monsters slain, equipment acquired, survival in the wilderness, awakened abilities, and dungeons conquered. All that once resided solely within the realm of gaming has now manifested. In the real world, humanity stands on the brink of apocalypse. Chen Han, a seasoned player of Dawn of the Apocalypse, not only inherited the character's extraordinary powers, but also the possessions within his account when the game transcended into reality. Consequently, in the aftermath of the cataclysm, he managed to lead a relatively stable existence, safeguarding Xiao Rou for 3 full years. However, he was blindsided when the very person he fought so desperately to protect betrayed him for the resources he possessed. Now, the utmost priority is to invest in the game before the full arrival of Dawn of the Apocalypse. What is paramount in a survival game during the apocalypse? Food, equipment, abilities. Chen Han recalls the moment the apocalypse descended, all food in the real world became tainted. Consuming these pollutants would transform an individual into a ravenous zombie. Notably, the items ingested by a zombie an hour prior to its mutation will drop as game items upon being slain by a player. Thus, exterminating zombies is an indispensable task, making strength utterly vital. Chen Han must fortify his character to the utmost before Dawn of the Apocalypse fully manifests. As one of the most monetized mobile games in Blue Star, he has gone so far as to sell his company for funds, pouring every last coin into the game. You still find this amusing? Speak up. Where has all the money gone? If you don't come clean, I will break up with you." Xiao Rou exclaimed, her face flushed and her heart seething with anger. She had long regarded Chen Han's wealth as her own, believing that a prize so close at hand could not possibly slip away. Chen Han scoffed inwardly, thinking, "What a sight to behold, how gluttonous you are! Have you taken enough for me?" A rough estimate revealed that during their year-long association, he had bestowed upon her over 100 million in cash alone. "Just in time. I am in urgent need of funds. Let us extract what you have in your pocket." With a faint smile, Chen Han remarked, "Xiao Rou, that insignificant company is hardly worth keeping. I have a promising project to invest in." He added, under her astonished gaze, "It is a venture with guaranteed returns." Unfortunately, the funds drawn from the company amount to only 900 million, with returns projected to multiply tenfold. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rao's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? A guaranteed tenfold return?" Xiao Rou was thoroughly taken aback. She knew Chen Han well enough to recognize that he was undoubtedly a commercial prodigy. Can you believe that a company valued at 900 million was built from the ground up by him? Seeing Chen Han take such a bold risk stirred something within her. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "Chen Han, I happen to have some funds as well. Shall we invest Ether? After all, we will inevitably marry, and once wed, all assets will be jointly owned. Correct? You should invest. I trust you." With that, she blushed and leaned closer. Upon hearing her words, Chen Han smirked slightly. This venomous woman changed her tune faster than one could turn the pages of a book. Just moments ago, she had spoken of a breakup, and now she was eager for marriage. I would trust you as far as I could throw you. After a round of grandiloquent talk, Xiao Rou departed the villa, filled with lofty aspirations. May you live 3 more days. Chen Han gazed coldly at the departing figure. Subsequently, he launched the mobile game Dawn of the Apocalypse. As an eerie melody filled the air, the game interface was suddenly invaded by a grotesque zombie, followed by a prompt to log in. I adore this. A radiant smile illuminated Chen Han's face as he promptly initiated a recharge. With the advent of the game, the monetary system of Blue Star had utterly collapsed, morphing into a currency solely for the game. In other words, the currency within the game would eventually become the money circulating in the real world. Congratulations, player. Recharge successful. You have received 1296 gold coins. Congratulations, player. You have activated the food gift pack, special price 328, which grants you 100 berries, 100 loaves of bread, 50 chocolates. Congratulations, player. You have activated the materials gift pack. Congratulations, player. You have activated the equipment gift pack. Such enticing promotional packages cascaded before him, and Chen Han purchased them all. He then swiftly recharged his account with 100 million. Congratulations, player. Your suit-clad Thug VIP level has been upgraded to VIP 10. VIP 10 benefits. Infinite backpack space. AS the system voice echoed. A virtual panel appeared before Chen Han, revealing the game's storage compartment and infinite space backpack. Perhaps due to the nature of his rebirth, he discovered a bug within the game. Dawn of the Apocalypse was not set to arrive for another 3 days. Yet his in-game storage compartment, NT, had inexplicably become data-enabled in advance. While only the food section was accessible for storage and retrieval, the other sections for equipment and materials remained grayed out and inaccessible. Yet, this revelation left Chen Han utterly astonished. What does this signify? It signifies that Chen Han can stockpile provisions into his character's inventory before the arrival of the dawn of the apocalypse in the real world. By preemptively placing food items into the game, he need not worry about contamination. This is indeed a monumental bug. One must understand the scarcity of food within Dawn of the Apocalypse. For players who do not invest financially, they spend 60 of their time in a state of hunger. In the game, the repercussions of hunger are merely a reduction in speed and strength. However, when confronted with the real world, it could lead to genuine starvation. In his previous life, Chen Han had experienced this harsh reality. With that thought, Chen Han accessed the player trading platform within the game, navigated to the food section, and commenced a flurry of transactions. He expended 80 million to acquire every food item available in the trading platform. Upon discovering this bug, Chen Han conceived a bold plan. Not only does he intend to amass food supplies, but he also aims to short sell the food market within Dawn of the Apocalypse, and even monopolize the entire food market in this imp. Ding Apocalypse, Chapter 2, Short Selling the Food Market. The food valued at 80 million is certainly not all that exists within the game. This merely represents the provisions that players have chosen to trade. There remains a considerable quantity within their inventories. A rough estimation suggests that this 80 million gold coins accounts for only about 50 of the total food available in the game. With just this, it would be insufficient to monopolize the entire food market. Consequently, Chen Han also invested an additional 200 million in the real world to further stockpile provisions. 10 large trucks lined up to deliver an assortment of food products, seasonings, purified water, beverages, and alcoholic drinks, as well as cigarettes. Among these, the alcoholic beverages and cigarettes were the most lucrative commodities, particularly the cigarettes, which were non-existent in the game. In the previous life, after the game overlapped with reality, the absence of cigarettes plunged countless smokers into despair. Some even preferred to become zombies rather than forego a puff of contaminated tobacco. As Chen Han stood before 2 full trucks of cigarettes, a hint of astonishment crossed his face. From a commercial standpoint, merely these cigarettes could allow him to monopolize the entire market. Not just in food, weaponry, or influence, but in this realm, cigarettes were a form of hard currency. For smokers, everything else could be relinquished, but not their cigarettes. In the apocalypse, Chen Han could sell a single pack for an exorbitant price. A smile spread across his face. He had no intention of hoarding cigarettes, for scarcity breeds value. After all, he himself did not smoke, and these 2 trucks would suffice for his needs. Moreover, acquiring such a quantity was no easy feat without his connections. Even a single truckload would be a challenge. Mr. Chen, the items you requested have arrived. The delivery manager approached him with a sycophantic demeanor. Unload them here. Chen Han gestured towards the villa soccer field. Certainly, the manager replied, signaling the workers to begin unloading. Chen Han paid them no mind, planning to slowly organize the goods into a storage area once everything was offloaded. This was merely 1/5 of his order. More deliveries would continue to arrive over the next 3 days. The game world was already in an uproar. Who on earth bought up all the food in the trading market? Isn't this a bug? How could one person possibly purchase everything? That would require billions of gold coins. And another question, can such an abundance of food even fit in the big shot's inventory? A VIP 10 has an unlimited inventory space. We can check the recharge leaderboard to see if this character is listed. Once this was said, countless players hurried to open the game's recharge leaderboard, where they found the top spot occupied by a VIP 10, the only one of its kind. Suit-wearing tyrant. Who is this big shot? VIP 10 requires a recharge of 1 billion. This must be a scam. There's no need to speculate. It has to be someone from the game's official team. Who will be foolish enough to recharge 1 billion? OMG, how is this even possible? The game's world channel was abuzz with fervent discussions. As news spread, media outlets across Blue Star raced to report on the event. After all, Dawn of the Apocalypse is a globally popular mobile game with hundreds of millions of players, wielding considerable influence in Blue Star. Many began to believe that the suit-wearing tyrant had emptied the trading market of its food supplies. The suit-wearing tyrant became a trending topic, attracting the curiosity of many prominent figures. Notably, the second place on the recharge leaderboard, Wobbling Doll, a VIP 8 player who had spent 50 million, was particularly intrigued by the sudden emergence of the suit-wearing tyrant. Soon after, Chen Han received a private message from Wobbling Doll. Chen Han felt a twinge of curiosity. What could this individual want with him? Upon opening the message, he was surprised to find a phone number accompanied by a brief note. Shall we chat? Chen Han ignored the other party. If memory serves correctly, this individual is also from Long Country. After the apocalypse descended, he became the most powerful figure in Blue Star, leveraging the resources at his disposal. In his previous life, Chen Han had little interaction with such a lofty personage, merely hearing of his benevolence and charitable deeds, whether in times of calamity or peace. Alongside Chen Han in the game Dawn of the Apocalypse were several friends who were well aware of his ID. Upon witnessing this scene, they were utterly astonished. Only moments ago, they had seen news of Chen Han selling his company, and now he was pouring money into the game. It finally dawned on them that he sold his company to indulge in gaming. What madness! Subsequently, Chen Han received greetings from these friends within the game. A cold smirk played on Chen Han's lips. Having experienced the previous life, he was acutely aware of the true nature of these individuals. Once the message was sent, there was a profound silence on the other end. Wang Tao. Oh brother, you know my wife keeps a tight leash. Every bit of money I spend on gaming is squeezed out. Feng Hao. Hangge, I wanted to borrow some money. I've been struggling lately. Now that you've sold your company and have cash, could you lend me 100 million? Unsurprisingly, all requests were promptly declined. Only one person called his close friend, Gongzi. Brother, let's discuss this properly. I'll bring the money to you tomorrow. Chen Han chuckled. Sure, see you tomorrow. Chen Han and Gongzi had known each other since their days in the orphanage, having been brothers for a lifetime, and in the last life, they had supported each other through the APOC. Ellipse, but he had been ruthlessly betrayed by that wretched woman, Xiao Rou, in a desperate effort to save himself. Just after he ended the call, she rang him again. Chen Han, have you lost your mind? Why would you invest such an exorbitant amount in a worthless game? Have you been kicked by a donkey? Why didn't you consult me first? Xiao Rou's explosive tone reverberated through the phone. Chen Han, having anticipated her reaction, moved the device away and let her vent her frustrations. After 3 minutes, he slowly replied, Xiao Rou, this is my project. What? Is this the project you claimed would yield tenfold profits? At this revelation, Xiao Rou felt as if she had been struck by lightning, urgently pressing for more information. What about my 100 million? Did you invest that too? Indeed. I calculated that if this venture succeeds, becoming the world's wealthiest individual is inevitable. Boom! Xiao Rou felt her head might explode. Her hard-earned savings have been poured into a game. This is my hard-earned money. I cannot be without it. You must return it to me at once. Faced with Xiao Rou's near collapse, Chen Han chuckled. What's the matter, darling? Do you not trust me? The dawn of the apocalypse is about to manifest in the real world. I am merely stockpiling resources ahead of Tamiya, guaranteed profit. Chen Han spoke the truth. The prospect of becoming the world's richest was not mere bluster. On the other end of the line, Xiao Rou was utterly incensed. You must be out of your mind. Have you lost your sanity playing this game? Return my money immediately, or I will report you. Before he could finish his sentence, the call was abruptly terminated. Xiao Rou stood in stunned silence for a few seconds before grabbing her bag and storming out of her home. Chen Han, you are finished. If my money disappears, I shall take your life. Chapter 3. I do not believe in the apocalypse, yet I believe in you. On June 29, 2035. Less than 2 days remained until the dawn of the apocalypse would envelop the world. Early in the morning, Chen Han was abruptly roused by the incessant ringing of his phone. Expecting it to be the madcap Xiao Rou, he was instead greeted by the voice of Gongzi. Brother Han, I'm at your doorstep, and I've brought the goods. You can come in directly. We'll unload everything at the soccer field. Gongzi possessed the electronic code to his family's gate, yet he remained dutifully principled. Despite their brotherly bond, Gongzi had always held Chen Han in high regard. After entering society, Gongzi's unwavering honesty had subjected him to considerable hardship. However, after Chen Han found his fortune, he graciously established a 5-star hotel for him, for which Gongzi felt immense gratitude. In his previous life, Chen Han harbored guilt over Gongzi's demise. This time, he was determined to make amends. Moreover, Gongzi was an exceptional cook, a skill that Chen Han would rely upon in the future. In the face of impending chaos, those who prepared food must be individuals he trusted. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to eat with peace of mind. Stepping out of the villa, a slightly portly young man approached with a cheerful demeanor. Brother Han, everything is ready. 1,000 tons of beef, 1,000 tons of pork, along with a variety of fresh meats and seafood. I've also gathered an assortment of snacks. Thank you for your hard work, Chen Han said, patting Gongzi on the shoulder as his gaze fell upon the bounty before him. Canned goods, ham sausages, instant noodles, Snickers, Dove chocolates, Su Fuji candies. The 3 major snack brands, 3 Squirrels, Liangpin Puzi, and Bike Away, along with an array of dried fruits, meat snacks, and nuts, potato chips, spicy strips, and fizzy drinks. Upon encountering these items, Chen Han could not help but smile. This is what food truly is. He still recalls the early days of the game's arrival in the world, when the food that emerged consisted of fruit paste, beef jerky, and expired bread, all quite revolting. Brother Han, can you tell me what has transpired? With all this preparation, one could never consume it all in a lifetime. Gongzi, well aware of Chen Han's character, knew he would never engage in foolishness. Yet, whether it was selling the company, investing heavily in mobile games, or hoarding food, these actions left Gongzi bewildered. Could this truly be the work of his elder brother? It's a bit complicated to explain right now. You will understand tomorrow night. For now, let us stay here and play some games together. Reluctantly, Gongzi nodded. Even without Chen Han's insistence, he would remain. He needed to keep a close watch on Chen Han, as his behavior was decidedly peculiar. Furthermore, Chen Han's recent activities had drawn the attention of the neighbors. Although he resided in a private estate, there were still many affluent individuals nearby. Sure enough, 4 luxury cars arrived in unison. 3 men, clad in exquisite suits, emerged from their vehicles. Li Chuanqi, the real estate tycoon of Jianghai City, He Dongfa, the new media magnate, and El Buffon, the fashion mogul. Upon seeing these 3, a shadow flickered across Chen Han's face. The connections among them ran deep, for these men were the very culprits responsible for his demise in his previous life. After the apocalypse of the last life, due to their mutual acquaintance and proximity as neighbors, they banded together to withstand the calamity. To their astonishment, however, that wretched Xiao Rou colluded with them to betray him, seizing all his resources. Brother Han, long time no see. A charming young woman in a short skirt emerged from the last vehicle. Ling Shui assisted a man of approximately 50 years to disembark, then innocently greeted Chen Han with a bright smile. Chen Han's lips curled into a smile, his heart fluttering at the sight of the young girl. Ling Shui, in a previous life, had endured torment from Xiao Rou in her efforts to protect him, ultimately meeting her demise in his arms. uttering the words she had kept hidden in her heart. Regrettably, it was all too late. Chen Han could only watch helplessly as she perished before his eyes. Reflecting on those memories, Chen Han clenched his fists resolutely. Having been reborn, he vowed to exact vengeance. Snapping back to reality, he glanced at the man beside Ling Shui, Ling Feng, the wealthiest individual in Jiahai City. To his surprise, he had also arrived. The four men before him had the power to shake the very foundations of Jiahai City with a mere stamp of their feet. It was precisely because of these individuals that he could sell his company within a short span. I say, Brother Chen, what are you doing? Mediterranean Li Chuanqi scrutinized the goods on the football field with keen interest. Stockpiling supplies? What is this? Is the end of the world upon us? Lu Bufan openly mocked him. What supplies are you hoarding? Are you planning to stay home and play games for the rest of your life? He Dongfa smirked. With that, the three burst into laughter, all players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, fully aware of Chen Han's actions. They concluded that Chen Han had simply become engrossed in the game, his mind having gone awry. However, the previously silent Ling Feng furrowed his brows, a deep sigh escaping his lips. Chen Han, you have truly disappointed me. Ling Feng shook his head as he regarded Chen Han. Initially, he held high hopes for the rising star, even contemplating the prospect of marrying his daughter to him. He had wholeheartedly supported Chen Han's decision to sell his company, convinced that the young man had his own visions. Yet, to his dismay, the outcome was utterly disappointing. With a heavy sigh, Ling Feng turned and made his way to the car. Shuer, let us depart. Witnessing the scene, Chen Han felt a pang of sorrow. Ling Feng was the person he respected the most, and his current success was largely due to the latter's guidance. Aware of Ling Feng's disappointment, he reassured himself that it was of little consequence. When the end times arrive, everything would become apparent. Moments later, four luxury cars drove away. Ling Shui, with her small hands clasped behind her back, bounced over with a knowing expression adorning her pretty face. Selling the company to gather cash and stockpile supplies, does that mean the apocalypse is approaching? Upon hearing this, Chen Han's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you know? Ling Shui flashed a wise smile. I guessed correctly. It truly is a trope straight out of a novel. Chen Han could only respond with a resigned silence. Do you believe it? Ling Shui blinked and gazed earnestly into Chen Han's eyes. I do not believe in this absurd apocalypse, but I do believe in you. Chen Han affectionately ruffled Ling Shui's hair. So, how much is in the little treasury? Ling Shui smiled sweetly and raised a finger. 1 million? Guess again. 10 million? Chen Han was somewhat astonished. Do you really have that much savings as a university student? No, you underestimate me. It's 100 million. Chen Han, truly deserving of being the daughter of the wealthiest man in Jianghai City. You should invest it in games. Soon you'll be the second richest in the world. All right then. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Shui took out her phone and opened the game. Dear VIP 6-player Lowly Sweetheart, you have recharged 100 million for Suit Thug. Lowly Sweetheart and Suit Thug's intimacy reaches life and death. Life and death. When players fight together against enemies, attack power increases by 10. Defense power increases by 10, speed increases by 10, and psychic energy increases by 10. The game system voice echoed, leaving Chen Han in a state of shock. Witnessing this scene, Gang Zi was utterly dumbfounded. What the heck, young lady, have you also gone mad like him? Gang Zi shook his head helplessly, resigning himself to the chaos. Whatever he chooses to squander. He still possesses a 5-star hotel that ensures Chen Han will never have to worry about food and shelter for a lifetime. As the three prepared to enter the villa, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Chen Han, stop right there. Have you lost your mind? Why are you buying so much stuff? Xiaoro finally arrived, accompanied by a golden-haired man. Upon seeing Chen Han, the golden-haired man rolled up his sleeves and charged forward without a word. Chapter 4. Let her face the apocalypse bear. Chen Han curled the corners of his mouth slightly, puzzled by why Xiaoro had arrived so late. It turned out she had sought assistance. Are you seeking death? With a frigid glare directed at the approaching Xiao Ziheo, Chen Han's expression was one of icy disdain. He was truly taken aback. What was that gaze? He could sense a palpable aura of menace emanating from Chen Han. With a cold smirk, Chen Han turned his attention to Xiaoro. You worthless brother. Do you expect him to teach me a lesson? Upon witnessing Chen Han's reaction, Xiaoro's complexion paled, her body involuntarily trembling. What has happened to Chen Han? Why was he treating me this way? Hasn't he always cherished me? Xiaoro felt an unfamiliar and somewhat fearful aura from the man before her. Her gaze then shifted to the girl beside Chen Han. Tall and slender, with a flawless visage, radiating youthfulness, innocent yet alluring. Is it all because of her? Xiaoro's anger flared instantly. Chen Han, what do you take me for? Have you already found another woman? So what if you have? To be honest, you possess nothing that surpasses her. Chen Han wrapped his arm around Ling Xue's shoulders. You. Xiaorou stumbled back in shock. Her fiancé had abandoned her? All right then, come and collect on July 1st. To her surprise, Chen Han agreed. Sister, that's too little. Observing Chen Han's willingness, Xiao Zihao whispered to his sister. Xiaorou was also somewhat taken aback, her expression fluctuating between uncertainty and anger. No, 100 million is far too little. I demand a compensation of 200 million. Before Chen Han could respond, Ling Xue readily interjected, I will give you 300 million. Just disappear from Han Ji's sight forever. 300 million. Both Xiaorou and her brother stared in astonishment, their hearts racing wildly. Xiaorou displayed a satisfied expression as her gaze pierced deeply into Ling Xue. I know you, the daughter of the richest man in Zhanghai City. A person of such stature surely would not go back on their word. I shall return tomorrow to collect the money. Ensure it is ready for me. With that, she departed, dragging along her inept brother. Before leaving, she couldn't resist a parting jab. No wonder you sold the company. It appears you've climbed to greater heights. I had thought Chen Han to be some noble genius. How foolish of me. Stop. Ling Xue, hearing this, rushed forward and raised her hand, striking down forcefully. Slap. The crisp sound of her palm meeting Xiaorou's face echoed through the room, plunging it into a profound silence. Even Chen Han was taken aback. You dare to hit me? After a full 10 seconds of stunned silence, Xiaorou finally reacted, her eyes blazing with fury. Slap. This is for you, you wretched woman. Who gave you the right to insult my brother Han? Xiaorou's face burned with humiliation. She had never endured such degradation before. Yet, considering her identity and the unclaimed 300 million, she restrained her anger. Covering her face, she clenched her teeth in hatred. Remember the 300 million you promised me. Humph, do you think I would renege on my debt? With Xiaorou driven away from Chen Han's side, Ling Xue felt an immense sense of relief. She had long viewed Xiaorou with disdain and finally seized the opportunity to act. Grabbing her phone, she was about to call her father for money when Chen Han snatched it from her. Do you truly wish to give her money? Ling Xue blinked her large eyes in surprise. What else would I do? Chen Han chuckled, pinching her cheek playfully. Don't be foolish. Although the money will hold no value starting tomorrow, we must not indulge her psychological desires. Moreover, I intend to make her experience the devastation of the apocalypse. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Han and Ling Xue initiated the game. All the gold coins and resources in the account remained intact. And there would be no further waste on upgrades, Chen Han reminded. Although Ling Xue was perplexed, she obediently complied. Whatever Chen Han said was absolute. After Ling Xue recharged him with 100 million, Chen Han's account was once again abundant in gold. He longed to purchase every resource available in the trading market in one fell swoop. However, reason prevailed. Despite the wealth, one must not squander, as many items in the trading post held little value. Consequently, Chen Han proceeded to clear out all the premium steel from the trading post. Successfully purchased orange steel 3620. Expenditure of 72,400,000 gold coins. In the apocalypse, a home is of paramount importance, as it determines whether one can enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. The steel was, of course, intended for the construction of an apocalyptic fortress. He aimed to fortify his villa into an impregnable citadel. The reason for utilizing steel from the game is that it is specifically designed for dawn of the apocalypse. The materials available in the real world might suffice against ordinary zombies, but when faced with mutated creatures and semi-infected beings, not even a tank could withstand a single claw. Let us not forget, the future holds various formidable professionals with an array of supernatural abilities. Only materials exclusive to the game can withstand such threats. After depleting the steel market, the next concern was the character's combat strength. Another 100 million was recharged into the game. Congratulations to player Suit-Wielding Thug for advancing to VIP 11. Rewarded with 100 psychic crystals. Do you wish to ascend rapidly? The energetic crystals can assist you. Obtainable for a mere 648, granting you 10 crystals. Without a second glance, Chen Han made the purchase. In the game Dawn of the Apocalypse, energetic crystals are vital resources for player advancement. Only by continuously absorbing the energy from these crystals can players elevate their levels. The drop rate is alarmingly low. One might slay 100 zombies and still not procure a single crystal. To acquire them swiftly, one must resort to spending real money. The game's marketplace limits purchases to 10 crystals per day. Each crystal costs 1,000 gold coins, equivalent to 100 yuan in the real world, a staggering price. Since the intention is to monopolize the market, The energetic crystals must not be overlooked. Upon entering the game's trading arena, the number of crystals available for sale was scant, totaling just over 10,000. After all, as a necessity, few are willing to part with them. Chen Han decisively swept through, purchasing the entirety of the available crystals. Such resources, capable of enhancing a player's strength, must be firmly under his control, enabling him to distance himself from others in the early days of the apocalypse. Currently, the suit-wearing thug boasts a power level of 49, a 4th-tier psychic, and holds the title of an A-class warrior, endowed with formidable combat skills. Elevating to level 50, thus becoming a 5th-tier psychic, is no longer a mere matter of defeating monsters for experience. It necessitates the use of energetic crystals. The requirements include 5,000 crystals along with an array of rare materials, all of which are costly commodities. It is improbable for non-paying players to reach such heights. Even the top-ranked player, the Weeble, remains stuck at level 59, unable to progress further. Therefore, the current power of the character pales in comparison to the paramount importance of resources. Moreover, Chen Han was not content with merely possessing an A-level ability. As far as he knew, reaching the pinnacle of VIP level 15 would unveil a hidden class, the SSS level Sword Immortal. Just as he was poised to invest further, a notification flickered across the screen. Friend Xiao Wenru has come online. Chen Han's spirits lifted. This was indeed Xiao Ro's account. You're finished. You've delivered yourself right to me, he chuckled, directing his suited marauder towards the coordinates of Xiao Wenru. He intended to seize all the resources in Xiao Ro's account, leaving her utterly defenseless in the face of the impending apocalypse. Chapter 5. Emptying Xiao Ro's stored resources. Xiao Ro reclined comfortably on her bed, buoyed by the promise of a 300 million compensation from Ling Shui. Her mood was splendid. Opening the mobile game Dawn of the Apocalypse, she mused, what a fool Chen Han is for investing all his wealth into this game. How utterly foolish. As she accessed the panel of the suited marauder, her eyes fell upon the bold inscription of VIP level 11 gleaming above. Damn it. If only I had 2 more years, all this money would be mine. A flicker of anger ignited within her. Although Chen Han was young and charming, her affection leaned more towards wealth. Her aspiration was to leverage her fleeting youth to amass greater riches and indulge in life's most opulent pleasures. As for companionship, she held no particular preference. Her only affection lay with money. At that moment, a message popped up in the game's chat interface. Suit-clad marauder? Upon seeing this ID, Xiao Ro bolted upright, a flurry of thoughts racing through her mind. What could Chen Han want from me? Has he not yet moved on? That's not right. His earlier performance was indeed genuine. Xiao Ro pondered, opening the chat interface. Suit-clad troublemaker, are you there? I apologize for my earlier behavior. Boom. Could it be? A startling possibility struck Xiao Ro, and she gasped, covering her mouth. Chen Han was merely acting. He still harbors feelings for me, yet had to feign disdain in front of the affluent Ling Shui. Did Chen Han pretend to break up with me to pursue this wealthy beauty? His apology now signifies a desire to explain himself. If this is the case, does it mean I could still be with Chen Han? Though our romance may have turned clandestine, I can still reap the benefits. Ling Shui supports Chen Han, and Chen Han supports me. With this thought, Xiao Ro leaped for joy. The daughter of the richest man in Jianghai, and the sole heir, worth hundreds of billions. This was entirely beyond what someone like Chen Han could compare to. Prosperity awaits. No need for explanations. I understand your earnest intentions. Keep it up, love you. In the villa, upon reading this message, Chen Han couldn't contain his laughter. He knew Xiao Ro all too well. With just a simple apology from him, she would endlessly concoct scenarios, seeking every possible way to reconnect with him. Xiao Ro was reluctant to let go of her grand benefactor. I shall give you a glimmer of hope, only to plunge you back into despair. Suit-clad troublemaker. As expected, you truly understand me. Henceforth, my allowance shall double. Gentle sweetness. Thank you, darling. Love you lots. Dawn of the Apocalypse. In a wilderness, a female character adorned in exquisite attire, bearing the ID of gentle sweetness, stood motionless. Chen Han, manipulating the suited thug who stood behind him, broke into a smile. Well, he appears to be quite affluent. Chen Han clicked his tongue. Under his influence, Xiao Ro had also spent a considerable amount on her account, though it was primarily funded by Chen Han himself. The mere value of his gear exceeded 100,000. He recalled that in the previous life, after the game had descended, Xiao Ro had hidden a substantial amount of food, with over 1 million gold coins tucked away in her bag. Yet, she had never touched her own resources. All had been provided by Chen Han. The suited thug brandished a serrated knife and struck down upon the unsuspecting Xiaorou. Damage minus 9,999. Defense armor shattered. Warning, warning. The red light on Xiaorou's phone screen flickered, signaling an attack. She hastily exited the chat interface, but it was already too late. The scene faded into darkness. Ah, that despicable fiend, resorting to a sneak attack. Upon seeing the system's message, Xiaorou's fury surged. Not even a crumb of bread was left behind. Ah, how infuriating. Xiaorou angrily slapped her thigh. She opened the chat interface and located the suited thug. Ah, it's all your fault. I was so engrossed in chatting with you that I forgot I was in the wild. Now I've been killed and lost all my supplies. In the villa. Chen Han stifled a laugh behind his hand. Fool, the one who ambushed you was me. Merely taking your belongings is far from sufficient. Typically, players venturing into the wild do not carry excessive items, as the majority of their resources are stored at the resurrection point, known as the Dawn Tower. This is a human encampment within the game, a wealthy district that requires exorbitant rent to reside in, a privilege not afforded to impoverished players. The Dawn Tower offers a distinct advantage, as players have their own exclusive respawn point, a quaint little cabin where they can store their provisions. By securing their supplies at this respawn point, players can mitigate the losses incurred upon their character's demise. This stands in stark contrast to ordinary players, who must construct makeshift shelters in the wilderness, perpetually wary of zombie assaults and the threat of rival players raiding their refuge. What? Who dares to harm you? I shall exact vengeance. Xiaorou scoffed. Vengeance for what? The perpetrator has fled, and I didn't even catch a glimpse of their ID. How am I to find them? She lamented. Alas, all the supplies I had are gone, she continued. You've invested so much money. Will you not compensate me? Ah, the bait has been set. A sly smile crept across Chen Han's face. What is the password to your room in the Dawn Tower? I shall send you some supplies. A delightful surprise awaits. Upon receiving this message, Xiaorou paid little heed. Though she had stockpiled a considerable amount of resources, it was merely a game after all. After sending the room password, she logged off. Her spirits lifted as she ventured out for shopping. Chen Han chuckled inwardly, all according to plan. He navigated effortlessly to the cozy little abode belonging to the gentle Xiaorou. After entering the password, the doors swung open. Without hesitation, he began to fill his backpack with all the provisions within the room. To his astonishment, Xiaorou had amassed an impressive stockpile of resources. Various costumes adorned with high defensive attributes, an abundance of weaponry including bows, firearms, and an array of melee weapons, all of exceptional quality. Upon opening the small safe by the bedside, he was flabbergasted to find over 1 million gold coins. Remarkably, it seemed this cunning individual had indeed profited at his expense. The sheer abundance of food was particularly striking. What a venomous woman she is, hoarding treasures for herself while compelling him to toil tirelessly in pursuit of resources. With those possessions, coupled with Xiaorou's inherent classification as a B-level ice archer, even a mere swine could survive in this apocalyptic world. Chen Han was filled with indignation, not even leaving Xiaorou the most rudimentary axe. Initially, the Dawn Tower did not manifest. However, at the moment the game descended, a small room within the Dawn Tower would be directly established on the player's personal interface. Players could access their stored resources through this interface to confront the apocalypse. This is the privilege granted to those who invest in Doomsday Dawn. As the cataclysm approached, Xiaorou stepped into the small room with a heart both anxious and exhilarated. What expression would she wear upon witnessing the scene before her? Just imagining it sent a thrill through Chen Han. Chapter 6, SSS level, Sword Immortal, skills fully maxed. After spending a brief moment dealing with Xiaorou, Chen Han resumed his primary task. The time had come for him to ascend to the status of Sword Immortal. The character classes in Doomsday Dawn are numerous and varied, categorized into SSS, S, A, B, C, and D, with only one SSS class available. Upon reaching level 10, one could awaken their profession, contingent upon financial investment to purchase a career card. D-level professionals must attain VIP 3, and so forth. Just to reach A level, one must achieve VIP 6. With a requisite recharge amounting to 5 million. The suit-clad thug currently occupies this tier. Yet, the strength of the suit-clad thug barely places him within the top 300 of the entire Doomsday Dawn, illustrating the sheer madness of this game's monetization. Certainly, this game possesses a friendly aspect. While traversing the wilderness to defeat monsters, there exists a certain probability of discovering a class card. According to Chen Han, in a previous life, there was a stunning beauty known as Wild Rose who unexpectedly unearthed an S-grade class card, thus becoming a dominant force. Such fortune is truly a gift from the heavens. Without hesitation, Chen Han invested all of his 800 million into the game. These funds would be of little use in the apocalypse. Congratulations to the player Suit Thug for upgrading to VIP 12, rewarded with 200 energy crystals, 200 purple steel. 1 sawtooth knife, exclusive to Dawn of the Apocalypse. Congratulations to the player Suit Thug for upgrading to VIP 13, rewarded with 300 energy crystals, 300 purple steel. 1 sniper rifle, exclusive to Dawn of the Apocalypse. Congratulations to the player Suit Thug for upgrading to VIP 14, rewarded with 400 energy crystals, 400 golden steel. 1 grenade assault rifle, exclusive to Dawn of the Apocalypse. Congratulations to the player Suit Thug for upgrading to VIP 15. Rewarded with the hidden class Sword Immortal and the blueprint for the Celestial Sword, Golden. The system displayed a flurry of notifications, and upon witnessing these treasures, Chen Han's heart raced with excitement. Noticing the exclusive to Dawn of the Apocalypse designation accompanying the rewards, he realized these were extraordinary tools for monster hunting. While the real world possesses numerous firearms, in the aftermath of the game's convergence with reality, such weaponry proves utterly ineffective against zombies. Chen Han had witnessed firsthand that a grenade from the real world was far less effective than a mere brick from Dawn of the Apocalypse. It can be said that once the apocalypse commenced, all pre-existing resources in the real world had essentially become obsolete. To survive, one must eliminate zombies and obtain equipment. To his delight, the VIP 15 status surprisingly granted him a blueprint for crafting a golden celestial sword. In this mobile game, weapons are categorized by levels, with gold representing the pinnacle of quality. In his previous life, even if Chen Han possessed this blueprint, he would have been unable to forge it due to the exceedingly daunting materials required, which were utterly unattainable. However, circumstances have changed. He is now affluent, wealthy beyond measure. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Han's focus shifted to the hidden class, Sword Immortal, which was the true treasure. With just 2.5 days remaining until the recharge channel of Doomsday Dawn would close, acquiring a class card thereafter would rely solely on luck. After utilizing the class card, the profession section of the suit-clad thugs panel transformed into Sword Immortal. Although the character's level would reset, the skill levels of the profession would remain intact. Entering the trading area, he sought out skill upgrade tokens, each valued at 1,000 gold, with over 50,000 available. Chen Han opted to purchase them all. The Sword Immortal comes equipped with skills, D-grade sword draw slash, D-grade sword thrust, and D-grade gentle breeze sword. He decided to upgrade the sword thrust first. With great extravagance, Chen Han clicked the one-click upgrade option, provided there were sufficient skill upgrade tokens. This feature would maximize the skill instantly. D-grade sword thrust upgraded to LV2 successfully. D-grade sword thrust upgraded to LV3 successfully. D-grade sword thrust upgrade to LV4 failed. D-grade sword thrust upgrade to LV4 failed. 5 minutes later, Chen Han was left in a state of utter disbelief. D-grade sword thrust technique has successfully upgraded to LV10, elevating to S-grade return of 1,000 swords, consuming a total of 560 skill upgrade vouchers. S-grade return of 1,000 swords. Sword thrust technique consumes 1,000 points of spiritual energy, unleashing a single attack inflicting 999 points of damage in a group attack, lasting for 3 seconds. When activated, the sword aura carries a destructive effect, delivering irregular shattering blows to the target. Use with caution. Damn it. To fully upgrade, just one skill consumed over 3,000 vouchers. Is this madness? Chen Han swallowed hard, grappling with the notion that this one-click upgrade was perhaps designed specifically for the unwary. Nevertheless, the skill's effect is indeed remarkable, directly advancing to SSS grade. The consumption is terrifying. Even the suit-clad thug, now at level 43, possesses but 10,000 points of spiritual energy, meaning just 10 uses would deplete it entirely. If memory serves, after awakening to a level 10 profession, an ordinary individual holds merely a little over 1,000 points of spiritual energy, barely sufficient for one cast of return of 1,000 swords. It appears that not all skills can be maxed out, otherwise the spiritual energy would be utterly insufficient. With a group attack skill in hand, it would be prudent to acquire a single target attack as well. Chen Han then turned his gaze towards the D-grade skill sword draw slash. This time, he exercised wisdom, refraining from the one-click upgrade, which indeed significantly enhanced the success rate. Ultimately, he expended around 000 upgrade vouchers to fully enhance Sword Draw Slash. D-grade Sword Draw Slash has successfully upgraded to LV10, promoting to SSS grade Sky-Splitting Sword Draw Technique. SSS grade Sky-Splitting Sword Draw Technique, Sword Draw Slash consumes 1,000 points of spiritual energy with a single sword strike. It rends the void, bypassing enemy defenses to deliver a slashing blow, and can also utilize the Torn Void to deflect enemy attacks. Hiss. Chen Han took a deep breath. This was indeed a sword technique that integrated both offense and defense. The Sword Immortal profession was truly formidable. After upgrading 2 SSS-level skills and exhausting all the upgrade vouchers he had, Chen Han decided to cease his endeavors, as the trading market was devoid of any skill upgrade vouchers. In the foreseeable future, it was unlikely that players would release a substantial quantity of them. Having completed these tasks, Chen Han maneuvered his suited thug to the vicinity of a quest NPC at the Dawn Tower. With some time at his disposal, he prepared to gather the materials needed to forge the immortal sword. The blueprint for the sword specified the necessary materials, all of which were of orange rarity. In Doomsday Dawn, materials and equipment are classified into 5 tiers: white, blue, pink, purple, and orange, in ascending order of rarity. Acquiring equipment in this game is no simple feat. The drop rate from wild zombies is exceedingly low, and most items are obtained through completing quests to acquire crafting blueprints, followed by gathering the requisite materials. Consequently, game equipment is exceedingly expensive, even with the billions of gold coins currently held in his inventory. Chen Han could not purchase all the equipment available in the trading market. However, he was undeterred, as he had devised a plan to leverage the equipment for substantial profit. Chen Han calculated that merely the materials needed to forge the immortal sword were already valued at over 10 million. To his knowledge, there appeared to be no orange weapons in the entirety of Doomsday Dawn at present. Most of the materials for the immortal sword could be acquired in the trading market. Yet he was still significantly lacking in a primary material known as meteorite steel, which was a rare orange material dropped in a dungeon called Saw Trap. Saw Trap was a level 50 dungeon, notoriously deemed an insurmountable death dungeon by players. Even the indomitable champion currently ranked first in the strength leaderboard has failed to overcome this challenge. With this thought in mind, Chen Han chuckled. If I were to enter the dungeon and vanquish the boss with a single strike, I wonder how the other players would react. Chapter 7. The Might of the Sword Immortal Shocks the World. Soon, Chen Han guided the suited thug to stand before the dungeon NPC. The Saw dungeon is unlike any other. It possesses a peculiar requirement for completion. Rather than defeating the final boss, players must survive for half an hour at the hands of the boss. This seemingly simple task has stumped all players. After paying 100 gold coins, Chen Han maneuvered his character into the Saw dungeon. The scene transitioned to a desolate warehouse, with the chilling cries of zombies echoing from the phone. Having experienced the apocalypse, Chen Han felt as though he were truly immersed in it, the scent of blood assaulting his senses. Saw is a multiplayer world dungeon, and at this moment, hundreds of players are gathered within the warehouse, each on high alert, prepared for the quest to commence. Before long, accompanied by the ghastly roars of zombies, a horde of grotesque creatures burst forth from various exits of the abandoned warehouse. Given that this is a high-level dungeon, these zombies are all level 50, possessing formidable strength. Not only are they powerful, but their speed is also astonishing, as they charge toward the players in an instant. Among them, a male gunner took the initiative, raising a cannon as thick as an arm and firing a shot. Boom! The first zombie to charge was sent flying, with a bold font appearing above its head. Damage, 3,299. However, the anticipated image of the zombie being shattered did not materialize. The zombie staggered a few steps before rising once more. Above its head, a lengthy health bar diminished by half, although it was not slain. The scene left nearby players utterly astonished. This creature was, astonishingly, an A-class profession, a gunner. Only such a high-explosive, high-output class could inflict such considerable damage. Impressive, isn't it? Soon, you shall follow me, and I will lead you to victory. The gunner appeared somewhat boastful. Humph, it's merely average. Despite their surprise, the group quickly regained their composure and unleashed their abilities. Those who could enter this dungeon were predominantly heavy spenders, at least B-class professionals or higher. In the heat of competition, none were willing to concede, and an array of skills erupted in succession. Observing this spectacle, Chen Han nodded subtly. These individuals, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely be powerful figures in the aftermath of the apocalypse, living lives of comfort. They were not only strong, but also affluent. However, that mattered little. Their wealth would inevitably flow into Chen Han's coffers. The battle raged fiercely, and Chen Han did not stand idly by. He drew forth a serrated knife, wielding it as a sword. Sword control technique. This exclusive skill of the Sword Immortal class activated, causing the serrated knife to soar beside Chen Han, swirling around him. Go. Chen Han pointed forward, and with a resonating clang, the knife shot forth like lightning, piercing directly through a zombie's skull. Critical hit, 6999. The creature's head exploded like a watermelon. The serrated knife maintained its relentless assault, deftly weaving through the throng of zombies. Acquired 5309 experience points. Experience bar is full. Unable to gain more experience. Please upgrade to level 50 as soon as possible. Acquired 5208 experience points. Experience bar is full. Unable to gain more experience. Please upgrade to level 50 as soon as possible. The system messages continued to pop up as Chen Han swiftly dispatched over 10 zombies in the blink of an eye. This scene left the battling players utterly astonished. Who is this formidable figure? Instant kills? All instant kills? What class is he? It was undoubtedly an S-tier class, and not just any ordinary one. What makes an S-tier so powerful? Why can his serrated blade fly? Is he a melee combatant or a marksman? The previously arrogant gunslinger now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. High damage and critical hits? In comparison, he felt like a mere novice. His own full-powered strike only dealt slightly over 3,000 damage, while his counterpart seemed to unleash nearly 7,000 damage with mere basic attacks, seemingly without even activating any skills. The disparity was unmistakable. At that moment, Chen Han himself was quite astonished. His strength was not vastly different from that of the nearby players, as they all donned sets of level 45 purple gear. Over the past 2 days, the suit-wielding thug had not significantly enhanced his power. The sole factor contributing to his newfound prowess was his transition from an A-class profession to an SSS-class Sword Immortal. Is this the terrifying power of a hidden class? Chen Han took a deep breath, his mind stirred. Big brother, I seek your guidance. The gunslinger executed a swift slide and knelt before Chen Han, adopting a posture of reverence. Brother, will you take me under your wing? A crowd gathered around, pleading, please, help us conquer this challenge. At that moment, hope flickered in their eyes. They had already attempted the Saw dungeon numerous times, each endeavor ending in failure, their coins dwindling with every attempt. Were it not for the necessity of this quest to advance to level 50 in their profession, they would never have chosen to face such peril. Chen Han empathized deeply. As the main quest for his original profession, the suit-wielding thug, was also tied to this very dungeon. It was precisely this insurmountable challenge that had kept him stuck at level 49. Under normal circumstances, he might have lent a helping hand, but with the apocalypse looming, camaraderie was a luxury he could not afford. The rewards from this dungeon were simply too bountiful. He did not wish to engender formidable foes through his benevolence. Ignoring the pleas of the crowd, Chen Han continued his slaughter of zombies. Upon vanquishing 50 of the undead, a piercing chainsaw sound erupted in the air. The final boss had arrived. A shiver coursed through the crowd at the ominous sound, a harbinger of death. Then, to their astonishment, a towering 3-meter-tall, mutated zombie emerged, wielding an enormous chainsaw. Chainsaw Man, exclusive to suit-wielding thug boss of the Saw dungeon. Invincible defense, 999, 9999. Infinite health, 99,999. Attack power, 999, 9990. Infinite tip. Run, young one. If you can endure for 30 minutes, you will succeed. Remember, do not let the chainsaw touch you. The consequences will be dire. A string of numbers emerged, signifying the invincibility of the Chainsaw Man. Death itself is not fearsome. Rather, it is the evasion of death that instills dread, only to ultimately succumb to it. The Chainsaw Man, a source of terror for all players, appeared trivial in the eyes of Chen Han. He disregarded the imposing defensive metrics, fixating solely on the true health points, uncertain if a single strike could vanquish him. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of all, the aura surrounding the suit-wearing thug erupted with ferocity. The might of the Sword Saint enveloped the arena. Chapter 8. The Heaven's Layer Sword Technique. Bloodbath in the Dungeon. The sudden outburst from the suit-wearing thug generated a terrifying wave of energy, hurling several nearby players into the air. This spectacle left everyone in a state of disbelief. What manner of profession is this? So fearsome? Bang, bang, bang. Before anyone could react, the dungeon boss charged forward, the chainsaw in hand whirling madly and sparking against the ground. Witnessing this scene, The players encircling Chen Han fled in terror. Chainsaw Horror is a multiplayer dungeon, yet each player's boss encounter is independent. As the first player to slay 50 zombies, Chen Han had activated the boss. Provided that the other players refrained from assaulting the suit-wearing thug's exclusive boss, it would not turn its wrath upon them. At that moment, the gunner had a sudden inspiration and called out, "Suit-wearing thug, how about we collaborate? I can draw the Chainsaw Man's aggro away, assisting you to clear the dungeon. And in return, you help me afterward." The gunner recognized Chen Han's formidable strength. If he could attract the firepower, there was a chance for successful completion. Upon hearing this proposal, everyone began to voice their agreement. "Indeed, I shall join you in this endeavor. I too will participate, although you are formidable. It is impossible to evade the Chainsaw Man's pursuit alone. Esteemed one, let us collaborate. Even if we must sacrifice ourselves, we will buy you time, lest you meet your demise." In response to the group's suggestions, Chen Han merely smiled faintly. "I apologize, but I believe I can navigate this challenge alone." With that, he sheathed his serrated blade at his waist, preparing to unleash his skills. Witnessing the stance of the suited assailant, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. "Are you truly seeking to engage him? Do you not perceive the Chainsaw Man's invulnerable state? He is unbeatable. You must be out of your mind. This brother has surely lost his senses. Who would act so recklessly?" In the eyes of the onlookers, the Chainsaw Man was deemed insurmountable. To overcome him, one could only stall for time. This belief was not solely held by the players, but was also ingrained in the very fabric of the dungeon's design. Yet, Chen Han remained unfazed. Meanwhile, within the villa, Ling Shui rested her head on Chen Han's shoulder, gazing at his phone screen in astonishment. "Brother Han, you intend to confront the Chainsaw Man alone? Are you mad? Your attacks cannot inflict harm upon him." Chen Han grinned. "In the past, that may have been true. But now, the situation is quite different. It is merely an invulnerable state. I shall disregard it." With that, he executed a deft maneuver, activating the SSS grade skill, Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique. In the dungeon, the Chainsaw Man's frantically spinning chainsaw loomed ominously above the suited assailant. At the critical moment of life and death, the serrated knife was abruptly drawn from the waist, unleashing a brilliant sword light that soared into the heavens. A terrifying energy erupted from the suited assailant, causing a maelstrom of smoke and dust that engulfed the arena. The resonant sound of the sword echoed, as a fissure spanning dozens of feet appeared in the sky. The sword light slicing through the neck of the Chainsaw Man. SSS-level sword technique. Heaven-Slaying Blade. It disregards the enemy's defenses, inflicting true damage upon foes. Critical hit minus 99,999. The damage value materialized beside, and the health of the Chainsaw Man was reduced to 0, dead beyond revival. Meanwhile, players like the Gunslinger were left in stunned silence. "Oh my goodness, the Master has slain the Chainsaw Man. A one-hit kill, that strike dealt nearly 100,000 damage." Amidst a cacophony of emotions, shock, fear, frustration, and excitement echoed throughout the dungeon. In the villa, Ling Shui was equally exhilarated, her peach-colored cheeks trembling with astonishment. "What was this? When the apocalypse arrives, I shall personally deliver a strike to you, so you may understand the essence of true power." Chen Han affectionately patted Ling Shui's astonished face. Upon hearing this, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Such words from her brother were undeniably embarrassing. She eagerly dashed to one side to call her father, Ling Feng. "Dad, transfer 200 million to me. Don't ask why. It's for my dowry." Before long, a notification popped up on Chen Han's account in Dawn of the Apocalypse. "Player Lowly Sweetheart has charged you 200 million, receiving 2 billion gold coins." Chen Han paused momentarily, a warm sensation coursing through his heart. Casting a glance back at the vibrant figure, I took a deep breath to quell the restlessness within. Time was still on my side. For now, I must focus on the task at hand. Successfully cleared the Chainsaw Massacre instance, receiving rewards, Meteorite Steel X1, 5,000 gold coins. Congratulations to the player on their first successful clearance. An additional reward of the purple weapon, Golden Sand Eagle Pistol, has been granted. To my astonishment, there was a reward for first-time clearance. Upon seeing this prize, Chen Han felt a surge of excitement. The Golden Sand Eagle is a collectible level weapon, renowned for its formidable power and coveted by countless players. Should it be sold, it would likely fetch at least 800,000 cash. Given Chen Han's current finances, this was indeed a significant sum. He resolved to continue challenging the Chainsaw Massacre instance. Crafting the immortal sword requires 10 pieces of meteorite steel, and he currently possessed but one. Thus, he must hasten his efforts to secure the remainder within the day. Entering the instance once more, he discovered that 8 chainsaw men had emerged within the abandoned warehouse. At that moment, a gunslinger was being pursued by a chainsaw man, identifiable by its distinctive ID and a notably large cannon atop its head. Upon seeing Chen Han reappear, the gunslinger exclaimed with joy, "Big shot, save me. Deliver a strike to my boss, and I shall reward you with 1,000,000 gold coins. Brother, count me in. I too can offer 1,000,000 gold coins." The others within the instance clamored, for this was their hope for victory. However, Chen Han paid no heed to their pleas. With swift precision, he eliminated 50 zombies with his serrated blade, drawing forth his exclusive boss. A new chainsaw man, exclusively for the suit thug, emerged in a fit of rage. Yet before he could even lift his chainsaw, Chen Han swiftly dispatched him with a single execution of the heavenly sword technique. In less than 3 minutes, Chen Han completed his task and vanished from the instance. Witnessing this spectacle, all players present were once again left in utter disbelief. This was truly extraordinary. I noted that the entity was referred to as the Suit Thug. The name seemed somewhat familiar. Goodness, isn't the Suit Thug the recent sensation? The sole VIP 15 player in Dawn of the Apocalypse? As one player uttered this revelation, a flicker of excitement crossed his face, only to be swiftly silenced by the chainsaw man's lethal strike. At this pronouncement, everyone was astounded. Could it truly be him? The Suit Thug is remarkable. Such a robust cannon. He was so elated that he failed to recognize his own idol, while Chen Han continued to sweep through the chainsaw horror instance. The world channel of Dawn of the Apocalypse erupted with news of his accomplishment. The instance, deemed insurmountable and a death trap, had finally been cleared and was being systematically conquered. At this moment, all players were in a state of shock, triggering a seismic event within Dawn of the Apocalypse. The Suit Thug's ID became known to billions, sparking curiosity about the identity of the player who had invested over $1 billion in the game. Chapter 9. Enhancing NPC Affinity. Big shot, please don't leave yet. The voice of the gunner echoed through the instance. However, after Chen Han had dispatched the chainsaw man with a single stroke, he once again disappeared from the scene. "Ah, esteemed one, you've arrived. May I be your subordinate?" 3 minutes later, Chen Han re-entered the instance, and the gunslinger, disregarding the pursuit of the chainsaw man, rushed over, shouting. However, by the time he arrived, Chen Han had already completed the task and vanished from sight. Woe is me, the suited gentleman. The gunslinger, feeling utterly despondent, was heartbroken. This scene did not escape the notice of other players, who could not help but mock him. "Spare us your delusions. How could the suited hero pay you any mind? Indeed, you are nothing more than a sycophant. If the suited hero assists you in clearing the dungeon, I shall eat excrement upside down." Despite the ridicule from the crowd, the gunslinger paid no heed. He desperately evaded the chainsaw man, determined to endure until the suited hero re-entered the instance. He did not seek the suited hero's aid to clear the dungeon. Rather, he genuinely had a matter to discuss. Before long, Chen Han entered the instance for the 10th and final time. After this run, he would have gathered all the materials for the immortal sword. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he appeared, the gunslinger rushed over and clung to his leg. "Brother, I truly have something to discuss. May I add you as a friend once we exit?" Chen Han was rendered speechless, clicking on the fellow's ID. The gunslinger? Upon seeing this ID, memories from his previous life surged forth. It was indeed this fellow. Chen Han's face displayed a hint of astonishment as he recalled the chubby little one. At that moment, the chainsaw man, specifically targeting the gunslinger, had caught up and was raising his chainsaw to strike. Yet, the gunslinger showed no intention of dodging. Still clinging to Chen Han's leg. Had he lost his mind? Did he truly believe that this would compel the suited hero to assist him? How foolish. A look of disdain crossed the faces of the other players. However, in the next moment, Chen Han sprang into action, unleashing the sword technique of Heaven's Severance and vanquishing the exclusive boss, the rough cannon. Witnessing this spectacle, the players within the dungeon were momentarily dumbfounded. The gentleman in the suit had taken action. He had, astonishingly, been moved by the sincerity of the gunner. The few remaining individuals in the arena gazed fervently at Chen Han's legs. They too desired to cling to his fortunes. "Come find me." Chen Han beckoned toward the rough cannon, and his figure vanished from the dungeon. In a lavish villa, a chubby little boy excitedly bounced on his bed. Oh yeah, my dad does not deceive me," he exclaimed, hastily sending a private message to the suited ruffian. "The rough cannon boss, may I become your little brother?" Upon receiving this message, Chen Han couldn't help but chuckle. In his previous life, he had crossed paths with this lad, and recalling his background was quite amusing. This fellow was merely a 13-year-old rich second-generation, suited ruffian. By noon tomorrow, arrive at this address, and I'll take you to new heights. After this brief interlude, Chen Han maneuvered his character to stand before an NPC known as the Old Craftsman at Dawn Tower, intending to forge the celestial sword. However, before that, there was an important matter to attend to. Clicking on the Old Craftsman, 3 options appeared. 1. Quest Dialogue. 2. Forge Equipment. 3. Gift. Indeed, gifting was still an option. Chen Han felt a surge of excitement at the third choice. Without hesitation, he opted to spend money. Are you sure you want to gift the Old Craftsman 5 million gold coins? Gift. With great success in gifting, congratulations are in order for the player, Suit Thug, whose intimacy with the Old Craftsman has escalated from mere acquaintances to close friends. The activation of hidden benefits has remarkably increased the success rate of weapon crafting to an impressive 80. Indeed, it is true. Chen Han felt an overwhelming joy within, as this was the information he had acquired in his previous life, and now it has materialized. In the game, players often perceive NPCs as mere tools, never suspecting the existence of such concealed features. A weapon crafting success rate of 80 is nothing short of extraordinary. Not to mention, Chen Han is currently focused solely on collecting blueprints and materials for weapon crafting, which promises substantial profits. At this juncture, fostering good relations with NPCs proves immensely advantageous. Following the enhancement in weapon crafting success, the celestial sword was crafted with remarkable ease. Chen Han promptly stored the sword in his backpack, preferring to avoid unnecessary attention by not brandishing it openly at this time. Subsequently, Chen Han continued his visits to the NPCs at the Dawn Tower, the beautiful doctor, Alice, the tavern owner, Kelly, the soldiers guarding the city, the one-armed beggar, the restaurant owner, Old Song, the fishmonger, Old Mo, and the equipment shop owner, Strong Brother. Chen Han was generous, gifting each of them 5 million gold coins, elevating their intimacy to that of close friends. This journey cost him over 100 million gold coins. Yet Chen Han felt no regret. Instead, he was filled with elation. The value of these NPC friends is truly beyond imagination. Finally, Chen Han arrived at the central location of the Dawn Tower. This so-called Dawn Tower is, in fact, a sanctuary, while the Iron Tower before him is the true Dawn Tower. Chen Han ascended to the pinnacle of the tower via the elevator. A woman clad in a flowing white gown stood in serene silence, her gaze fixed on the distant horizon, seemingly observing the world beyond the sanctuary. Her attire appeared utterly incongruous with the apocalyptic surroundings. She resembled a princess, her gown billowing gracefully in the breeze. Beneath the sheer fabric, her exquisite form was subtly revealed. A pair of alabaster legs partially visible. Although rendered in the graphics of a game, her beauty was undeniable and could not be overshadowed. Chen Han gazed at her intently. In his previous life, he had caught a distant glimpse of this enchanting woman and was instantly captivated. She was none other than the mistress of the Dawn Tower, Bai Ling. It was said that this sanctuary was constructed by such a seemingly fragile woman. While Chen Han did not possess extensive knowledge about her, he would never dare to underestimate her. He was confident that he would eventually become a formidable force, yet he knew he would not be invincible. In the future's desolation, extraordinary events would transpire. As for what lay ahead, Chen Han was cautious in his beliefs, yet he understood that nothing was as straightforward as it appeared. Silently, he tapped on Bai Ling's avatar, accessing the gifting interface. Gift 5 million, achieving the status of close friends with Bai Ling. He continued to give. Chen Han was eager to discover the limits of intimacy, relentlessly showering her with coins. Only after bestowing a total of 50 million gold coins did their relationship undergo a transformation. Intimacy reached the highest level, bound by life and death. Hidden effect, unknown. Upon seeing the system's notification, Chen Han paused, taken aback by the mention of an unknown effect. He chose not to delve deeper. Perhaps answers would unfold in due time, and then turned to depart, his gaze deep and contemplative as it lingered on Chen Han's retreating figure. Chapter 10. The final 24 hours, the purge of the trading grounds. After completing all his tasks, Chen Han finally set his phone aside. The clock had already passed 11 in the evening. He stepped out of his room to find Ling Shui and Gongzi waiting in the hall. Brother Han, the forum for Dawn of the Apocalypse is ablaze with comments about you, Ling Shui exclaimed, her long legs striding towards him. Chen Han took the phone from her, and 2 prominent threads caught his eye at the top of the forum. Shocking. Keen players have calculated that reaching VIP 15 requires an expenditure exceeding 1 billion. Who exactly is this suit-wearing fiend? The entire server is in turmoil. The so-called unbeatable death dungeon has been conquered by the suit-wearing fiend. The server's sole orange weapon has emerged. Who will claim it? Could it be the suit-wearing fiend once again? Beneath these posts, players were voicing their opinions with fervor. Wow, what a colossal fool. This game is decent, but isn't spending 1 billion a bit excessive? The person upstairs is such a simpleton to you. It may seem like 1 billion, but to the suit-wearing master, it's merely pocket change. Spending 1 billion, what level could that account possibly reach? Every monster would be a one-hit kill. Where's the fun in that? Upon closer inspection of the combat power rankings, it was evident that the suit-wearing master was ranked outside the top 100, still stuck at level 49. Yet, how did he manage to conquer the Saw Trap dungeon? Well, it's true. Spending 1 billion and still only at level 49? I thought he would be able to annihilate everything at level 60. The bewildering actions of this master eluded my understanding. All I knew was that he had purchased all the food and high-grade steel from the trading grounds. Hoarding food? Indeed. It is a grave injustice. How can someone so ignorant of the path to strength be worthy of 1 billion? The heavens are unfair. You comprehend nothing, O suited magnate. I wish to bear your offspring. Merely grant me 100 million. Upon reading these comments, Chen Han could not help but chuckle. It matters not. If they were truly aware of their actions, they would not possess the upper hand. Chen Han glanced at the time. Only 2 minutes remained until midnight. Behold, the world is about to tremble. A faint smile crept upon Chen Han's lips. As the clock struck 12, the official website of Dawn of the Apocalypse would release an announcement informing players of the launch of the 1-year anniversary event. This so-called event was, in truth, the merging of the blue planet with the game, transforming all humanity into players within it. Naturally, many would find such absurdity hard to believe, yet it would inevitably stir a tempest. The player base of Dawn of the Apocalypse is exceedingly vast. Once the announcement is made, an uproar will ensue. Such a commotion would prompt intervention from governments worldwide. As they probe into the game's origins, the disturbance would reach its zenith, for this game appears to lack any planning. It seems to have emerged from thin air, yet everything unfolds so effortlessly, sparing the world a single doubt. In fact, nations would convene an international conference to investigate the game's developers. Officials from various countries expressed skepticism regarding the game's spontaneous emergence. They unanimously believed it to be a clandestine prank orchestrated by a particular nation, intended to incite global panic, just as history once unfolded. At the stroke of midnight on June 30th, the official website of Dawn of the Apocalypse issued an announcement. Dear players, we extend our heartfelt gratitude for your unwavering support and affection for Dawn of the Apocalypse over the past year. To express our appreciation, on the momentous occasion of our first anniversary, which falls on July 1st, 2035, the Dawn of the Apocalypse will descend upon Blue Star, allowing players to immerse themselves in the rich culture of the game. At that time, veteran players will inherit their accounts, gold, equipment, resources, and more. Meanwhile, new players can only hope for good fortune. Detailed gameplay will be announced once the event officially commences. Thank you. This brief announcement ignited a global frenzy. While many were skeptical, a significant number of devoted fans of Dawn of the Apocalypse logged in, eager to invest. What is paramount in gaming? The answer is investment. Yet, the outcome left everyone astounded. The recharge channel was abruptly shut down. All players were left in disbelief. The game, renowned for its insatiable thirst for money, had indeed closed off the recharge option. This revelation led many to entertain the possibility of Dawn of the Apocalypse's arrival on Blue Star. In a villa, Ling Shui and Gang Zi stared wide-eyed at the announcement, their incredulity directed toward Chen Han. Is the apocalypse truly upon us? Gang Zi trembled as he gripped his phone, recalling Chen Han's recent actions, convinced that there was an 80% likelihood of its truth. Chen Han smiled and beckoned, "Follow me," leading Ling Shui and Gang Zi out of the villa. They arrived at the football field before them. Gazing at the mountain of food piled high, Chen Han reached out. In an instant, a ton of chocolate vanished before their eyes. Witnessing this spectacle, Ling Shui and Gang Zi stood dumbfounded. What on earth? Is this magic? Han, how did you accomplish this? I simply stored it in the inventory and awaited the advent of the game. You all can do the same, Chen Han elucidated. Ling Shui and Gang Zi, seasoned players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, would likely adapt swiftly to the impending changes of this post-apocalyptic world. The apocalypse? Just like in the game? Gang Zi recalled the terrifying zombies from Dawn of the Apocalypse, causing his body to shudder involuntarily. The thought of those ghastly creatures invading the world was utterly chilling. Ling Shui blinked her large eyes, seemingly prepared, radiating excitement rather than dread. This confidence stemmed from her unwavering trust in Chen Han. She believed he would safeguard her. Xiao Shui, tomorrow you should bring your uncle over. We will establish a stronghold for the apocalypse right here. Chen Han affectionately patted Ling Shui's head. All right, she responded with a nod of agreement. As for Gang Zi, lacking family ties, his closest relationship was with Chen Han, leaving him unconcerned in this dire scenario. Maintain a relaxed mindset and be prepared, Chen Han reiterated, and then, under the astonished gazes of the two, he stored all the food into the inventory. That night was destined to be sleepless. The announcement of Dawn of the Apocalypse reverberated across the globe, reaching even those who did not partake in the game. Governments worldwide were inundated with activity, persistently issuing clarifications. Do not believe or spread rumors. Upon verification, this is merely a publicity stunt by the game's officials. Please trust in the state. The officials' intervention quelled the rising tumult somewhat. Nevertheless, some observant individuals noted that the announcement for Dawn of the Apocalypse remained prominently displayed on the official website, showing no signs of retraction. As is customary, the game had long been under lockdown, yet now it remains unaffected. In fact, the countdown timer remains prominently displayed in the game's global channel, indicating that there are still 23 hours until the game merges with reality. The ominous countdown looms overhead, akin to the arrival of the Grim Reaper, causing players to become increasingly agitated. Even more astonishingly, the suited marauder has struck again. The equipment section of the trading area has been entirely depleted of novice gear suitable for levels 1 to 9, encompassing everything from purple to white items. Players are left in shock. After all, this gear is merely basic novice equipment. What could the suited overlord possibly want with such items? Although these low-level pieces are not overly expensive, their sheer quantity is staggering. White gear costs approximately 100 gold, blue gear 300, pink gear 500, and purple gear 1,000. Altogether, this amounts to over 200,000 items, a considerable expenditure. A rough calculation suggests at least 500 million gold. Translated, that equates to an astonishing 500 million in cash. Is this not a blatant act of folly? Chapter 11. Global Shock. The Apocalypse Approaches? What on earth does the suited overlord mean by this? What grand scheme is he concocting? The crux of the matter is that acquiring so much novice gear seems futile, as it becomes obsolete beyond level 10, truly worthless. Indeed, I could reach level 10 in half an hour, swiftly passing through the novice phase. Who would still have any use for such rubbish? The players of Dawn of the Apocalypse are once again in an uproar, as no one can fathom the true intent of the suited overlord. Some speculate that he believes in the impending apocalypse and is taking precautions in advance. Whether stockpiling food or purchasing equipment, his actions seem to follow a discernible pattern. However, such claims lack rigor. Food is abundant in the real world, and if one were to stock up, it should be on real-world provisions. When compared, can we truly regard the food in games as food? Even dogs would not consume it. Moreover, when converted into gold, the food within games is often more expensive than its real-world counterparts. As for the novice equipment, it primarily consists of daggers, machetes, axes, and other melee weaponry. How could one possibly fend off zombies with such implements? While it may suffice in the realm of gaming, it would be nothing short of absurd in reality. Furthermore, with millions of items available, even a well-dressed individual could change outfits incessantly. Yet they would never exhaust their options in a lifetime. Consequently, the masses dismiss this notion, placing their faith instead in an alternative theory. The second hypothesis suggests that the well-dressed thug is a plant from the official team of Dawn of the Apocalypse, whether it be VIP 15 status or his enigmatic maneuvers. All are orchestrated by the game developers. The intent is to generate buzz and create anticipation for the upcoming anniversary event. This speculation aligns with the clarifications issued by the authorities, asserting that the apocalypse is merely a fabrication. Everything is part of the promotional strategy for Dawn of the Apocalypse. Subsequently, numerous players stormed the forums of Dawn of the Apocalypse, expressing their outrage in a cacophony of criticism. Many even resorted to private messages, vehemently denouncing the actions of the well-dressed thug. You scoundrel! Begone, you wretch, for you thrive on chaos. You vile creature, do not let me discover your identity, or I shall confront you at every opportunity. Such vitriol amused Chen Han. In this world, naysayers are in no short supply. Chen Han had done nothing to warrant such ire, nor had he harmed their interests, so why was he subjected to such vituperation? Why did he purchase beginner equipment in advance? Aside from his intention to monopolize the market for profit, He also aimed to remind the players within that the significance of beginner gear should not be overlooked. If they could comprehend Chen Han's earnest intentions and begin crafting low-level equipment now, there would still be time. Otherwise, when the apocalypse descends and the NPCs vanish, they would find themselves unable to forge low-level gear. Moreover, the equipment in their bags may be too advanced for use, leaving them to confront zombies barehanded. Regrettably, no one believes that the end of the world will come, nor does anyone analyze Chen Han's actions. He does not wish to explain too much. The saviors of the apocalypse are doomed, and he feels no obligation to concern himself with these individuals. After all, he is invincible. They may do as they please. On a particular night at a nightclub, 3 affluent individuals, Li Chuanqi, He Dongfa, and LV Bufan, gathered in Jia High City. All 3 were engaged with the mobile game Dawn of the Apocalypse and were naturally aware of the rampant rumors circulating online. A worried expression crossed Li Chuanqi's face as he said, "Do you think the Dawn of the Apocalypse will truly manifest in the real world?" Haha. He Dongfa cast a glance at him, chuckling silently. "Old Li, do you really believe such nonsense?" LV Bufan, with a cigar between his lips, exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, "However, Chen Han's actions are undeniably suspicious. Have you not questioned them?" Li Chuanqi's expression grew increasingly grave. "Do not be deceived by his youth. He has been in business for 3 years and has propelled his company to great heights, even threatening our positions. Would someone of his caliber truly be foolish enough to sell his company and invest all his money into a game? Initially, I found it perplexing. But now with the emergence of such rumors surrounding Dawn of the Apocalypse, I suspect that young men may possess some insider knowledge." Upon hearing this, He Dongfa and Lu Bufan ceased their activities, furrowing their brows in contemplation. Indeed, the 3 of them had long sought to undermine Chen Han. And only after successfully acquiring his company did they lower their guard. This young man is no ordinary individual. A meticulous analysis of his actions reveals undeniable suspicion. Could it be that he is aware of an impending apocalypse? He Dongfa's frown deepened further. Why not inquire directly with him? Li Chuanqi suggested. This fellow has amassed an enormous stockpile of resources. If the apocalypse truly descends, he stands to profit immensely. Do you truly believe he would divulge anything? Lu Bufan retorted with a sarcastic smile. I, for one, do not subscribe to such apocalyptic nonsense. It is merely a game. Can it genuinely upend our world? Yet, to be honest, I am quite eager for the end times to arrive. This proclamation left Li Chuanqi and He Dongfa momentarily speechless. Why would he wish for such a catastrophe? They were affluent and influential in Jinghaishi, leading lives of luxury, and naturally, they had no desire for an apocalypse to unfold. Lu Bufan regarded the two with a knowing smile. Since Dawn of the Apocalypse is manifesting in the real world, let us not forget that we are seasoned players. Upon hearing this, Li Chuanqi and He Dongfa experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, they had invested millions into the game, adorned with purple gear, and were classified as A-grade professionals, ranking among the top 500 in battle strength globally. With such prowess, what fear could they possibly have of the apocalypse? The top 500 in the world. Perhaps we can still achieve grand ambitions in the apocalypse, unconfined by the trivialities of this small Jiahai city. Indeed, what does the apocalypse matter? We remain above the rest. The 3 exchanged glances, erupting into raucous laughter. As rumors of the impending doom continued to spread, Xiaoro received news that piqued her interest. She suddenly recalled Chen Han's words regarding a project promising tenfold profits. Chen Han, selling the company and hoarding resources, must have foreseen the advent of the apocalypse. Wealth awaits. Xiaoro's thoughts immediately drifted to the 100 million she had entrusted to Chen Han. With the onset of doomsday, Chen Han's audacious actions surely meant he would amass far more than 100 million. I must secure at least 5 billion. No, given Chen Han's affection for me, all his wealth is, in essence, mine. Excited, Xiaoro sprang from her bed and hastily messaged Chen Han. Darling, where are you? I'm on my way to find you. Chen Han replied, no need to come over. Meet me at the Buckingham Hotel at midnight. There's a surprise waiting. She paid no heed to the notion of an apocalypse. As long as there was wealth involved, the sky could fall, and it would matter not. Meanwhile, in the villa, Chen Han tucked away his phone, fully aware that Xiaoro had fallen for his ruse. Knowing her insatiable greed, he was confident she would not take a moment to check her account in the game. At that moment, she was undoubtedly racing toward the hotel. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 6 in the evening, with only 6 hours left until the end. After informing Ling Shui and Gang Zi, he set off in his car toward the Buckingham Hotel. If memory served him correctly, it was there that the first airdrop box of the apocalypse would emerge. Chapter 12. The first phase of the apocalypse, the The zombie crisis in the most opulent hotel in Shanghai City, Buckingham. Chen Han sat in the revolving restaurant on the top floor, savoring a cup of coffee. His gaze traversed the floor-to-ceiling glass, taking in the dazzling lights outside. The incessant flow of vehicles and pedestrians on the street, joyfully clutching their bubble tea. Everything appeared so idyllic. Alas, this beautiful existence was destined to last only another hour. Having endured 3 years of the apocalypse, he had grown accustomed to a life steeped in trepidation. Relatively speaking, he still preferred the current tranquility of life. Chen Han took another sip of coffee, a faint smile gracing his lips. However, it mattered little. In this life, he had made ample preparations, rendering the pursuit of a stable existence exceedingly effortless. As time ticked away, Chen Han's phone buzzed incessantly. The gold-digging Xiao Rou incessantly urged him. "Darling, I'm in room 404. When will you come? Is the apocalypse truly coming? I am so frightened being alone. You've stockpiled so many resources. How much profit can you possibly make?" Reading her messages, Chen Han scoffed. This insipid woman was still fixated on money. "Don't rush me. I have a few matters to attend to. Remember, after midnight, do not consume anything." Such words were far too lenient for her. Chen Han then logged on to Dawn of the Apocalypse, a rather crude canon, and ceased further communication with her. This sparked a flicker of doubt within him. They had clearly arranged to meet at noon today, yet there was no word from him. Had something unforeseen occurred? Or had he simply failed to keep his promise? Regardless, though that individual was a significant asset, his absence was of little consequence. Chen Han opened the game trading platform and discovered that players had listed various food items and beginner equipment, albeit at significantly inflated prices. With a smile, Chen Han purchased them all. Expensive? Once the game took hold, food prices would soar by hundreds of times, remaining in a state of perpetual scarcity. As the clock struck 23:59, countless individuals awaited the arrival of midnight. Although most were skeptical of the impending apocalypse, their curiosity remained insatiable. Some even visited the official website of Dawn of the Apocalypse, prepared to voice their derision, in a bid to garner attention. Certain cities held countdown ceremonies in their central squares, resembling New Year's Eve celebrations. Shanghai City was among them, with over 10,000 people congregating at Shanghai Square. Less than 100 meters from the Buckingham Hotel. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Boom. As the countdown concluded, a resounding roar echoed across the sky. The silvery moonlight was suddenly tainted with crimson, transforming the inky night into a spectacle of red luminescence. The crowd, caught off guard, was engulfed by a wave of fear. At that moment, one thought resonated in their minds. Is the apocalypse real? Welcome to the world of the Dawn of the Apocalypse game. Presented in time for our anniversary event. Dear players, you are about to personally experience the allure of Dawn of the Apocalypse. Enjoy the feast. As a gesture of sincerity, from this moment forth, the game will intermittently release supply drops. Players, please keep an eye on the sky. Friendly reminder, please refrain from consuming food from the real world. In the end, I wish all esteemed players good fortune. This truly feels like the apocalypse. As the system notification appeared, everyone was confronted with a new interface resembling that of the mobile game Dawn of the Apocalypse. Personal information, inventory, world chat channel. Is this not merely a game setting? The difference lies in the fact that they were no longer controlling characters, they were now immersed in the game itself. At Shanghai Square, thousands were engulfed in panic. Could it be that Dawn of the Apocalypse had genuinely manifested in the real world? My heavens, this interface is astonishingly realistic. Just like in the game. A girl exclaimed, suddenly wielding an axe in her hands. This is indeed real. This weapon was taken from my inventory. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was rendered speechless, struggling to comprehend the unfolding reality. Amidst the chaos, a young girl's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and the hamburger she held fell to the ground. Then, a shocking incident occurred. She bit into her boyfriend's face, devouring him voraciously. A scream erupted, and the terrified crowd scattered. Yet, among the thousands, how many were merely indulging in food? After the apocalypse game commenced, the first change was in the food supply. All edible items became contaminated, and upon consumption, humans would transform into zombies. On July 1st, 2035, within a mere 3 minutes, the zombie crisis erupted. At that moment in Shanghai Square, amidst the throngs of people, individuals continuously morphed into the undead. Some were transformed by consuming pollutants, while others were infected after being bitten by zombies, resulting in utter chaos. Howls and cries for help echoed through the air as terror gripped the masses, who desperately fled. The already congested plaza became a scene of pandemonium, with many being trampled underfoot. Among them were seasoned players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, who, before they could even draw their weapons against the zombies, were crushed to death by the surging crowd. The crush of bodies, the trampling of people, was more terrifying than the zombies themselves. At this moment, the zombie crisis swept across the globe, turning countless individuals into the undead. And panic instantly spread to every corner of the world. On the top floor of the Buckingham Hotel, Chen Han impassively observed the scene unfolding in the plaza below, his heart devoid of emotion. He turned his gaze to the coffee on the table, upon which a faint layer of gray was discernible upon closer inspection. This was an indication of contamination. Chen Han reached into his storage and retrieved a Snickers bar, which he had stockpiled in advance and, thankfully, remained untainted. He breathed a sigh of relief. His plan had succeeded. If his pre-stocked food had succumbed to the contamination, his efforts would have been in vain. Just then, pandemonium erupted in the restaurant as well, as many who had failed to heed the system's warnings consumed contaminated food and transformed into zombies. The survivors quickly rallied, seizing anything that could serve as a weapon. One of them swung a heavy iron stool at the head of a nearby zombie. As anyone who has watched zombie movies knows, the weak point of these creatures is their head. However, what followed was a shocking sight. The iron stool, weighing over 20 pounds, was bent out of shape upon impact, while the zombie's head remained unscathed. Moreover, a chef burst forth from the kitchen, wielding a cleaver to strike at a zombie's head, only for the blade to shatter with a resounding crack. How could one contend with an indestructible zombie? It seemed hopeless. Just as despair enveloped the crowd, Chen Han emerged, holding a tang knife with grace. With each strike, a zombie fell, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Chapter 13. Monopolizing the equipment market. Moral coercion. Witnessing Chen Han dispatch zombies with such ease left the survivors in the restaurant wide-eyed with astonishment. How could this be? Was my cleaver not as effective as that long knife? The head chef was taken aback. This young man appeared frail and delicate, certainly lacking his strength. Yet, why did he slay the zombies with such finesse? At that moment, a keen-eyed patron discerned the truth. That tang knife seemed oddly familiar. Goodness. It was the novice weapon from the Dawn of the Apocalypse. The man realized, being a seasoned player himself, and he too possessed such a weapon. Clumsily, he accessed the virtual panel before him, intending to retrieve his own valuable pink weapon. However, the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. Insufficient level, unable to use. With the system's notification, he realized he was merely at level 1, while the weapons in his inventory were all level 30. This meant he could only wield novice weapons at present. Damn it, this is absurd. My account character is clearly level 34. Who would keep novice gear in their inventory? The man cursed vehemently. He was not alone. Many veteran players of Dawn of the Apocalypse reacted similarly, hastily checking their inventories, only to find no novice weapons among their possessions. The trading market must certainly have novice weapons for sale. Suddenly, a player exclaimed, prompting many to open the equipment section of the trading post, where indeed, a plethora of weapons awaited. However, upon closer inspection, the expressions of the crowd darkened. While the quantity of weapons was abundant, they were all of level 10 or higher, rendering them useless to the players. At that moment, numerous individuals recalled the enigmatic figure in a suit, realizing it was he who had depleted the trading post of novice gear. Goodness. I once thought the suited individual was a fool. It turns out he is quite the cunning character. Could it be that he was already aware of the game's rules? This thought swiftly crossed the minds of all seasoned players. Subsequently, the world channel erupted with voices. Suited gentlemen, I beg you, sell me a piece of novice equipment. I am besieged by zombies at Buckingham Restaurant. Suited gentlemen, I too require novice gear. I am trapped in the restroom and dare not venture out. The suited marauder is utterly devoid of humanity, monopolizing the equipment market. Truly, he is inhumane. I implore you to release the gear. The suited brute lives up to his name. Disaster looms, yet he hoards resources. Does your conscience not ache? The world channel buzzed with fervor, and soon, requests for Chen Han to release his stockpile of novice gear began pouring in. However, the majority were condemnations, moralizing against Chen Han. His private messages had long since been inundated. Reading these words, Chen Han could not help but smirk coldly. These individuals merely engaged in empty rhetoric, blind to the reality at hand. Speaking of conscience and morality in an apocalypse, such notions are the musings of the naive. From this moment onward, apart from himself, anyone could become an adversary. In a previous life, for the sake of sustenance and resources, even one's own flesh and blood could be turned against you. Had Chen Han not witnessed such events before? Within the confines of the restaurant, Chen Han continued to vanquish the undead. Slaying level 1 zombie, gained 50 experience points. Slaying level 1 zombie, gained 50 experience points. Slaying level 1 zombie, gained 50 experience points. After dispatching 10 zombies, the system emitted another notification. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 2. Attributes increased. Player, Chen Han, the suit-clad marauder. Occupation, Sword Immortal, activated at level 10. Attack power, 15. Normal human 10, 10. Level 2 upgrade. Defense, 10. Normal human 10, 10. Level 2 upgrade. Speed, 8. Normal human 5, 5. Level 2 upgrade. Equipment bonus. Beginner's Purple Tang Dao, attack power 100. Beginner's Purple Protective Suit, defense 100. Beginner's Purple Sports Shoes, speed 30. The attribute panel flashed briefly. Chen Han nodded to himself. At this rate, to reach level 9, he would likely need to slay over 100 more zombies. He glanced at the zombies within the restaurant. Indeed, they were insufficient for his needs. However, it mattered little. For as time progressed, the undead would only multiply. Chen Han stepped forward, and above the recently slain zombie, a white orb of light hovered. Upon closer inspection, it was a lobster. The lobster was food consumed by the zombie before its mutation, which would subsequently manifest as a game item upon death. This is currently the sole means for players to procure sustenance. These zombies, transformed by their consumption of food, later came to be known as the primordial zombies. A coveted delicacy in the eyes of advanced players. Due to this setting, a series of perverse gameplay elements emerged later on, which could only be described as utterly deranged. Before him lay an array of treasures, lobsters, fine wine, steaks, and desserts. Chen Han methodically stowed them away in his storage backpack. However, he had resolved not to partake in any food from the game after his rebirth. The amassed provisions, valued at 200 million, would suffice for several lifetimes. Nevertheless, he could sell them. Even the smallest morsel holds value. Chen Han's swift actions soon attracted the attention of more zombies, who lunged at him with ferocity. Just as well. With the Tang Dao in hand, he moved with the grace of a flowing dragon, dispatching over 10 zombies in mere moments. His dexterity and skill left the survivors around him in awe. Such strength. Many gazed at Chen Han with respect, yet others fixated on the Tang Dao he wielded. Among them were 3 burly men, seasoned players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, who recognized the weapon as a purple-tier item, their eyes glinting with avarice. Possessing such a weapon would grant them the means for self-defense and the potential to seize even more resources. As Chen Han continued to eliminate zombies, the 3 robust men launched their assault, charging towards him in unison. One of them seized a table from the dining area and swung it with force towards Chen Han's back. Thud. Upon contact, a violet energy shield enveloped Chen Han, illuminating with a radiant glow. When the wooden table struck the shield, a damage value materialized. Damage -0.1. Chen Han emerged unscathed, while the table shattered upon impact. Witnessing this spectacle, the burly men stood in stunned silence, their throats constricting involuntarily. He could hardly comprehend the situation. The young man not only wielded a purple weapon, but was also clad in a matching purple protective suit. Additionally, the 2 burly men clutching their weapons stood frozen in place, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. It was evident that they realized they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Without a moment's hesitation, the 3 turned and fled. A faint smile crept onto Chen Han's lips. He believed in the principle of non-aggression unless provoked. Yet, since they harbored ill intentions, they would inevitably face the consequences. Chen Han surged forward, swiftly catching up to the trio. With a flash of his Tang Dao, 3 heads soared through the air. Their lifeless bodies collapsed onto the ground, and above them, 3 wooden boxes floated in midair. Upon gathering them, Chen Han took a glance inside, and was not surprised to discover a trove of food and equipment materials, a testament to the old player's experience. It seemed they had invested a considerable amount of resources. Had they not succumbed to greed, these 3 might have thrived in the new world. Witnessing Chen Han's sudden violence, the remaining survivors in the restaurant were overtaken by fear and hastily retreated. Ignoring their panic, Chen Han checked the time. The airdrop was imminent. Just as he prepared to ascend to the rooftop to await the drop, his phone rang. The caller was none other than Xiaoro. Chen Han, where are you? The apocalypse has begun, and I see countless zombies outside. I'm so scared. Her voice echoed through the phone, laced with desperation. The terror had made her forget that she was an experienced player in Dawn of the Apocalypse. Once the game had commenced, any astute veteran would immediately check their personal panel, assessing their inventory for suitable weapons and supplies. However, Chen Han had overestimated this individual. In the previous life, Xiaorou rarely engaged in combat, always relying on him for protection. Without Chen Han, could Xiaorou truly survive 3 years in the apocalypse? Chen Han, please come quickly. I am genuinely terrified. Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smile. Oh, don't rush. In the future, there will be plenty for you to be anxious about. With that, disregarding Xiaorou's pleas, he abruptly ended the call. Chen Han certainly had no intention of rescuing her. He wanted Xiaorou to fully experience the trials of the apocalypse, to instill despair amidst hope, and even deeper despair within that despair. As the call disconnected, Xiaorou stood frozen in place, her fury soon erupting. Chen Han, how dare you hang up on me? Enraged, she continued to redial, but no one answered. Are you ascending to the heavens, Chen Han, to ignore my calls? She fumed. You are finished. I am truly angry now, and no less than 100 million will placate me. It seemed Xiaorou had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. The prideful girl threw a tantrum in her hotel room, but soon enough, she lay back on her bed, browsing Taobao for various luxury handbags, all the while muttering about the 300 million promised by Ling Shui. She remained utterly unconcerned about the zombie crisis unfolding outside. In her eyes, it was all about money, and nothing else. Meanwhile, Chen Han ascended to the rooftop from the restaurant, having dispatched over 30 zombies along the way. However, upon reaching the staircase's end, he discovered the rooftop door had been locked from the inside. Someone was hiding in there. Chen Han instantly recalled the person who had obtained this airdrop in his previous life, Xinyu. He struck the door handle with his blade, shattering the iron door into fragments. Under the might of his game weapon, the steel of the real world felt as fragile as paper. The door was forcefully kicked open by Chen Han, and immediately, several startled cries echoed from the rooftop. 3 young women clad in hotel staff uniforms gazed over in terror. Upon realizing that the approaching figure was not a zombie, they collectively exhaled in relief, yet their eyes remained vigilant, each gripping a weapon tightly and fixating on Chen Han. Should she exhibit even a hint of malice, they would retaliate without hesitation. Chen Han recognized the trio. At the forefront stood Xinyu, accompanied by her 2 younger sisters, Xia Chun'er and Xia Qiu'er. These 3 young women possessed a fair measure of beauty, particularly Xinyu, whose alluring figure nearly strained the confines of the tight-fitting service uniform. They were not official employees of the hotel, but students from Jianghai University, currently engaged in part-time work. Chen Han noted that the weapons they wielded were novice-grade armaments from the game Dawn of the Apocalypse, albeit in a white variant. All 3 had dabbled in the mobile game, but had abandoned it due to its graphic violence. Fortuitously, Chen Han had a novice weapon in her backpack, a small stroke of luck amidst their misfortunes. She couldn't help but marvel at their serendipity in her previous life. These 3 had gained a significant advantage after acquiring an airdrop, subsequently forming a formidable all-female team that became one of the dominant forces in Jiahai City. In her past existence, Chen Han had crossed paths with them, which inadvertently informed her that the first airdrop would descend in this very location. However, this time, she intended to seize it for herself. Ignoring the wary gazes of the 3, Chen Han lifted her eyes toward the sky, and indeed, a square airdrop box was slowly descending. Upon realizing that Chen Han's objective was the airdrop, the expressions of Xunyu and her sisters shifted dramatically. This was something they had set their sights on first. Initially, it was thought that closing the door would render the airdrop easily attainable, yet unexpectedly, a formidable adversary emerged. Yeah, our airdrop. Xia Chun'er tugged at Xunyu's arm, her expression filled with urgency. Xinyu halted them, whispering, "We cannot overpower him." Xinyu was astute. She immediately recognized that Chen Han was not to be trifled with. Most importantly, it was evident that he had come specifically for the airdrop, implying that he had prior knowledge of its descent location. Undoubtedly, he was a seasoned player of Dawn of the Apocalypse, well-versed in its intricacies. Chen Han observed the movements of the trio. Should they foolishly attempt to seize the airdrop, he would not hesitate to send them plummeting from the 25th floor. Conversely, if they remained docile, he might extend a measure of goodwill, recalling past camaraderie. The airdrop soon descended, accompanied by a billowing cloud of crimson smoke. Those familiar with survival games recognize this as the smoke signal indicating the airdrop's location, designed to alert more players to its presence. Within minutes, this area would undoubtedly transform into a battleground. Moreover, the red smoke possessed a unique allure for zombies, a hallmark of Dawn of the Apocalypse. It would draw the undead, setting the stage for a massacre. Staying here was ill-advised. Chen Han promptly opened the airdrop, revealing 2 orbs of orange light, orange novice protective suit, Level upgrade possible defense 500, attack power 100, passive trait, when the wearer is attacked. The suit inflicts 25 retaliatory damage on the assailant. Orange beginner sneakers, level enhancing defense 200, speed 100, passive ability. When a fatal blow is received, triggers an emergency escape. Teleporting 5 meters away. Upon seeing these two pieces of orange gear, Chen Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. This marked the first set of orange equipment in the entire game. No, it should be the third piece. As Chen Han also possessed an orange fairy sword in his inventory, albeit its level was too high for him to wield. In the context of the game, this orange beginner's protective suit was the sole orange attire available. The purple gear he wore only provided an additional 100 defense points, far inferior to the orange set. Chen Han's greatest fear was that this purple armor would be ambushed and destroyed in an instant. While 100 defense was not insignificant, it still posed a risk. Even in the midst of a horde of zombies, Chen Han could emerge unscathed. Without hesitation, he immediately donned the orange gear set. He then continued to rummage through the supply drop crates. It must be said that the first drop was bountiful, with the second item being a crossbow. Purple beginner crossbow, attack power 120. Chen Han was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't anticipated receiving such an item. Among the over 500,000 beginner weapons in his inventory, all were melee weapons like swords, spears, daggers, and axes. None were ranged. This meant that this crossbow was indeed the only one. What a windfall! Chen Han felt elated. For the utility of this crossbow was immense. After stowing the crossbow, the contents of the supply drop burst forth. A plethora of food items, jams, bread, chocolates, along with a trap bomb emerged. It is noteworthy that within the package, there gleamed 3 lustrous profession cards. As Chen Han rummaged through the airdrop, Xin Yu and the others gazed with fervent eyes, particularly drawn to the radiant orange protective suit he wore, an irresistible allure. These treasures were rightfully theirs. However, they were astute enough to recognize that while the treasures were enticing, their lives held greater significance. The man before them was not someone to be trifled with. It would be wiser to seize this moment to make their escape. They understood that delaying their departure would be perilous. As the target of the red smoke was exceedingly vast, just as the trio prepared to leave the rooftop, Chen Han rose and called out, "Stop right there." Chapter 15. The collapse of Xiao Ro. The sudden shout left Shen Yu and San Yu momentarily stunned. The three exchanged wary glances with Chen Han, instinctively retreating a few steps. Shen Yu, in particular, gripped her long knife tightly, displaying an expression of readiness to fight. She was acutely aware that in a post-apocalyptic world, beautiful women often attracted unwanted attention. Given their youth and beauty, it was hardly surprising that they had drawn someone's gaze. Although the individual before them was also quite young and strikingly handsome, this was by no means justification for surrendering without a fight. "What do you want?" "We have already yielded the airdrop to you," Shen Yu called out anxiously. Observing their demeanor, Chen Han could not help but chuckle. What was with that look? Did they perceive him as a lecher? "Rest assured, I have no interest in you," he replied, spreading his hands in an innocent gesture. He then pointed to the airdrop on the ground, which contained some food in the 3 profession carts. "You may take them." In her previous life, Chen Han collaborated quite harmoniously with Shen Yu and her companions. Although they were not exactly friends, there existed a certain camaraderie between them. Now, having seized their airdrop, Chen Han felt a twinge of guilt. If she were to take everything, their survival would be jeopardized. Chen Han had no ulterior motives. She merely wished to cultivate a benevolent connection. Upon hearing her words, Shen Yu and her companions were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. "For us?" Shen Yu fixated on the professional cards within, fully aware of their worth. They had all played Doomsday Dawn, yet as free-to-play players, they had no hope of awakening a profession. However, possessing these few professional cards might grant them a chance at survival. "Thank you." Shen Yu immediately bowed in gratitude, leading her 2 friends to gather the items. As Chen Han turned to depart, she reminded them, "Hurry and leave. If you don't, it will be too late." Since the game's advent, his physical attributes had significantly improved, with vision and hearing far surpassing the ordinary. He could already discern numerous footsteps echoing in the corridor, indicating that players were approaching to seize the airdrop. Noticing Chen Han's intention to leave, a flicker of determination crossed Shen Yu's eyes. "May we accompany you?" Shen Yu understood that the youth before her was formidable. By following him, they would surely survive. As for any unreasonable demands he might impose, they would simply have to accept their fate. At least, from her perspective, he appeared to be a good person. Xia Chun'er and her sister also grasped Shen Yu's intent, casting hopeful glances at Chen Han. Chen Han smiled apologetically. "I cannot assist you." He would not be foolish enough to take strangers along with him. In a world ravaged by chaos, without earning his trust, he would never casually seek out a group. The taste of betrayal was unbearable for Chen Han. After being rejected, disappointment was etched on the faces of Shen Yu and her companions. "Let's add each other as friends. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future," Shen Yu exclaimed. Chen Han did not decline this proposal. Despite Shen Yu's delicate demeanor, she was no ordinary woman, having established her own faction in this post-apocalyptic world. After exchanging friend requests, Chen Han departed. However, when Shen Yu glimpsed Chen Han's ID, she was momentarily frozen in place. "It's him. Who is he? Do you know him?" The sisters Xia Chenu inquired, puzzled. Shen Yu took a deep breath. "You all know him. He is the recent sensation, the suit-wearing thug." "What? It's actually him." The sisters gasped, covering their mouths in astonishment. A tycoon who had invested over 10 billion. Who wouldn't recognize him? "Let us go. We must survive and find a chance to repay him later." With that, Shen Yu etched Chen Han's name firmly in her memory as she left with her sisters. As Chen Han descended the stairs, wielding a Tang Dao, he struck down any zombies in his path. After dispatching more than 10 zombies, his level rose by 5. With the enhancement of his equipment, these level 1 zombies posed no threat to him. However, it was evident that the number of zombies had significantly increased, and most of those he had slain yielded no food. This indicated that they were second-generation zombies, infected by bites from their first-generation counterparts. The outbreak of the zombie crisis was unfolding much more rapidly than Chen Han had anticipated. He worried that Ling Shui and Gang Zi at home might struggle to fend off the zombies, although he had left them a set of purple novice gear before departing. Theoretically, no one should be able to harm them. However, circumstances often take unexpected turns. He did not wish for the only person he trusted to be placed in jeopardy. Most importantly, his actions prior to the onset of the apocalypse had been rather conspicuous, likely attracting the attention of some discerning individuals, if not even governmental authorities. It was entirely possible that his secrets had already been thoroughly unearthed. After all, there were numerous individuals aware of his identity. Such matters weighed heavily on Chen Han's mind. Upon returning to the hotel restaurant, he intended to descend via the elevator. However, as soon as he opened the elevator doors, a horde of zombies surged forth. Despite his swift reflexes, Chen Han was momentarily taken aback. With no other recourse, he gripped his Tang sword in his right hand and wielded a crossbow in his left, engaging in a fierce battle amidst the undead. This scene left the fleeing survivors in utter astonishment. Chen Han's figure resembled that of a savior, towering and formidable. "Brother, save me!" a survivor exclaimed, attempting to rush over for protection. Alas, a large swarm of zombies burst forth from the emergency exit, overwhelming those desperate individuals in an instant, resulting in a gruesome spectacle. Chen Han's expression remained impassive. He had long grown desensitized to such horrors. After dispatching the nearby zombies, he stepped into the elevator to inspect his gear, only to discover that his orange-tier protective suit had inexplicably lost 10 points of defense. He felt a pang of regret. After all, it was an orange-tier item, and once damaged, it would be irretrievable. He had been careless and resolved not to allow the zombies to close in again. Though the journey was fraught with obstacles, Chen Han ultimately arrived safely at the underground parking lot. As he settled into his vehicle, his phone rang. Xiao Rou requests a video call. A faint smile graced Chen Han's lips. He had not forgotten about this materialistic woman. Upon accepting the video call, his visage promptly appeared on the screen. In the hotel room, Xiao Rou hid in the restroom, trembling with fear as the roars of zombies echoed outside the door, rendering her too terrified to even breathe. When the video call connected, a look of surprise illuminated her face. "He hasn't forgotten me. He has come to pick me up." "Chen Han, where are you?" "Hurry, there are numerous zombies outside the room." Xiao Rou whispered urgently. "I'm on my way, but I'm currently at the Buckingham parking lot. There are too many zombies above, so I can't go up." "What? You're not coming?" Xiao Rou's eyes widened in shock. "What am I supposed to do if you don't come?" "Don't worry, the government will likely send troops for rescue. I'll call for help." Chen Han feigned concern, suppressing a chuckle. "Ah, no, I can't wait. You need to come up and save me now." Xiao Rou was frantic. "Wait for rescue? For how long? Am I supposed to just sit here? Are you hungry? Am I not hungry as well? What should I do now?" Suddenly, she remembered there was food in the game. She opened the virtual panel in front of her, only to discover her backpack was completely empty. She had forgotten that during her last gameplay, she had been ambushed and her belongings were cleared. Fortunately, she had stocked up on supplies in the Dawn Tower, relieved by her habit of hoarding food. She sought out the special panel in the small room of the Dawn Tower. Upon opening it, The familiar small space appeared before her. However, what lay before her caused her to utterly collapse. Chapter 16. You're so strong, and yet you say you fear zombies? The once orderly room had been turned upside down, with even the small vault opened. A wave of unease surged within her. Xiaorou hurriedly examined the contents within. The gold coins had vanished completely. Turning her gaze to the refrigerator, she discovered it too was devoid of sustenance. Not even a single sausage remained. In the wardrobe, a plethora of fashionable garments and various pieces of equipment had all been stripped away. Upon opening the armory, she was met with the same disheartening emptiness. Witnessing this scene, Xiaorou felt as though she had been struck by 1,000 bolts of lightning. Her home had been ransacked. Yet, this was ostensibly a sanctuary reserved for premium players. How could it be robbed? There was no password. No player could enter without authorization. The notion of a burglary was utterly implausible, yet the reality before her was undeniable. A thought suddenly struck her. Chen Han had once asked her for the password, claiming he wished to present her with a surprise. Where was that surprise? Was emptying her belongings truly his idea of a gift? Why would he undertake such an action? These possessions held no value to him. Why was he treating her this way? Was it merely because she had requested 1 billion from him? No. Chen Han was not that kind of person. He could not possibly be responsible for this. He loved her, and he would never abandon her. This was not the truth. This could not be the truth. Xiaorou, in a state of helplessness, picked up her phone and continued to call Chen Han. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. The cold, mechanical voice emanating from her phone caused Xiaorou to collapse onto the ground. She realized that she had been deceived by that scoundrel Chen Han. The apocalyptic game had manifested in reality, and the resources from her account had been entirely stripped away. How was she to survive? Overwhelmed with despair, a tide of resentment surged within her, refusing to dissipate. Ah, Chen Han, may you meet a wretched fate. I shall not let you go unpunished. Xiaorou shouted in fury, burying her head in her knees as she wept softly. In the next moment, she seemed to recall something, her expression darkening. The underground parking lot? If I cannot escape, then neither shall you. Xiaorou hastily exited the bathroom and made her way to the bedroom, where she discreetly drew back the curtains to survey the situation outside the hotel. Her room was situated on the 4th floor, directly facing the hotel entrance. Below, the area was teeming with zombies, seemingly oblivious to the presence of humans, as they wandered aimlessly, emitting low growls. Witnessing this scene, Xiaorou's body involuntarily trembled. Yet, her resolve quickly solidified. If Chen Han were to emerge from the underground parking lot, he would inevitably have to pass through this entrance. Subsequently, Xiaorou rummaged through the room and discovered a small speaker. After connecting it via Bluetooth, she wrapped it in a towel. Seizing the moment when the zombies were distracted, she opened the window and hurled the speaker towards the hotel entrance. Shielded by the towel, the speaker landed safely on the path that was essential for exiting the hotel. Chen Han, your fate is sealed. Xiaorou unlocked her phone and selected the music. In an instant, the speaker on the ground began to emit enchanting melodies accompanied by a dazzling display of colorful lights. The nearby zombies were immediately drawn to the music, and before long, over 100 had congregated, effectively blocking the hotel entrance. At this moment, Chen Han was driving an off-road vehicle, having burst forth from the hotel's underground garage, unaware of how many zombies he had struck along the way. Crash! Just as he sped out of the sloped basement, a male zombie suddenly lunged onto the windshield, baring its teeth menacingly at Chen Han inside the vehicle. Roar! Chen Han was taken aback, and a new notification appeared before him. Zombie, Level 2, Attack Power, 30, Defense Power, 30. Note: this zombie has consumed at least 30 individuals, possessing a physique far superior to that of ordinary zombies. Exercise utmost caution. Chen Han drew his crossbow and aimed at the zombie through the windshield. Bang! The crossbow emitted a crisp sound, the bolt piercing through the glass and embedding itself in the zombie's skull. Defeated a Level 2 zombie. Experience points, 100, after eliminating the zombie. Chen Han swiftly slammed the brakes, sending the corpse tumbling off, then accelerated abruptly, shaking off all the zombies that had clung to the rear of his vehicle. In no time, Chen Han's car barreled towards the entrance of the hotel. He anticipated a smooth exit. However, upon witnessing a throng of zombies gathered at the doorway, Chen Han immediately hit the brakes, turned off the engine, and extinguished the lights. Fortunately, his actions were swift, and the zombies remained oblivious to his presence. What is happening? Why are there so many zombies at the entrance? Chen Han's expression turned grave. With hundreds of zombies, there was no way his vehicle could break through. What is that object? Chen Han noticed a brightly illuminated item beneath the horde of zombies. Upon closer inspection, it was a loudspeaker. Who on earth is so malicious? Chen Han cursed inwardly. Just then, Xiaorou's call came through again. Before the ringtone could even sound, Chen Han answered, "This annoying woman, so bothersome." As soon as the call connected, Xiaorou's mocking laughter echoed through the line. Upon hearing her words, Chen Han instantly realized, abruptly lifting his gaze to peer through the sunroof towards the hotel's 4th floor. "You wretched person, did you throw that loudspeaker?" "Indeed, it was you." "Chen Han, I am now presenting you with 2 choices. First, come and pick me up immediately. I have turned off the music. Let us escape together. Second, no second thoughts. I will not save you." Chen Han abruptly interrupted Xiaorou's words. "Chen Han, give me another chance. If you do not rescue me, you shall regret it." Xiaorou bit her teeth in frustration. Chen Han hung up the phone without hesitation. "Foolish." As the sound of beeping echoed in her phone. Xiaorou was infuriated. "You have forced my hand." She glared menacingly at the familiar off-road vehicle below, then turned and seized the LCD television from her room. To oblivion. Xiaorou hurled the television downwards. Boom. The television plummeted from the 4th floor, striking Chen Han's car with precision, creating a significant dent in the roof. Following the impact, the car's anti-theft system activated, emitting a shrill alarm that resonated throughout the hotel entrance. In an instant, hundreds of zombies turned their heads, marching towards the vehicle. Above. Witnessing Chen Han surrounded by the horde of zombies, Xiaorou felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Just as she believed Chen Han would be slowly torn apart by the undead, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Chen Han kicked open the door of the driver's seat, sending the zombie perched upon it flying over 10 meters away. Then, he charged out, wielding a crossbow in one hand and a tang knife in the other. Confronting the swarm of zombies, it was as if he were in a realm devoid of danger. With each slash, heads flew. Those seemingly fierce and terrifying zombies were as feeble as 3-year-old children before Chen Han, unable to inflict even a scratch upon him. Witnessing this, Xiaorou was left in stunned disbelief. "You possess remarkable strength, yet you express fear of the zombies failing to rescue you?" Chapter 17, Toying with Xiaorou. In the darkness, Chen Han wielded his tang knife with such swiftness that his movements became a blur, skillfully navigating through the horde of zombies with unparalleled ferocity. Xiaorou watched in astonishment, her mouth agape. Was this truly the Chen Han she knew? So formidable, so fierce. Could this be the transformation brought forth by the game's incursion into reality? Xiaorou was indeed mesmerized. She had presumed that the hundreds of zombies would be sufficient to overwhelm Chen Han, yet she had gravely underestimated him. With his current prowess, guiding her safely from the hotel was undoubtedly an effortless task. Xiaorou's expression fluctuated. She had been careless, jeopardizing her only hope of escape. "No. If I merely lower my head, Chen Han will surely forgive me. I have often been capricious and have committed my fair share of misdeeds. Yet he has always loved me regardless." A flicker of joy ignited within her. Since their acquaintance, Chen Han had rarely denied her anything. A mere display of affection would suffice to obtain her desires. As she witnessed Chen Han vanquishing the last of the zombies, her demeanor transformed into one of soft affection. "Darling, you are incredible. You have eradicated the zombies. Come and take me away," she called out sweetly, her face adorned with tenderness. Seemingly having forgotten her earlier grievances with Chen Han glanced up, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What a shameless woman. How humiliating it was to have perished at her hands in my previous life. His expression shifted as he contemplated. Would it be wiser to outright refuse her? Or to soothe her instead? Chen Han also broke into a smile and inquired, "If I save you, will you promise to obey me henceforth?" "You shall do as I say, with no disobedience to my commands." Upon hearing this, Xiaorou excitedly replied, "Of course. I will take good care of you from now on, and I will never throw a tantrum again." Indeed, Chen Han could not resist my allure. His affection for me remained unwavering, destined to succumb to my charms forever. "Very well, you may come down now. I shall wait for you here." However, the next moment, the expression on Xiaorou's face suddenly froze. "Come down? You want me to come down by myself?" Xiaorou was taken aback. The hotel was teeming with zombies. And how could she possibly descend alone? She was convinced that the moment she opened the door, she would be besieged by the undead. "Darling, do not jest. I cannot make it down by myself. Can't you come up to assist me?" Chen Han scoffed. "If you lack the courage to descend on your own, how can you survive alongside me in this apocalypse? How do you deserve to partake of the resources I have prepared?" With that, Chen Han promptly got into the car. "Wait, I will come down immediately," Please wait for me. To be honest, she was utterly famished. Moreover, following Chen Han would surely lead to a life of abundance in the future. She was determined. Xiaorou retrieved a small knife from the storage compartment, the only weapon that Chen Han had intentionally left for her. Gripping the knife tightly, she burst out of the room and dashed towards the stairs. She avoided the elevator, as it would undoubtedly be infested with zombies. Conversely, the stairwell was less populated, reducing the likelihood of encountering the undead. Chen Han, indeed, remained where he was, seated in the car, awaiting Xiaorou's emergence. Leaving without a word seemed meaningless. It would be far more satisfying to witness her departure firsthand. However, at that moment, Chen Han suddenly felt a gaze fixed upon him, accompanied by an ominous aura. Instantly, his hair stood on end as he lifted his gaze towards the top floor. From a distance of several dozen meters, he discerned a pair of eyes glowing with an eerie green light. In the darkness, it became apparent that the figure belonged to a man of approximately 30 years. His entire physique bore an unhealthy ashen hue, with crimson eyes and bulging veins that unmistakably indicated he was no ordinary being. Yet, unlike the typical zombie, his skin was not withered or slack. Instead, he possessed a robust musculature. More alarmingly, the man's gaze was imbued with a cunning intelligence, and as he looked at Chen Han, a subtle smile played upon his lips. A half-infected. Upon seeing this individual, Chen Han gradually furrowed his brow. The term half-infected refers to beings that exist between humanity and the undead, also classified as players within the game. In the realm of the game, half-infected entities stand as the antithesis of humanity, bloodthirsty and brutal alongside zombies. Unlike their mindless counterparts, they retain the original intelligence of players and boast an astonishingly formidable physical prowess. Perhaps a more fitting term to describe them would be Zombie King. What was even more terrifying was that half-infected beings could grow increasingly powerful by continuously consuming human flesh and blood. The likelihood of becoming a half-infected was exceedingly rare, and Chen Han had not anticipated encountering one so swiftly. The half-infected on the rooftop displayed no intent to attack Chen Han, likely recognizing that he was not an easy target. He merely observed Chen Han, a smile gracing his face, seemingly having witnessed the recent altercation between him and Xiaorou. Chen Han's expression grew increasingly grave, a sudden thought flashing through his mind, to rush forth and eliminate the half-infected individual. However, upon seeing the throng of zombies lurking behind, he was compelled to abandon the notion. The rooftop had become a veritable fortress of the undead due to the airdrop, and ascending now would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle. Chen Han, hurry, come help me. At that moment, Xiaorou stumbled out of the hotel lobby. Two zombies in hot pursuit. Her attire was tattered, hair in disarray, and her body bore numerous bloodstains, clearly the aftermath of a harrowing struggle against the undead. To Chen Han's astonishment, she had somehow managed to escape unscathed. It appeared her will to survive was quite formidable. Leaning out through the skylight, Chen Han called out, "Why are you covered in blood? Were you bitten by a zombie? Don't come any closer. If you were bitten, you'll turn into a zombie." Upon hearing his words, Xiaorou's expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly tore at her sleeves and skirt, exclaiming in terror, "I wasn't bitten. Look, this is all zombie blood. None of it is mine." Chen Han regarded her with skepticism. "Really?" "Yes, truly. Please, help me kill the two zombies behind me and take me away. Feigning contemplation, Chen Han shook his head. "For the sake of safety, I cannot take you with me. How about this? I will contact you tomorrow. If you have not turned into a zombie by then, I will come to get you." With a deafening roar, the vehicle roared to life. Xiaorou, disregarding her appearance, sprinted after them, her voice breaking in despair. Take me with you. Don't leave me behind. I swear I haven't been infected. I beg you." Chen Han, may you meet a wretched fate." Although she failed to catch up with the car, Xiaorou dared not halt her steps, for two zombies were hot on her heels. "Flee." She sprinted towards the main entrance, hoping for a glimmer of survival. However, just as she was about to escape the hotel, a shadowy figure loomed before her. A half-infected individual had made his move, his fiery gaze fixated on Xiaorou, his bloody tongue licking the veins that bulged upon his face. TSK. You appear quite delectable." Upon encountering this eerie man, Xiaorou felt as if she had stumbled upon something far more terrifying than the zombies themselves. "Please, do not kill me. I have a secret to share. Spare my life. You must be aware of the suit-clad thug, right? He possesses a plethora of gold coins and abundant resources. We could collaborate." Chapter 18. The burglary. Chen Han drove away from the hotel, a sense of unease gnawing at him. for he had attempted to contact Ling Shui earlier without receiving a response. Upon leaving, he had instructed Gongzi to notify him immediately should any issues arise. Initially, he believed that the villa's secluded location and sparse population would render them relatively safe, even in the presence of zombies. Yet, Chen Han's assumptions proved erroneous. In this apocalyptic world, humans posed a greater threat than the undead. As he traversed the chaotic streets, zombies roamed freely while terrified survivors fled in panic. Vehicles careening wildly without regard for traffic rules. Chen Han maneuvered the steering wheel deftly to avoid collisions. Soon, he became aware of military presence. The official response had been remarkably swift. Merely an hour had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the army had already mobilized for rescue efforts. Throughout the journey, Chen Han did not forget to activate the virtual panel of the game, scrutinizing the situation displayed therein. After the arrival of Dawn of the Apocalypse in the real world, the game system manifested directly in the minds of the populace. With but a thought, one could enter the realm. This development also facilitated communication among individuals. At this moment, the world channel was in a frenzy. Countless voices clamored for help, vented their anger, and offered prayers, an overwhelming cacophony of demands. Yet, amidst the chaos, certain messages caught Chen Han's attention. There were high offers for novice equipment, invitations to engage in private discussions, high bids for food, also soliciting private conversations. Equipment and sustenance had become the most scarce resources in this apocalyptic era. With over 100 million players in Dawn of the Apocalypse, many individuals still had provisions stashed away, sufficient to stave off hunger for more than a mere 2 hours. Currently, those seeking to purchase food were predominantly merchants. Even more astonishing were those willing to use real-world currency to acquire food within the game, truly the elite players. Some had yet to realize that, in this new world, currency had become as worthless as scrap paper. While the marketplace was flooded with contaminated food offered for free, who would dare consume it? Chen Han glanced again at the private message section, which was evidently overflowing. Each message he opened was a request to buy equipment or food. Before the onset of the apocalypse, Chen Han had prudently stockpiled an abundance of gear and provisions, a foresight he had long anticipated. Having cornered the market, he now held the reins on pricing and timing for sales. Some may decry his actions, attempting to impose a moral obligation upon him. Yet Chen Han remained unfazed. After all, it was the end of the world. Who truly cared for anyone else? With billions on Blue Star, how could he possibly tend to the needs of all? In the early stages, it is imperative to accumulate as many coins as possible. Otherwise, when the formidable boss appears later in the game, he will lack the strength to confront it. At that point, the one who will perish is he. Closing his personal panel, Chen Han found himself too preoccupied to contemplate these matters. The incessant silence from Ling Shui and the others left his heart hanging in suspense, and he pressed the accelerator without respite. 20 minutes later, Chen Han arrived at the Summer Resort Manor. This upscale residential community was sparsely populated. As he drove in, the first sight that met his eyes was the lifeless body of a security guard. Upon observing the wounds on their bodies, a heavy dread settled in Chen Han's heart. This was undoubtedly not the work of zombies. Intruders had forcefully entered the community and had been met with lethal violence from the guards. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, and he began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Were they coming for me? Chen Han furrowed his brow. Indeed, his previous actions had attracted the attention of certain individuals. With such a significant stockpile of resources, it was only natural that he would be scrutinized. If they eliminated him, all his efforts would be in vain, allowing others to reap the rewards of his labor. His breathing quickened involuntarily. If his conjecture was correct, then Ling Shui and the others were truly in peril. Those miscreants, aware of his substantial equipment reserves, must have come prepared. Upon arriving at his villa, the sight of the ominously darkened house sent a jolt of alarm through him. The community was not experiencing a power outage, so why were the lights off at home? Had the enemy already captured Ling Shui and the others? No, if they had been taken, the lights would not be extinguished. The darkness now served as a stark warning to Chen Han. It was clear that Ling Shui and the others must be hiding. The villa stood 3 stories high, each floor encompassing over 1,000 square meters. If one truly wished to conceal themselves within its depths, locating them would prove to be quite the challenge. With this thought, Chen Han's heart found a semblance of calm. He refrained from driving into the courtyard, wary of alarming any potential foes. Gripping a tang sword in his right hand and a crossbow in his left, he stealthily infiltrated the side of the villa, slipping through a window. Upon entering, he immediately discerned 2 men hiding behind the front door. brandishing machetes. Chen Han's expression darkened as he swiftly released 2 bolts from his crossbow. Thud. As the arrows struck their targets, a thin shield materialized around the assailants. Remarkably, they were clad in protective gear. However, their equipment was evidently inferior to Chen Han's exquisite purple crossbow. Damage minus 150, damage minus 150. As the damage indicators flashed, the arrows pierced through the men's armor, delivering fatal blows. Upon their demise, 2 boxes materialized above their lifeless forms. Chen Han hurriedly approached to collect the boxes, which floated enticingly, far too conspicuously. Killed player. Death is not fearsome. Gold acquired. 348610. Blue Novice Machete X1. Killed player. Pinnacle of Life. Gold acquired. 752491. Blue Novice Dagger X1. Chen Han was momentarily taken aback by the staggering sum of gold. Who were these individuals? Their combined wealth exceeded 1,000,000 gold coins, an amount beyond the reach of an average player. This indicated they were seasoned veterans, and notably, players who had invested heavily in the game. Moreover, they were merely gatekeepers. What formidable opponents lay within? Chen Han's heart raced once more. It appeared he had attracted the attention of a powerful faction. At that moment, a message flashed before his eyes. Gang Gu has been injured and captured. My father has been knocked unconscious. I cut off the power and hid. The enemy is about to find me. I can hear his footsteps outside the door. Where are you now? In the last guest room on the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor guest room. Chen Han immediately grasped the situation. He dashed out the door and leaped forcefully towards the balcony of the 2nd floor, grasping the drainage pipe. He flipped himself up and then swiftly entered the room that Ling Shui had mentioned. Chen Han scanned the area but found no sign of Ling Shui. Just then, the door handle was gently turned, and a man wielding a dagger stepped inside. Their eyes met, and the man's pupils dilated in shock. He was about to scream when a gleaming tang knife slashed across his neck. The man clutched his bleeding throat, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that Chen Han would suddenly appear here. Chen Han supported the man's body, gently lowering him to the ground before closing the door. However, at that moment, a shadow lunged at him from behind. Just as Chen Han raised his knife, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. Suddenly, a petite figure clung to him, her long, supple legs wrapping around his waist. Before Chen Han could utter a word, his head was pressed down onto the soft ground by 2 delicate arms. Chapter 19. The Hidden Mastermind. Gasping for breath, Chen Han attempted to push the small figure away and struggled to lift his head. Ling Shui sobbed quietly, her tears cascading onto Chen Han's hair. Tell me what happened. Ling Shui wiped her tears and replied softly. The apocalypse descended upon us in less than an hour, and they invaded. 8 individuals armed with novice weaponry and clad in protective gear confronted us, and we were no match for them. In their attempt to safeguard me, Brother Gang and my father were rendered unconscious and captured. Chen Han's expression turned icy. Where are they? They should be on the rooftop. Be cautious, Han Ge. Yes. Don't worry. Chen Han concealed Ling Shui. As a pampered young lady, it was her first encounter with such a scene, and she was evidently a bit shaken. In truth, Ling Shui possessed commendable combat skills, being a black belt in Taekwondo. However, since the onset of the game, the disparity in levels had become stark. Neither she nor Gongzi had slain any zombies, thus failing to level up. Facing an upgraded adversary would certainly prove daunting, particularly those donning protective gear. Chen Han stepped onto the balcony and, employing the same technique as before, leaped to the 3rd floor. He remained concealed, gripping the edge of the rooftop with both hands, his head slowly peeking over. With his enhanced strength, he appeared quite adept at this acrobatic maneuver, which would have previously been classified as extreme sports. A swift glance across the rooftop revealed Gongzi and Ling Feng bound, watched over by 2 men. Meanwhile, 2 others faced the entrance of the villa, their gazes fixed on the door as if awaiting someone. Chen Han counted. There were 4 of them. Adding the 3 he had dispatched, 1 remained unaccounted for. He would seek him out later. Chen Han had no time to linger. He was uncertain of Gongzi's injuries and feared what might transpire if he delayed further. The gaze shifted towards the 2 men guarding Gongzi. First, I shall eliminate you, Chen Han declared, suspending himself with one hand while drawing a crossbow with the other, aiming it squarely at the duo. Thud, thud. The bolts were released in rapid succession, striking true. One of the men found his protective suit pierced, an arrow embedded in his forehead, resulting in instant demise. The other, however, reacted swiftly. The arrow grazed his shoulder, inflicting only a minor wound. Be cautious, we have company, the injured man shouted, brandishing a dagger as he charged towards Gongzi. Chen Han nimbly rolled and leapt onto the rooftop. his speed astonishing as he appeared before the man in an instant. Still wish to take a hostage? Chen Han chuckled lightly, his Tang Dao slicing through the air with lightning speed. The man's expression shifted in horror, unprepared for Chen Han's remarkable velocity. In a frantic attempt, he could only grip his dagger in defense. Yet, he severely underestimated Chen Han's strength. The moment the Tang Dao descended, regret washed over him. This was a force beyond his capacity to withstand. Thud! The blue shield activated by the man's protective suit shattered, the Tang Dao crashing down upon his arm. The man's arm was severed, a blood-curdling scream escaping his lips. Before he could retreat, the long blade flashed across his neck. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the other two men bewildered as their comrade transformed into a lifeless corpse. Damn it! The two young guards at the entrance cursed, seizing their machetes and charging at Chen Han. He raised his crossbow, releasing another bolt. With a resounding impact, a purple shield erupted around the blonde youth, revealing he was clad in a purple protective suit. Who are you? Chen Han's gaze sharpened as he pondered how a well-equipped gang had set their sights on him. Surrender all your resources, and I shall spare your life. The blonde youth weighed his machete in hand, his expression laced with disdain. In the next moment, a radiant purple light enveloped him, revealing a level 5 status above his head. Do you see? I am clad in purple gear, and I have ascended to level 5. Are you truly certain you wish to engage me? The golden-haired youth's demeanor exuded arrogance, completely dismissing Chen Han. It was worth noting that the apocalypse had only descended a mere 2 or 3 hours prior. And to reach level 5 in such a short span was nothing short of remarkable within the entirety of Blue Star. Without the assistance of his entire team, he could not have attained such rapid advancement. He was aware that Chen Han possessed commendable equipment, yet he believed that as a lone individual, even slaying a handful of zombies would be a considerable feat. Reaching level 3 would be the pinnacle of his capabilities. Oh, you seem rather confident? Chen Han's lips curled slightly. So, does that imply you refuse to cooperate? The blonde youth waved dismissively and called to his companion. Xiaohei, it's your turn. Practice your courage. Upon hearing this, Xiaohei visibly trembled, his grip on the knife slick with perspiration. Brother Jean, I've never killed anyone. Just swing it hard. This is the apocalypse. If you can't even bring yourself to kill, how will you survive? The blonde retorted angrily. Chen Han stepped forward slowly, showing no concern for Xiaohei. As the machete descended, he subtly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the attack. Then, with a swift rotation of his Tang knife, he created a gash in the youth's protective gear. Little Black felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Lowering his gaze, he was met with the sight of a 30-centimeter wound. Little Black's pupils constricted suddenly, transitioning from astonishment to fear, and finally to despair. In his next life, he vowed to be a better person. Chen Han brushed past him with a swift and decisive grace. By the time the golden retriever comprehended the situation, Little Black had already collapsed to the ground, a box hovering ominously above him. How is this even possible? The golden retriever panicked, instinctively stepping back 2 paces. Little Black was clad in purple attire. How could he have been so easily dispatched? This was inconceivable. If I couldn't achieve such a feat, what kind of power do you possess? As he watched Chen Han approach step by step, fear etched itself onto the golden retriever's face. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Indeed, someone capable of stockpiling vast quantities of food and gear, who had invested over $1 billion in resources. Could not be trifled with. Thud. The golden retriever suddenly knelt down. Suit-clad gentleman, I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked you. Spare me. I bow to you. I beg you, do not kill me. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, yet now he was utterly disheveled. The golden retriever repeatedly bowed, disregarding all semblance of dignity. How did you ascertain my identity? Who prompted you to come here? At this, the golden retriever hesitated for a moment. If I tell you, will you let me go? Indeed, Chen Han replied with a nod. He understood that those before him were mere pawns. The true mastermind lay elsewhere. The number of individuals aware of his ID and residence was certainly fewer than 10. Chen Han sought to uncover whether the assailant was someone close to him or a force from elsewhere. Upon hearing that Chen Han might spare him, the golden-haired youth's face brightened with joy as he hastily exclaimed, I will tell you. It is. Chapter 20. Constructing the Doomsday Fortress. Just as the golden-haired youth was about to divulge the information, 3 resounding thuds echoed through the night. Bang, bang, bang. From the darkness, 3 arrows gleamed with a silvery sheen, hurtling toward the youth with blinding speed. One after another, the arrows struck. By the time the second arrow was released, the purple attire adorning the golden-haired youth was shattered. The final arrow found its mark, piercing the back of his skull. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Chen Han was momentarily stunned, never expecting an ambush, especially from a bow and crossbow. He quickly regained his composure and attempted to pursue, but 3 arrows were again launched towards him. With a grim expression, Chen Han unsheathed his tang knife and deflected all incoming projectiles. Seeing his attack thwarted, the assailant did not hesitate and promptly turned to flee through the courtyard. Just as Chen Han contemplated chasing him, a Kawasaki motorcycle roared into the villa's premises, whisking the man away. Another accomplice? Chen Han's expression darkened significantly. This was the first time he had faced adversity since his rebirth. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a well-equipped and decisive group in Zhanghai City. To prevent his companion from revealing the puppet master behind the scenes, they had eliminated him without hesitation. Moreover, the bow and crossbow, were they retrieved from an airdropped crate? He had never encountered such weaponry in either his current life or his previous one. This indicated that they were likely outsiders, possibly even targeting him specifically. It appears that my actions following my rebirth have altered certain circumstances. Chen Han indeed acted carelessly, nearly putting his family in jeopardy for the sake of that set of orange gear. I must expedite the construction of the Doomsday Fortress, otherwise being ambushed repeatedly will pose significant problems. Furthermore, should I uncover the identity of the puppet master behind these events, I shall ensure that they pay dearly for their transgressions. In the villa's basement, Gongzi and Uncle Ling gradually regained consciousness. Fortunately, neither suffered serious injuries, having merely been knocked unconscious. Gongzi sustained a minor wound, a gash on his arm, though it is not severe. Ling Shui bandaged his injury and urged him to rest adequately. Subsequently, Chen Han led Ling Shui to another chamber. The villa's central control room, equipped with devices that provide a comprehensive 360-degree surveillance of the entire premises. Once assured that no enemies lurked within their home, Chen Han hastily escorted Ling Shui outside the villa. "Brother Han, what exactly is this Doomsday Fortress you speak of?" Ling Shui inquired, her curiosity piqued. "I intend to envelop the entire villa with steel from the game," he declared. "The entire villa? That must encompass thousands of square feet," Ling Shui exclaimed in astonishment. "If we are to encase it, we must also consider the height of the floors. How do you plan to achieve that? Moreover, we cannot find any construction workers at present." Chen Han shook his head. "Materials from the real world cannot withstand the onslaught of zombies. Not even aerospace-grade alloys will suffice. Even if they could, we would be unable to procure them, let alone arm the villa in a short span of time." Ling Shui paused for a moment, then realized. "You mean to utilize materials from the game?" She recalled the secluded cabin from Doomsday Dawn. As an open-world survival game, the construction of one's own abode is a significant feature. Many players stockpile building materials to establish a refuge amidst the apocalypse, fortifying themselves against the relentless onslaught of zombies. Moreover, affluent players often craft their homes to be more opulent than the villas of the real world. Ling Shui was aware that Chen Han had accumulated a considerable supply of food and weapons, yet she was oblivious to his preparations of building materials. In the next moment, a notification flashed across her personal panel. "The suit-clad thug has initiated a trade with you. Do you accept? Come on, let's take action. I fear those ruffians may return." Chen Han cautioned, noting that although he had dispatched 7 members of the gang, he had an inkling that many more associates lingered. Ling Shui accepted Chen Han's correspondence, and upon glimpsing its contents, her eyes widened in astonishment. "Orange alloy steel 1000? So much. You haven't emptied the entire trading ground of alloy steel, have you? And the highest grade, no less. No wonder you're selling company perks." Chen Han chuckled. "What you see is merely a third of it. I intend to transform the entire estate into a fortress of steel." With that, he opened his storage menu and clicked on the alloy steel. Set. In an instant, a virtual alloy panel measuring 2 by 2 meters materialized before them. As Chen Han directed his gaze, the panel stood erect wherever he pointed, akin to assembling building blocks. This is the advantage of gamification. It is remarkably convenient. There is no need for transportation or welding. Simply place it down, and it becomes a wall. The sound of metal colliding echoed as 10 alloy steel plates seamlessly came together to form a wall. Standing 2 meters tall, 20 meters long, and a thickness of 10 centimeters, this formidable steel barrier materialized before them in less than 10 seconds. A chilling aura of steel enveloped the air, and the lustrous, substantial metal instilled a profound sense of security. "Wow, how cool!" Ling Shui exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she danced with joy. "At this speed, we could construct it in half an hour." Following Chen Han's lead, Ling Shui began to replicate the process. With a series of clangs, another alloy wall emerged, and the two became engrossed in their endeavors. Meanwhile, less than a kilometer away from Chen Han's villa, the three titans of Jiahai City raised their glasses in exuberance. Lu Bufan curiously examined the red wine in his hand, exclaiming in surprise, "I must say, the wine from Dawn of the Apocalypse possesses a unique flavor. Indeed, it's quite delightful." Dongfa replied, popping the wine bottle in his grip. What thrilled them even more was the transformation in their physical prowess since the onset of the apocalyptic game. "In my current state, I could easily take down a few ferocious beasts." Dongfa, the eldest among the three, approaching 50, had long felt the limitations of age. Yet, the recent changes in his physique exhilarated him, especially post-upgrade, rendering him even more robust. "With this team, our dominance over Jianghai City is merely a matter of time," he declared. "Once we acquire the resources in Chen Han's possession, what do we have to fear from this apocalypse?" Dongfa concurred enthusiastically. El Bufan smiled faintly, noting that Chen Han possessed a substantial array of equipment and provisions. If we were to acquire them, we would effectively monopolize the entire market, compelling even the authorities to regard us with a modicum of respect. As soon as he uttered these words, a young man, bearing a slight resemblance to El Bufan, rushed in. He hastily removed his helmet, his expression betraying distress. "We have failed." The third squad was nearly annihilated. "What?" Upon hearing this, the three seasoned individuals sprang to their feet. "That young man is formidable. While he is yet to establish a defensive line, I intend to rally everyone and strike swiftly. Catching him off guard, I must seize the resources he possesses." After declaring this, El Feihong turned to his father. "Let us go." Having navigated the business world for many years, El Bufan was a shrewd strategist. Without hesitation, he acquiesced to his son's plan. Thus, a band of over 30 individuals, armed and resolute, made their way towards Chen Han's estate. However, upon their arrival, the estate had vanished. Instead, a towering iron fortress, standing over 20 meters high, loomed before them, exuding a chilling metallic aura that instilled a profound sense of oppression and helplessness. "What is this?" El Bufan was taken aback. Chapter 21. What a wretched doomsday fortress. Had they stumbled upon a military base? No, the fortress before them radiated a futuristic essence, unmistakably not a product of contemporary technology. Have we come to the wrong place? Li Chuanqi's eyes widened in astonishment. This was still within the summer resort community. They had resided here for over a decade. Could they truly be mistaken? We're too late. The villa has been fortified by Chen Han. El Feihong's countenance darkened. The worst has indeed come to pass. He realized that Chen Han had been attacked. Consequently, he summoned his subordinates with utmost urgency to confront the situation. Yet he was taken aback to find that he had arrived too late. Chen Han's actions were extraordinarily swift. In the mere span of half an hour, an impenetrable fortress had already been erected. What should they do now? Was it possible to breach this stronghold? Dong inquired. Upon finishing his question, the three affluent gentlemen turned their gaze towards El Feihong, who in turn looked back at his subordinates. Although the four of them were seasoned players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, their comprehension of the game was rather superficial. In stark contrast, their group of subordinates consisted of professional esports athletes, whose understanding of the game was unparalleled. At that moment, a captain among the youths stepped forward. Zhang Yangwei wore a grim expression, his heart ablaze with fury. As the captain of the esports team, he shared a profound bond with his comrades. However, he was devastated to learn that on the very first day of the apocalypse, 7 of his brothers had perished. This ignited within him an unquenchable hatred towards Chen Han, and he vowed to avenge his fallen brothers. He then spoke slowly. "Boss, in Dawn of the Apocalypse, there are various types of steel used for constructing safe houses, categorized into 5 levels, just like equipment. White steel has a defense value of 100, blue is 1,000, pink is 10,000, purple is 100,000, and orange is 1,000,000. Regarding damage, Zhang Yangwei elaborated extensively on the game's mechanics and relevant statistics, leaving El Bufan and the other affluent individuals in a state of confusion. Though they could not comprehend the details, it did nothing to dampen the excitement swelling within them. In the apocalyptic realm of the game, the presence of a specialized team is nothing short of formidable, surpassing even a squad of elite soldiers. El Bufan was elated. Previously, he had scolded his son El Feihong for his aspirations to invest in an esports team, chastising him for being unproductive and indulging in trivial pursuits. Now, however, He was astonished to witness his son's remarkable impact. This team of professional players constituted the backbone of his ascendance in this new world. After much discussion, El Buffon urged, "Can we breach it or not?" Captain Zhang Yonghui produced a purple crossbow, stating, "We'll find out soon enough. As long as it isn't made from purple or orange alloys. I have a way to break through." Just as Zhang Yonghui prepared to act, El Buffon interjected, "Let us first conceal ourselves. It is not yet the time to sever ties with Chen Han." At the onset of the assault, Chen Han would undoubtedly detect their presence. Should they succeed, all resources would be within their grasp. However, if they faltered, El Buffon had alternative strategies. With years of experience navigating the business world, he possessed numerous methods to acquire the resources in Chen Han's possession. The trio concealed themselves in the shadows, their expressions taut with anticipation as they observed Zhang Yonghui prepare for action. Unbeknownst to them, their movements outside the fortress had already caught Chen Han's attention. In the basement, Chen Han and Ling Shui monitored the surveillance feed, a subtle smirk gracing their lips. To their surprise, these intruders were affiliated with El Buffon. Who are these individuals? They appear quite familiar with the rules of Dawn of the Apocalypse, Chen Han mused, his gaze fixed on El Fei Hong and his companions. A flicker of intrigue igniting within him. In the previous iteration of events, these individuals had not made an appearance in Jiahai City. At that moment, Ling Shui pointed at the figure of El Fei Hong on the screen. "I recognize him," she exclaimed. The son of El Buffon and the owner of a certain esports company in Mingzhu City. The individuals accompanying him were likely seasoned esports players. Chen Han, upon hearing this, was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering professional players so swiftly. These individuals, in the wake of the game's cataclysm, had emerged as elite talents, possessing profound insights into the gaming world. As the game progressed, the system would gradually introduce activities such as PvP and PvE. And players well-versed in game mechanics would wield a significant advantage. It was no wonder they were all equipped with superior gear. They were indeed professionals. Surely, their bags must be brimming with wealth. Chen Han's eyes sparkled with interest. Ling Shui, curious, inquired, "What do you need so much gold for? You should still have tens of billions in your bag. We can hardly use it all." Chen Han shook his head. In truth, he had nearly exhausted his gold reserves. After his last bulk purchase of novice equipment, only 5 billion remained in his possession. For an ordinary person, this might seem an astronomical sum, seemingly inexhaustible. However, as a reborn individual, Chen Han was acutely aware of the critical role gold played in the apocalyptic game. Without gold, upgrading in the later stages would be utterly impossible. All combat prowess was fundamentally reliant on the accumulation of gold resources. While ordinary players might gradually amass wealth to bolster their strength, the bosses that emerged later would not wait patiently. One unfortunate encounter with a formidable boss could lead to a swift demise. A plan was needed to seize the wealth from these individuals. Chen Han pondered thoughtfully. Eliminating them directly would indeed be a straightforward task. Yet, Chen Han was determined not to allow the trio of Lu Buffon to meet such an effortless demise. That would be far too lenient. Chen Han aimed to overpower them in the realm of business, defeating them through their most cherished means. A psychological victory would represent the utmost achievement. Soon, an idea began to take shape in Chen Han's mind. Bang! Under the eager gaze of the crowd, Zhang Yonghui pulled the trigger, and the arrow shot forth with ferocity. Instantly, the alloy wall that was struck displayed a damage value. Damage -50, total defense, 950-1000. Witnessing this figure, the onlookers erupted in astonishment. "Ha ha ha, that young man actually constructed the Doomsday Fortress from blue alloy. Who does he look down upon? What a pathetic Doomsday Fortress. That 1,000 defense points are easily breakable." Zhang Yonghui exclaimed with enthusiasm. Continue. Lu Feihong's face also mirrored his excitement. It seemed as if the resources accumulated by Chen Han were within easy reach, devoid of any challenge. Zhang Yonghui continued to draw the crossbow, unleashing arrow after arrow. As the alloy wall appeared to be on the brink of collapse, everyone gathered around, eager to wield their weapons against it. However, their advanced equipment was limited. Most of it was of white and blue quality, dealing minimal damage. Damage -5, damage -8. Put in more effort. Are you not well fed? Li Chuanqi and He Dongfa, who were hidden in the shadows, whispered fervently, wishing they could join the fray. Anticipation filled the air, yet only Lu Buffon wore a frown. Something feels amiss, unsettlingly so. Everything is proceeding too smoothly. Moreover, they have been attacking for quite a while, yet Chen Han has not emerged to intervene. Could it be that this young man has devised a cunning scheme? The more Lu Buffon pondered, the more chaotic his thoughts became. a wave of unease surging within him. This cannot be right. Stop at once. Just as Lu Bufan shouted, the defensive power of the alloy walls reached zero. Everyone, weapons in hand, appeared exhilarated and prepared to charge in. However, in the next moment, a deafening explosion erupted within the crowd. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, and several individuals were launched into the air. Chapter 22. Deceived. This young man has an advantage. The sudden explosion took everyone by surprise. Lu Feihong and Zhang Yonghui were at the forefront. The instant the explosion occurred, a faint purple shield enveloped them, shielding them from the blast's devastation. Yet, such purple gear is not something just anyone possesses. Even within their entire studio, only a few sets had been produced. This scarcity was primarily due to the ease with which novices passed their early stages. No one anticipated the necessity of investing in novice equipment. Generally speaking, blue gear suffices. Thus, this item is exceedingly rare. As the explosion rang out, 7 young men clad in blue novice protective gear were instantly propelled into the air. The blue armor proved utterly inadequate against the ferocious impact of the explosion. The 7 fell heavily to the ground, their bodies contorted in grotesque angles, lifeless and beyond recovery. Warning, you have been attacked by a bomb. Warning, your purple novice protective gear has been shattered. Defense value is 0. Please be cautious. A mechanical voice echoed in Lu Feihong's ears. Shaking his head, he struggled to rise from the ground, utterly bewildered. Zhang Yonghui and others gradually rose to their feet, many bearing wounds and bruises. Damn it, how could there be a bomb? You ask me, but I wish to inquire the same of you. Did you not assure me that no traps would be laid? L. Feihong spoke with an icy demeanor. This is a wall trap bomb, a weapon designed specifically to ensnare players. In Dawn of the Apocalypse, players frequently infiltrate other safe havens to pilfer resources. The trap bomb serves as an excellent defensive measure. It is affixed to the wall, and once the surrounding wall is breached, the bomb detonates, inflicting severe damage upon enemies. Prior to their arrival, L. Feihong had repeatedly cautioned against the possibility of traps set by Chen Han, yet he received assurances from Zhang Yonghui. At this moment, Zhang Yonghui was equally bewildered by the explosion. Impossible. How could he utilize the trap bomb? Zhang Yonghui struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. He possessed several of these bombs himself. It was precisely for this reason that he had dared to recklessly breach the walls of Chen Han's sanctuary. Damn. This kid is certainly cheating. Zhang Yonghui's initial reaction was to accuse Chen Han of foul play. Otherwise, how could he wield an unlocked weapon? In the monitoring room, Chen Han could not suppress a laugh at the unfolding scene. These unfortunate souls had chosen to breach the wall bearing the bomb. What are we waiting for? The wall is blown open. Let's rush in. El Bufan displayed no sympathy for his fallen subordinates. Rather, he was exhilarated. Now that the bomb has been deployed, how could the wall possibly withstand? With so many charging in, even if Chen Han is formidable, he is destined for demise. Charge in and avenge our brothers. Upon receiving Lu Bufan's warning, Zhang Yonghui immediately led his team into the fray. However, with a dull thud, he seemed to collide with an unseen force. Tumbling to the ground, his head buzzing. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, everyone finally discerned the source of his collision. Before them stood a pale golden alloy wall, inscribed with a message, orange alloy steel wall, total defense value, 999,995 1 million. Expletives escaped the lips of the onlookers as they beheld the scene. After toiling relentlessly, sacrificing 7 brothers, they had been outmaneuvered. Behind the blue alloy wall lay this impenetrable orange fortress. How on earth were they supposed to breach it? The ingenuity required to devise such a design was truly insidious. It was utterly infuriating. This orange steel bastion was beyond their reach. Even those at levels 40 or 50, endowed with formidable abilities, could only gaze in despair. 1 million in defense value. What were they to do with that? Damn that Chen Han, Li Chuanqi spat. I knew he was not to be underestimated. What now? He Dongfa looked to Lu Bufan, his expression equally grim. What else can we do? With our current strength, we stand no chance of breaking through this steel fortress. Lu Bufan cursed vehemently, his face a mask of fury. Retrieve the bodies of our fallen brothers and the resource boxes. We must retreat, commanded Lu Feihong through clenched teeth. Are we just going to leave? Zhang Yonghui struggled to suppress his rage. What about avenging our brothers? Behind him, his comrades wore expressions of shared indignation, seething with a desire to rend Chen Han to pieces. Since brute force has proven ineffective, we shall resort to intellect. Fortunately, he had a contingency plan and did not reveal himself. As long as he maintains contact with Chen Han, The resources in Chen Han's possession will inevitably fall into his hands. In matters of commerce, Chen Han is still somewhat inexperienced. Let us depart. Fei Hong led the group away. At that moment, a small aperture opened above the iron fortress, and a chilling crossbow slowly emerged. A faint smile crept upon Chen Han's lips. Did they think they could flee after the assault? Have they consulted my crossbow? Thwack! An arrow shot forth, striking a young man who fell lifelessly to the ground. A sudden scream pierced the air, prompting Fei Hong and his companions to realize they were under attack. Scatter, quickly. In the darkness, arrows continued to rain down like the scythes of death, mercilessly claiming lives. The cacophony of screams echoed as nearly 30 individuals fled in a frenzy. The more astute among them attempted to evade with serpentine agility. Yet Chen Han relished targeting such cunning ones. Under his precise predictions, 3 more fell. Damn it, run. Buffon and his companions, leading the charge, were already paralyzed with fear. It was their first encounter with the proximity of death. Ah, Chen Han, I swear to haunt you as a ghost. Zhang Yanghui's eyes were bloodshot. In a mere few hours, he had lost half of his brothers. How could he possibly come to terms with such a loss? Within the hall, the atmosphere was exceedingly oppressive, with Buffon and the 2 affluent partners wearing grim expressions. Enough of the commotion. This time, we underestimated our foe. Now that he is protected by the iron fortress, we cannot act against him for the moment, Buffon declared. Let us implement Plan B. He turned to his 2 partners and his son, urging them to produce all the gold coins they possessed, so that he might teach him a lesson. He has stockpiled so much equipment, surely he must sell some of it? Chapter 23, Commercial Strategy, Selling Equipment. Well done. Gongzi and Uncle Ling lay in bed, watching with glee as Buffon and his companions fled in disarray, a truly satisfying sight. All right, everyone, calm down. You're still injured. Chen Han interjected soothingly. Gongzi had sustained a minor injury, a cut on his arm, but fortunately, it was not severe. However, the long gash could easily become infected if not stitched. What should we do? Should we go to the hospital? Ling Shui felt a pang of guilt, knowing that Gongzi had taken the blow for her. With zombies everywhere, seeking medical help would be futile. Chen Han shook his head and produced a peculiar syringe from his pocket. Inside the syringe was a pink liquid. Gongzi and Ling Shui's eyes widened in recognition. Is that a healing potion from Dawn of the Apocalypse? They recalled that this was an item used in the game to restore a character's health. Is this really effective? What on earth is that pink liquid? Gongzi's throat tightened. From now on, you must shift your perspective, since the game has infiltrated our world. Consider yourselves as characters within it. We have essentially entered the game, albeit still within the framework of Blue Star. Now, give me your hand. Chen Han took the healing potion and plunged the syringe directly into Gongzi's hand, disregarding the precise placement of the vein, for in the game, such details were irrelevant. As the needle pierced his skin, Gongzi's eyes lit up. I can feel it. My health is regenerating. He observed that the personal panel, which initially displayed only 85 of the vascular capacity, was gradually increasing. Among all, it was Uncle Ling who felt the most incredulous. It was hard to believe that the world had undergone such a transformation. Ling Feng sighed softly. Chen Han, I previously misjudged you. I owe you an apology. My dear nephew, just a few days prior, Ling Feng had been disappointed by Chen Han's actions, such as selling the company and engaging in pay-to-win games. Chen Han was the protege Ling Feng held in high regard, someone he was eager to support, and he had thought Chen Han was indulging in frivolities, unaware that he was actually preparing for the future. Uncle Ling, let us not dwell on such matters. Without your care, I would not be where I am today. Chen Han quickly replied. Seeing Chen Han's attitude, Ling Feng's face lit up with gratitude. In this apocalyptic world, even as a wealthy tycoon, he had become a mere figurehead. Yet Chen Han continued to respect him as always, filling him with comfort. He had not misjudged the individual. However, he expressed his concern, but I fear that this old fool, may become a burden to you in this chaotic world. Chen Han, however, chuckled. Uncle Ling, you need not worry about that. In this gamified world, you merely appear older, but everything else remains unchanged. You can still slay zombies to level up, and your physical prowess will only grow stronger soon enough. You could even form a football team. Really? Ling Feng's eyes brightened. At over 50, with only Ling Shui as his daughter, he had longed for a son, yet had refrained out of consideration for Ling Shui's feelings. Over time, he had gradually felt less capable of pursuing that desire. But upon hearing Chen Han's words, he found himself filled with renewed hope for the future. Yet, this is the apocalypse, and the conditions are so dire. The question of survival remains uncertain. Contemplating this issue, Ling Feng's heart sank once more. He did not wish for his son to be born into such a challenging world. "Hey, Dad," with Brother Han around. "What is there to fear?" Ling Shui said, shaking his arm. "Since Brother Han has already devised a plan, he must have a way for us to thrive. Besides, Brother Han is incredibly strong." Though she spoke with such conviction, it was evident that Chen Han was not obliged to take care of them. Ling Feng glanced helplessly at his daughter. Ling Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she turned to Chen Han. "Then you should marry me off to Brother Han. He is practically your son-in-law. Can't we consider ourselves one family?" she exclaimed, playfully nuzzling Chen Han. Witnessing this scene, both Chen Han and Ling Feng were at a loss for words. "You little rascal, I see you've longed to offer yourself up," Chen Han reassured her. "No need to worry. With this fortress of the apocalypse, it is nearly impossible for anyone to breach it in the near term. Constructed from orange alloy, the safe house was nearly invincible within the game's framework, unless faced with an army of thousands of professionals attacking simultaneously. That is hard to say. If they expose your identity as a suit-wielding thug, there will surely be those willing to unite against you when their own interests are at stake." Gongzi voiced his concerns. Chen Han chuckled. "Unless it comes to the very last moment, Lu Bufan will not reveal my identity. That fellow is a shrewd businessman, and he certainly wishes to monopolize on my value." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. "You speak with conviction. They are undoubtedly devising every possible means to erode your resources." Chen Han's lips curled into a subtle smile. "Uncle Ling, what strategies do you think they will employ?" As the wealthiest individual in Jia High City, none can rival Ling Feng in the realm of business. Upon mentioning commerce, Ling Feng's spirit was invigorated. "You have amassed a considerable stockpile of novice gear, intending to profit greatly at this juncture, have you not? However, given the current circumstances, should you sell your equipment at exorbitant prices, you will inevitably incur the world's disdain. Once the populace recovers from this turmoil, you will find yourself the target of their ire. Consequently, they will leverage this situation to engage in trade with you, positioning themselves as your primary agents, thus transferring the animosity directed at Yuan to their shoulders. Once they secure this initial agency, Lu Bufan will inflate the prices and reap substantial profits." After hearing this, Chen Han raised his thumb in admiration. "Truly, as the wealthiest in Jia High City, his reasoning is undeniably sound. This is indeed the most advantageous route for Lu Bufan at present. Regardless of whether he can contend with Chen Han, as long as he profits, he will not suffer a loss." Chen Han's lips lifted slightly. He must earn his share, yet ultimately, all these funds shall flow into my coffers. I intend to dig a pit for them, leading them to their downfall. Oh, allowing him to become the primary agent is a guaranteed venture. How do you plan to ensnare him?" Ling Feng inquired, perplexed. Through the disparity of information, Chen Han revealed a playful smile. At this thought, even a business magnate like Ling Feng could not help but draw in a sharp breath. What a ruthless scheme. Subsequently, Chen Han activated the game system, and the world channel erupted with incessant chatter. Countless players clamored for Chen Han to sell his novice weapons so they could contend against the zombies. In response, Chen Han announced on the world channel, "In 10 minutes, the first wave of weaponry will be available. Stay tuned." This declaration sent shockwaves throughout the gaming community. The dapper gentleman was finally selling equipment. Chapter 24. I determine the price. Profits galore, oh my. The dapper gentleman has spoken. Sob, sob, we can finally purchase equipment. Without weapons during the novice phase, one hardly dares to venture forth. I too have been holed up at home for ages. My high-level gear remains unused, and I fear to step out and slay zombies to level up. I wonder what tier of equipment the dapper gentleman will offer. I have plenty of gold and simply desire a full set of purple gear. As Chen Han made his entrance, the world channel erupted once more. Everyone eagerly awaited Chen Han's equipment sale. Having hoarded a vast quantity of novice gear, even the astute among them recognized he would eventually sell it, and they had long been anticipating his move. Chen Han's private messages were inundated, with numerous players seeking to negotiate trades privately. A higher price was acceptable, primarily because listing on the trading platform might not guarantee acquisition. Chen Han, however, paid no heed to these messages, overwhelmed as he was. He could hardly sell each item individually. Before placing the equipment on the trading platform, he took a moment to survey the market. Upon opening the novice equipment section of the trading platform, he found it utterly barren. Although there were occasional listings by players, within seconds, those items would be snatched up. Before the advent of the apocalyptic game, the value of white gear was approximately 100 gold coins, blue gear 300, pink gear 500, and purple gear 1,000. However, Chen Han was astounded to discover that a certain white novice protective suit was being sold for an astonishing 50,000 gold coins. Such a price represents a staggering 500-fold increase. Nonetheless, this is merely an anomaly. Once Chen Han floods the market with equipment, such exorbitant prices will become untenable. According to memories from the previous era, on the first day of the apocalypse, gear could appreciate by about 100 times. This implies that a novice white piece could fetch up to 10,000 gold coins. However, this phenomenon is limited to the first day. As weapons circulate and individuals acquire the means to combat zombies, the number of defeated zombies will rise, leading to an eventual surplus of equipment. At that point, many players will release their excess gear, diminishing its value. Chen Han would not sell at such inflated prices either, as he also intends for Lu Bufan to profit. Does he not? Thus, Chen Han listed 50,000 pieces of equipment in the trading arena, marking a 50-fold increase over the original trading prices. This included 30,000 pieces of white gear, each priced at 5,000 gold coins, 15,000 pieces of blue gear at 15,000 gold coins each, 500 pieces of pink gear at 25,000 gold coins each, and 500 pieces of purple gear at 50,000 gold coins each. In comparison to the exorbitant prices currently prevailing in the trading arena, Chen Han's pricing is indeed commendable. He is not concerned about a lack of buyers. As there are over 100 million veteran players in Dawn of the Apocalypse, many of whom possess substantial gold reserves. For instance, with white gear priced at 5,000 gold coins per piece, a complete set comprising weapons, protective gear, and boots totals only 15,000 gold coins, an expenditure that most seasoned players can readily afford. To Chen Han's astonishment, the moment the 50,000 pieces of equipment were listed, they were instantly snapped up. A series of notifications flooded Chen Han's message interface. The white novice protective suit was purchased by the player Bukifeng, earning 5,000 gold coins. The purple novice katana was acquired by the player Shangye Tairang, yielding 50,000 gold coins. The purple novice axe was purchased by the player James, also for 50,000 gold coins. In a mere moment, Chen Han's funds surged to over 500 million. Yet, this batch of 50,000 pieces of equipment represented only 1/50th of what lay within his storage. He had amassed more than 2 million novice items, though it appeared substantial. In a world populated by over 10 billion individuals, it was but a drop in the ocean. The world channel erupted once more. What? Only this little equipment? I couldn't even get a piece. Goodness, it vanished in the blink of an eye. I saw it, 50,000 gold coins for a purple item. Why didn't I rush to grab one? The suit-clad profiteers are exploiting the disaster. Such individuals are nefarious. You foolish souls upstairs, what does 50,000 even mean? We're in an apocalypse. Is currency more valuable than life? Indeed, the suit-clad magnate has shown considerable generosity, 50,000 gold coins for a purple item. While others sell white items for the same price, and yet you still complain. I couldn't get any help. Suit-clad magnate, could you please release another wave? The barrage of comments continued to ascend, filled with curses, condemnations, and pleas, ceaselessly echoing. Yet, it was evident that the majority of voices were critical. Chen Han remained indifferent. Regardless of his pricing, discontent would surely arise. If he sold at a high price, affluent veteran players would accuse him of profiting from calamity. Conversely, if he offered lower prices, impoverished newcomers would invoke moral obligation, demanding handouts. However, even if it were a gift, there are those who would still find themselves unable to obtain it, becoming the target of disdain. Yet, Ling Feng was not mistaken. Chen Han's ostentatious actions undeniably placed him atop the stormy precipice. Once the world settles, he will inevitably become the center of criticism. At this juncture, a scapegoat must be sought. Just as Chen Han began to speak, the phone rang. Who could it be? Is it Lu Bufan? Ling Shui leaned in, her face alight with curiosity. Who else could it be? I believe Ling Shu has made an accurate guess. Chen Han answered the call. Hello, Chen Han. The voice of Lu Bufan resonated from the other end. He was direct and candid, swiftly stating his purpose. Brother Chen, we have collaborated for many years. Now that a significant opportunity has arisen, how could we forget about you? Shall we partner up? After all, you have ample resources, and I can help you share the burden. Upon hearing this, Chen Han chuckled, for everything unfolded as he had anticipated. No need. I can manage it at my own pace. Who would ever complain of having too little money? Chen Han did not acquiesce immediately. Oh, you're not agreeing? Lu Bufan's voice was laced with a playful mirth. Do you have any idea how many eyes are fixated on the resources you possess? Many are digging into your background. Just imagine, if your address were to leak, how many would come seeking trouble? Hearing this, a smirk crept upon Chen Han's lips. Are you threatening me? Not at all. You are no ordinary person now, Brother Chen. I merely wish to collaborate for mutual benefit, Lu Bufan replied with an air of confidence. Surrounding them, more than 20 individuals listened to their exchange, smiles gracing their faces. Chen Han feigned hesitation for a moment before saying, a win-win situation is acceptable. But you must guarantee that my home address remains confidential. I am willing to sell you the equipment, but only at market price. Oh, that simply won't do. Your prices are exorbitantly high. I cannot afford them, Lu Bufan retorted, reclining with nonchalance. Upon hearing Chen Han's concession, he grew even more arrogant. 100 million. I demand 50,000 units. The audacity of Lu Bufan's demand left even Li Chuanqi and others gasping in disbelief. This was not merely a collaboration. It was akin to extortion. Yet, they seemed to have assessed Chen Han's resolve, displaying an unwavering attitude. Ultimately, Chen Han had no choice but to acquiesce, which sent the onlookers into a frenzy of excitement. Impressive. Truly the hallmark of a business mogul, Zhang Yanghui and the others gazed at him with admiration. Chapter 25. Lu Bufan enters the fray before long. Lu Bufan sent a trade request. To Chen Han's astonishment, these individuals genuinely possessed 100 million gold coins. This revelation compelled Chen Han to reassess Lu Bufan's team. According to his estimations, with the trio's VIP 6 status, each could muster at most 5 million gold coins, which was already remarkable in its own right. Clearly, the sports team led by Lu Feihong was formidable. Ling Xuan nodded in agreement, stating, this does not come as a surprise. These esports players engage in daily dungeon runs to amass gold, alongside myriad other avenues for earning income. The opportunities abound. Otherwise, how could Lu Feihong abandon such a vast family enterprise for the realm of esports? The primary allure of the game Dawn of the Apocalypse lies in its immense popularity, with numerous players grinding for profits. If there truly exists a developer behind it, the financial gains would be monumental. Two individuals marveled at the formidable prowess of El Bufan. Yet they remained oblivious to the fact that, in order to amass this billion, El Bufan and his companions had nearly liquidated all valuable possessions from their storage. At that moment, within El Bufan's estate, everyone anxiously awaited Chen Han's transaction. This represented their entire wealth. Should Chen Han reconsider, their future could become exceedingly grim. Conversely, if the deal succeeded, they would ascend to become sovereigns in this world. It was a gamble of grand proportions. Congratulations to the player El Bufan for successfully trading with the suited marauder. The storage is now full. Please check your email for details. Upon hearing this system notification, El Bufan exhaled in relief, his face alight with ecstasy. Was it truly successful? El Feihong and the others inquired excitedly. Ha ha ha, Chen Han. You are far too inexperienced to contend with me. El Bufan laughed boastfully. Witnessing El Bufan's expression, everyone felt a wave of relief. The equipment was finally theirs. Old El? It's all thanks to your insight in exploiting Chen Han's fear of death, Li Chuanqi chuckled. This fellow is rather foolish, in an apocalyptic world. Possessing resources and wealth makes it a trivial matter to establish a formidable faction. What does he have to fear from enemies? Hidong revealed a sardonic smile. El Bufan waved his hand and replied with a light chuckle. He is not foolish, but rather prudent. He has stockpiled a vast amount of food and equipment, along with a fortified stronghold. As long as he is not besieged, he has no reason to fear for his life. Moreover, he dares not expand his team alone. Does he not fear inviting disaster upon himself? It is precisely this trait that has made him susceptible to my threats. Chen Han is destined to be a tragic figure. As a businessman, he remains oblivious to the adage that fortune favors the bold. However, we must not rejoice too soon. Having acquired first-hand resources from Chen Han, the prospect of substantial profit comes with its inherent risks. Feihang, please reach out to these sports teams in Jianghai City to see if anyone is willing to ally with us. Once we sell the equipment at a premium, it is sure to cause a sensation, attracting the attention of some unscrupulous individuals. It is imperative that we expand our influence. After everything is in order, El Bufan begins to list the equipment in the trading market. This fellow is even more ruthless, inflating the original prices by 200-fold. The sudden shift in the trading market creates an uproar. As people behold the staggering price tags, they erupt in outrage. Who is this extraordinary life? How does he possess such a plethora of novice gear? Another heavyweight has emerged. Aside from the suit tycoon, there are others hoarding equipment? This is madness. A piece of white gear priced at 20,000 gold coins, quadrupling that of the suit tycoon? Has he lost his mind? Comparatively, the suit tycoon truly shows integrity. Yes, let us support the suit tycoon. This extraordinary life is undoubtedly a formidable character. Does he not fear inciting public wrath? Who is extraordinary life? Reveal your location. I shall seek to eliminate him. Count me in. Such a person profiting from national calamity deserves to perish. The world channel is inundated with curses. This approach has thoroughly enraged the populace. Consequently, those who previously criticized Chen Han have swiftly redirected their ire towards El Buffon. In contrast, some have even begun to rally in support of Chen Han. Upon observing the reactions of the public, Lu Buffon furrowed his brow, astonished by the unexpected magnitude of the response. As he glanced at the trading news, he noted that few had purchased the equipment, starkly contrasting with Chen Han's swift sellout. It was evident that the masses were not in favor of Lu Buffon's approach. It seemed our pricing had surpassed the threshold of public acceptance. Li Chuanqi's expression darkened. He Dong nodded and suggested, perhaps we should lower the price. At this rate, not only will the equipment remain unsold, but our reputation will also suffer. Reluctantly, Lu Buffon was compelled to reevaluate the pricing, reducing it to 150 times the cost. Yet, still, no purchases were made. Eventually, the price was cut to 100 times, which finally attracted some buyers, leading to a gradual clearance of the equipment. Lu Buffon and his companions breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the 10 billion gold coins in their wallets, their spirits soaring in delight. With a cost of 100 million, they had garnered a staggering profit of 10 billion in just a few short hours. An exhilarating feat. Come, let us toast with champagne. Lu Buffon declared, initiating a grand celebration with the group, feasting on the bounty of food dropped by the vanquished zombies. Delicacies aplenty, a true feast of joy. Just as the revelry ensued, a new development transpired in the trading arena. Chen Han made another move, listing an additional 50,000 beginners equipment at the same price as before, set at 50 times the cost. This was a remarkable 50% cheaper than Lu Buffon's offering of 100 times. The moment the 50,000 items went live, they were immediately snatched up. The world channel erupted once more. Wow, it seems the suit tycoon is truly magnanimous. The suit tycoon remains just as generous, keeping the original price. How admirable. The suit tycoon is undoubtedly a paragon for the Dragon Kingdom, simply splendid. Indeed, the so-called extraordinary life is truly repugnant, inciting nothing but indignation. This transformation has gone unnoticed by Lu Buffon and his associates, or even if they are aware, it matters little to them. In their eyes, all commerce is deceitful, and profit reigns supreme. As long as they can reap financial rewards and possess power, the notion of reputation is of no consequence. They continue to revel in their success. While only Lu Feihong sits quietly at a distance, contemplating the voices emanating from the global channel, this commercial investment appears to be a triumph for them. Yet it has also sown the seeds of profound calamity. Initially, it was Chen Han who amassed a substantial stockpile of resources and sold equipment at exorbitant prices. Yet now they bear the brunt of all transgressions. In times of peace, such actions might be inconsequential, for there exists legal protection. However, in an apocalyptic era, such conduct undoubtedly incites public outrage and thrusts them into the eye of the storm. Indeed, wealth can indeed attract talent and expand influence. Yet, the adage that water can both carry and capsize a boat is universally understood, and a towering tree will inevitably attract the wind. Lu Feihong's unease intensifies, as he feels ensnared in a trap laid by Chen Han. Nevertheless, he is aware that his father must certainly comprehend the nature of this trap. Yet the allure within it is too great to resist. Fortunately, for the time being, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. What they did not anticipate is that beneath this trap lies a bottomless abyss set by Chen Han. Chapter 26. Profiting from national calamity? Let us unite against him. At noon, Gongzi emerged from the kitchen bearing a basin of lobsters, a plate of sauced beef, and steamed grouper, accompanied by various stir-fried dishes. Wow, Ling Shui, clutching her chopsticks, could hardly contain her drool. Quite splendid. Chen Han took a bite and gave Gongzi a thumbs up. This is the food he has stockpiled in advance. Fresh and untainted. It cannot be compared to the instant consumables found in the game. Of course, he has amassed a considerable amount of food from the game as well. But Chen Han would never consume it. Wasn't it enough in the previous life? The thought of the flesh bursting forth from zombies is enough to induce nausea. Yet, Brother Han is wise, having prepared so much food ahead of time. Otherwise, how could we enjoy such delicacies? Gongzi chuckled heartily. Indeed, it feels just like before. Devoid of any sense of apocalypse, Uncle Ling remarked with a smile. Then let us gaze upon the world outside. Chen Han said with a smile as he turned on the television. Instantly, harrowing scenes began to unfold on the screen. Across the globe, zombies roamed freely, their roars echoing in terror. The footage captured by street surveillance was exceedingly gruesome, with nearly every shot depicting zombies devouring humans. Ugh! Upon witnessing such a bloody spectacle, Ling Shui promptly retched. Uncle Ling and Gangxi's faces also turned pale. The outside world was far more brutal than they had imagined. Ah, how annoying. Why must you show such things while we're eating? Ling Shui pouted playfully. Chen Han remained unfazed. He was indeed intentional. One must adapt to such horrors early on, otherwise. How could I take you out in the future? We cannot remain here forever, can we? At this, the group's expressions turned serious. Can I go out and slay zombies? Ling Shui inquired with newfound interest. That is a certainty. How else can one grow stronger without vanquishing zombies? Rest assured. The arrival of the apocalyptic game will not resemble the catastrophic scenarios depicted in Resident Evil, where the entire world succumbs to zombies. It is essential to remember that we are players, and we shall always hold a certain position. As players begin to acclimate to this environment, the world will stabilize. At least possessing the capacity for resistance, Chen Han elucidated to the group. Can we, akin to characters in a game, become professionals endowed with formidable abilities? Ling Shui's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ling and Gangxi also cast eager glances in her direction. Wow, my character is an S-class Scarlet Witch. She must be incredibly powerful. Ling Shui's eyes twinkled, her chest heaving with excitement. Chen Han glanced over, acknowledging, indeed, the Scarlet Witch is remarkably potent. It will be soon. After a moment of contemplation, he added, you must prepare for the acquisition of equipment. Ensure that Lu Bufan remains oblivious to any hints. Uncle Ling cautioned. Rest assured. That fellow is exceedingly arrogant. As long as there is profit to be made, he will not ponder too deeply, Chen Han replied, placing a piece of beef into his mouth. Since he commenced selling equipment, Lu Bufan had engaged in trade with him on 3 occasions, totaling 150,000 pieces of equipment. Through these 3 transactions, Lu Bufan accumulated a staggering 3 billion. It was an extraordinary windfall. Chen Han also sold 150,000 pieces, amassing 1.5 billion. He did not mind the disparity in their earnings. However, Chen Han would not act in that manner. Having someone assist him in selling equipment at a premium while shielding him from all troubles was a delightful arrangement. Given Lu Bufan's avaricious nature, would he cease his endeavors? Certainly not. Lu Bufan's actions had already attracted considerable attention. Possessing such a vast fortune could only be described as wealthy beyond measure. Numerous factions have begun to investigate the background of Lu Bufan. The adage possessing a jewel invites calamity is not without merit. However, those who are aware of his ID are indeed few, and thus far, no one has divulged it. It is time to stir the pot a little. Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smile. He turned to Ling Feng and said, Uncle Ling, as a new player, you may not be familiar with anyone, but make your presence known on the global channel and expose Lu Bufan's identity. We must not allow him to feel too secure. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng understood and smiled knowingly, promptly formulating a plan for the revelation. 3 minutes later, a message detonated across the global channel. Wind Whisperer, extraordinary life profits from national disaster. He deserves to be punished. Today, I shall act in the name of justice and unveil this man's identity. He is Lu Bufan from Jiahai City, chairman of the clothing company. His address, number 17, Summer Resort, Jiahai City. Caution, brothers planning to take action. Be wary, he has a team of professional esports players, each well-equipped, with a predictive skill level of 9, formidable strength. Once the message was sent, it immediately caused a stir. Damn, brothers in righteousness, I am in Jiahai City. Let's form a team and head out immediately. Good heavens, he has finally been exposed. He is indeed a wealthy magnate from Jiahai City. Truly a profiteer. I should have never bought from his brand. How despicable. So he is the president of the clothing company. I suspected the quality was poor, considering the greed of the owner. Let us band together and take him down. Seeing these comments, Chen Han chuckled. What a spectacle to behold. Chen Han chose to ignore them. Their words, cloaked in the guise of noble intentions, talk of national righteousness and acting on behalf of the heavens, were merely a pretext to covet El Bufan's wealth. Yet, Chen Han harbored no concerns about El Bufan being murdered and his gold coins seized. From what he knew, El Bufan had rallied a group of esports players, amassing over 100 individuals in his household. Furthermore, El Bufan had depleted the pink alloy steel in the trading market to construct an apocalyptic fortress. As for why he did not utilize orange or purple alloys, it was simply because they had been entirely purchased by Chen Han. The current pink alloy was also quite costly. After the onset of the apocalypse, the prices of all goods in the trading market had multiplied by 10 or even 8-fold. With such resources, El Bufon and his companions enjoyed a life of unparalleled comfort, facing little to no threats. At this moment, Chen Han perused his private messages, his attention drawn to two particular IDs, Very Thick Cannon and Dragon Columnation. Intrigued, he first opened the message from Very Thick Cannon. Boss, I apologize. My flight was delayed, and as soon as I landed, a zombie crisis erupted. I am now besieged by zombies. Please save me. Chen Han raised an eyebrow, initially believing this individual would not show up, only to discover that unforeseen circumstances had arisen. Whether to rescue him or not was a matter for later consideration. Next, Chen Han clicked on the message from Dragon Columnation, instinctively straightening his posture. If memory served him correctly, this person was affiliated with the official entity of the Dragon Nation. In his previous life, he had been referred to as the war god of the Dragon Nation, the foremost expert, the Dragon General. Chapter 27. The nation comes knocking. I stand for the Dragon Nation. Chen Han surmised that the national officials would seek him out. For tracking down an ID was a trivial task for them. It was unexpected that this encounter would occur so swiftly, especially with such a distinguished figure. General Long, a person whom I had to look up to in my previous life. Although Chen Han had navigated 2 lifetimes with strategic prowess, he still held a deep respect in the presence of such an individual. Without a doubt, he is a commendable general devoted to his country and its people. I still vividly recall the previous life when the first guild from the Eagle Nation mounted an assault. General Long stood alone at the border, repelling the enemy solely through sheer presence. His words, if the motherland is in peril, I shall serve as the vanguard, remain etched in my heart. Greetings, General Long. I am Chen Han. I represent the Dragon Nation and wish to engage in a conversation with you. Below is a telephone number. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Han decided to initiate a video call as it seemed a more courteous approach. Before long, the video connected, revealing a middle-aged man adorned in military attire. Hello, General Long. I am Chen Han. He introduced himself promptly. Upon seeing Chen Han's appearance, General Long appeared momentarily taken aback, then glanced at the documents in his hand. Once he confirmed the identity, a faint smile graced his lips. You appear even younger than the information suggests. I did mention that the company's formal attire was rather unflattering, Chen Han remarked with a smile. General Long chuckled and shook his head, adopting a more serious demeanor. Chen Han, we have investigated your actions prior to the arrival of the apocalypse. Did you possess foreknowledge of the impending doomsday game? Chen Han had anticipated this inquiry and flashed a grin. No comment. General Long was not taken aback by the response. It's quite all right. I merely inquired as a matter of protocol. My primary purpose here is to discuss a potential collaboration. The nation wishes to procure the equipment you possess. You must also be aware that conventional weapons are of little efficacy against these zombies in the real world. Chen Han nodded, indicating that discussions regarding the transaction posed no issue. Upon receiving Chen Han's consent, Long Jiang's expression briefly flickered with embarrassment. Chen Han couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, encouraging Long Jiang to speak candidly. Long Jiang, feeling a wave of nervousness, understood the significance of this transaction. He took a deep breath and said, Chen Han, the state can only offer a limited amount of gold coins. In addition to weapons, we also require provisions. We have exhausted all means to gather gold coins, but the maximum we can provide is merely 1 billion. After speaking, Long Jiang fixed his intense gaze upon Chen Han, his heart racing in his chest. No problem. I can supply you with equipment, and as for food, that too shall not be an issue. Upon hearing this, Long Jiang's excitement surged, causing his heart to race even faster. Nearby, the suppressed cheers of a multitude were palpable. Regaining his composure, Long Jiang solemnly declared, on behalf of Long Nation, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, sir. No problem, let us proceed with the transaction. Chen Han replied with a slight smile, accessing the trading interface with Long Pillar Nation in the game system. Soon, the trading interface displayed an offer of 1 billion gold coins. At this moment, a crowd of anxious onlookers was fixated on Long Jiang's side. Although an agreement had been reached, the specific quantities had yet to be disclosed, meaning that the volume of the transaction was solely at Chen Han's discretion. In the next moment, the crowd gasped in astonishment as they beheld the goods listed in the trading interface: 300,000 pieces of white novice equipment, 100,000 pieces of blue novice equipment, and 50,000 pieces of pink novice equipment, 5,000 pieces of purple novice gear, 200,000 jars of jam, 100,000 packages of bread, 50,000 bars of chocolate, 50,000 cups of instant noodles, 200,000 bottles of mineral water. My heavens! Is my vision deceiving me? These supplies are sufficient to equip 200,000 soldiers and stabilize the situation. By heavens, I can hardly contain myself. Young friend Chen Han, let us engage in a conversation. I shall gladly cede my position to you. At this moment, within the conference room where the Dragon General resided, all present could not restrain their astonishment. At the current market price, 10 billion gold coins could only procure 50,000 pieces of gear. Everyone initially believed that if Chen Han were to provide 30,000 pieces along with some food, it would be considered generous. Yet, to their utter disbelief, he had directly offered over 400,000 pieces of equipment, along with a substantial amount of food. These provisions transcended mere monetary value. With such resources, the Dragon Kingdom could firmly establish itself in the apocalypse, securing a foothold faster than any other nation from Blue Star. This was no longer a transaction. It was a contribution, a testament to Chen Han's dedication to his country. Chen Han, what is the meaning of this? The Dragon General, upon witnessing the items in the trading column, was equally taken aback, his seasoned demeanor faltering slightly. Chen Han smiled gently. In times of national distress, it is the duty of every citizen. Upon hearing these words, thunderous applause erupted within the conference room. The Dragon General wasted no time and projected the video feed onto the large screen. At last, Chen Han was able to see everyone. Some were clad in military uniforms, others in formal attire, the young mingling with the elderly. It was evident that these individuals were prominent figures of the Dragon Kingdom. The entire office, comprising around 20 individuals, rose to their feet, their expressions solemn as they regarded Chen Han. With a slight shiver, Chen Han stood up, feeling a prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Esteemed sir, I extend my utmost respect on behalf of the Dragon Nation. After uttering these words, the Dragon General adjusted his attire, straightened his posture, and proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, salute." In that moment, the office was filled with a solemn atmosphere as individuals of all ages bowed respectfully to Chen Han. I initially intended to dispatch soldiers from Jiaohai City to safeguard you. However, I lost contact with them 3 hours ago, the Dragon General stated with a sudden gravity. If the military camp in Jiaohai City has fallen, then the entire city may be in peril. Please exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Chen Han furrowed his brow. He understood that Jiaohai City housed a significant military installation. Logically, given their strength, it should not succumb to a zombie assault so swiftly. If that were indeed the case, it would signify a grave situation. I will be vigilant. Take care. He concluded the conversation, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, he found it hard to conceal his excitement in such a moment. Chen Han was acutely aware of the profound impact these resources could have on the nation. In this apocalyptic era, his aim was not to reign supreme but to prevent this beautiful nation from descending into chaos. He also wished to thwart any foreign entities that might seek to exploit the turmoil. His adversaries were the terrifying creatures of this apocalypse, malicious foreign forces, and unscrupulous villains. He held a steadfast attitude of respect and admiration for his country. As Chen Han took a seat, the tense atmosphere among Ling Shui and the others began to dissipate. Realizing they were in the presence of an esteemed official, they were rendered speechless with astonishment. Chen Han, did that general just mention that there has been trouble at the Jiaohai City military camp? Uncle Ling inquired. Chen Han nodded, estimating that some terrifying entities must have emerged, and expressed a desire to investigate. Ah, could this be too perilous? Ling Shui furrowed her delicate brows. It's all right. I shall merely take a look and, coincidentally, pick someone up from the airport. Who? Chapter 28. The launch of the system mall and the significance of gold coins. A rather intriguing individual. The image of a chubby little figure flashed through Chen Han's mind. The last celestial master of the Dragon Kingdom. His father was the previous celestial master of Longhu Mountain. But alas, he has passed away. This little chubby boy had followed his father from a young age to learn the ways of the Tao, displaying exceptional talent and inheriting his father's true teachings. At the tender age of 12, he was elevated to the throne of celestial master by the Taoists of Longhu Mountain. That fellow, even without becoming a professional, could navigate this apocalyptic world with ease, solely based on his mastery of the Tao. Initially, Chen Han thought this individual would not arrive, but now that he had, he certainly would not let the opportunity slip away. Naturally, such a character would be welcomed into his ranks. The military camp in Jiaohai City is not far from the airport, making it a convenient point to visit. However, before embarking on this journey, some preparations must be made, as there is still nearly an hour's drive ahead. First and foremost is the vehicle. Traversing streets overrun by zombies poses a significant challenge for conventional automobiles. Chen Han glanced at the time. It was precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon. System notification, esteemed players. To enhance your experience in the apocalyptic game, we are excited to introduce the System Mall, where a plethora of equipment and supplies awaits your selection. A sound echoed in the minds of all players, and they suddenly noticed the addition of a System Mall interface on their game panels. Upon opening the interface, a plethora of items appeared. Food, weaponry, materials, a veritable cornucopia. Yet, within the span of a mere second, all images of consumable goods morphed into shades of gray, emblazoned with the words sold out. Indeed, the variety was abundant, but each was limited in quantity. For instance, resources such as weapons and food were available in a mere 1,000 units. With billions of individuals vying for a scant 1,000, the challenge was evident. The launch of the system's marketplace sparked an uproar, with everyone voicing their discontent. However, Chen Han remained unperturbed, confident that the limited stock would not impede his commercial ambitions. Such a minuscule quantity could hardly affect anything. He did, however, underscore the significance of gold coins to the players. With sufficient wealth, life could indeed be quite delightful. Chen Han navigated to the Special Offers page, where an array of vehicles awaited. Motorcycles, cars, SUVs, armored vehicles, tanks, airplanes. Everything found in the real world was represented. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that these vehicles bore the unique insignia of the Dawn of the Apocalypse mobile game, signifying their status as in-game items. Yet, the prices were staggering. A standard motorcycle commanded an astonishing price of 1 million gold coins, while an armored vehicle soared to a staggering 100 million coins, leaving many players astounded. Chen Han could confidently assert that, at such a price, there were likely fewer than 10 individuals across the entire blue planet capable of affording such luxury. Naturally, he was an exception. Without hesitation, Chen Han selected a Dongfeng warrior, expending a monumental 102,500,000 gold coins. After successfully acquiring the warrior, only 30 billion coins remained in his wallet. Initially, Chen Han had contemplated purchasing a WZ-10, but regrettably, he lacked the skills to operate it. In the later stages, one might consider acquiring helicopter mastery, but that is a matter for the distant future, and it may not even be necessary by then. Have you ever witnessed a Sword Immortal piloting an aircraft? Aren't Sword Immortals known for their ability to soar through the skies on their swords? After making the necessary preparations, Chen Han led Ling Shui out of the fortress, which filled her with exhilaration. Having been cooped up within the fortress for far too long, she was eager to explore the world beyond. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Han aimed to broaden her horizons while simultaneously elevating her level to 9. Upon exiting the fortress, Chen Han promptly summoned the formidable armored vehicle. In the next instant, a magnificent steel behemoth appeared on the road. "Oh, how impressive!" Ling Shui exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she eagerly hopped into the vehicle. Chen Han took the driver's seat and handed Ling Shui a purple crossbow. With the window slightly rolled down, he instructed her to shoot at any zombies they encountered. "All right," Ling Shui replied with enthusiasm, grasping the crossbow and scanning the surroundings. However, after driving several hundred meters, they encountered not a single zombie. Something feels amiss. Why haven't we seen a single zombie? Chen Han shared her sentiment, and as they approached the exit of the community, the reason became apparent. Standing at the entrance was a towering purple alloy gate, effectively barricading all the zombies outside. The gate stood nearly 2 meters high, just enough to prevent the zombies from entering, leaving their heads protruding above the threshold. Inside the gate, 2 or 3 dozen individuals wielding long swords and axes stood ready, engaging the zombies from a distance. Chen Han raised an eyebrow, realizing they were the subordinates of El Buffon. Truly, these individuals, being professional players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, had devised an impressively efficient method for dispatching the undead. Chen Han glanced at the zombies outside, most of them being near level 1, dazed and slow-witted. Only such low-level zombies would be foolish enough to gather in groups, easily slaughtered by humans. If a level 5 or above zombie were to emerge, this gate would be effortlessly breached. As an armored vehicle rolled out, Lu Buffon's subordinates paused, their expressions filled with astonishment as they turned to gaze. They were all new recruits under Lu Buffon and had no knowledge of Chen Han, nor did they realize that such a figure existed within the community. An armored vehicle. This was a treasure worth a staggering 100 million gold coins. Chen Han leaned out and called, "Open the gate." I need to go out. In response, a burly man wielding an axe approached, grinning. Brother, if you wish to leave, you must pay the toll. Chen Han's expression turned icy as he inquired. Did Lu Bufan not inform you of my identity? I couldn't care less who you are. This is Lu Boss's territory now. If you want to leave, you must pay. The burly man barked. 1,000,000 gold coins. Hand it over, and you can go. He moved to pull open the driver's side door. In the next moment, Chen Han abruptly swung the door open, the tremendous force colliding with the man's head. Despite the protective gear, the burly man was sent flying 5 meters away, his head buzzing from the impact. Stepping out of the vehicle, Chen Han brandished a Tang Dao, his gaze cold and unwavering. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Open the gate immediately. How dare you make a move? Everyone, draw your weapons and kill him. The burly man scrambled to his feet. At his command, the crowd raised their weapons, their expressions menacing as they closed in around him. However, there were astute individuals who discerned that Chen Han was far from ordinary, and they promptly contacted Lu Bufan. What? That fellow Chen Han has escaped? Upon hearing that Chen Han had slipped out of the fortress, Lu Bufan was instantly filled with excitement. It must be said that after amassing wealth, Lu Bufan had grown increasingly arrogant, showing no regard for Chen Han's threats. As long as Chen Han remained hidden within the fortress, all was well. Yet, once he emerged, could he possibly take on 30 adversaries? With his bridal attire, Lu Bufan was confident of his victory. Hold him down for me. I shall lead my men out immediately. Lu Bufan exclaimed, elated, as he summoned all his subordinates and rushed towards the community entrance. Ha ha ha, Chen Han, your demise is imminent. Chapter 29. Opposing the suit-clad tycoon is a fool's errand. So, has Lu Bufan answered the call? Chen Han observed the individual making the call. If his assumptions were correct, that person would likely facilitate his exit, as it was not yet the time for a falling out, unless Lu Bufan no longer wished to procure equipment from him. However, to his surprise, the bespectacled caller flashed an innocuous grin, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, and declared, the boss says to eliminate you. Upon hearing this, the burly man erupted into laughter, ready to lead the charge. Just then, a muffled sound resonated as a gleaming arrow, catching the sunlight, shot forth with deadly precision. Before the burly man could react, the arrow pierced through his skull. His eyes widened in shock, utterly unprepared for the sudden assault. In the passenger seat, Ling Shui smiled sweetly at Chen Han, bow and crossbow in hand. Higi, with no zombies around, practicing my archery on a person will suffice, right? Chen Han raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, what remarkable archery skills. No sooner had he spoken than his figure vanished from sight, the sound of his tang knife resonating with a sharp clang. Swish, swish, swish. Chen Han struck, his blade weaving through the crowd, splattering crimson droplets in its wake. The anguished cries echoed through the entrance of the community, drowning out even the distant roars of the zombies. Quick, block him. How can he move so swiftly? Good heavens, this fellow is clad in orange gear. My weapon can scarcely inflict any harm. Impossible. How could a novice possess orange equipment? Chen Han descended upon them like the Grim Reaper, relentlessly reaping lives. Within 3 minutes, the ground bore witness to 20 lifeless bodies, strewn with an array of boxes. Hiss. The remaining 10 survivors stood in stunned silence, a chilling dread creeping over them. Although they had swiftly adapted to the apocalypse, their experience had been limited to combating zombies. They had never taken a human life. Witnessing this young man's merciless slaughter, akin to harvesting vegetables, filled them with a cold sweat, and they trembled as they instinctively retreated. Please, don't kill me. Upon meeting Chen Han's gaze, a bespectacled youth immediately discarded his long knife and knelt in supplication. Observing this, the others soon followed suit, kneeling in a collective plea. Chen Han chose not to extinguish their lives. They still held significant utility. He produced a cigarette, placing it between his lips, and turned to the bespectacled youth. How much did Lu Bufan offer you? I shall double it. Cigarettes. He possesses cigarettes. The sight of Chen Han brandishing the cigarette sent a wave of agitation through the crowd. How on earth do you have cigarettes? Aren't they all considered pollutants now? The crowd was aflame with excitement, for they were all seasoned players of Doomsday Dawn, possessing an intimate understanding of the game's intricacies. Yet, there was no smoke within the game. How, then, did the smoke in the hands of the opposing player come to be? Observing the expressions of these individuals, Chen Han could not suppress a faint smirk. It was intentional. These fellows, who spent their days glued to computer screens as professional gamers, were renowned chain smokers. With the apocalypse having commenced nearly a day ago, the prospect of a single day without a cigarette was nothing short of catastrophic for them. Particularly the bespectacled fellow with prominent yellow teeth, whose eyes glimmered with desperation. Yet, in that moment, they were like fish caught on a board, too intimidated to make demands. Chen Han chuckled coldly, tossing the pack of cigarettes towards the bespectacled man. Wang Liangping eagerly caught it, treating it like a precious treasure as he tucked it into his pocket. With a face full of obsequiousness, he said, "Just give us a command, esteemed one. I require nothing from you. If you desire cigarettes, that can be arranged. In a couple of days, assist me with a favor." Chen Han smiled at the assembly, urging, "Quickly, open it for me." At that moment, Liu Bufan emerged from the community with a throng of followers. Upon witnessing the scene before him, his pupils dilated in shock. The ground was littered with corpses, and a massive hole had been smashed into the wall beside the iron gate, as if something had collided forcefully against it. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man and his companions were desperately fighting off the encroaching horde of zombies. Liu Bufan was incensed. Liu Feihong, observing the bodies strewn about, furrowed his brow. Had Chen Han also called for assistance? How could a well-equipped team suffer such staggering losses in such a short span? The individuals before him were clad in purple gear. It seemed inconceivable that they could have perished so swiftly. At that moment, Wang Liangpeng rushed over, weeping. "Alas, my employer, that individual is exceedingly ruthless. He has slain many of our comrades. He possesses an armored vehicle and brazenly crashed through the wall to escape. How many accomplices does he have?" Liu Feihong inquired in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Wang Liangpeng was momentarily taken aback. "How many accomplices? There are merely 2 individuals, and a woman is merely spectating." "What? He single-handedly dispatched over 20 of you?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Liu Bufan and his companions darkened instantly. They had underestimated Chen Han. This fellow was truly monstrous. They could not fathom how Chen Han accomplished such feats. Wang Liangpeng scoffed inwardly. He had struck a deal with Chen Han and certainly would not disclose that Chen Han was adorned in orange gear. A grave mistake. He should never have turned against Chen Han. Given the current predicament, it was evident that Chen Han would no longer sell us equipment. Li Chuanqi lamented. "What are we to do now? Without equipment, our source of income has been severed." He Dongfa's expression was equally grim. With the system mall now operational, everyone understood the significance of gold coins, and at this juncture, it was imperative not to offend the financier. Upon hearing their words, Wang Liangping's heart sank. He finally recognized who that young man was. Wasn't he the legendary suit boss? Good heavens, I had just engaged him in combat. I must truly be out of my mind. Wang Liangpeng felt an immense relief, grateful that he had allied with the suit boss. Was this not a figure far beyond his capacity to provoke? He furtively glanced at Liu Bufan, inwardly mocking. This fool dares to challenge the suit boss. Is he not courting death? Not only he, but also the newly recruited esports players, upon discovering Chen Han's true identity, were filled with regret. They were well aware of the intricacies of the game Dawn of the Apocalypse and understood just how formidable the suit-wearing thug's actions were before the onset of the apocalypse. The resources he possessed were ample enough for him to forge an empire in the wasteland. Moreover, they knew that in Dawn of the Apocalypse, the more one invests, the stronger their character becomes. With an expenditure of $1 billion, the suit-wearing thug had achieved a VIP 15 status. Who could fathom what profession the system bestowed upon him? It was clear without speculation that he must possess an overwhelmingly powerful vocation. This meant that once Chen Han reached level 10 and awakened his profession, combined with the resources at his disposal, he would undoubtedly be an invincible force. Yet, they were opposing this formidable figure. Was this not tantamount to courting death? As this thought took root, some individuals began to contemplate retreat, realizing that the risk was unwarranted. Additionally, Liu Bufan's ostentatious actions of selling equipment at exorbitant prices had already drawn considerable attention. Sooner or later, they would come under scrutiny. No, they thought. It was imperative to secure a profit and then flee. This sentiment echoed in the minds of many. At that moment, Liu Bufan suddenly bellowed, "Silence. We have underestimated this situation. I will call Chen Han and persuade him to sell us another batch of equipment. We must stabilize our position at all costs. Once we have amassed sufficient wealth, we can then expand our power." However, would Chen Han be willing to sell equipment to them again? Liu Feihong voiced his concerns. Liu Bufan sneered, "Refuse to sell? We are now akin to grasshoppers on the same string. If he refuses, it will lead to mutual destruction." Chapter 30. So be it. Let the fish die and the net break. "Oh, Boss LV, what brings you here? Are you eager to witness my demise?" As soon as the call connected, Chen Han's playful laughter echoed through the line. LV Bufan suppressed his simmering anger and replied with a smile, "Brother Chen, you jest. It was all a misunderstanding. I was just about to call you to offer my apologies. My subordinates, not recognizing you, may have offended you. Please, forgive me. I take full responsibility for their actions. I assure you, I will discipline them thoroughly to prevent such incidents in the future. Chen Han, well acquainted with LV Buffon's cunning nature, was unfazed. He was indeed a formidable figure in the business world, adept in both humility and assertiveness. However, Chen Han was not one to let him off easily. Speak plainly, and let us not dwell on the equipment matter. You've been rather ruthless, inflating the prices to such heights that you stand to profit more than I. Chen Han feigned jealousy and dissatisfaction. LV Buffon chuckled heartily. My dear brother, I merely intended to raise the stakes for you. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to offer 500 million for 5,000 pieces of equipment, splitting the profits evenly. What do you think? You must understand. It's not easy for me to earn this money. The risks I bear are substantial. Do you have any idea how many eyes are on me right now? My private messages are inundated daily with threats of groups seeking to undermine me. It weighs heavily on my heart. You, however, are different. You quietly reap your rewards from the shadows, free from any concerns. Lu Buffon, having navigated the business world for many years, displayed a remarkable talent for persuasion. His words flowing effortlessly one after another. Upon hearing this, Chen Han could not help but smirk inwardly. It was clear that the equipment would not be sold. The moment this declaration was made, everyone on Lu Buffon's side felt a jolt of alarm. Without the equipment, their financial lifeline would be severed. Li Chuanqi and He Dongfa immediately grew anxious, raising their hands vigorously, insisting on increasing the price further, desperate to acquire the equipment. Lu Buffon's expression darkened, and he refrained from suggesting a price hike, recognizing the futility of such a move. He bellowed, Chen Han, if you refuse to sell me the equipment, do not expect me to remain amicable. If it comes to that, I will expose your identity and rally others to besiege you. Do not be deceived by your seemingly impregnable fortress. With enough numbers, escape will be impossible. After a lengthy round of haggling, Chen Han reluctantly agreed to sell Lu Buffon 30,000 pieces of equipment, depleting his entire wealth of 3 billion. Consequently, Chen Han's stockpile of over 2 million novice equipment was nearly halved, yet his wallet swelled with an additional 60 billion. Undoubtedly, he had ascended to the status of the wealthiest individual on the planet. Meanwhile, Ling Shui, aware of Chen Han's scheme, stifled a laugh, utterly impressed by his performance. When do you plan to reel in your catch? I presume you've amassed nearly all the gold in the world by now? Chen Han shook his head. You underestimate this game. 60 billion is hardly a significant sum. With over 100 million seasoned players, if each were to average 10,000, that amounts to a staggering 100 trillion. Do you not see how trivial 60 billion is in comparison? Moreover, gold coins are continually generated. As long as one slays zombies, there exists an opportunity to procure more coins. Wealth is inexhaustible. Upon hearing this, Ling Shui appeared contemplative, gazing at Chen Han with admiration. Brother Han, you are simply magnificent. It is only the first day of the apocalypse, and you have already amassed such riches. It is truly hard to believe. Chen Han chuckled lightly. Today is the most lucrative, but as time progresses, an increasing influx of novice equipment will saturate the market, diminishing their value. Fortunately, with Lu Buffon earning for me, I dare not sell at such a high price otherwise. I suspect someone has already sought out Lu Buffon, if all goes as expected. A splendid spectacle awaits us tonight. Just as Chen Han drove the armored vehicle out of the community, dozens of eyes fixated on the armored car passing by from a nearby restaurant. Damn, the system mall just launched, and someone has already purchased an armored vehicle. Who possesses such wealth? It must be Lu Buffon. Who else could it possibly be? One individual calculated. I reckon that fellow has earned at least 3 billion. 3 billion. If we had that sum, we could stride confidently through this apocalypse. As the crowd engaged in hushed discussions, a bald man stepped forward. Brothers, you have all witnessed the wealth of Lu Buffon. If we eliminate him, we shall prosper. I will take the rat inside to scout the situation. Await our signal. All right, be cautious, boss. Your success is our feast. It is evident that a small team has set its sights on L. Buffon, and remarkably, there are 2 more such teams lurking in the vicinity, all conspiring to eliminate him. A tense atmosphere envelopes the summer resort, heralding an impending storm. El Feihong and his entourage begin to sense an unsettling shift. As the voices calling for a crusade on the World Channel have notably diminished, seemingly adhering to an unspoken accord. This development incites anxiety among El Feihong's followers, prompting an increase in patrol personnel. Yet, the threat looming over El Buffon is not solely human. At this moment, in the lobby of the Buckingham Hotel, Xiaorou sits at the front desk, her attire tattered, her expression fraught with terror as she gazes at the ashen figure before her. Please, not here. Too many eyes are upon us, she implores. Silence. All of you, keep your gaze fixed. The hoarse voice of the grayish figure bellows downwards. At this proclamation, the survivors encircled by the zombies lift their heads, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear, anger, and pity as they regard the figure at the front desk. Under the control of the zombie king, the undead surrounding them writhe restlessly, yet they hesitate to advance and sink their teeth into the terrified crowd. Help, please. Xiaorou casts a desperate glance towards her fellow captives. However, in this moment of despair, they are all prisoners in their own right. Who among them could rescue another? Xiaorou stares helplessly as the blood-veined gray figure lunges toward her, an abomination that is neither fully human nor entirely specter, an image most grotesque. Clenching her teeth, tears stream down her cheeks as her body trembles with rage. All of this turmoil, every ounce of suffering, is the consequence of Chen Han's actions. It was he who brought himself to this place. It was he who abandoned his former self. I shall avenge myself. I will drink your blood and feast upon your flesh, subjecting you to relentless torment until your demise. Xiaorou's gaze gradually solidified with determination. After more than 10 minutes, the movement ceased. Her expression remained impassive as she clung to the half-infected individual. Zheng Yongyi was in high spirits, greatly pleased with his identity as a half-infected. Thanks to this identity, he had become immensely powerful. Previously, he was merely a plumbing technician at a hotel, someone who could only dream of women of Xiaorou's caliber. Yet now, she lay submissively beneath him. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. Zheng Yongyi lowered his head to kiss Xiaorou's forehead, his voice gravelly. You performed admirably. I shall grant you one request. Xiaorou remained indifferent, pointing towards the survivors below. Then let us consume them all. They have seen my form. Can you accept that? Upon hearing this, the faces of the hundreds of survivors below shifted dramatically. The half-infected raised an eyebrow, his hands sweeping out as countless zombies surged madly towards the crowd. Ah, wretched woman, you vile creature. In an instant, the hotel lobby echoed with cries of despair. Xiaorou paid no heed to the cacophony. She stood and walked towards the hotel exit. Come, I shall take you to find Lu Bufan. Chapter 31. The 13-year-old celestial master and his enchanting aunt Chen Han drove the armored vehicle recklessly down the road, unknowingly colliding with countless zombies along the way. Alas, there were limitations to his level. Otherwise, his experience points would surely soar. Beside him, Ling Shui continuously fired her crossbow, her level having risen to 9. Throughout the journey, Ling Shui vanquished hundreds of zombies, her marksmanship significantly enhanced. Now, even when the armored vehicle sped along, she could shoot with remarkable precision. An hour later, Chen Han and Ling Shui arrived at Zhanghai Airport. They drove the armored vehicle to the entrance, disembarking only when further progress was impossible. Strangely, despite the airport's apparent fall, the number of zombies was surprisingly low. It felt rather eerie. Ling Shui surveyed her surroundings with astonishment. Chen Han furrowed his brow, drawing his tang knife. Adopting a cautious stance, "Let us go inside and investigate," he said, leading Ling Shui into the airport. However, upon entering, they were both taken aback by the sight before them. Scattered throughout the vast terminal stood numerous individuals, all eerily still, their bodies subtly convulsing. It appeared as though they were ensnared, their feet seemingly glued to the ground. As Chen Han and Ling Shui stepped inside, many of the individuals turned their gaze towards them. Ling Shui instinctively opened her mouth to inquire about the situation, but her voice faltered as she beheld their appearances. Their eyes were hollow and pale, grotesque veins crawling across their faces, their bodies exuding an unhealthy gray hue. These were not humans, they were unmistakably zombies. The immobilized zombies, upon sighting the living, instantly contorted their faces into menacing grimaces, attempting to bite. Yet the invisible shackles prevented any movement, rendering them voiceless. Chen Han was perplexed. This was far beyond his expectations. At that moment, 9 men clad in suits emerged slowly from the sea of corpses, encircling the two individuals in an instant. Zhanghai Airport is now our territory. Unrelated individuals, vacate immediately. Suddenly, accompanied by the sound of high heels, a stunning woman dressed in a form-fitting skirt stepped forward. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, accentuated by a fitted blouse that clung to her curves, swayed with each deliberate step as she approached Chen Han. Chen Han's eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening? Where did this exquisite woman come from? Ling Shui's large, captivating eyes blinked in surprise, her gaze wandering over the woman's figure, unable to suppress a droplet of saliva at the corner of her mouth. Then, lowering her gaze, she noticed her own feet were also obscured, which brought her some relief. Well, at least it's a fair match. The woman raised her hand to lightly adjust her glasses, her expression one of curiosity as she scrutinized Chen Han. Are you the suited thug? Chen Han averted his gaze, lifting his head with a cold demeanor. Who are you? I am the personal secretary of Zhang Daodian. I must inform you that he is insistent on meeting you. And I could not deter him. Since the apocalypse has commenced, you might as well join us. If you comply, you will enjoy a life of luxury. The beautiful woman wore an air of arrogance. Upon hearing this, Chen Han grabbed Ling Shui and turned to leave. Ling Shui hesitated for a moment, then whispered, Han, good. She's a stunning beauty. Aren't you tempted? This remark left Chen Han momentarily speechless. What kind of statement is that? Is this something a woman would say? TSK. If we were to, could you handle it? Haha. Ling Shui licked her lips, her expression tinged with anticipation. Chen Han, my understanding of you seems rather superficial. Yet, without a moment's hesitation, Chen Han turned around, leaving Chu Li momentarily stunned. However, she did not intervene. Such a person was hardly worthy of the young master's allegiance. Just as Chen Han was about to step out of the airport lobby, a voice filled with urgency rang out from behind. Ah, boss, don't leave. Boss, I'm here. A chubby figure, approximately 1 meter 50 tall, rushed out of the restroom, tugging at his pants. He ran while crying out, suit wearing big shot. It's me, the rough cannon. Upon hearing this, Chen Han turned his head and recognized the familiar face from his past life. With a stern expression, he amusingly stared at the chubby man's trousers. A rough cannon? I see you haven't even sprouted all your hair yet. Zhang Daodian hurriedly adjusted his waistband, awkwardly chuckling. Boss, I never expected you would truly come to rescue me. I'm so touched, boo-hoo. As he spoke, he suddenly clung to Chen Han's leg, reminiscent of a scene from a gaming dungeon. Witnessing Zhang Daodian's antics, Chu Li and the group of suited bodyguards were left dumbfounded. What the hell? You are a celestial master. How can you engage in such a disgraceful display in front of others? Zhang Daodian declared, from now on, he is our boss. All of you should address him as boss. Xiao Tian, cease this nonsense. Chu Li retorted fiercely. Not only was she Zhang Daodian's secretary, but she was also his aunt. Since the passing of her sister and brother-in-law, she had taken on the responsibility of caring for Zhang Daodian. As a contemporary celestial master, how could he behave so childishly, acknowledging someone else as his boss? There was absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter. This was the directive given by his father shortly before his demise. The late patriarch expressed that the future world would undergo significant transformations, urging him to align himself with an individual he held in the highest regard. Zhang Daodian had unwavering faith in his father's wisdom. His words undoubtedly carried profound significance. Thus, Zhang Daodian sought out Chen Han. Investing a staggering 10 billion in the game Dawn of the Apocalypse, such an astonishing act was nothing short of extraordinary. Was this not the very person he idolized? Zhang Daodian had a deep affection for the game Dawn of the Apocalypse, having poured considerable resources into it, despite his family's substantial wealth. However, he would never dare to invest such an exorbitant amount. Especially after he calculated Chen Han's fate, his admiration only grew. Resurrected from the dead, he had turned the tides against adversity, a child of destiny and a man of virtue. Surely, he possessed the aura of a protagonist. And how could one not seek to align with such a figure? Though he was young, he was not naive. Chen Han playfully pinched the chubby man's cheek, clearly pleased with Zhang Daodian's demeanor. In his previous life, this fellow had followed the game's foremost warrior, the Unyielding One, with the aid of his unique abilities. The Unyielding One had undeniably become the sovereign in the apocalyptic realm. Thus, Chen Han regarded Zhang Daodian with considerable envy. After all, he was a celestial master. The enigmatic profession of the Dragon Kingdom, with a legacy spanning over 5 millennia, was not to be trifled with. Did you do all of this? Chen Han inquired, gesturing towards the bound zombies. Indeed, it's the celestial talisman. Would you like to learn, boss? Zhang Daodian replied, producing a yellow talisman from his palm. Witnessing her nephew's intention to impart the celestial talisman, Chu Li could no longer remain composed and waved her hand decisively. It's over. The young master has been bewitched. Everyone, seize him and teach this brat a lesson. In an instant, the group of highly trained bodyguards surged forward. Stop right there, Zhang Daodian exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated that his aunt would be so formidable. After all, they were facing well-dressed thugs. Realizing he could not intervene, he turned to Chen Han, pleading, Boss, go easy on them. Chapter 32, The Paladin, capable of both offense and healing. As the crowd charged forward, a faint smile graced Chen Han's lips. He relished the opportunity to persuade through virtue. He sheathed his Tang Dao and, with a swift motion, seized the fist that came hurtling toward him. With his enhanced physical prowess post-upgrade, the force behind that punch exceeded 500 pounds, yet Chen Han effortlessly absorbed it. The suited man was momentarily stunned, his eyes betraying shock beneath his sunglasses. In the next moment, Chen Han retaliated with a punch that sent the man flying several meters away. Then, under the astonished gaze of Chu Li, Chen Han sprang into action, moving with remarkable speed. Kicks and punches flew, strikes executed with precision. Whip kicks, hooks, horizontal slashes, and vertical strikes bang, bang, bang. In less than 30 seconds, all 9 suited bodyguards lay defeated on the ground. I underestimated you, Chu Li remarked, though she maintained a composed demeanor. Removing her glasses and gathering her long hair into a bun, she prepared to engage herself. In the next instant, Chu Li, with her long legs accentuated by high heels, launched a fierce kick. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Han's eyes. He had not expected this woman to possess such skill. Her kick alone revealed a solid foundation in martial arts. Be careful, boss. My aunt has trained in martial arts for 20 years. She's quite formidable, Zhang, the plump fellow, cautioned. Chu Li's expression darkened instantly. Whose side are you on, you brat? Chen Han smiled faintly, unfazed, and deftly sidestepped the flying kick. Chu Li, relentless, executed another upward strike. Her sharp stiletto aimed at Chen Han's chin. Chen Han's eyes sparkled as he swiftly seized her slender ankle. TSK, what splendid legs. His gaze traveled along her leg, undoubtedly measuring up to 1 meter 20. Yet, he held on firmly, relishing the moment. You, shameless, Chu Li exclaimed, a mix of anger and humiliation flooding her. Maintaining such an embarrassing posture, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her, her eyes instantly reddening. Observing this, Chen Han hastily released her. Goodness. Did I make her cry? Ahem. Chen Han awkwardly scratched his head. Fatty, let's go. No, he can't leave with you, Chu Li retorted, her face flushed. Zhang Fatty glanced between the two, then at the 9 companions, momentarily caught in a dilemma. Boss, can we take them along? My aunt is my only family, and these 9 have been with me for many years. They are all Taoists with remarkable combat abilities. Moreover, they are seasoned players of Dawn of the Apocalypse and won't be a liability. Most importantly, my aunt is an A-class paladin. At this, Chen Han raised an eyebrow. A paladin? Capable of both damage and healing? This is a rare support combat class in the game, indeed a coveted asset. To be honest, Chen Han was intrigued. Although he was not particularly inclined to bring everyone along, in the apocalypse, trustworthiness was paramount. Zhang Fatty was acceptable, having been a friend in a past life. But he had never encountered this aunt or her bodyguard before. However, if they are all seasoned players and trustworthy, having them around is inconsequential. After all, it is advantageous to have assistance. There are certain tasks that need not be undertaken alone. Noticing Chen Han's hesitation, Zhang Pengzi quickly asserted, I can assure you they will not betray us. He glanced anxiously at Chu Li and the others. We will heed the young master, several bodyguards promptly replied, holding Chen Han in high esteem not only for recently proving himself, but also because they were veteran players of Dawn of the Apocalypse and understood the formidable reputation of the ID suit-wearing thug. Following such an individual would undoubtedly ensure survival in the apocalypse. Perhaps even better than being alongside Zhang Daotian. Chen Han turned to Chu Li, who merely snorted coldly, offering no verbal response. She acquiesced. Zhang Pengzi chuckled, very well. I shall arrange accommodations for you. Chen Han deemed it prudent to assess the situation. Thus, a group of over 10 departed the airport. Chen Han retrieved an armored vehicle from the storage compartment. The enormous machine's sudden appearance left Chu Li and the others in awe. Wow, a warrior armored vehicle. This must be worth over 100 million. Boss, you truly are wealthy, Zhang Daotian exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he eagerly explored the vehicle. Chu Li widened her eyes, equally astonished by Chen Han's affluence. This vehicle, it seems it cannot accommodate more than 10 occupants? Chen Han nodded. Upon hearing this, the bodyguards visibly expressed disappointment. Desiring a chance to ride in such a magnificent machine, I will go find another vehicle. The leader among them, Jian Guan, who was captain of the 9-member team, announced. Despite being the captain, he provided meticulous care for his comrades, earning the affectionate moniker Mom Jian. No, those vehicles in the real world cannot withstand collisions, Chen Han interjected, halting him. Then, under the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, he opened the system's marketplace and purchased a formidable armored vehicle. With a resounding thud, a green behemoth appeared before them, leaving everyone astonished. A second one. Without hesitation, he acquired an armored vehicle worth over 100 million gold coins. Such lavishness was truly astonishing. It was imprudent to spend money in such a manner, particularly considering the substantial costs associated with subsequent upgrades. Find someone to drive. Chen Han, pulling Ling Shui, was the first to take a seat in the back. The crowd, momentarily stunned, erupted with joy, eagerly vying for a spot in the driver's seat. Let me drive. No, me first. Everyone, stop jostling. We will take turns, Jian Guan admonished, before settling into the driver's seat of Chen Han's vehicle. Zhang Pengzi, not to be outdone, followed Chen Han into the car. Wow, this is simply too cool. I told you, following the boss guarantees a life of luxury. Zhang Daotian exclaimed, brimming with excitement, until his stomach growled audibly. Clutching his belly, he lamented, the food in this game is dreadful. It leaves me perpetually hungry and constantly running to the restroom. Zhang Pengzi nearly wept, as poor nourishment was the greatest torment of his life. Chen Han chuckled softly and offered him a packet of Lay's potato chips. You can't eat that. Chu Li, who had been closely observing Chen Han, was incensed to see him offering contaminated food from the real world to her nephew. She glared at Chen Han, exclaiming, Are you not aware that these foods are contaminated? However, in the next moment, the sound of crunching potato chips echoed within the vehicle. Chu Li abruptly turned her gaze, only to find Zhang Fatty's eyes gleaming as he voraciously stuffed handfuls of chips into his mouth. She felt as though she had been struck by lightning. He had consumed contaminated food and would turn into a zombie. How could she explain her nephew's transformation into a zombie to her deceased sister? Chu Li was momentarily bewildered, at a loss for what to do. Yet, Zhang Daotian's voice jolted her back to reality. Delicious, absolutely delectable. I haven't had potato chips in nearly a day. I'm dying for them. Boss, you actually possess uncontaminated food. This is marvelous. Will I be able to enjoy potato chips in the future? Chen Han then produced a bottle of soda, casually declaring, Eat as much as you like. There is plenty. Oh, wonderful. Upon seeing the cola, Zhang Daotian leaped up in excitement. After hours of consuming jam and bread, he was on the verge of nausea. How had he managed to endure this? Chapter 33. It's over. I've lost to myself. Chen Han unveiled a mountain of snacks, causing Zhang Daotian to be overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. Though he was the last celestial master in this world, he was still merely a 13-year-old child. In this apocalyptic era, the ability to indulge in such culinary delights was a profound blessing. Woo, my father did not deceive me. Indeed, the boss is dependable. As Zhang Daotian ate, he wiped away his tears, utterly exhilarated. Chen Han found joy in this, realizing this little chubby boy was quite easy to please. Chu Li observed her nephew's ecstatic demeanor, yet furrowed her brow. Could he truly be so easily swayed by a mere bag of potato chips? After all, he was a dignified celestial master. Chu Li felt a pang of heartache, her expression reflecting a mix of disappointment and concern. She could not fathom what was so commendable about Chen Han, this deceiver, that could make Zhang Daotian so utterly devoted. Although he possessed considerable wealth, was money truly of paramount importance? With his capabilities as a celestial master, he could effortlessly thrive in the apocalypse. Why would he willingly submit to another? No, I must ensure my nephew sees through this fraud-esque facade, Chu Li resolved inwardly. From the beginning to the end, she remained oblivious to the reasons behind Zhang Daotian's allegiance to Chen Han. Consequently, she consistently viewed Chen Han as a charlatan, whose sole objective was to manipulate her nephew into serving him. With a celestial master as an ally, even the most inept could soar. Contemplating this, Chu Li's dissatisfaction with Chen Han intensified. However, at that moment, observing her nephew's undignified manner of eating, her stomach betrayed her with a rumble. Oh, you insufferable wretch, Chu Li murmured under her breath. She too had gone nearly a day without sustenance. Although their team had procured a significant amount of food while battling zombies at the airport, Chu Li found the sight of it repulsive. Previously, in the realm of games, it felt inconsequential, but witnessing a piece of bread floating atop a zombie's corpse made her stomach churn, obliterating any appetite she had. Now, seeing Zhang Daotian devour his meal with relish, her hunger resurfaced, and her stomach echoed its discontent. No, I cannot yield to this shameless individual. Chu Li resolutely turned her head away, refusing to gaze at the food. Come, have some, Chen Han offered, extending 2 sandwiches. Jian eagerly accepted, taking a hearty bite. "Thank you, Brother Xiaohan." Jian held a deep admiration for Chen Han, feeling incredibly fortunate to be in the company of such an extraordinary individual during the apocalypse. Julie glanced at the sandwich being offered to her, her throat tightening. She immediately recognized it as food from the real world, devoid of any markings from Dawn of the Apocalypse, indicating that it was not merely an in-game item. Well, since it's being offered, it would seem rather rude to decline. Julie pondered, reaching out to accept the sandwich. It appeared that Miss Chu was not particularly fond of it, so she let it go. Julie thought, eat it if you want. Chen Han couldn't help but smile slightly at her reaction. Did he not perceive Chu Li's subtle intentions? I wonder how long you can endure this, Chen Han mused as he pulled out a roasted chicken, tearing off a steaming leg and presenting it to Ling Shui. Here. Enjoy this roasted chicken. Thank you, Ling Shui replied with delight as she accepted it. Zhang Daotian's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Wow, the boss is amazing. He even has roasted chicken." The rich aroma of the roasted chicken quickly filled the vehicle, leaving Chu Li and Jian utterly stunned. They were certain that Chen Han had retrieved this roasted chicken from his game's storage compartment. This was undoubtedly not a mere in-game food item. It was a genuine roasted chicken. How could one possibly store real-world food within a game's inventory? This seemed impossible. The rules of the Apocalypse game were clear. From the moment of its arrival, all edible food globally transformed into pollutants. Could it be that Chen Han had a storage compartment prior to the Apocalypse? Or had he somehow mastered a game buff? Regardless of the scenario, it was truly remarkable. You once said that without effort, one should not expect rewards. If you wish to partake of my provisions, then labor must be rendered in return. Chen Han remarked with a subtle smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Li was immediately struck with regret. How foolish of me to utter such words, she thought, realizing it was akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Yet, in the face of Chen Han's audacious demeanor, she resolved to remain steadfast. If you choose not to eat, so be it. Even if you possess such capabilities, surely your stockpile of food is limited? Once you have consumed your reserves, you will inevitably resort to the insipid sustenance found within the game. At this point, Chu Li felt a swell of pride. Do you think you can manipulate me? Not a chance. Her words reminded Zhang Daotian, who quickly halted his speech and carefully tucked away the remaining half-bag of chips. Indeed, once consumed, they would be gone. Such delightful morsels must not be squandered. They ought to be savored slowly. My apologies, I shall not indulge so extravagantly in the future. I will limit myself to a single chip a day to satisfy my cravings. But please, will you save some for me? I can purchase them with gold. How about 10,000 coins for a single bag? And let us not forget cola, roasted chicken, fried chicken, hamburgers. Woe is me. As he spoke, Zhang Daotian began to weep, disheartened at the prospect of once again consuming the game's unpalatable food. Upon hearing this, Chen Han chuckled softly. Consuming such junk food is detrimental to one's health. At this, Chu Li's eyes sparkled with realization. She had seized upon a weakness in this charlatan's ruse. Oh, Xiaotian, that individual is deceiving you. He undoubtedly lacks any real-world sustenance. You are so naive to fall for his trickery. Chu Li's previously aggrieved mood suddenly brightened. She was certain that Chen Han was deceiving them. His claims about the negative effects of consuming excessive junk food were clearly just a ruse to mask his inability to produce any. Chen Han raised an eyebrow, responding, "While it is true that there are not many snacks, perhaps around 100 tons. 100 tons? Upon hearing this, Zhang Pengzi and Jian stared in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. 100 tons of snacks alone? What about other food items? Ha ha ha, you liar. Do you even draft your lies? 100 tons? I believe you not." Chu Li chuckled, her chest trembling with mirth. This was the most amusing joke she had ever encountered. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." Chen Han shrugged, showing no intention of proving himself. If you can't produce it, then you are merely a fraud," Chu Li insisted, unwilling to let the opportunity slip by to expose Chen Han's true nature. With keen interest, Chen Han inquired, "What if I can produce it?" "What then? If you can prove I am not lying, I would be willing to sell myself to you. But should you be deceiving us, I shall forcibly take him away, regardless of his reluctance." This time, she was prepared to use herself as bait to unveil Chen Han's true identity. At this, Ling Shui's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "You said it yourself." Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smirk as he promptly opened his personal panel, enlarging the interface of his storage bar labeled Food. In an instant, an array of food items, not belonging to any game, materialized before them. Chu Li and the others were left in awe. The first page displayed dozens of food items, each accompanied by a storage number of 999 beneath its image. Such a page spanned hundreds. A jolt of alarm coursed through Chu Li's heart. It was over. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a flurry of bags of potato chips cascaded before her eyes. In the next moment, her position in the passenger seat was entirely engulfed by the chips. Chapter 34. The emergence of a mutant creature. Chu Li's alluring visage emerged from the mound of chips. Staring at the myriad flavors that enveloped her form, her mind went blank. She had escalated the situation to a point of loss. A glance towards Chen Han revealed his expression was one of indifference. Yet, in Chu Li's perception, there was undeniably a glint of malice in his gaze. At this thought, her long, slender legs instinctively tightened. What astounded her further was that Chen Han truly possessed an abundance of food. The sheer volume of provisions in his storage seemed sufficient for a lifetime. If she were to accompany Chen Han, it would mean never having to consume the in-game sustenance again. The mere thought of those repugnant jams, moldy jerky, and expired bread sent shivers down her spine. In that case, perhaps selling myself isn't such a dreadful notion after all. Material wealth is invariably the foundation of life. And as a woman, Chu Li harbored a desire to rely on a man. Moreover, in a post-apocalyptic world, who wouldn't yearn for a semblance of stability? With this realization, Chu Li's heart felt considerably lighter. Remember your words. You shall belong to me from now on. Chen Han offered Chu Li a mischievous smile. Since keeping a stranger close was his intent, the most effective strategy was to conquer her. Chu Li gently bit her crimson lip, and in that moment, her mindset began to gradually shift. She did not refute Chen Han's words. Instead, she seized the roast chicken he had eaten and devoured it voraciously. Witnessing this scene, a slight smile graced Chen Han's lips. Everything was unspoken, yet understood. How exhilarating it was. Zhang Daotian unceremoniously gathered all the potato chips thrown aside by Jiang Han. Everything transpired with such naturalness. In his mind, having pledged allegiance to Chen Han as his leader, it was only fitting that the leader would take care of his subordinate. The subordinate sharing the leader's provisions was simply a matter of course. These two young masters and young ladies truly have grand hearts. The most helpless of all was Jian Guan, who was behind the wheel. They had only known Chen Han for half an hour, and now they had effectively sold themselves to another. As for Zhang Daotian, despite his extraordinary talent, having become a celestial master at 13, akin to being fed by the ancestral deity, he was still merely a 13-year-old child whose understanding was that of a juvenile. Once he set his mind on something, he would not waver. Thus, despite all attempts to dissuade him, they could not prevent him from coming to Zhanghai to seek out Chen Han. Once he acknowledged Chen Han as his leader, it was a lifelong commitment. Perhaps he was yet unaware of the true extent of his own strength. As for Chu Li, though she was Zhang Daotian's aunt, she was merely a naive young princess of 20, pampered by her family since childhood, not much different from Zhang Daotian. Her words often lacked forethought, which led to her remarkable act of effectively selling herself. Yet, despite this, she was quite steadfast in her promises. Since she had declared her sale, there would be no turning back. This meant that Chen Han now held these two young masters and young ladies firmly in his grasp. The fate of this team rests firmly in Chen Han's hands. However, this commotion has undeniably brought them closer together, at least for the moment. The situation appears to be favorable. Jian Guan let out a soft sigh, hoping that Chen Han would treat them well. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief, as if the burdens upon him had lightened considerably. Ever since the departure of the old celestial master, he had taken on both parental roles within the team, and the strain had worn him thin. With the onset of the apocalypse, his worries had only intensified. He feared that he might fail the old master's expectations and be unable to ensure the young master's survival. Jian Guan, I'll add you as a friend and send some gear to the brothers, Chen Han suddenly interjected. Jian Guan was momentarily taken aback before responding, no need, Han Ge. We already have equipment. We found some at the airport. As soon as he finished speaking, Jian Guan received a notification from the system, and his heart raced. Received a gift from Player Suit Bandit. Purple Novice Protective Gear 9. Purple Sneakers 9. Purple Great Cleaver 9 now. Jian Guan exclaimed, thank you, Han Ge. He realized he had almost declined the generous gift from the esteemed player. To think that he had been directly gifted a complete set of novice purple gear. Until now, they had only been wearing the most basic white gear, each possessing just one set, which they had believed to be quite satisfactory. Yet, unexpectedly, the esteemed player had provided them with purple equipment, a gesture that was truly lavish. Moreover, he felt a surge of gratitude. In this dire world, Bestowing such high-quality gear upon a group of strangers was akin to placing a bomb beside them. Should the 9 of them suddenly launch an attack on Chen Han, even if he were extraordinarily skilled, he would inevitably stand no chance against them. This is the trust that Chen Han places in them. Yuan promptly exchanged his white attire for something more suitable and distributed the remaining purple gear to his comrades in another vehicle. He instructed them one by one. This is a gift from our leader, Chen Han. Make sure to wear it well, and remember to express your gratitude to him. He is our second young master. On the other side, the brothers who received the gear were equally stirred, their hearts swelling with emotion as they felt fortunate to be aligned with the right person. Observing all of this, a smile crept onto Chen Han's face. To be a competent boss, the paramount task is to win the hearts of the people, especially with someone like Yuan, an old hand in the game, who places great importance on loyalty and righteousness. If you treat him well, he will reciprocate in ways beyond measure. Of course, Chen Han was not concerned about a potential rebellion. Mere purple armor could hardly pose a threat to him. However, just as excitement filled the air, the armored vehicle was struck violently. It seemed as though something was tearing at the vehicle's exterior, producing a series of jarring sounds. Be cautious, we are under attack, Yuan shouted, immediately bringing the vehicle to a halt. As the vehicle stopped, the force of inertia flung the occupants forward. Chen Han focused his gaze and was taken aback to see a wolf-like creature the size of a bull. A military dog? A mutated beast? Chen Han's expression darkened as he inquired, Old Guan, how far are we from our destination? Yuan glanced at the navigation system. 1 kilometer from the military camp you mentioned. After departing from the airport, Chen Han had directed Yuan to head towards the military camp in Jiahai City. He had promised the Dragon Commander to investigate the peculiar occurrences at the military camp in Jiahai City. Now, merely a kilometer away from the camp, he was besieged by mutated creatures. It was evident that the disturbances at the camp were linked to these aberrant military dogs. If he was not mistaken, the mutated dog before him originated from within the camp. Stay in the vehicle, I will take care of it, he declared, and before anyone could intervene, Chen Han exited the car. Be cautious, Chen Gu. These creatures are formidable, Zhang Daodian and Chuli expressed their concerns as they witnessed Chen Han's reckless bravado. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before them. Chapter 35, the team begins to take shape at the very instant Chen Han stepped out of the vehicle. 2 enormous mutated wolf dogs leapt from their concealed positions. One of them landed directly atop the armored vehicle, its paw resting upon the door, blocking Chen Han's path back inside. The 3 mutated wolf dogs encircled Chen Han, their eyes gleaming with malice, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Hiss. What smart creatures. This sight stunned everyone in both vehicles. They even began to speculate that these mutated wolf dogs had deliberately set an ambush here. The collective gaze turned towards the mutated wolf dogs, and an ominous message appeared above one of their heads. Mutated wolf dog, level 10, attack power, 400, defense power, 500, skills, serrated charge. Death claw. Description, a wolf dog mutated from military canines, possessing high intelligence and acute senses. It has undergone rigorous training, adheres to commands, and is well-versed in various combat techniques. Its form has increased several times post-mutation, rendering it exceptionally powerful. If you lack an awakened profession, it is advised to flee immediately. Upon witnessing the system's introduction, the hearts of the crowd sank. They now found themselves in an exceedingly precarious situation. Without awakened professions, confronting such mutated creatures equated to a certain demise. Even with Chen Han's superior equipment, he would stand no chance against them. His oversight was evident. Had he remained inside the vehicle, these mutated wolfhounds would have merely harassed them, unable to inflict any harm on the armored vehicle. Now, however, trouble loomed. For Chen Han was outside, and abandoning him was not an option. It seemed that the military camp in Jiahai City had indeed fallen, with him as the sole exception. Suddenly, the mutated wolfhound in front of Chen Han launched the first attack, its massive form lunging ferociously. This was dire. Old 2. Drive the vehicle over and separate the boss from the mutated wolfhound, Yuan shouted as he seized the intercom. He then slammed the accelerator, and the armored vehicle roared to life, hurtling toward the oncoming beast. Bang! The armored vehicle jolted violently as it collided with the enormous mutated wolfhound, sending it flying several meters away. Meanwhile, a second mutated wolfhound pounced from behind Chen Han. Old 2. Yuan bellowed. Received. In another armored vehicle, Old 2 pressed the accelerator, yanked the handbrake, and executed a drift, the rear of the vehicle swinging to strike the ambushing wolfhound, sending it sprawling. The armored vehicle shuddered violently. Damn, this thing is incredibly sturdy. Old Two cursed. Before the group could revel in their momentary victory, the two wolfhounds that had been struck rose once more, clearly unfazed by the earlier impact. Guan furrowed his brow, yearning to open the car door for Chen Han. Yet he found himself firmly gripped by the mutated wolfhound atop the vehicle, its gaze fixated intently on Chen Han. Chen Han, undeterred by the actions of those around him, remained composed at the center of the battlefield, exuding an air of tranquility. His seemingly reckless decision to disembark was, in fact, a test for Chu Li and the others. As he stepped out, the mutated creatures loomed menacingly, presenting an opportune moment for escape. However, they chose not to flee. For now, these individuals still commanded his trust. A faint smile graced Chen Han's lips as he prepared to act. At that moment, two armored vehicles simultaneously opened, and Guan emerged wielding a large machete. Accompanied by his comrades. "Boss, we will hold off the mutated creatures. You must get in the car." Chen Han glanced over to see Guan and 8 brothers divided into 2 groups, standing resolutely before the 2 mutated wolfhounds. Zhang Daotian stood not far from Chen Han. His gaze locked on the creature atop the vehicle. "Boss, hurry and get in." Zhang Daotian, brandishing a yellow talisman, unleashed a beam of mysterious light directed at the mutated wolfhound. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was momentarily ensnared, Chu Li rushed towards Chen Han, grasping his hand. "Quick, get in the car." Chen Han remained unmoved, quietly observing the scene unfold. "Hangge, please get in," the crowd urged, already engaged in combat with the mutated wolfhounds. Among them, Dao Lao Air was thrown more than 10 meters away in a valiant attempt to protect his comrades, his newly donned purple protective suit rendered useless. Witnessing this, even with Chen Han's heart hardened by 2 lifetimes, he felt a flicker of emotion. "Higi, they are all good people." Ling Shui approached Chen Han leisurely, her face adorned with a playful smile, contrasting sharply with the tense expressions of Chu Li and the others. Chen Han nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was impressive. Under Chu Li's astonished gaze, Chen Han finally made his move. He brandished his long knife and charged towards Dao Lao Air. In the instant the mutated wolf dog lunged at Dao Lao Air, Chen Han delivered a swift strike, sending the beast flying. The mutated wolf dog's defense was astonishing. Despite Chen Han's powerful blow, it only resulted in a gash. Enraged, the injured wolf dog let out a furious roar and unleashed its skill, Sawtooth Charge. "Be careful." Dao Lao Air quickly rose, preparing to shield Chen Han from the impending attack. However, Chen Han forcefully pinned him to the ground. "Stay here with me." Gripping his tang knife tightly, Chen Han swung it at the oncoming mutated wolf dog. To the astonishment of all present, the creature was cleaved in 2. What the hell? The boss is so strong? He just split it in half. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they witnessed this spectacle. They had encountered mutated wolf dogs before and were well aware of their ferocity. Even a group of 4 or 5 had struggled against one, suffering injuries in the process. Yet, Chen Han effortlessly dispatched the beast with a single blow. How could this be? They were all at level 9, all equipped with purple novice gear. Why was there such a stark disparity in strength? Confusion enveloped them, but Ling Shui merely smiled. From the very beginning, she had a keen understanding of Chen Han's prowess. A mere few mutated wolf dogs posed no threat to him. Having dealt with one, Chen Han now set his sights on Guan, blood splattering everywhere. Guan and the others were left utterly astonished as the enormous mutated wolf dog lay before Chen Han, rendered as helpless as a mere kitten, pinned to the ground and unable to move. Was this still a human? Surely, it was a monster. Chen Han sheathed his blade, preparing to eliminate the last mutated wolf dog perched atop the vehicle. However, upon glancing up, he noticed the creature trembling violently, electric currents coursing over its body. And within moments, it was electrocuted to death. Zhang Daotian, clutching a lightning talisman, flashed a grin at Chen Han. "It's done, boss." Chen Han was somewhat taken aback. This chubby fellow was more formidable than he had anticipated. After vanquishing the 3 mutated wolf dogs, everyone's gaze shifted towards him, seemingly inquiring what to do next. It was evident that following this battle, the group had tacitly acknowledged Chen Han as their leader. A slight smile graced his lips. It appeared that a small team had begun to take shape. Chapter 36. Fashion Material, Dog Tooth, Black Tooth Battle Garb, Kill Mutated Wolf Dog, Earn 50 gold coins. 1 Psychic Crystal, 1 Kind Luncheon Meat, Rare Fashion Material, Dog Tooth. First level Fashion Material Dog Tooth, can be equipped to gear of pink quality or higher, below level 20, modifies equipment characteristics. The system's voice resonated, and Chen Han gazed in delight at the dog tooth floating before him. It was indeed a fashion material. Such a treasure was rare and hard to come by. Previously, Chen Han had scoured the trading market for fashion materials, but none had been available for sale by players. This item was exceedingly scarce. Typically, players who acquired it would keep it for themselves, not only for its strength, but also because the modified attire would transform into something quite stylish. Regarding this first-tier canine fong, it could have fetched a staggering 1 million gold coins in the past, and now, one would be foolish to sell it. Shall the equipment be modified? Confirmed to be utilized on the protective suit. Using first-tier fashion material, canine fong, consuming 1,000 gold coins. Modification successful. New equipment acquired. Black Fong Battle Suit, Orange Gear, Attribute Enhancement, Defense 500, 100, Attack Power 150, Passive Trait, when the wearer is attacked. The protective suit inflicts 25 retaliatory damage on the assailant. New feature. The equipment automatically absorbs impact when struck, storing it for later use. The wearer can unleash a powerful shockwave, inflicting 1,000 damage to enemy groups. In the next moment, Chen Han's attire transformed instantaneously into a sleek black battle suit. At the collar of the battle suit, a circle of canine fong insignia adorned it, exuding an air of formidable style. The black fong battle suit is truly impressive. Upon witnessing the suit's attributes, Chen Han was taken aback by the remarkable enhancements. Most importantly, the trait was astonishingly potent, absorbing damage and redistributing it. Is this not akin to the Black Panther suit from Marvel? My goodness, boss, your outfit is incredibly stylish. Observing Chen Han's transformation, Zhang Daoyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Like an enamored fan, he rushed over to inspect Chen Han's new battle suit. Is this the terrifying power of fashion materials? It certainly seems formidable. A spark of inspiration ignited within Chen Han. He resolved to test the prowess of the Black Fong battle suit. Come now, strike me with your lightning talisman. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Daoyan was momentarily taken aback. Jian Guan and the others displayed expressions of grave concern. Boss, you must not. Several Taoist priests felt paralyzed. While others may not grasp the formidable nature of the Five Thunder Talisman, they were well aware of its power. Having studied Taoist arts, they had witnessed Zhang Daoyan wield the Five Thunder Talisman, whose might was not to be trifled with. Did they not see that mutated wolfhound? Even with its formidable defenses, it could not withstand a single strike from the talisman. Although Chen Han's battle attire was robust, it was unlikely to endure such an onslaught. In fact, a miscalculation could even result in harm to Chen Han. The young master's Five Thunder Talisman was exceedingly potent. Novice gear simply could not withstand it. Jian Guan hastily urged caution. Chen Han waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, let it come. Observing Chen Han's unwavering confidence, Zhang Daoyan felt reassured and chuckled. I knew the boss was extraordinary. With that, Zhang Daoyan's expression grew serious as he began to draw a talisman in the air with one hand. An invisible force surging from all directions. Witnessing this spectacle, Chen Han's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Is this the power of a master Taoist? In a mere 10 seconds, Zhang Daoyan grasped a talisman that flickered with lightning. Here it comes, boss. The Five Thunder Talisman was unleashed, and the air crackled with a deafening sound as terrifying bolts of lightning rampaged wildly. The overwhelming force sent chills down the spines of all present, instilling a palpable tension. A glint of astonishment flickered in Chen Han's eyes. The power of the Five Thunder Talisman exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he was certain that Zhang Daoyan had yet to exert his full strength. Prepared, Chen Han extended his hand to seize the talisman. In the next instant, a torrent of terrifying electrical energy coursed through him, surging throughout his entire being. In an instant, Chen Han was enveloped by lightning. A scene so terrifying that it sent chills down the spines of Chu Li and the others. Just as the Five Thunder Talisman erupted for less than a second, a purple glow emanated from the patterns of the Black Fong battle armor, swiftly absorbing the power of the lightning. Chen Han felt a tingling sensation, but beyond that, there was no other feeling. Was that it? Jian Guan and the other Taoists stared wide-eyed. The lightning was absorbed? Chen Han smiled faintly, eager to test the power. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he leapt high into the air, soaring as if he were flying. This jump reached an impressive height of over 20 meters. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded. Chen Han landed directly in a parking lot 50 meters away, filled with large trucks. Clenching his fist, he descended from the sky and delivered a powerful punch to the ground. Boom! His fist struck the earth with tremendous force, unleashing a wave of faint purple energy that erupted from the ground, radiating terrifying power in all directions. Centered around him, the entire parking lot's trucks were sent flying, their steel bodies crumpling like paper under the might of his blow. Bang, bang, bang. As the energy dissipated, the trucks fell to the ground like dumplings. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone was left dumbfounded. What a terrifying display of power. Was this still a human? Was this merely the strength bestowed by the battle armor? Zhang Daotian's eyes lit up as he sensed the energy of the 5 Thunder Talisman amidst the shockwave. The boss is incredible. Zhang Daotian, overjoyed like a child weighing 180 pounds, pulled out a bag of chips and began munching happily. Chen Han tightened his fist, feeling the energy he had unleashed, his eyes brimming with awe. It was astonishingly powerful. This strike is already comparable to the skills of an average warrior, and this is merely a first-tier fashion material. One can only imagine what it might become if continuously upgraded. Chen Han found it difficult to fathom, as he had never encountered fashion materials in his previous life. The equipment he donned was merely standard protective gear, devoid of any special attributes. Boss, aren't we heading to the military camp? Chen Han shook his head. There is no need. The camp has already been overrun by those mutated wolfhounds. Let me take a look. Zhang, the portly fellow, produced a pair of binoculars from an unknown source and directed his gaze toward the military camp. The distance from their position was less than a kilometer, and through the lenses, the scene became vividly clear. Goodness, it's filled with zombies clad in military uniforms. It appears the soldiers within the camp have been infected. Zhang inhaled deeply. Chen Han took the binoculars and peered through them as well. The vast expanse of the military camp was teeming with the undead. Upon closer inspection, he also noticed several mutated wolfhounds among them. With a sigh, he concluded, "Let us depart. There is no necessity to venture closer." At the very moment he lowered the binoculars, a shadow emerged from a concealed area within the camp, its gaze penetrating and fixed upon Chen Han and his companions. It seemed that the scene from a kilometer away had not eluded its keen sight. Simultaneously, both Chen Han and Zhang Daotian, having just boarded the vehicle, sensed something amiss and instinctively turned their eyes toward the military camp. A dire omen loomed. Chapter 37. The Expeditionary Force. Diverting calamity. As Chen Han and his companions embarked on their return journey, the sky began to darken. Under the cloak of nightfall, 2 unwelcome guests stealthily infiltrated the summer resort. Bald Sheng and a suspicious-looking fellow crept over the fence of the summer resort, proceeding cautiously. Boss, LV Buffon has begun selling equipment again. The 2 concealed themselves amidst the blooming foliage, intending to contact their comrades outside, only to discover that the trading platform had updated its inventory. Bald Sheng glanced over and was taken aback to find that LV Buffon had listed a staggering 100,000 pieces of equipment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Goodness! 100,000 items, another 2 billion gold coins. They had long calculated the value of these items at LV Buffon's selling price. 50,000 pieces equated to 1 billion gold coins. Previously, LV Buffon had listed items on 3 occasions, amassing a total of 30 billion. Now, with this new sale of 100,000 pieces, that would amount to an additional 20 billion. Was it possible that this individual now possessed at least 50 billion in wealth? The mouse gasped in astonishment. With such riches, they could live lavishly in the apocalypse. As long as there was gold, what could they not acquire? Both were filled with exhilaration, fully aware they had made the right decision. LV Buffon was a lucrative target that must be seized. Yet, a question lingered in the air. The novice equipment on the trading platform had clearly been purchased by the suited thugs. So how did LV Buffon accumulate such a vast quantity? Could there be a connection between LV Buffon and the suited mastermind? The mouse's words plunged Bald Sheng into deep contemplation, his brow furrowed. If that were the case, it would pose a significant problem. The suited mastermind was fearsome. His actions prior to the onset of the apocalypse were enough to indicate his understanding of the impending chaos. Such a person was certainly not someone they could afford to provoke. The mouse, however, harbored no such concerns, declaring, "As long as we acquire Lu Buffon's fortune, what do we care about those suited tycoons? With such wealth, we need not fear anyone. At worst, we could flee to distant lands. The world is vast, and surely those suited thugs would not be able to locate us. 50 billion, after all. Moreover, that fellow undoubtedly possesses a plethora of equipment, all of which translates into money." Upon hearing this, Bald Sheng's eyes gleamed with the allure of gold. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Furthermore, they were not the only ones eyeing Lu Buffon's assets. If they did not act swiftly, the spoils might be claimed by others. Let us go and ascertain Lu Bufon's residence. Thus, the two meandered through the neighborhood. The community was expansive, and it took them a considerable half-hour before they finally located the iron fortress. As they approached, the sight of the towering Doomsday Bastion, nearly 20 meters high, left them both astonished and trembling with disbelief. What on earth is this? An iron fortress? Lu Bufon, that old dog, must have accumulated immense wealth to construct such a secure shelter. Bald Sheng's expression soured. If that were the case, with merely 100 of us, reaching it would be an insurmountable challenge. The mouse scrutinized the surroundings, his brow furrowing with growing unease. Something feels off. Why is there no one guarding it? Indeed. Where are Lu Bufon's subordinates? Perplexed, they exchanged glances. There were guards at the entrance of the community, so it was inconceivable that his own stronghold would be left unprotected. Did they possess such unwavering confidence in this iron fortress? Perhaps it was a ruse. Bald Sheng's heart raced. Had their plans been uncovered? Do not approach. There may be an ambush. The Bald Sheng and the mouse hastily retreated, continuing their cautious exploration of the neighborhood. It must be said, they exhibited an admirable level of vigilance. In stark contrast, the other two factions intent on taking down El Bufon exhibited a far more aggressive demeanor. At that moment, at the entrance of the community, two groups comprising hundreds of individuals suddenly burst forth. To the left stood a band of spirited young men, their hands bound with white towels and their bodies adorned with tattoos. To the right, a formidable assembly of robust, dark-skinned men gathered. Each faction boasted over 200 members, strategically concealed within the shops flanking the entrance. Without warning, they surged forward, catching El Bufon's subordinates off guard, who were swiftly overwhelmed and dispatched in a frenzy of blades. The entire scene unfolded with startling rapidity. Despite the presence of over 10 individuals clad in purple gear, they stood no chance against the chaotic onslaught of the throng. Once the gatekeepers were vanquished, the crowd descended upon the boxes strewn across the ground with frenzied greed. In mere moments, the resources were stripped bare, and even the protective gear from the fallen was ruthlessly torn away. Subsequently, two men emerged from the tumultuous mass. To the left was a scarred face, known as Brother Dao, a notorious thug from Jianghai City and a prominent figure in the Qin gang. To the right stood a towering man named Meng Tu, a foreman overseeing a construction site, commanding a workforce of laborers. It is noteworthy that they had been operating within El Bufon's territory. For a full 6 months prior to the onset of the apocalyptic game, El Bufon had failed to compensate them for their toil, bearing a grudge against El Bufon. They were now incensed to discover he was profiting handsomely by selling equipment at exorbitant prices. Unable to remain idle, Meng Tu rallied his men to join the campaign against El Bufon. As for that bald fellow, Meng Tu turned to Brother Dao and inquired, "Was it not agreed that we would launch a joint assault on El Bufon?" Knife Brother let out a cold snort and said, "Enough of that. That scoundrel is undoubtedly afraid of death and dares not take action. We are more than sufficient on our own." With that, Knife Brother strode confidently into the community with his subordinates. Seeing this, Menghead was not one to lag behind and followed closely behind. Observing this scene, the henchmen of Baldhead, who were lurking in the shadows, were momentarily taken aback. Quickly, informed the boss. "They are charging in directly. What shall we do?" Meanwhile, several influential figures were seated in a villa, eagerly watching the gold coins accumulate. Chen Han is still too naive. He doesn't even know how to make money. When it comes to business acumen, he truly falls short. I have long regarded him as worthless. Without Ling Feng, could he ever have built up the company? They chuckled among themselves, reveling in Chen Han's misfortune. Just then, Lu Feihong and Zhang Yonghui rushed in, urgency written all over their faces. "Dad, we have a crisis. The guards at the entrance have been killed, and over 500 people have stormed into the community. Moreover, there are numerous individuals outside, eyeing us menacingly, preparing to take action against us." Zhang Yonghui's expression was grave. "The army mentioned on the World Channel appears to be real. What shall we do now?" In response, Lu Bufon maintained his composure. "Why panic? When I took over Chen Han's mess, I anticipated this day. While Chen Han fears the world's condemnation, I remain unperturbed. With our current arrangements, those ruffians cannot breach my fortress." Lu Feihong nodded and said, "I will instruct the brothers to prepare for battle. Do not rush." Such words would align perfectly with Chen Han's intentions. A smirk of wicked charm played at the corners of Lu Bufon's mouth. He turned to Zhang Yonghui, saying, "Send a few less recognizable brothers to guard Chen Han's fortress," luring those fools towards him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yonghui was taken aback. "Boss, Are you suggesting we divert the trouble? Wouldn't that completely offend Chen Han? According to our estimates, he possesses at least 1,000,000 pieces of equipment. We need to acquire all of it. Li Chuanqi chuckled. That is precisely why we should send unfamiliar faces. How would Chen Han know they are our men? A spark of realization lit up Zhang Yanghui's eyes. What a brilliant idea. He hastily delegated the task. Soon after, several subordinates departed from Lu Bufan's estate. At that moment, Bald Sheng and the rat happened to arrive, and upon spotting Lu Bufan's men exiting, they quickly concealed themselves. When they laid eyes on the formidable steel fortress before them, they exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting shock in the other's eyes. This was indeed Lu Bufan's home. But then, what was the doomsday fortress we had just witnessed? And whose stronghold was it? Chapter 38. Turning the tables, inciting Lu Bufan's wrath, something felt amiss. Within the community, there were 2 steel fortresses. It was undoubtedly a trap. Bald Sheng's expression grew serious. At that moment, he received a message from his underlings outside. After reading it, his countenance darkened further. The Qing gang and the Territory Alliance had launched a direct assault. What? How can they be so reckless? Exclaimed the mouse. Let us follow those individuals and discern their intentions. To their astonishment, the 4 figures proceeded directly to the first doomsday fortress, standing guard at the entrance with weapons drawn. Without uttering a word, witnessing this scene, Bald Sheng and his companion were enveloped in confusion. The mouse questioned, could it be that this doomsday fortress also belongs to Lu Bufan? My goodness, Lu Bufan must be exceedingly wealthy to possess 2 doomsday fortresses. He has practically a nouveau riche. However, Bald Sheng shook his head. I can't shake the feeling that there is more to this situation than meets the eye. Clearly, the previous fortress was bustling with activity, indicating that Lu Bufan's subordinates were present there. Yet this doomsday fortress is eerily silent. Guarded by only 4 men. Doesn't that spell disaster? Their puzzlement was not theirs alone. Within the fortress, Ling Feng and Gang Zi were equally bewildered. Observing through the surveillance cameras, they spotted 4 men standing at the entrance like sentinels, their purpose unclear. Who were these individuals? Ling Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that something was amiss. Could they be Lu Bufan's people? Are they attempting to block our exit? Just as the 2 were engulfed in their confusion, a commotion erupted from the direction of the gate. At that moment, over 500 individuals came rushing forward, as Chen Han's estate was in close proximity to the entrance. The crowd swiftly located their destination. Upon seeing the imposing steel fortress, with Lu Bufan's subordinates stationed at the entrance, it was indisputable that this was Lu Bufan's stronghold. Before the throng could reach them, one of the gatekeepers drew a crossbow and launched an attack. The crossbow unleashed a flurry of bolts, the sharp arrows piercing directly into the crowd, causing several to fall in response. Grass, El Bufan has made his move. Let us take him down. Witnessing their comrades fall, the members of the Green Gang and the Territory Alliance were instantly incensed, brandishing their weapons and charging forward in a frenzy. As they saw the throngs of figures rushing toward them, the 4 felt their scalps tingle with fear and fled in haste. Even in retreat, they did not forget to release more arrows, taking down a few more foes and utterly infuriating the vengeful army. El Bufan, you shall pay for this. Kill him. Capture El Bufan alive. However, by the time the mob reached the fortress gates, El Bufan's 4 subordinates had long since vanished without a trace, leaving behind only hundreds of enraged individuals at the entrance. Open the gate, El Bufan. Face your demise. Damn it, for killing my brother, blood must be repaid with blood. Witnessing this scene, Ling Feng and Gang Zi's expressions darkened significantly. Even a fool could discern the unfolding events. A diversion. This was El Bufan's nefarious scheme. Despicable. This man is ruthless. Having taken our benefits, he dares to perpetrate such actions. Gang Zi, filled with fury, exclaimed, I will confront them. Ling Feng restrained him, saying, confront them? What shall we say? That this is the stronghold of the suit-clad thugs. Revealing Chen Han's identity would make our pursuit of peace nearly impossible. Upon hearing this, Gang Zi recognized the gravity of the situation. What then shall we do? He inquired. It seems there is no other course left. Before long, Chen Han received a message from Gang Zi. After grasping the situation, a subtle smile graced Chen Han's lips. What has transpired? Asked Chuli. Upon observing Chen Han's nonchalant demeanor, the crowd did not take the situation to heart. Before the imposing fortress gate stood a throng of people, densely packed, numbering at least several hundred. Each individual wielded a weapon, wildly striking at the steel gates. Were they attempting to dismantle their own home? Chu Li incredulously pointed towards the masses ahead. Indeed, it appeared to be so. A lump formed in her throat as a bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Boss, is this what you referred to as a trivial matter? There must be hundreds of them. What have you done? In the darkness, the headlights of two armored vehicles shone with an intense brightness, causing over 500 individuals to squint. At this juncture, El Bufon and his companions, concealed in the shadows, were momentarily enlightened. It must be you, old El. That diversionary tactic is splendidly executed, Li Chuanqi exclaimed in admiration. Not merely a diversion. I intend to strike with a borrowed blade. El Bufon's lips curled upward slightly. With 500 people blocking Chen Han outside, one kick could end his life. If Chen Han perishes, we shall act swiftly to seize his resources. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. So this was the ultimate plan, to ensnare Chen Han in his own demise. The armored vehicle, El Bufon, must certainly be inside. The leader of the Green Gang brandished a long knife, pointing towards the vehicle. Brothers, eliminate him. El Bufon, come down. Do not cower like a turtle. Show yourself. Dozens encircled the armored vehicle, brandishing their weapons and striking it, creating a cacophony of clanging sounds. Yet, how could an armored vehicle be so easily breached? The axes and other implements merely glanced off, leaving not even a scratch on the surface. Han, they regard you as Lu Bufon. Ling Shua pouted, her face a mask of indignation. Should we not offer an explanation? Chen Han leaned back in his chair, propping his head on his hands, showing no intention of disembarking. Since Lu Bufon chose to play this way, they might as well play along and accrue some enmity points. Jian Guan, he called, charge ahead. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Li and Jian Guan widened their eyes in disbelief. Charge ahead. These are human lives at stake. Chen Han remained unfazed, dismissing their concerns. These are mere desperados. They have come here to seize resources, and they are villains unworthy of mercy. While his reasoning held some merit, Chu Li still found the prospect of killing difficult to stomach. After all, they were living beings. This has come to our doorstep. They deserve to be dealt with. Jian Guan, having adopted a more detached perspective, pressed down on the accelerator. The massive armored vehicle surged forward, careening into the crowd and sending bodies flying. Seeing the actions of the vehicle ahead, Dao Lao hesitated not a moment, turning the steering wheel to join the fray. Chaos ensued, with people scattering in all directions. Cries of despair filling the air. Ah, Lu Bufon, may you meet a dire fate. You beast, run for your lives. Within a mere 3 minutes, dozens lay dead, while the remainder fled in a frenzy. The so-called expeditionary force proved utterly feeble. Once the crowd had dispersed, Chen Han exited the vehicle, casting his gaze toward the nearby thicket. Are you not coming out? At these words, the bald-headed Sheng and the mouse, concealed in the underbrush, trembled uncontrollably, a wave of inexplicable dread washing over them. This man was truly terrifying. Moreover, they dared to assert that this was certainly not El Bufon, but rather another formidable figure. Bald Sheng had also roughly deduced the causal relationship at play. This stronghold belonged to that illustrious individual, while El Bufon had orchestrated a betrayal, luring the punitive forces here, attempting to employ them as instruments of his own vengeance. Chen Han cast a steely gaze upon the rat, gesturing towards the phone in his hand. Were you recording just now? Upon hearing this, the rat immediately knelt, exclaiming, Brother, spare me. I shan't dare again. He had merely intended to document the events, never anticipating exposure. Chen Han helped him to his feet, assuring him, no matter. Upload the video to the gaming forum with the following title, El Bufon, heedless of life, slaughters the punitive forces. He must be eradicated by all. Once the video is uploaded, inform those who fled tonight that El Bufon's stronghold lies merely a kilometer ahead. Upon hearing this, both the rat and bald Sheng were engulfed in dread, casting terrified glances at Chen Han. Is this man a demon? They thought. Such actions would undoubtedly place El Bufon in a perilous predicament. Chapter 39. It is time to close the net. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, El Bufon and his cohorts, concealed in the shadows, instantly wore expressions of dismay. Chen Han's actions had undeniably thrust them into the eye of the storm, inviting public condemnation. El Bufon was indifferent to public opinion. What truly concerned him was that this maneuver would inevitably attract even more adversaries. At that juncture, it was not merely these desperate individuals he had to contend with, but potentially even some righteous souls. The authorities, too, could not afford to remain passive. Though it was a post-apocalyptic world, we were still in the early stages. Should the officials choose to intervene, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Moreover, possessing a substantial amount of capital, is he not a coveted prize? Fame brings peril, and with great stature comes the winds of envy. El Bufon's countenance darkened like the depths of a stormy sea. He could hardly fathom that Chen Han would resort to such tactics. Damn it. I'm going to take my men and confront him, Zhang Yonghui exclaimed, unable to contain himself, ready to charge forth. Fei Hong swiftly restrained him, insisting, calm yourself. If you rush out now, all you will achieve is to provoke him beyond measure, and you will not even catch a glimpse of him. Father, this scoundrel has already deduced our intentions. If we escalate this, we shall irreparably sever ties. Time is of the essence. We must acquire all the equipment he possesses without delay. This night was destined to be sleepless. On the very first day of the apocalypse, an overwhelming number of events transpired. Many individuals concealed themselves within their homes, too fearful to venture outside, quietly monitoring the happenings on the World Channel. At that moment, a certain video sent shockwaves across the globe. The footage depicted armored vehicles ruthlessly decimating the punitive army. El Bouffon disregards life itself, slaughtering the punitive forces. He must be brought to justice. As soon as the video surfaced, it ignited a global uproar. Particularly among the players of Long Country, the reaction was explosive. What? The Qing Gang and the Territory Alliance have truly taken action? Goodness, El Bouffon is merciless. The unscrupulous El Bouffon must face the consequences. Where are the contacts of the Qing Gang? I wish to join the cause. Count me in. I too wish to join the punitive army. Let us vanquish El Bouffon and restore clarity to Long Country. Public sentiment turned overwhelmingly against El Bouffon, and his name was irrevocably etched into the collective consciousness. Furthermore, countless individuals heeded the call of the punitive army, hastening towards the summer retreat. A terrifying force is on the verge of emerging. Naturally, many remain silent. They are not foolish. The so-called Army of Justice is merely a guise for their plundering. Their true intention lies in the wealth possessed by El Bouffon. Would they exhibit such unity for anyone else? Surely, that is preposterous. Chen Han is convinced that 99% of those who come to confront El Bouffon are driven solely by self-interest. In their perception, El Bouffon holds a fortune of billions of gold coins. Such wealth is sufficient to establish a formidable power. On the second day of the apocalypse, Chen Han gathered with Zhang Daodian and others. He instructed Gongzi to prepare an extravagant breakfast feast. What was labeled as breakfast was, in fact, a sumptuous banquet: steak, lobster, grouper, colossal mantis shrimp, and oysters the size of a palm. Upon seeing this spread, Zhang Daodian and the others were left salivating. Goodness! To indulge in such delicacies in this post-apocalyptic world feels like a dream. Everyone, please eat and converse, Chen Han urged as he beckoned them to begin. He first welcomed Xiao Tian, Chu Li, and Jian Guan into their collective family. Following his words, Ling Shui and her daughter, along with Gongzi, applauded warmly. This gesture made Chu Li and the others feel a deep sense of care and gratitude. In these dire times, having a safe haven and relishing such a lavish meal is truly a blessing beyond compare. Jian Guan and his companions could hardly contain their tears. Just yesterday, they were at the airport, enduring distasteful jam. Today, they were savoring fine red wine. A stark contrast indeed. Zhang, the plump one, wept openly, biting into a roast goose leg, tears streaming down his face. Whoa, boss, I love you to bits. The comical aspect significantly enlivened the atmosphere within the venue. All right, enough with the tears, Chen Han remarked, casting a glance at the portly Zhang. Let us discuss future plans. After the onset of the Doomsday Game, the authorities are unlikely to safeguard themselves. So do not expect them to intervene. Consider this an opportunity to engage in a game. What is paramount in a game? It is wealth and strength. I possess the former, while the latter must be cultivated by you over time. Soon, dungeons will emerge in the game, plunging the world into a frenzy of leveling up. Without strength, one may find themselves perishing at any moment. Once we have dealt with LV Bouffon, our focus will shift to enhancing our prowess. When we form teams to conquer dungeons, my expectation is to secure all first clear rewards. This proclamation left everyone in the room utterly astonished. The arrival of dungeons? Did this not imply that formidable bosses would also make their appearance within the game? The crowd felt a tinge of excitement, especially since, apart from Ling Feng, they were all seasoned players with considerable character capabilities. At that moment, Chu Li raised a concern, noting that they seemed to be straying from the topic, as the external matters had yet to be resolved. To her astonishment, the equipment sold by LV Bouffon was, in fact, all Chen Han's. She could not comprehend why he would relinquish such a lucrative opportunity. Sensing her bewilderment, Chen Han chuckled. LV Bouffon is merely a tool for profit. A tool? Chu Li appeared perplexed, struggling to grasp the meaning. Huh. illustrating the classic case of a well-endowed yet dim-witted individual. Ling Shui teased. Humph, as if yours is any smaller. Chu Li shot her a glare. It was challenging to explain, but you would soon understand. Chen Han chuckled softly. At that moment, the phone rang. Upon looking, it was from Lu Bufan. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Chen Han did not answer immediately. Instead, he glanced at Ling Feng. Uncle Ling, has Lu Bufan sold out his inventory? How much does he have left? Ling Feng produced a ledger and replied, last time, he sold 30,000 pieces of equipment, depleting his entire fortune. Now all 30,000 pieces have been sold, yielding a profit of 6 billion. After deducting his expenses, he likely has about 5.8 billion remaining. Upon hearing these figures, Chu Li and the others were left dumbfounded. What on earth? Is money being counted in billions? Chen Han nodded. Since he wishes to play this way, let him earn a little less. It is time to cast the net. Chen Han answered the call, and Lu Bufan's concerned voice resonated through the line. Brother Chen, I heard that the attack forces came to visit you last night. Alas, it is my fault for not being able to stop them. Hearing Lu Bufan's feigned concern, Chen Han nearly burst into laughter. Stop pretending. You orchestrated it last night, didn't you? At this remark, Lu Bufan paused momentarily, dropping his facade. Chen Han, do you have any idea how many are lurking outside our community, eyeing us greedily? If I were to expose your identity and lead the attack forces to assault your fortress, do you think you could withstand it? A blatant threat. Chen Han smirked slightly. What do you want? I want all the novice equipment you possess. I shall seize this opportunity to profit once more. Henceforth, we shall maintain our distance. As for the approaching forces, I shall single-handedly confront them. El Bufan articulated his demands. Chen Han feigned contemplation. To my knowledge, you possess a mere 60 billion gold coins, whereas I hold 1 million pieces of equipment, which is far from sufficient. Insufficient or not, it must suffice. El Bufan appeared to be losing his patience. He believed he had Chen Han cornered. When faced with the choice between life and wealth, he was certain Chen Han would prioritize survival. Ultimately, through a combination of coercion and persuasion, El Bufan emerged as the principal beneficiary. He drained his resources, utilizing the 58 billion he had amassed to acquire Chen Han's 1 million pieces of equipment. At their current market value, these items could yield him a staggering 200 billion in profit. Ha ha ha, Chen Han is nothing but a fool. He is far from my match. Upon completing the transaction, El Bufan and his companions erupted into raucous laughter. However, just as he prepared to list the equipment, he was rendered speechless. At that moment, the trading platform inexplicably showcased a vast array of equipment. The pricing was astonishing, whether common or rare. Each item was astonishingly marked at merely 1 gold coin. Suddenly, a message ignited the global chat. Suit-clad bandit, a calamity looms. Humanity must support one another. Therefore, I have resolved to donate all my beginner's equipment in batches, hoping to aid Blue Star in overcoming this crisis. Finally, I wish prosperity in martial arts to all. Chapter 40. The Terrifying Tactics of Chen Han. Goodness. The suit-clad boss is incredible. I've just snagged a rare item. Thank you, suit-clad boss. My heavens, am I dreaming? I've actually acquired a rare piece. Oh, how profoundly moving. The gentleman in the suit is indeed a hero of the human race. Indeed, when compared to El Bufan, he appears to be a living bodhisattva. Everyone should refrain from purchasing El Bufan's equipment. The gentleman in the suit has promised to distribute it in batches, and there will undoubtedly be opportunities to obtain it later, making high-priced purchases unnecessary. A single action has sent ripples throughout the industry. Chen Han's gesture of gifting equipment has astonished the world. This stands in stark contrast to El Bufan's exorbitantly priced sales. From this moment onward, El Bufan's equipment has become utterly disregarded, with not a single piece sold. Meanwhile, with but a single phrase, Chen Han has stirred the entire market with 100,000 pieces of equipment. Witnessing this, El Bufan felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. His previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly. Damn it, that rascal Chen Han has outsmarted me. Was it claimed that there were only 1 million pieces of equipment? How could he have more? Li Chuanqi, in a fit of rage, smashed his wine glass upon the floor. Cursed be this situation. What a treacherous trap. He Dongfa's face turned an ominous shade. The 3 furious individuals instilled fear in their subordinates, who trembled in fright. Li Chuanqi exclaimed, "This is retaliation. That young man dares to conspire against us. Does he not fear vengeance?" He Dongfa replied, "What shall we do now? Our equipment simply cannot be sold. Most importantly, this equipment constitutes our last remaining assets. All the profits we earned have fallen into Chen Han's hands. El Bufon gradually regained his composure, urging patience. That young man likely seeks self-preservation through his gift of equipment. His actions are aimed at achieving the moral high ground, even if his identity is revealed. The expeditionary forces would hesitate to act openly against him. Do not fret. He should have little equipment left. Once he has delivered everything, we can still sell the gear at a high price. El Bufon's analysis brought a sense of calm to the crowd. Indeed, with over 10 billion people globally, even if 80 have been infected and transformed into zombies, that still leaves 2 billion players. Equipment remains perpetually scarce, and once Chen Han has completed his deliveries, what they possess will still hold significant value. El Bufon chuckled coldly. Chen Han, do you truly believe you can escape this fate? I have an abundance of methods to ensnare you. Just then, Zhang Yonghui rushed in anxiously. This is bad. The expeditionary force is coming again. And this time there are a full 3,000 of them heading our way. The revelation stunned everyone. What? 3,000? At that moment, Chen Han and Chu Li stood atop the fortress, observing the dense throng of the expeditionary force passing by. Leading them was none other than Bald Xing. Acting on Chen Han's instructions, he had disclosed El Bufon's true hideout to the expeditionary force. What Chen Han occupied was merely a trap set by El Bufon. Upon learning the truth, the two leaders of the expeditionary force, Brother Dao and Captain Meng, were enraged. They had gained nothing and instead fallen victim to El Bufon's scheme, resulting in the deaths of dozens of their brothers. How could they swallow this humiliation? It would be difficult to quell their anger without exacting a thousandfold vengeance upon El Bufon. As the expeditionary force passed Chen Han's iron fortress, Bald Xing felt a surge of excitement. He had added Chen Han as a friend just the night before and had discovered Chen Han's true identity. When he saw that Chen Han's game ID was suit-wearing thug, Bald Xing trembled with anticipation. He never anticipated that the renowned suit-clad magnate was actually residing in Zhanghai City, and moreover, in the same neighborhood as Lu Bufon. He felt an immense sense of relief, for his prudence had allowed him to evade the opportunity to assault Chen Han's stronghold. Otherwise, his fate would have been dire. Consequently, he was determined to execute Chen Han's orders with utmost diligence. Chen Han had also mentioned that if he performed well, there was a possibility of mingling with him. To become a subordinate of the suit-clad magnate would elevate Guang Tusheng to unparalleled heights, just envisioning residing within that fortress, free from fear and trepidation, invigorated Guang Tusheng like a surge of adrenaline. Quickly, brothers, Lu Bufon's stronghold lies less than a kilometer ahead. Observing the departure of the 3,000 troops, Chu Li and the others inhaled deeply, their gazes filled with astonishment as they regarded Chen Han. Is this your strategy? To exploit Lu Bufon's high-priced equipment sales and shift all the attention onto him? You are indeed a true merchant of cunning, Chu Li exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the most prominent figure at present, Lu Bufon, was merely a pawn in Chen Han's grand design. A faint smile graced Chen Han's lips as he remarked, "The matter of money is inconsequential. My sole desire is to defeat Lu Bufon in the very arena where he takes pride in his commercial prowess. What could be more gratifying?" Upon hearing this, Chu Li shuddered. You must be a devil. Yet, even so, this may not be enough to crush him, right? Your current provision of equipment is but a temporary measure. How long can it last? Once the world realizes you have ceased supplying equipment, they will still be compelled to purchase from Lu Bufon. That amounts to a staggering 1 million pieces of equipment, valued at 20 billion. Chen Han cast a sidelong glance at her, exclaiming, "Oh, so you can analyze as well." "Indeed, I possess very few novice items at present. However, as long as I endure until tomorrow, these novice items shall be rendered mere scrap metal. What 20 billion? That is a heap of worthless rubbish that no one would even want for free." Upon hearing this, Chu Li and Zhang Fadi exchanged astonished glances. Why? By then, would you not consider these novice items mere junk? What? The crowd gasped in disbelief. If that were the case, then Lu Bufon's million novice items would indeed become a burden. Once players reach level 10, who would still utilize novice equipment? No wonder Chen Han merely hoarded novice gear. He had clearly plotted this from the outset, perfectly exploiting Lu Bufon's greedy nature as a merchant. Had he known to stop after amassing 60 billion, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. What a pitiful soul. The onlookers felt a wave of sympathy for Lu Bufon, who had been skillfully manipulated by Chen Han from the very beginning. Not only had he failed to earn a single penny, but he also became the target of others' covetous eyes upon his wealth. Meanwhile, Chen Han merely reaped the rewards effortlessly. In this commercial conflict, he emerged victorious. As this realization settled in, the crowd gazed at Chen Han with a mix of fear and admiration. A person of such caliber is fortunate to be on our side. Had he been an adversary, one would hardly sleep soundly. At this moment, Lu Bufan's fortress was encircled by 3,000 troops, imposing and formidable. The bald commander spoke first. Lu Bufan, surrender your ill-gotten gains, and we may spare your life. As the throng of 3,000 raised their voices in unison, shouting and drumming, surrender the ill-gotten gains. Surrender the ill-gotten gains. The very sound of their cries nearly caused El Bufan to spit blood in frustration. Where on earth do I have any money? All my earnings have gone to Chen Han. Chapter 41. El Bufan's frustration when El Bufan thought of Chen Han. A profound sense of indignation welled up within him. After toiling tirelessly to sell equipment and earn a living, he found himself utterly penniless, burdened instead with a wave of trouble. That damn Chen Han. The other two titans shared equally grim expressions, feeling as though they had been outmaneuvered by Chen Han. They had initially believed that acquiring the final batch of equipment would enable them to sever ties with Chen Han decisively. Yet, before they could make their move, Chen Han had preemptively asserted his dominance. Why forego profits to distribute equipment? It was sheer folly. To make matters worse, the initial batch consisted of only 100,000 pieces, and hours had passed without the arrival of a second shipment. Nevertheless, the fools of the world continued to wait, anticipating more equipment from Chen Han. Was this not sheer stupidity? They were acutely aware that Chen Han possessed little equipment, yet the rest of the world remained oblivious. The populace believed that Chen Han had stockpiled a vast amount of beginner's gear and had sold little of it, leading them to assume he still had plenty in reserve. Unbeknownst to them, the equipment they were attempting to sell was, in fact, Chen Han's. This maneuver by Chen Han left them with not a single piece of equipment sold. How could one not feel exasperated by such a turn of events? They found themselves in a predicament, unable to voice their grievances. Should they confess that all their earnings had been siphoned away by Chen Han, suggesting that the Crusaders turn against him? Who would believe such a tale? At this moment, the band of Crusaders had firmly set their sights on them. Upon reflection, He Dongfa and Li Chuanqi felt their hearts bleed, aging a few years in an instant. The three old men had indeed succumbed to Chen Han. What now? Li Chuanqi glanced at El Bufan, who snorted coldly. What now? They've dared to invade. What else is there to do? If they provoke me, they shall perish. With that, El Bufan brandished his soul-purple crossbow and unleashed a flurry of bolts upon the crowd below. At that moment, this ranged weapon proved its critical significance once more. Thud. 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 El Bufan relentlessly pulled the trigger, and several individuals fell in rapid succession. Ah, El Bufan has struck, cursed Bald Shang, hastily retreating behind the throng while shouting. Smash the door. He only possesses a single crossbow. Do not panic. Raise your shields, and let us break down the door. As he spoke, he produced 2 purple novice shields and handed them to Brother Dao and Meng Tu. Purple gear. Seeing the purple equipment Bald Shang had unveiled, Brother Dao and his companion widened their eyes in astonishment. Brother, safety is paramount. Bald Shang nodded solemnly and then retrieved 2 purple novice axes. Here. These axes possess high damage. Brother Dao and his companion's eyes sparkled with excitement. Good brother, once we subdue El Bufan, you must share generously. Subsequently, Brother Dao and Ming Tu brandished their purple shields and charged to the forefront, wielding the purple axes with fervor. Observing this, Bald Sheng cowered at the back. Chuckling to himself, the suited gentleman is truly formidable. This purple shield was, of course, a gift from Chen Han, intended specifically for countering El Bufan's crossbow. Curse it. El Bufan relentlessly pulled the trigger. His purple crossbow was an invincible force. Even the most robust pink shield struggled to withstand his arrows. However, with the arrival of Brother Dao and Meng Tu wielding purple shields, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The arrows struck the purple shields, producing a resounding metallic clang. Damage -8. Purple shield defense value, 192-200. Curse it. El Bufan exclaimed in frustration at the sight before him. Yet he found himself powerless, compelled to continue shooting arrows. Observing this, El Feihong interjected. Father, although the crossbow has infinite arrows, it is subject to durability constraints. If you continue to use it this way, it will soon be rendered useless. Humph. El Bufan scoffed, tossing the crossbow towards the enemy. You take over and devise every possible means to make them pay a price. El Feihong's expression turned grave. What could he possibly do? Outside, thousands of adversaries awaited. While they numbered only a little over 100, they dared not charge out. Despite their purple equipment, A reckless advance would surely lead to their demise beneath a barrage of blades. Yet, continuing to prolong their predicament was no solution. Their iron fortress was merely a faade of pink alloy, with a paltry defense value of 10,000 points. If they allowed the enemy to persist, it was only a matter of time before their defenses would crumble. After a moment of contemplation, El Fei Hong turned to El Buffon and the others, proposing, "What if we negotiate? Perhaps we can offer them some equipment to send them on their way." At this suggestion, the expressions of the others darkened. Did this not imply surrender? Yet, beyond this, there seemed to be no alternative. He Dongfa and Li Chuanqi exchanged glances filled with inquiry towards El Buffon, who wore a face of grim determination. "It is the only way." Lu Feihong nodded and shouted to the crowd below from the heights of the fortress, "Cease your actions. Let us negotiate." Upon hearing this, the exhausted and panting brother Dao and Ming Tu immediately halted their efforts. "You have slaughtered so many of our brethren, and now you speak of negotiation?" Brother Dao pointed an accusing finger at Lu Feihong. The latter remained composed, replying, "You are merely motivated by greed. There is no need for a fight to the death. Do you truly believe you can breach our fortress? Look at your axe. It is on the verge of breaking. How can you possibly breach the gates in such a state?" At these words, Brother Dao glanced down at his axe, noticing its durability, 48,100. In contrast, the formidable alloy gate before him boasted a defense value of 8,500 and 10,000. Indeed, using an axe against alloy was the most foolish approach. These were their only two purple axes, and if they were both destroyed, the damage inflicted on the alloy gate would be even more negligible. Struck at their vulnerable point, the expressions of Brother Dao and Ming Tu turned grim. Lu Feihong, a seasoned player, had swiftly identified the crux of the issue. "How about this? I shall provide you with 10,000 pieces of novice equipment, one set for each of you." The moment this proposal was made, many were tempted. Most of them lacked novice gear. Their reasons for joining the expeditionary forces were twofold: to secure sustenance and to band together for survival. Without equipment, they stood no chance against the zombies. However, if Lu Feihong could grant each of them a set of equipment, they would possess the means to survive, at least gaining the ability to slay zombies for resources. Observing the hesitation among the crowd, the bald man's expression shifted dramatically. What the hell? Are they truly swayed by this? The suit-clad gentleman assigned his task, which was to eliminate Lu Buffon. Now, negotiations were underway. Wald Sheng immediately stepped forward and exclaimed, "Lu Buffon possesses a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Do you think a mere 10,000 pieces of equipment can appease us? Do we appear to be beggars? We demand money and sustenance." Indeed, 10,000 pieces of equipment in exchange for 100 billion seemed nothing short of a charitable donation. The crowd was instantly incensed. Lu Feihong glared at Bald Sheng, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Our funds have already been allocated for purchasing equipment. Apart from that, we are left with nothing. As for food, we can barely satisfy our hunger. What a farce. If there is no sincerity in these negotiations, then let the battle continue. Brothers, unleash your fury." Bald Sheng, unconcerned, incited the group to take action at the slightest provocation. Knife Brother and Meng Tu exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "This is absurd. How long will it take to breach such a massive alloy door? It would be marvelous to reach an amicable settlement." At that moment, Lu Feihong discerned the group's intentions and raised a finger. 100,000. I will provide you with 100,000 pieces of equipment. Now, be gone." The announcement of 100,000 pieces sent the assembly into a frenzy, each individual brimming with excitement. Given the current exorbitant prices for equipment, each person could potentially receive over 30 pieces, a significant windfall indeed. "It's a deal." Knife Brother and Ming Tu disregarded Bald Sheng and readily agreed. Both parties swiftly commenced the transaction. Bald Sheng was left dumbfounded. How would he report this to the suit-clad gentleman? He promptly informed Chen Han of the situation. Chen Han smiled. "This is easily resolved. I shall have the door opened." Open the door? Bald Sheng found himself questioning whether he had misheard. Yet, in the next moment, the enormous steel gate truly swung open. Witnessing this spectacle, not only Bald Sheng but also the assembly of the expeditionary forces and figures like El Fei Hong were left utterly astonished. Chapter 42. Betrayal. The fortress breached. Good heavens. Bald Sheng widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "Brother in the suit, you must be a deity. You commanded the door to open, and it did." His companion, the rat, stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. "What now? Do we continue to fight?" The expeditionary forces exchanged glances, and a profound silence enveloped the scene. Moments ago, They had been clamoring. Yet now they found themselves powerless against the steel gate. The sudden peace was puzzling. Did it signal an invitation to crime? In an instant, many gazes ignited with fervor. El Bouffon was inside. If they could eliminate him, a fortune of 100 billion gold coins would be theirs. The two leaders of the expeditionary forces, Brother Dao and Brother Meng, exchanged a meaningful look, seemingly seeking each other's counsel. They were not fools. Their first instinct was to suspect a trap. With the gate ajar, could it be a cunning ploy to ensnare them? Inside the gate might lie an ambush set by El Bouffon himself. Meanwhile, El Bouffon and his companions were equally perplexed. Who had opened the door? No one had been granted permission to do so. Just as both sides fell into silence, a bespectacled youth emerged from the gate. Wang Liaopeng cautiously surveyed the expeditionary forces and, under their astonished gazes, raised his hands in surrender. I yield. Please do not harm me. Following him, several others appeared, similarly lifting their hands. Ahem, just passing through. Feel free to carry on. A few individuals awkwardly chuckled, gradually inching their way outward. The crusading army made no move to strike. Instead, they stood in stunned silence, parting to create a safe passage for their escape. This scene left El Bouffon and his companions utterly dumbfounded. Shut the gates now, El Bouffon bellowed. Bald Sheng quickly regained his composure and shouted in response, charge. Capture El Bouffon alive and uphold justice. In an instant, chaos erupted within the ranks of the crusading army as some charged in, slaying those who attempted to close the gates. The scene descended into utter pandemonium as both factions clashed violently. Fortunately, they had fled swiftly. Otherwise, their fate would have been dire. Their alliance with the suited gentleman had proven fortuitous. Without it, their demise would have been inevitable. As insiders, they were acutely aware of the strategic duel between Chen Han and El Bouffon. It was now evident to even the most oblivious observer that El Bouffon had met his defeat. Possessing a fortune in equipment amounted to nothing if it could not be sold, rendering it mere scrap. This was clearly a trap laid by the suited gentleman. Yet El Bouffon's foolish followers clung stubbornly to their pride, unwilling to concede. Enough of this. Let us seek the suited gentleman for our rewards, and make our swift exit. El Bouffon's downfall is assured. Wang Liaopeng urged his few subordinates as they hastily departed. The suited gentleman demonstrated remarkable cunning, having infiltrated El Bouffon's ranks with spies. Bald Sheng engaged in a live video feed with Chen Han, broadcasting the chaos. The footage captured the crusading army storming the fortress, the cacophony of battle reverberating throughout. Witnessing this, Chu Li and Zhang Daodian inhaled sharply, casting astonished glances at Chen Han. Such ruthlessness. To have embedded operatives within the enemy's ranks, how could they possibly continue the fight? In the midst of a siege, the gates of the fortress unexpectedly swung wide open. A treachery that cut deeper than mere violence. This tale serves as a poignant reminder of the perils of misplaced trust. Upon hearing these words, the crowd nodded in solemn agreement, their hearts stirred by a flicker of emotion. Despite understanding the wisdom of this lesson, they had placed their faith in us, even allowing us to take refuge within their stronghold. Was this not a testament to trust? Zhang Daodian discreetly wiped away a tear, silently vowing to remain loyal to his leader for all eternity. Similarly, Chu Li cast a gaze laden with complexity towards Chen Han, realizing only now the undeniable allure of this man. At that moment, Ling Shui interjected with a smile. What might astonish you further is that they betrayed Lu Bouffon for a mere cigarette. She then produced 5 packs from her storage compartment. Jiangma, please wait for them at the door. A promise made by Han Gu shall never be broken. Simply for a cigarette? The crowd shook their heads in pity, lamenting the dire straits of Lu Bouffon. As they expressed their sympathies, the live broadcast suddenly shifted. An armored vehicle burst forth from the fortress. Lu Bouffon had fled. In a moment of life and death, he and his companions chose to abandon the Doomsday stronghold in a desperate bid for survival, recklessly crashing into countless individuals along the way. Under the relentless assault of the armored vehicle, the advancing army was compelled to yield. What shall we do? The suited magnate, Lu Bouffon, is on the run, the bald-headed man exclaimed in distress. Chen Han remained unfazed. Lu Bouffon, having lost everything, was akin to a stray dog. He had avenged most of his past grievances in his previous life, rendering this once valuable pawn utterly obsolete. His escape was, in fact, a stroke of luck, yielding a tidy profit of 12 billion. Now, let us revel in a grand celebration. With that, Chen Han unveiled an array of delectable delicacies and fine wines. Huzzah! The crowd erupted in unison. That night, gurgle, gurgle, in an abandoned shop, El Buffon and his companions found themselves famished, their stomachs growling. "Father, do have a bite." El Feihan offered a piece of moldy bread. El Buffon, in a fit of anger, swatted the bread away. "You expect me to eat this? What kind of rubbish is this? Can it even be consumed?" El Feihan fell silent for a moment. "This is all we have." "What about meat?" "We can purchase meat," Li Chuanqi inquired. "Indeed, where did we buy the meat before?" "We can buy it now as well," He Dongfa chimed in eagerly. Those premium foods were procured at exorbitant prices from other players. The steak you so adore can fetch up to 100,000 gold coins apiece. El Feihan shot a glare at the two. "At a time like this, you still think about gourmet food?" Li Chuanqi retorted. "Do we not have even 100,000? "We do, but we must reserve it for fuel. The fuel for the armored vehicle is exorbitantly priced." "What about our equipment? Has nothing been sold?" "Not a single piece. Chen Han has just listed another 100,000 pieces of equipment. The world awaits his generosity. Who would purchase our overpriced gear?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Chuanqi and his companion turned grim. "Damn Chen Han, what if we lower the prices?" "I refuse to believe that no one would buy," He Dongfa proposed. At this, Zhang Yonghui and a dozen subordinates suddenly brightened at the prospect. Indeed, if we reduce the prices, surely someone would be willing to buy. They possessed 1,000,000 pieces of equipment. If they could be sold, a resurgence would undoubtedly be within reach. Silence. A price reduction is out of the question. Lu Buffon suddenly rebuked. His expression as grave as the depths of the ocean, his fist clenched tightly. To lower the price at this juncture would be tantamount to conceding defeat to Chen Han, a notion he could neither fathom nor accept. Observing Lu Buffon's refusal, a shadow of trepidation flickered in the eyes of Zhang Yonghui and his subordinates. Just then, a cacophony of zombie growls erupted from outside, instantly thickening the atmosphere with tension. The group, on high alert, peered through the doors and windows towards the street. What they beheld sent waves of terror through them, their bodies trembling in fear. The entire street was teeming with zombies, a veritable sea of them. Even more astonishing was the sight of two figures amidst the horde, a man and a woman. Upon recognizing the woman, Lu Buffon and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief. It was her. Chapter 43, The Zombie Army. What manner of beings are those two? Mingling among the undead? Zhang Yonghui whispered. No, the man is not human. Under the moonlight, the group discerned the man's visage. The sight was shocking. His appearance was grotesque, with a face marred by bluish veins and pallid skin that was utterly chilling. In that instant, a realization struck them. He was a half-infected. A shudder coursed through their hearts. It was indeed the Zombie King. They were doomed. The Zombie King had appeared in their vicinity. Lu Buffon and the two affluent individuals cast their gazes upon the woman, their expressions turning grave. They recognized her. It was Chen Han's girlfriend. How had she come to be among the zombies? Was it possible she could command even the undead? A sense of foreboding gnawed at their hearts. Quick, hide. Do not let them see you. El Buffon and his companions believed that Chen Han had come to settle the score with them, just as they were about to conceal themselves. The horde of zombies charged towards them. The relentless mass of the undead emitted spine-chilling howls as they stumbled through the streets under the cover of night. No matter the perspective, the scene was utterly horrifying. Before long, as the group trembled in fear, the swarm of zombies arrived as anticipated. It was evident that the Zombie King had long since detected their presence, or perhaps was deliberately making its way towards them. This is the end. Zhang Yonghui and his subordinates felt their hearts race wildly. Boss, quickly deploy the armored vehicle. We must escape. El Feihan came to his senses and immediately unleashed the armored vehicle from the shop. The terrified group scrambled aboard, swiftly starting the engine. El Feihan drove the armored vehicle without a thought for the Zombie King, flooring the accelerator. Crash. The glass door of the shop shattered instantly upon impact. The armored vehicle burst forth, barreling towards the half-infected creature. El Feihan and his companions were seasoned players, fully aware of the Zombie King's capabilities. If the Zombie King remained alive, it could easily command the undead to surround the armored vehicle, trapping them. Die. El Feihan pressed the accelerator with fervor, intending to ram the Zombie King. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. Just as the armored vehicle charged forward, the half-infected creature merely extended a single hand and effortlessly halted the speeding vehicle in its tracks. How was this possible? The occupants of the vehicle were left in utter disbelief. El Feihan was undeterred, pressing the accelerator to the floor. However, the wheels continued to grind against the ground. Yet they advanced not a single inch. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Zhang Yongyi's mouth as he emitted a raspy laugh. Ha ha ha. Then, before the astonished gazes of all present, Zhang Yongyi swung his fist and struck the front of the armored vehicle with tremendous force. Boom! The entire front end was driven into the earth, causing the rear to lift high and disorienting those within. A look of despair spread across the crowd. This half-infected being was overwhelmingly powerful, far beyond what they could withstand at present. At that moment, Xiao Rou stepped forward, her gaze cold as she commanded, "Get out of the vehicle." A dozen individuals were forcibly ejected. Upon seeing the densely packed zombies lining the streets, they couldn't help but tremble. There were simply too many. So numerous that they surpassed even the attacking troops. "Kneel." Zhang Yongyi's voice rang out coldly. At this command, Lu Bufan and the others were momentarily taken aback. This zombie king possesses intelligence. Are you a human player? Zhang Yonghui's eyes widened in disbelief. In the game, half-infected beings were categorized as NPCs, standing opposed to humanity. He had not anticipated that the half-infected before him was once human. In an instant, the crowd felt an unexpected sense of familiarity with the half-infected being. If it were indeed a human player, matters could be negotiated. Zombies would never engage in reasoned discourse. Those wretched creatures only desired to consume human flesh. However, human players were a different story. As long as there was mutual benefit, cooperation was certainly possible. Zhang Yonghui felt a wave of relief wash over him. He did not kneel, but instead chuckled, "Friend, let us converse. There is no need for violence." Yet, in the next moment, Zhang Yongyi seized his hand and, with a sickening snap, tore it off. He then proceeded to consume the severed limb, piece by piece. "Ah, my hand, my hand." Zhang Yonghui cried out in agony as he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his severed arm in a horrific display. The scent of blood stirred the horde of zombies, unleashing a cacophony of terrifying growls. This scene left Lu Bufan and the others in a state of shock. Wasn't he this supposed to be a human player transformed? Why were they consuming flesh? Indeed, Zhang Yongyi, having mutated into a half-infected being, retained his human memories. However, he also inherited the traits of a half-infected, such as bloodlust and savagery. Zhang Yonghui's flippant remarks clearly provoked him. "Kneel." Zhang Yongyi commanded once more. This time, everyone complied without hesitation, collapsing to their knees. Lu Bufan trembled uncontrollably. He had never witnessed such a scene. Watching the half-infected devour his severed arm filled him with revulsion, nearly causing him to vomit. Yet he suppressed the urge. "Vomit? I dare not." Lu Bufan thought. "I have heard you amassed over 100 billion?" Xiao Rou's voice was cold and commanding. Upon hearing this, Lu Bufan was taken aback. "Wait, aren't you sent by Chen Han?" He was bewildered. As Chen Han's girlfriend, how could she be unaware of their circumstances? Upon hearing Chen Han's name, Xiao Rou's expression turned even colder. "Indeed, we accumulated over 100 billion. But it was all swindled away by your boyfriend." He Dongfa interjected suddenly. He discerned the shift in Xiao Rou's demeanor, piecing together the implications. It was evident that Xiao Rou had been abandoned. She and Chen Han were clearly not of the same ilk. Now, aligned with the zombie king, she wielded immense power. They could leverage Xiao Rou's strength to seek vengeance against Chen Han. The adage, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," resonated with Lu Bufan and Li Chuanqi as they grasped He Dongfa's intention, their faces lighting up with surprise. It was indeed a clever strategy. However, in the next instant, a shadow darted past. The corpse king seized He Dongfa by the throat, lifting him high into the air. "She is my woman." He Dongfa struggled in despair, his attempts to speak thwarted, though his lips formed a silent plea for help. His noble intentions, however, inadvertently struck a raw nerve in Zhang Yongyi. Subsequently, Zhang Yongyi hurled He Dongfa into the horde of zombies, where he was mercilessly devoured by the frenzied undead. Witnessing this scene, Lu Bufan could no longer contain himself. He retched violently, his fear palpable as he knelt on the ground, trembling incessantly. "Please don't kill me. I truly have no money left. I still possess 80,000 pieces of novice equipment. I will give it all to you. I beg you, spare my life." In that moment, the once mighty tycoon was reduced to a pitiful beggar. Xiao Rou scoffed coldly, demanding, "Tell me everything that transpired." Lu Bufan recounted the events in meticulous detail. Upon hearing his tale, Xiao Rou furrowed her brow in disbelief. To her astonishment, Chen Han had indeed managed to secure a tenfold profit. This implied that Chen Han now held at least 100 billion. Yet, none of it would be hers. Nevertheless, it mattered not. These riches would ultimately belong to her. No matter how strong you are, can you withstand the army of zombies? A cruel smile flickered across Xiao Rou's face as she lowered her head to Lu Bufan and uttered. Chapter 44. At all costs, protect Chen Han. A crisis is gradually unfolding, yet Chen Han remains utterly oblivious. This evening's soiree has indeed reached a level of exuberance, with nearly all attendees inebriated. The zombies lurking outside are mere child's play compared to the formidable bosses encountered in the game. Once the game's instance manifests, the world shall truly descend into a survival crisis. Chen Han cradles his head. The alcohol seeps into the recesses of his mind, rendering him drowsy. Weary, he reclines on his bed, basking in the comforting warmth of the moment, his heart awash with myriad sentiments. In his previous life, at this very hour, he was reinforcing his villa with wooden planks, striving to fend off the onslaught of the undead. Sleep was a luxury he dared not indulge in, and sustenance consisted solely of jam. The struggle was unbearable. Yet now, nestled within the sanctuary of the apocalypse, relishing the opulence of a cozy bed and lying at ease. How splendid it all is! Gone are the days of trepidation. He can sleep as he pleases. Lost in reverie, Chen Han gradually succumbs to slumber, his eyelids growing heavy. However, at that very moment, the door locked to his room suddenly clicks open, and a shadow slips inside. Chen Han jolts awake, since the onset of the apocalyptic game. His physical prowess and mental acuity have vastly improved. He instantly perceives the anomaly within the room. Upon realizing someone has intruded, a look of astonishment crosses his face. He is exceedingly cautious regarding his safety. The entire room is encased in orange alloy steel. Even the door is constructed from the game's alloy material. Without a key, it is utterly impossible for anyone to breach his sanctuary. Yet the key is indisputably on his person. How could this be? As Chen Han reaches to feel for the key in his pocket, he discovers it is utterly devoid of anything. The key had vanished, and his first instinct was to draw his blade, ready to strike down any approaching shadow in an instant. As the figure drew nearer, Chen Han clutched his long knife tightly, poised to unleash lethal force. Yet, in the next moment, he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance. A graceful silhouette stealthily approached Chen Han's bed and burrowed beneath the covers. A smirk danced at the corners of his mouth as he rolled over, pinning the figure beneath him. "Ah, Han Gu, why are you still awake?" Beneath him, Ling Xue's delicate visage flushed with a hint of crimson, her heart racing wildly. Whether from anxiety or the surprise of Chen Han's presence, she could not tell. "What are you doing, sneaking around at this hour?" Chen Han pressed down on Ling Xue, his expression grave. "Stealing my room key and sneaking into my bed. Do you realize how perilous this is?" "Humph." Ling Xue tilted her head defiantly, revealing her alabaster neck. It was then that Chen Han noticed her attire. Beneath her fair swan-like neck lay but a thin strap of fabric. Below that, two towering peaks were concealed by cascading locks of hair, the view tantalizingly obscured. The scent of her hair wafted softly, a subtle temptation. Chen Han swallowed hard. This girl had clearly dressed with intention, undoubtedly prepared for this encounter. "You are playing with fire," he thought, taking a deep breath. "Did you not suggest we relax? This is my way of unwinding." Ling Xue feigned composure, though her cheeks burned with embarrassment. In an instant, she turned the tables, using her Taekwondo black belt prowess to subdue Chen Han beneath her. He felt the rush of blood surge, still eager to voice his thoughts. Yet, a single remark from Ling Xue silenced him. "With a woman now in the household, rather than allowing you to conquer her, it would be more prudent to let me conquer you first." Chen Han was left speechless. This night was destined to be sleepless. Not only for Chen Han, but for countless residents of Jiahai City, rest was elusive. A peculiar incident was unfolding in the urban area of Jiahai City. An armored vehicle was cruising slowly through the streets, a speaker perched atop it, blaring music. This bizarre scene instantly captivated the city's inhabitants, many of whom had remained holed up in their homes, too fearful to venture outside since the onset of the apocalyptic game. Initially, upon spotting the armored vehicle, the survivors felt a surge of excitement, instinctively believing it to be a sign of official rescue. However, their expectations were soon dashed. The vehicle's behavior was perplexing. It merely circled the city without any officials making an appearance. Observant onlookers noted a bloodied figure bound at the rear of the vehicle, under the cloak of darkness. The stench of blood combined with the music drew forth numerous zombies, who staggered after the armored vehicle. That night, the survivors of Jianghai City held their breath in terror, let alone succumb to sleep. The cacophony of music, the rumble of the armored vehicle, and the growls of the undead intertwined, sending chills down their spines. Gradually, the horde of zombies grew, almost drawing an entire district's worth of them into its thrall. By dawn, a formidable army of zombies had amassed, numbering in the thousands. Witnessing this spectacle, countless survivors gasped in horror, swiftly grasping a disturbing truth. Someone was orchestrating this chaos. What could possibly be the motive behind attracting such a legion of the undead? An assault on the city? The military camp in Jianhai City cannot possibly be concealed. Can it? Numerous individuals have surreptitiously captured the situation and posted it on the Dawn of the Apocalypse forum. The news spread like wildfire, causing a sensation throughout the Dragon Nation. Everyone is aware that the most prominent figure of the moment, El Bufon, resides in Jianhai City. Who is this extraordinary individual? Is there an intention to assault El Bufon? Is the upstairs connection merely 2G? El Bufon was already besieged by the punitive army yesterday, and he has fled in an armored vehicle. Is this truly happening? El Bufon, fleeing with billions in gold? I entertain a bold hypothesis. Could the individual driving the armored vehicle in the video be El Bufon, seeking vengeance against the punitive forces? Incredible! The individual upstairs is astoundingly perceptive. Upon deeper reflection, it is indeed chilling. How many can afford an armored vehicle? This person unmistakably is El Bufon. A tempest of speculation ensued. This revelation swiftly engulfed the entirety of the Dragon Nation. At that moment, at the headquarters in Shanjing, General Long and several high-ranking officials convened an emergency meeting early in the day. What matter is of such urgency, esteemed leaders? The prominent figures inquired, gazing at General Long with curiosity. Have you all seen the video from Jianhai City today? General Long asked, his expression grave. We have all viewed it. El Bufon incited a massive horde of zombies to counterattack the punitive army. Such actions are indeed inappropriate. However, we presently lack the capability to address this. The veteran general, who had previously suggested yielding to Chen Han, spoke bitterly. General Long shook his head. As far as I know, the individual in the armored vehicle is undoubtedly El Bufon, but he does not seek revenge against the punitive forces. His target is Chen Han. What? Upon hearing these words, the veteran general sprang to his feet in astonishment. He dares to harm Chen Han. I shall take his life. General Long, is the information accurate? The expressions of shock were evident on the faces of those gathered in the conference room, as concern for Chen Han arose. The sentiments towards Chen Han were predominantly ones of gratitude. His contributions had enabled the military to establish a firm foothold and develop a capacity for resistance. Now that Chen Han faced peril, their anger was palpable. Were it not for the exceptional circumstances, they would likely mobilize half of the military district to safeguard him. General Long hesitated for a moment before continuing. Do you know why Lu Bufon seeks revenge against Chen Han? It is because the equipment in the trading market belongs to Chen Han. He exploited the situation to sell the gear at exorbitant prices, reaping immense profits. In other words, the true 100 billion assets lie with Chen Han. Boom. Upon hearing this, all the leaders lost their composure. This young man is undeniably ruthless. I now wish to know how each of you perceives Chen Han. General Long cast a serious gaze upon the assembly. It is obvious. While Chen Han has indeed profited, his patriotism is equally undeniable. We must ensure his protection. The contributions of Chen Han to Dragon Country are indelible. An elder general exclaimed with vigor. Upon hearing this, the attendees nodded in agreement. A resolute smile spread across General Long's face. Excellent. Then I shall, without hesitation, summon all available forces near Jianhai City to protect Chen Han. Chapter 45. The zombie army approaches the city this night was utterly chaotic, causing Chen Han to sleep until midday. He awoke languidly, glancing at Ling Shui, who lay beside him with her small mouth pouted in deep slumber, a smile inevitably curving his lips. Such a little rascal, both inexperienced and playful. After the arrival of the apocalyptic game, Ling Shui's physical capabilities had significantly enhanced. Chen Han felt a mixture of affection and pity for this gluttonous little creature. Reflecting on it, after today, this girl would become the Scarlet Witch, and Chen Han was uncertain if he could truly contain her. The thought of awakening her profession the next day filled him with excitement as he eagerly anticipated the true power of the singular SSS profession, the Sword Immortal. Opening the system panel, Chen Han turned his attention to the external world. Unsurprisingly, the entirety of Blue Star remained engulfed in the panic of a zombie crisis. Although the game conveyed the situation clearly, the vast majority of people still struggled to accept reality. They were too fearful to even step outside, let alone confront the undead. Chen Han could only shake his head in disdain at such individuals. As for those hiding at home, they might still manage to evade the mindless zombies for the time being. However, with the enhancement of strength, speed, and intelligence, the situation would soon change. To illustrate, a level 1 zombie might merely knock on doors, while a level 5 zombie would possess the capability to manipulate the door locks. Should one be unfortunate enough to encounter a locksmith zombie, it could directly unlock the door for you. This was far more formidable than the zombies depicted in films. To survive, humanity began to engage in fierce battles against the undead. While browsing the World Chat channel, a video concerning Jianghai City caught Chen Han's attention. Beneath the video, countless individuals were engaged in discussion. After watching, a frown creased Chen Han's brow. He was certain that the armored vehicle in the video belonged to El Bufon. He believed that there was no one else in Jianghai City who could afford to purchase an armored vehicle for 100 million gold coins. This fellow was still not giving up. A smile crept upon Chen Han's lips. With merely a handful of lowly zombies, do they truly believe they can breach his apocalyptic fortress? Surely, this is a jest. Chen Han rose from his slumber and descended the stairs, where he found his companions, including Gongzi, anxiously awaiting his arrival. They had long received the news but hesitated to disturb him, choosing instead to wait. I am already aware of the situation. There is no need for concern. Chen Han waved his hand dismissively, encouraging them to relax. Were they truly intimidated by such a trivial assembly? In his previous life, he had witnessed 1 million zombies besieging a city. Boss, Lu Bufon has already led the horde towards our community. Should we take action? Jian Guan inquired. No need for alarm. They cannot penetrate the fortress, Chen Han replied, casually munching on a fried dough stick, utterly unperturbed. Observing Chen Han's calm demeanor, the others felt a slight sense of relief, though their brows remained knitted in worry. While it was undeniably safe within the fortress, they felt stifled. Avoiding confrontation seemed akin to conceding defeat. Chen Han paid them no mind. Once we awaken our professions past midnight, these minor zombies will be nothing more than fish on a chopping block, unworthy of mention. Prepare for battle. Tonight, we shall reap a bloody harvest. A sense of anticipation stirred within him. Meanwhile, on the main thoroughfare of Jianghai City, the zombie army, led by armored vehicles, advanced steadily towards the summer resort. Father, are we truly to collaborate with that Xiaorou? On the armored vehicle, Lu Feihong furrowed his brow, feeling an unsettling sense of trepidation. How could that woman align herself with semi-infected beings? What sort of audacity did she possess? Moreover, was it not repulsive? The mere mention of Xiaorou sent shivers down Zhang Yonghui and the other spines. That woman was utterly terrifying. Zhang Yonghui touched his severed arm, his complexion paling further. That scene remained etched in the minds of all present. Did we truly have a choice last night? El Bufon remarked bitterly. At these words, a heavy silence enveloped the vehicle. Do you believe we can conquer Chen Han? Li Chuanqi suddenly interjected. It seems implausible to breach Chen Han's apocalyptic fortress relying solely on these lowly zombies. El Feihong shook his head. However, with that half-infected creature in play, the situation becomes precarious. Zhang Yonghui nodded in agreement. Indeed, the half-infected entity is designed as the boss within the game, possessing formidable strength. Chen Han has remained hidden in his shell, but should he dare to emerge, he would undoubtedly be slain by the half-infected. The mention of Chen Han ignited an endless resentment within the hearts of the group. If it weren't for Chen Han, would we have fallen to such depths? They were seasoned players, accustomed to the game. Had they been allowed to develop in peace, their future prospects would have been bright. Yet now, they had lost everything. Their former assets dissipated. That scoundrel deserves to be cursed. Regardless of tonight's outcome, should anything seem amiss, we shall make our swift exit. El Bufon gazed at his companions. Having gained clarity following last night's ordeal, we still possess a significant amount of equipment. Once the world realizes that Chen Han can no longer provide gear, there will surely be buyers for ours. With the money earned, we can still live the finest life. At this, a glimmer of hope returned to the previously somber faces of the group. Indeed, as long as wealth remains within our grasp, we can rise again. As El Bufon and his companions led the horde of zombies into the summer resort, the expedition alliance that had occupied El Bufon's doomsday fortress was thrown into complete disarray. Under the cover of night, they all fled. Although this fortress was an excellent refuge, they dared not remain. If they did not escape now, they would truly be trapped when the zombie army encircled them. Little did they know, the horde was not actually pursuing them. Just as the undead approached the gates, two groups stealthily infiltrated the community, discreetly trailing behind the zombies. One group consisted of 200 individuals, appearing somewhat aged, yet each was remarkably agile, donned in identical purple gear. They were the reserve forces urgently summoned in Jianghai. The ability to be called upon in the apocalypse was indeed a rarity. On the other hand, the second group was considerably smaller, comprising only 7 women. Leading them were the sisters Xinyu and Xia Chun'er, both of whom had been blessed by Chen Han. The objectives of these two factions were unmistakable: to rescue Chen Han. Chapter 46. Who says he does not dare to come down? He has arrived. Chen Han and his companions ascended to the highest point of the Doomsday Fortress. gazing down at the densely packed zombie horde below. The undead seemed unusually invigorated under the cloak of night, their strength and speed significantly amplified. In an instant, their roars shook the heavens. Orange alloy fortress under attack. Damage -0. 2. Damage -0. 3. Indeed, it was ineffective. El Bufon and his 10 companions huddled in the armored vehicle, observing the trivial damage with furrowed brows. The orange alloy, effective only against foes of level 40 and above, stands as an indomitable force in the early stages. Zhang Yonghui elucidated that these lowly zombies, attempting to breach the fortress, were merely indulging in folly. It is all that damned Chen Han's fault. Had he not monopolized all the alloy materials of purple grade and above, we could have forged such an apocalyptic stronghold ourselves. I would not have been driven from my home by the Crusaders. It is utterly infuriating. El Bufon, seething with anger, struck his thigh with a fist. He contemplated whether there was a way to lure them down. El Feihong spoke solemnly. What is the situation? Only a fool would descend. Li Chuanqi shook his head in resignation. Damn it, I will challenge him. Zhang Yonghui, with the assistance of his subordinates, opened the hatch atop the armored vehicle. He emerged, extending his severed arm in a furious gesture towards Chen Han. Chen Han, if you possess any courage, descend and face me. What does it mean to hide like a coward? Bang! Before he could finish his taunt, an arrow descended from the heavens, piercing through Zhang Yonghui's purple protective suit and embedding itself in his shoulder. Ah! He cried out in agony as his body fell. It hurts, it hurts. Witnessing his plight, the expressions of those present darkened. Truth be told, they felt utterly powerless against Chen Han. High above, he gazed down through the vehicle's windshield, a disdainful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In a flash, Li Chuanqi was incensed, retrieving his phone to call Chen Han. Chen Han, if you are a man, come down for a one-on-one. I will make you regret it. If you dare not descend, then cease your prattling, for I shall take you on. Li Chuanqi keenly observed that Chen Han would not emerge and unleashed all his pent-up resentment in a torrent of invective. Ever since his rise to prosperity, he had regarded himself as superior, believing his refinement to be unmatched by the impoverished rabble. Yet now, he reveled in the freedom to express his vitriol without restraint. He shouted until his voice grew hoarse, causing the passengers in the vehicle to cover their ears. Unable to tolerate the cacophony any longer, Lu Bufon delivered a sharp reprimand. Will you kindly be silent? Chen Han never answered your calls. Whom are you berating? Do you think Chen Han is a fool, willing to walk into his demise? Lu Feihong, exasperated, suggested, let us depart. Our mission is accomplished. It is time for Xiao Rou to take over. The group turned the vehicle around, preparing to escape the oncoming horde of zombies. However, in the next instant, they were left astounded as a figure clad in black combat attire descended from the sky. Oh my goodness, it's Chen Han. Good grief, he truly is a fool. Charge forward, run him over. Lu Bufon and Li Chuanqi initially stood in shock before hastily shouting their orders. Flee? Did I instruct you to flee? Chen Han leaped directly from the fortress, his battle suit crackling with electric energy. In the very next moment, amidst Lu Bufon's furious roar, the armored vehicle barreled toward the descending Chen Han. With a slight smirk, Chen Han absorbed all the energy from the 5 thunder talismans into his black armor. Raising his fist high, he struck the vehicle's hood with tremendous force, unleashing an explosive surge of energy that collided violently with the armored car. A wave of pale purple energy erupted upon impact, sending invisible ripples outward. Boom! The armored vehicle's front crashed violently into the ground, causing the rear to lift abruptly, and the entire machine spun mid-air before its roof struck the earth with a resounding thud. The immense force resulted in the swift cracking of the blue brick floor, sending the surrounding horde of zombies tumbling through the air. Not far away, hidden in the grass, the bald-headed Sheng and the mouse-like companion stared wide-eyed in shock, covering their mouths to stifle any sound. They exchanged glances, each reflecting the awe they felt. Wow, the suited gentleman is incredible. They had chosen to remain hidden instead of joining the assault, eager to witness how the suited figure would confront the zombie army. Initially, they believed Chen Han would not emerge, but the spectacle before them was undeniably breathtaking. Who said the suited gentleman lacked the courage to descend? Not only did he dare, but he was also capable of delivering a blow. It was astonishing. The excitement of Sheng and his companion reached an apex of admiration for Chen Han. El Bufon and the others were equally dumbfounded. They crawled out from beneath the armored vehicle, their faces etched with terror. The very machine they had relied upon had been rendered scrap by a single punch. This was utterly ludicrous. Li Chuanqi, Are you out of your mind? Why provoke him? El Buffon exclaimed in anger. Who claimed he wouldn't dare come down? At that moment, El Buffon felt no joy at Chen Han's appearance, only an overwhelming sense of dread. A profound doubt arose within the group. Did Chen Han truly fear the zombie horde? Could that half-infected creature possibly match his strength? Standing atop the overturned armored vehicle, Chen Han's gaze was icy as he fixed it upon El Buffon and the others. Sending oneself to certain death? This was a blatant disregard for the zombies. Attack him. El Buffon commanded his subordinates, though his feet instinctively retreated. Advance. I cannot possibly withstand him. He can defeat more than a dozen of us, Zhang Yang, we bellowed. Clad in our purple armor, we had nothing to fear from him. Attack. The crowd brandished their weapons, directing their onslaught towards Chen Han. Zhang Yanghui raised his crossbow, exclaiming, Die! Thwack! The arrow was released, striking Chen Han's ebony battle attire. Triggered reflective damage -30. A sharp pain coursed through Zhang Yanghui's hand, nearly causing him to drop the weapon. In the next moment, a shadow lunged forward. Chen Han descended like the Grim Reaper, his glimmering Tang Dao blade looming ominously before him. You! Zhang Yanghui barely had time to utter a word before his head was severed, blood splattering everywhere. The boss is dead. Witnessing this, the remaining subordinates were seized by terror. Chen Han offered them no respite. With a ghostly grace, he moved, his speed augmented by his orange-hued shoes, reaching an unparalleled velocity. The Tang Dao danced in the moonlight, slashing through the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The protective gear shattered, a pungent scent of blood permeating the surroundings. 7 subordinates fell, their eyes wide in shock as they met their demise. In disbelief, Lu Buffon's heart raced with fear. Help! Miss Xiao, help me! Lu Buffon and his son, alongside Li Chuanqi, stumbled into the pile of corpses. Strangely, the zombies merely flailed, making no attempt to bite them. Chen Han furrowed his brow, his gaze drifting into the distance. There, 2 figures approached slowly, a man and a woman, the latter's silhouette strikingly familiar. Chen Han paused momentarily. You're still alive? Chapter 47. The emergence of the half-infected. Your taste is truly heavy. Beneath the moonlight, Xiao Rou emerged from the horde, entwined with a man bearing a grotesque visage. How could I bear to die before I have killed you? A disconcerting smile flickered across Xiao Rou's indifferent face. Chen Han, glancing at the half-zombie beside her, exclaimed in astonishment, So you've chosen to align yourself with others? Your tastes are quite peculiar. Have you forsaken me for a corpse? Silence. Xiao Rou retorted, her body trembling with fury. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Chen Han, then cast her gaze toward the doomsday fortress behind him, her hatred intensifying. Such splendid living conditions should have belonged to her. Where was that wretched woman, Ling Shui? Come out. Xiao Rou shouted toward the fortress above. If it weren't for this woman, Chen Han would never have changed his heart, nor abandoned her. Everything she endured now was the result of Ling Shui's malice. Besides seeking revenge on Chen Han, she also desired retribution against Ling Shui. These 2 treacherous souls deserved nothing less than death. Suddenly, an arrow shot forth from the fortress above, glinting ominously under the moonlight, sharp and lethal, aimed directly at Xiao Rou. Fear washed over her face as she hastily sought refuge behind Zheng Yongyi. He relished this moment, feeling gratified that his woman instinctively turned to him in times of peril. It was a testament to her reliance on him. Extending his hand, he effortlessly caught the swiftly flying arrow. With a firm grip, he snapped the steel shaft in 2. Disgusting woman, if no man desires you, must you resort to seeking solace in a monster? Are you that desperate? Meanwhile, atop the fortress, Ling Shui, bow in hand, looked down at Xiao Rou with a mocking grin, her words laced with a deadly sarcasm that pierced the heart. Enraged, Xiao Rou clenched her fists, her entire body trembling. The pain she had buried deep within surged forth, overwhelming her. Did she truly wish to be in this position? Do I truly harbor feelings for this person? This grotesque being? Are you aware of how repulsive he is? Every time he leans over himself, a wave of despair washes over me. She finally reached her breaking point, the grievances within her surging forth. Xiao Rou, her face contorted in rage, pointed at Chen Han, shouting hoarsely, Kill him! I demand you to kill him. A cold smile flickered in Chen Han's heart. Is Xiao Rou pitiable? Not in the slightest. She is a devil incarnate. Her heart as black as coal when she conspired with Lu Buffon to betray him in a previous life. Chen Han could never forget the hideous countenance she bore. That night, she clung to Lu Buffon's shoulder, first slaying Gang Zi, then tormenting herself, subsequently using him to coerce Ling Shui into surrendering. On that fateful night, Chen Han watched in horror as the one he cherished most betrayed him and took the life of his dearest. Those cursed memories surged forth. Chen Han's expression grew increasingly frigid. It was time to put an end to this. Zheng Yongyi stepped forward, tearing open his shirt to reveal bulging muscles and a network of prominent veins. He cast a disdainful glance at Chen Han. I believe you owe my woman an apology. No need to bow your head, for I shall feast upon your brain. Zheng Yongyi's mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, his blood-red eyes exuding an eerie aura. This visage rendered the bald Shang and the mouse hidden in the grass speechless. Oh dear, so he is a half-infected, exclaimed the mouse in disbelief. How utterly revolting. How can that woman endure such a sight? It was over. The half-infected in the game were exceptionally formidable, an invincible presence before players yet to awaken their professions. Could even the suited tycoon stand a chance? The mouse gasped in astonishment. As the two engaged in hushed conversation, Zheng Yongyi prepared to strike, only to be halted by Xiaorou. With a fierce expression, she glared at Chen Han, commanding the zombie horde to attack, declaring her intent to have him devoured piece by piece. Zheng Yongyi licked his lips, finding the idea rather appealing. With a flick of his hand, the army of the undead surged forward, charging towards Chen Han with frenzied zeal. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, as over 10,000 zombies advanced, their claws and teeth bared. For an ordinary person, such a sight would be utterly terrifying. The horde brushed past El Buffon and his companions, their roars echoing ominously, sending shivers down their spines. Yet, smiles crept onto their faces. Die, Chen Han. Tonight marks your end, they thought, envisioning the multitude of zombies overwhelming him. The battle was on the verge of erupting. With a slight smirk, Zheng Yongyi thought it wise to warm up first. In the next moment, a 5-thunder talisman soared above the fortress, hurtling towards Chen Han. Radiant lightning danced around him, while the black-tooth battle armor glimmered with a hint of purple, absorbing the talisman's energy entirely. The armor flickered ominously as a terrifying power began to accumulate. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Chen Han leaped high into the air. Just as the zombies lunged towards him, he unleashed a devastating punch upon the ground. Boom! A tremendous force erupted from his fist, creating a violent shockwave that radiated outwards. In an instant, the ferocious wave sent all the advancing zombies flying. Hundreds were propelled into the air by the force of the blast. Drawing his Tang Dao, Chen Han executed a move reminiscent of a fruit ninja, the blade slicing through the falling zombie bodies in a chaotic dance of light. In an instant, the onlookers were met with a horrifying spectacle. Severed limbs, shattered flesh, and splattered heads filled the air. This scene left everyone utterly astounded. Bald Sheng exclaimed, Am I seeing this correctly? What kind of power does this suited gentleman possess? The mouse whispered fiercely, The suited gentleman is incredible. El Buffon and his companions were left dumbfounded, their bodies trembling once more. Was this truly a human being? Witnessing Chen Han's astonishing prowess, Xiaorou trembled with rage. How could he be so formidable? Why was he so strong? Charge! Tear him apart. Zheng Yongyi furrowed his brow, emitting a roar in an unintelligible tongue. As his roar echoed, the horde of zombies erupted into a frenzy, surging forward with unrestrained ferocity. At that moment, the gates of the Doomsday Fortress swung open behind Chen Han. Zhang Daotian, with his chubby hands filled with talismans, rushed forth. Following him were Ling Shui, Chu Li, Gang Zi, Ling Feng, and the Jian Guantao's team. Zhang Daotian shouted, Boss, I'm here to assist you. Kill. The group, armed with weapons, plunged into a bloody battle against the horde of zombies. Had they lost their minds? The mouse, wide-eyed in disbelief, wondered why they had come out. Wasn't this a death sentence? They won die. They're clad in purple gear and can retreat to the fortress. Bald Sheng replied gravely. He hesitated, contemplating whether to lend his aid. If he could offer assistance now, the suited gentleman would surely regard him with newfound appreciation. Perhaps he could even integrate into the suited gentleman's team. This was a rare opportunity. Yet, the opposing force was a relentless horde of zombies. What if a careless moment led to a bite? That would be fatal. However, just as the bald-headed Sheng hesitated, someone took action. A delicate voice rang out not far behind the two. Brother Chen Han, we are here to help you. The sudden shout startled Bald Shen and the rat, causing them to jump. What the hell? Who is that? They peered out from the grass, seeing several figures wielding weapons rushing out from the shadows. Suppressing their fear, the duo charged into the horde of zombies. Bald Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Boss, am I seeing things? Aren't those 7 girls? Chapter 48. The army comes to aid. The fearsome charge of the horn, the unexpected shout caused Chen Han and the others to glance over involuntarily. Yet, when they beheld the 7 beautiful and delicate girls, they were all momentarily frozen in place. What on earth? Chu Li and Jian Guan exchanged knowing glances with Chen Han, while Ling Shui blinked her large eyes, directing her gaze at Chen Han. The expression in her eyes was unmistakable. To lend a hand at such a critical moment signifies an extraordinary bond. Not to mention, they were girls. This was beyond merely lending a helping hand. They were risking their lives. Faced with such a terrifying horde of zombies, even a mother might hesitate for a moment, wouldn't she? Yet, these girls showed no hesitation. Their faces resolute, as if they were prepared to embrace death. Emphasis on this. They were not one, but 7. The others looked at Chen Han with doubt, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Did this guy possess such charm that 7 girls would be willing to risk their lives for him? Chen Han, feeling quite helpless, exclaimed, Hey, what kind of looks are you giving me? I only know the 3 leading ones. I don't recognize the rest. Even the leading trio are merely acquaintances. Chen Han was quite astonished. He never anticipated that Shen Yu would appear here, and even more so, to assist him. TSK, an encounter by chance. Surely, it couldn't be a fleeting romance? Ling Shui looked at Chen Han with a teasing smile. Oh dear brother, that's quite improper. Dining and dashing, such a bad habit. Chen Han shot her a glare. Don't be ridiculous. Ling Shui stifled a laugh, her heart not only devoid of jealousy but surprisingly filled with excitement. 7 of them. And in terms of looks and figure, they were all exceptional. They seemed to be around his age, likely university students as well. Particularly the leading trio. One exuded a cold, commanding aura, while another pair were sweet and charming twins. Alongside Chu Li, the proud and alluring queen. My goodness. Ling Shui bit her lip, her heart racing with unspoken thoughts. Oh, leader, you have so many girlfriends. Zhang the chubby exclaimed, his face brimming with admiration. Chen Han's face darkened, feeling as if he could never cleanse himself of this misunderstanding. As he noticed Shen Yu and her companions besieged by zombies, his expression turned grave, and he dashed towards them. Armed with a Tang Dao, he descended like a divine warrior, unstoppable in his advance. These inferior zombies were no match for him. Even if a few managed to grasp at him, they were thwarted by the black tooth battle attire. Upon seeing Chen Han rush over, joy illuminated the faces of Shen Yu and her companions. Sister Yu, he is here. Oh, Sister Yu is right. He truly is formidable. Shen Yu's tense demeanor finally relaxed a bit. Her gamble had paid off. Their visit this time, beyond expressing gratitude towards Chen Han, held another intention. Like Baldshang, they wished to offer timely assistance, hoping to strengthen their bond with him. They were well aware of Chen Han's reputation as the suited fiend. Should they manage to align themselves with him, their future would undoubtedly be bright. This was a high-stakes gamble, with their very lives as collateral. In truth, the team assembled by Shen Yu comprised nearly 30 individuals, yet upon learning of her plan, only 6 were willing to join her. It must be said, these women were truly formidable. As Chen Han approached, his gaze was cold and penetrating, surveying the women before him. He had already surmised their intentions. Although tinged with a hint of cunning, their actions were undeniably commendable. To claim that he was unaffected would be disingenuous. Follow me. Witnessing this scene, Xiaorou bit her lip in frustration, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Han. How infuriating. She had not anticipated that, apart from Ling Shui, he would have so many connections with other women. For their sake, he had fought valiantly through hordes of zombies, while she, at the Buckingham Hotel, risked her life to descend the stairs and stand before him, only to be cast aside. Why? Chen Han, why are you so unjust? Xiaorou felt utterly shattered. Her once unshakable confidence crumbled in an instant. All her life, she had considered herself the most beautiful woman in the world, deserving of adoration from all. No matter the circumstances, she had always been noble and well-regarded. Yet today, Chen Han trampled on her heart time and again. She seethed with hatred. Grabbing Zhang Yongyi's veined hand, she screamed in desperation, "Bring them out, and let me slay those wretched women." Zhang Yongyi's lips curled into a slight smirk as his large hand boldly delved into Xiaorou's collar, indulging in reckless torment. There was no need for haste. None would escape. At that moment, Zhang Yongyi unleashed a peculiar roar, causing the very earth to tremble. From the shadows emerged 10 towering 3-meter-tall giant zombies, each wielding a colossal axe, their heavy footsteps resonating ominously on the ground. The onlookers were utterly astonished, their gazes drawn towards the unfolding scene. A message materialized before them. Zombie anomaly. Giant zombie. Level 9. Attack power 500. Defense power 800. Speed 5. Skill. Dominance. Description. The zombie anomaly is a paragon among zombies, endowed with various peculiar abilities. The giant zombie is one such variant. characterized by its extraordinary attack and defense capabilities. Remember, do not confront them head-on. Crucially, the drop rate of anomalies far exceeds that of ordinary zombies. Chen Han felt a surge of interest. He instructed the women to regroup with Zhang Daotian and, with resolute determination, charged towards a giant zombie alone. With a firm stomp, he vaulted over the horde and struck at the giant zombie with his blade. Unbeknownst to the peril he faced, Zhang Yongyi commanded the giant zombie to unleash its skill. Roar. The giant zombie erupted in a burst of golden light, activating the skill dominance. The creature bellowed furiously, its strength and defense surging exponentially in this state, as it swung its massive axe. A terrifying aura burst forth. Undeterred, Chen Han raised his Tang Dao to clash with the giant axe. Clang. After a resounding explosion, the massive zombie's axe shattered, and with an overwhelming force, the Tang knife pierced through the formidable body of the giant zombie, severing its head. The ferocity of this strike was truly terrifying. Even Zhang Yongyi furrowed his brow. The giant zombie, in its dominant state, seemed nearly impervious to his might. Yet this human had accomplished the unimaginable. For the first time, a solemn expression crossed his face. Meanwhile, from a distance of 50 meters away, the reserve camp commander held his phone, engaged in a video call with General Long, who was far away in the capital. Due to the distance and the obstructing zombies, the video feed only provided a vague overview. General Long watched as Chen Han clashed with the giant zombie. Being violently thrown back, his fists clenched in frustration. He shouted, "Brother Chen Han!" Beside him, numerous influential figures were equally incensed. Damn it. Chen Han is no match for it. If anything happens to Chen Han, I swear I will execute Lu Bufan. The urgency was palpable. They understood that time was of the essence, or else Chen Han might perish within. The senior officials spoke in unison, their expressions grave. General Long turned to the reserve camp commander in the video, speaking with utmost seriousness. This may be a final farewell. I implore you. Following this, the senior officials solemnly saluted the reserve team, as if to engrave the faces of these brave souls in their memories. Rest assured, General Long, we will ensure Chen Han's safe return at all costs, the commander declared with fervor. All present, salute. Rest assured, General Long, we will ensure Chen Han's safe return at all costs. The soldiers shouted in unison as the old commander raised his crimson blade, pointing it towards the horde of zombies, and cried out, "Kill! Kill!" His furious roar shattered the heavens. More terrifying still, among the hastily assembled reserves, there was a bugler. He produced a brilliantly polished horn and sounded the charge that had struck fear into the hearts of countless foes. The blaring notes reverberated. Upon hearing the call, the senior officers, including Long Jiang, could no longer contain their emotions, tears streaming down their faces. Charge! The 200 reserves surged forth like a brilliant flash, illuminating the night sky. Their fervent roars echoed as if a million soldiers were advancing, rekindling the dormant spirit of the army. A chilling momentum swept across the heavens, surging towards the zombie horde. What was this? Upon hearing the sound of the charge, whether it was Chen Han, Ling Feng, or the bald Sheng hiding in the grass, or even the zombies led by Lu Bufan and Zhang Yongyi, everyone felt a sudden chill run down their spines. Hearts raced. What was happening? Was the Dragon Kingdom's army charging? Chapter 49. Remember our mission? I shall go ahead. What was happening? Confusion enveloped all as their gazes turned towards the source of the charge. There, it seemed, a radiant light emerged, a blinding red glow. It was mesmerizing and fervent, embodying fearlessness in the face of death. The 200 soldiers formed a resolute line of attack, piercing through the zombie horde like the tip of a spear. The sharp glint of their weapons tore a gash through the mass of corpses, fiercely carving a path forward. Though the warriors are aged and have long been inactive in battle, they were once fearsome wolves of the military. Now, when the time for combat arises, their ferocity is unparalleled. The old camp commander, Yi Yongchang, brandishes his red-tasseled saber, leading the charge with unwavering resolve, leaving a path of carnage in his wake. They are acutely aware that this is the final command bestowed upon them by their nation, even at the cost of their own lives. They are bound to fulfill their mission. The mobile phone connecting them to General Long remains steadfastly attached to the commander's chest, the screen swaying rhythmically with his movements. The roars of the zombies and the battle cries of the troops reverberate through the display, reaching the office in the distant capital. In that moment, the high-ranking officials fell into silence, tears shimmering in their eyes. They understood that this team of 200, despite being clad in purple gear, faced insurmountable challenges as they plunged into the horde of the undead. It was uncertain how many would reach the fortress, and whether they could rescue Chen Han remained an enigma. All eyes were fixated on the screen, hearts silently praying. The charge of 200 warriors echoed the might of a million-strong army, swiftly penetrating the zombie ranks. Only half the distance to the Doomsday Fortress remained. Chen Han and his companions were left in astonishment. Are these soldiers? Ling Feng gazed into the distance in disbelief. It seemed they had come to our aid. The others were equally perplexed. Where had this army emerged from? Moreover, had not the military camp in Jinghaishi fallen? No one knew the origin of this force. But that did not diminish their gratitude towards their homeland. In such dire circumstances, how could one not be moved by the arrival of salvation? As El Bufin and his companions beheld the advancing army, their expressions fluctuated between uncertainty and concern, yet they harbored no profound thoughts. Regardless of the military presence, they decided to retreat at the first sign of danger. In stark contrast, Zhang Yangyi and Xiaorou furrowed their brows. The undead horde was, after all, under their command. It was evident that the army's intent was to rescue Chen Han. Xiaorou's expression darkened. Eliminate them all. Zhang Yangyi felt a jolt of apprehension. He was torn. Having adhered to the law for most of his life, holding a deep-seated respect for both the nation and the military, at this moment, he had yet to fully accept his identity as a zombie. However, this hesitation was fleeting. Here he was, the zombie king, whatever the army might be. They were merely sustenance for him. With sufficient power, establishing a kingdom of the undead was not a daunting task. The bloodthirsty instincts of the half-infected Zhang Yongyi surged within him, and he licked his lips. After such prolonged play, hunger gnawed at him. In the next instant, Zhang Yongyi surged towards the reserve team, eager to take matters into his own hands. He was determined to prove that the so-called army was utterly feeble. Witnessing this, Chen Han's expression shifted dramatically. The army had come to his aid. He could not stand idly by while these individuals faced death before his eyes. Casting a glance at the clock, he noted that there were still 30 minutes until midnight. There was no time to waste. The group solemnly nodded in agreement. Go for it, boss. Zhang Pongzi swiftly conjured 3 talismans of the 5 thunders and hurled them towards Chen Han. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans detonated with 3 thunderous blasts around Chen Han. Damage minus 500. Chen Han stumbled, gritting his teeth in pain. Hey, take it easy, you rascal. Although the Dark Tooth armor possesses the ability to absorb energy, if the energy exceeds its threshold, Chen Han will still incur harm. Zhang, the rotund figure, evidently placed immense trust in him, as he recklessly employed 3 thunder talismans in succession, nearly costing Chen Han his life. However, the results were unmistakable. After absorbing the energy from the 3 thunder talismans, the Dark Tooth armor behind Chen Han erupted in a purple-black radiance, suffused with an overwhelming power. No longer hesitating, Chen Han surged forward in an instant. Meanwhile, the old camp leader had already encountered Zhang Yangyi. Upon witnessing this enigmatic man, the expressions of the old camp leader and the soldiers turned grave. One seasoned player from the Dawn of Doom instantly recognized Zhang Yangyi's identity. Old camp leader. He is a half-infected. His strength is formidable. What enemies have I not faced? The old camp leader exhibited no fear, brandishing his great knife and striking at Zhang Yongyi. Clang. However, Zhang Yongyi merely raised his arm to block the downward strike of the knife. Damage minus 29. A smirk curled at the corner of Zhang Yongyi's mouth. A mosquito bite is more painful than that. He then lifted his hand and delivered a punch, sending the old camp leader flying. Damage minus 200. Warning. Purple novice protective gear shattered. Puffed. The old camp leader spat out a mouthful of blood, his body crashing heavily to the ground. Old camp leader. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of all soldiers sank, their faces contorted with fury. Do not approach. The old camp leader quickly regained his footing and shouted loudly to the other soldiers. I will hold him off. You must press forward and complete the mission. Kill. Having spoken, the old camp commander seized the large blade and continued to strike at Zhang Yangyi. The long knife swung, landing blow after blow upon Zhang Yangyi's resilient skin. Observing this, the soldiers no longer hesitated, suppressing their tears as they charged forward. As soldiers, they were acutely aware of the weighty significance of the command. Just as they had surged a short distance ahead, a chilling scream erupted from the old commander. Zhang Yongyi had grasped his hand that held the knife, ruthlessly snapping it. A single blow was all it took to incapacitate him. Zhang Yongyi extended his hand, gripping the commander's neck and hoisting him high into the air. Old commander. The soldiers turned back, their eyes ablaze with fury. Remember our mission. In that moment, all restraint vanished, tears streaming down their faces. Yet, they did not falter. They transformed their sorrow and rage into strength, bravely pressing onward. A faint smile crept across the old commander's lips as he shouted towards the phone hanging on his chest. Dragon General, esteemed leaders. This is Yi Yongchang of the Dragon Kingdom Marine Corps, taking my leave. His voice resonated through the video, reaching the conference room in the capital. In the vast office, only the sounds of choked sobs could be heard. The onlookers fixated on the close-up image of the half-infected soldier, their fists clenched, filled with profound sorrow and anger. The next moment, they heard the unmistakable sound of a grenade being pulled. All salute. The high-ranking officials finally lost their composure, tears falling silently as they awaited the explosion of the grenade. However, what came next was a furious curse. Go back to your mother's womb. Chapter 50. Is Chen Han really that powerful? Who is truly saving whom? Chen Han leapt high into the air, swiftly arriving before the soldiers. Yet the scene before him sent a shiver through his entire being. The veteran, whose throat was grasped firmly by Zheng Yongyi, unexpectedly activated the grenade attached to his body. Shock coursed through Chen Han's mind. What on earth are you doing, risking your life? This grenade, in the face of the infected, is utterly ineffective, akin to wielding a mere butter knife. Yet, for you, clad in tattered protective gear, it would undoubtedly obliterate you. Without hesitation, Chen Han surged forward, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Zheng Yongyi. Back to the womb with you. Zheng Yongyi's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily released the veteran, raising his hand to intercept Chen Han's assault. However, upon colliding with Chen Han, he realized the true meaning of power. The energy contained within his black armor erupted instantaneously, and Zheng Yongyi felt an overwhelming force surging through his arm, propelling him 100 meters away. The veteran commander stood dumbfounded as Chen Han approached, still clutching the grenade, its safety pin removed. Run! The veteran commander exclaimed, his pupils contracting in terror as he shouted at Chen Han. With a resigned expression, Chen Han seized the grenade from the commander's grasp, holding it single-handedly and extending it towards the opposite direction. Boom! With a resounding thud, the grenade detonated in Chen Han's hand, its force comparable to that of a child's firecracker. This astonishing scene was witnessed by all the soldiers, leaving them frozen in disbelief. The veteran commander's phone also captured the moment, revealing the astonished faces of Dragon General and others in the video. Is he really capable of crushing a grenade with his bare hands? This is undeniably terrifying. The crowd erupted in odd exclamations. Chen Han also noticed the old commander's mobile phone and took it in hand. On the screen, the familiar faces of the old comrades appeared. Dragon General. What on earth is going on? Chen Han inquired, a hint of anger in his voice. Upon hearing this, the group opened their mouths, intending to speak, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Initially, they had meant to convey that they had come to rescue him, but in this situation, who was truly rescuing whom? They had not anticipated Chen Han's remarkable prowess. Ahem, Brother Chen, we merely came to see if we could assist you in your predicament. We never expected to complicate matters further, Dragon General said with an awkward smile. At that moment, he felt his expression was utterly worthless. Just a moment ago, he had been overcome with sorrow at the thought of separation and loss, and now he was forced to wear a welcoming smile. Next time, you should contact me in advance. Just look at the current situation. The soldiers are in grave danger and utterly exhausted. Chen Han said earnestly. Indeed, that was my oversight. Dragon General replied, maintaining his smile. As long as Chen Han is unharmed and the soldiers are safe, that is the best outcome. Well then, I shall consider their arrival a visit from friends, a gathering with wine and meat, he declared, striding confidently towards the fortress. As he passed through, it was as if he walked on level ground, facing no obstacles. All the soldiers stood dumbfounded, their faces a picture of shock as they gazed at Chen Han. Is this truly the target we sought to rescue? They were surrounded by a horde of zombies. Yet Chen Han appeared as if he were in the comfort of his own home, showing no fear of the terrifying undead. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Brothers, please, go inside and rest for a while. I have a few matters to attend to. Zhangzi, prepare the food. We shall soon host a banquet to welcome our friends who have journeyed from afar. Chen Han shouted to Zhangzi atop the fortress while fending off the zombies. Oh, and make sure to prepare plenty of meat. The roasted lamb from yesterday was delightful. Let's roast several more. And the Wagyu beef, slice it thicker for a more exquisite texture. He then turned to the old camp leader and the other soldiers. Is there anything you wish to eat? Please, do not hesitate to voice your desires. The sound of 200 soldiers swallowing in unison was indeed a remarkable spectacle. It left the crowd feeling somewhat incredulous. Are the delicacies you speak of truly existent? In the wake of the apocalyptic game, do such foods still remain? On the other side of the screen, in a vast office, numerous dignitaries exchanged bewildered glances. Did I hear correctly? Roasted lamb? Wagyu beef? Surely, I did not mishear, for I too have heard it. Isn't food in the real world tainted? How could they dare to consume it? Tainted? Did you not hear him say they had it just yesterday? I find that hard to believe. If that were true, I too would wish to partake in such a feast. Wait, are we seriously discussing food right now? Do the zombies not have any pride? We are currently besieged by the undead. Ah, yes, indeed. One person against countless zombies. How terrifying. As he observed the soldiers entering the Doomsday Fortress, Balding sighed deeply. He realized he had missed the opportunity to follow Chen Han. Had he rushed out earlier, it might not have been a grand gesture, but it would have shown goodwill. However, now that Chen Han had demonstrated such formidable strength, rushing out to assist would seem rather forced. Chen Han not only failed to appreciate the situation but also harbored feelings of aversion. Alas, it was a missed opportunity, a significant one at that. Bald Sheng felt a pang of regret, as if he had squandered an immense chance. At that moment, Zheng Yongyi rose amidst the horde of zombies. His face twisted with resentment as he gazed at Chen Han. He never anticipated Chen Han's formidable prowess. That kick had rendered him unconscious in an instant. From that point onward, Zheng Yongyi dared not underestimate Chen Han, even experiencing a flicker of retreat. Indeed, the early-stage semi-infected were powerful, but only in comparison to ordinary players. Against someone like Chen Han, a wealthy player, they were decidedly inferior. The disparity in physical capability was entirely compensated for by superior equipment. He harbored grave suspicions that Chen Han was clad in full orange gear, perhaps even enhanced with special attributes. If it were merely purple gear, such strength would be inconceivable. Damn it, if only the levels were unlocked. Once I hit level 10, I would awaken the talents of a semi-infected, regardless of how divine the equipment. It would bow before me. As Zheng Yongyi pondered this, he looked up just in time to see Chen Han charging towards him. A shiver coursed through his body, instilling fear within him. He hastily summoned giant zombies to surround Chen Han. Thud, thud, thud. 9 giant zombies, wielding massive axes, paid no heed to the lesser zombies beneath their feet as they charged directly at Chen Han. The axes carved deep furrows into the ground, exuding an aura of terror. Chen Han glanced at the time. There were merely 10 minutes remaining until midnight. If possible, he aimed to eliminate Zheng Yongyi within this brief span. The semi-infected would not be spared either. More terrifyingly, due to the rarity of semi-infected individuals, their awakened abilities within the game setting are exceptionally potent. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Zheng Yongyi must perish. Chen Han disregards the hulking figures surrounding him and dashes towards Zheng Yongyi. Brother E, eliminate him. Just as Zheng Yongyi contemplates retreating, he hears Xiaorou's desperate cry. Gritting his teeth, he resolves to fight back. In the astonished gaze of all present, the two engage in a fierce exchange of blows. Zheng Yongyi is sent flying but quickly rises to fend off Chen Han's relentless onslaught. Thus unfolds a shocking scene. The previously arrogant semi-infected individual is now being thoroughly dominated by Chen Han. Ah, damn it. Ah, spare my face. Roar, Chen Han. Do not take advantage of me. Amidst the piercing screams, 10 minutes swiftly slip away. Chen Han furrows his brow, surprised by the tenacity of his opponent's vitality. He seems indomitable. The purple Tang Dao in his hand has already inflicted several deep gashes. Just then, a thunderous roar echoes through the night sky. A voice from the game's system resounds in the ears of all players. Chapter 51. The arrival of the second phase of the Apocalypse game. 1. Game levels now open from level 10 to 19. 2. Professions unlocked. Upon reaching level 10, veteran players can inherit their account's profession, while new players can awaken their profession by using a profession card. 3. Guilds are now available, allowing players to engage in fervent competition among themselves. The arrival of dungeons has manifested across the globe, encompassing individual dungeons, guild dungeons, national dungeons, and world dungeons. Successfully conquering these dungeons grants substantial rewards. World Quest, the Battle of Honor. National Quest, the nation that first slays 10,000 zombies will emerge victorious. Event rewards. The victorious nation will receive airdrops totaling 10,000 within their territory, consisting of equipment airdrops, food airdrops, profession card airdrops, skill card airdrops, and material airdrops. Individual quest. Among individuals, the player who slays the most zombies after their nation achieves 10,000 kills will be crowned the winner. Quest rewards. The winning player shall receive an event gift pack filled with unimaginable rewards. The game commences in half an hour. We urge players from all nations to participate enthusiastically in this battle for national honor. Countdown, 29, 58 as the clock strikes 12. The voice of the game system resonates throughout the blue star, causing an instantaneous uproar worldwide. The first to undergo transformation are the zombies. At this moment, all zombies across the globe have experienced a 5-level enhancement in their innate attributes. Their intellect, strength, speed, and sense of smell have all seen significant improvements. With a thunderous roar, the zombies' cries reverberate across the blue star. The previously sluggish creatures now charge towards human settlements with reckless abandon. This sudden surge in power has rendered them more ferocious, bloodthirsty, and insatiable than ever before. The ensuing zombie uprising presents a formidable challenge for human players. Especially for those players who are still hiding and have yet to level up, this news is nothing short of a calamity. Initially, they possessed a modicum of resistance against the lower-tier zombies, but as the undead evolved, they became utterly outmatched, left helplessly watching as the zombies lunged towards them. In an instant, Blue Star was once again plunged into chaos, with countless beings wailing in despair. However, for some players, activating their professional abilities is the most exhilarating prospect. With the power of their unique professions, they can confront the zombies with various skills, circumventing the need for direct combat entirely. The most thrilling aspect, however, is the world quest. Whether it be national rewards or personal accolades, the allure is undeniable. At this moment, throngs of players surged forth from their shelters, eager to engage in the impending events. The World Chat channel erupted with fervor. Chef Dad. Wow, I'm a D-rank professional chef. My combat abilities are abysmally weak. What should I do? Summer Temptress. Woe is me. Why didn't I spend more money back then? I'm also a D-rank. Mysterious player. Ha ha. I'm a C-rank enigmatic assassin. I can scale walls with ease. King Zhou. Thankfully, I invested quite a bit. I'm a B-rank martial artist. Time to wield my nunchucks. Call me daddy. A-rank warrior here. Seeking a guild. Interested parties please DM me. Meals included. It is noteworthy that with the emergence of national quests, officials from various countries began to make their presence known. Eagle Sauce official. All free citizens. Your strength is needed now. Prepare to slay the zombies. Big Stick official. Please, dear compatriots, unleash your full might to vanquish the zombies. Yes, indeed. The official announcement from the Dragon Kingdom declared, fight for survival. On this night, the entire blue planet buzzed with excitement. But the most frenzied activity was centered around Chen Han. Before him stood over 10,000 zombies. Following the game's system announcement, these lowly undead underwent a dramatic transformation. With a resounding roar, the zombies' levels surged, their powers skyrocketing as they howled madly at Chen Han. Particularly terrifying were the few aberrant beings, the giant zombies. Originally at level 9, they ascended 5 levels in an instant, reaching level 14, their bodies radiating an intimidating aura reminiscent of steel, instilling a chilling fear in all who beheld them. Boss, retreat to the fortress. These zombies have become formidable, called out Gongzi and the others in haste. Ha. Is it too late to retreat now? Zheng Yongyi laughed maniacally as he rose from the ground, throwing back his head in a triumphant howl. This is truly divine intervention. Just when it matters most, they level up. Chen Han, your time is up. Zhang Yongyi exuded a fierce energy, and in that moment, he ascended to level 10. Activating his innate skills. Let the chaos begin. He roared, unleashing his talent skill, S-rank body empowerment, as the king of the undead. You can bestow the ability of enhanced fortitude upon the horde of zombies for a duration of 10 minutes. With a resonating hum, a crimson glow erupted from Zheng Yongyi, rapidly spreading to envelop all the zombies present. In the next heartbeat, thousands of zombies ignited with a golden brilliance, their bodies glowing with newfound resilience. Oh my goodness. A group assistance skill, and it's an invincibility ability. Is it truly necessary to be so extraordinary? Not only others, but even Chen Han himself was astonished. This skill is nothing short of terrifying. Thousands of zombies exhibiting invincibility simultaneously creates an overwhelmingly shocking spectacle. He is, apart from Chen Han, the most knowledgeable about the game, and he fully comprehends the sheer absurdity of such a collective invincibility. Ignoring the admonitions of those around him, Chen Han's expression grew solemn as he gazed at Zheng Yongyi. This half-infected individual must not be allowed to develop further. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat. At that moment, Zheng Yongyi did not grant him the opportunity to flee, charging forward like a bolt of lightning. He activated his invincibility, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Chen Han. Die! Chen Han's expression hardened as he retaliated with a punch of his own. The impact was tremendous. This time, Chen Han was sent flying, crashing heavily against the steel gate. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Fati and the others were visibly shaken, while Xiaorou and El Buffon erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Chen Han, your demise is imminent. Slowly rising to his feet, Chen Han produced a substantial number of energy crystals, absorbing them relentlessly. In truth, awakening a talent is merely that. A faint smile crept upon Chen Han's lips as, after absorbing 1,000 energy crystals, his level finally ascended to level 10. Would you like to awaken a profession? Awaken. Successfully awakened profession. SSS grade, Sword Immortal. As the system's voice echoed throughout the game, Chen Han's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A terrifying pressure swept across the arena in an instant. What an alarming presence. What profession has he awakened? El Feihong's eyes widened in astonishment. What a charade. Zheng Yongyi opened his mouth wide, charging forward with a terrifying aura. Come at me with your life. He unleashed his full strength, determined to end Chen Han in a single strike. Chen Han fixed his gaze ahead, slightly raising his long sword, and delivered a decisive slash. With a resounding hum, a robust beam of sword light surged forth from the blade, slicing through the night sky with fury. This strike was breathtaking, captivating all present. Chapter 52. Awakening of the SSS, Sword Immortal. A stun to the audience, the sword light erupted against the backdrop of the night, illuminating the scene with a silvery glow, akin to the setting sun in the ninth heaven, dazzling and resplendent. How formidable! The expressions of everyone in the arena changed dramatically at this sight. Was this power truly real? Could it be divine? At the forefront, Zhang Yongyi felt an unparalleled force barreling towards him. His pupils constricted sharply as he activated his ultimate defensive form. With a resonant buzz, the sword light struck, colliding violently with Zhang Yongyi, who was enveloped in a red glow. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a figure was sent flying. It was evident that his red glowing defense was fracturing inch by inch. Zhang Yongyi crashed to the ground, a horrific sword mark marring his chest, blood oozing forth slowly. How is this possible? My defense has been shattered? His expression was one of disbelief. How could someone as powerful as he be bested by Chen Han? Roaring in frustration, he summoned the energy within him, reigniting his defensive form. He leaped high into the air, resolutely charging towards Chen Han once more. This time, he resolved not to hold back, unleashing his second innate skill. Wrath of the Underworld, Blessing Skill, Wrath of the Underworld King, enhancing personal strength by 300, defense by 300, and speed by 300, with an additional 300 to invulnerability defense. With a mighty roar, Zheng Yongyi erupted with a terrifying force, his muscles swelling to transform him into a towering 3-meter-tall giant zombie. His form expanded in midair, appearing somewhat cumbersome, yet his speed increased severalfold. Moreover, the crimson glow of his invulnerability intensified. In that moment, Zheng Yongyi underwent a monumental transformation. His appearance resembled that of a king of the underworld rising from the depths of hell, instilling a profound sense of dread. The spectators collectively gasped in astonishment, particularly seasoned players like Zhang Daodian and El Feihong, who finally grasped the immense power of this half-infected being before them. He was undoubtedly a formidable boss in the game. However, in the face of such a terrifying assault, Chen Han remained unfazed. A surge of sword energy erupted from his being as he extended his finger forward, causing his accompanying sword to shoot forth like a bullet. Sword Immortal Talent Skill, Sword Control Technique. With a resounding hum, the flying sword soared through the air, emitting a piercing sound, propelled by a terrifying force towards the colossal figure suspended above. Upon seeing the approaching sword, Zheng Yongyi's expression darkened, and he swiftly swatted his claws. The sword was deflected from its original trajectory, yet it soon adjusted its course, relentlessly pursuing Zheng Yongyi once more. What on earth? Zheng Yongyi's countenance shifted drastically as he endured the sting in his hand and continued to strike at the sword. Clang! The sword struck against Zheng Yongyi's invulnerability, producing a cacophony of metallic resonance. Once again, Zheng Yongyi struck the flying sword, yet he felt no joy. He glanced at the scar left on his hand. Though his powerful physique remained intact, the sword had inflicted a significant wound, causing considerable harm. Zheng Yongyi felt numb. What kind of skill was this? The flying sword, seemingly under casual command, possessed such formidable strength. Observing Chen Han's nonchalant demeanor, Zheng Yongyi's heart sank. This fellow regarded him with utter disdain. Enraged, Zhang Yongyi swatted the sword away once more and surged toward Chen Han with explosive speed. Prepare to meet your demise. Zhang Yongyi clenched his right hand tightly, his arms' muscles swelling again as terrifying power slowly gathered. With this punch, he intended to shatter Chen Han's skull. Be careful, Chu Li exclaimed in alarm. A slight smirk played upon Chen Han's lips as he extended his finger like a sword, colliding thunderously with Zhang Yongyi's fist. Boom! Beneath their feet, the immense force sent the ground's blue bricks flying, clouds of dust swirling. The sword-like finger pierced through Zhang Yongyi's fist, and a surge of sword energy swiftly invaded his arm, mercilessly shredding his tendons and bones. Zhang Yongyi was hurled backward, crashing to the ground, convulsing in agony. The terrifying sword energy coursed through him, wreaking havoc within, causing him to roll in pain. This scene stunned everyone. In their eyes, Zhang Yongyi, a semi-infected being, was already quite powerful. Yet, in Chen Han's hands, he was utterly humiliated. Chen Han was truly terrifying. What profession had he awakened? No. His character was clearly an A-grade warrior. How could he be this formidable? Lu Buffan's expression was one of sheer terror. He had played Doomsday Dawn with Chen Han, having traversed dungeons together, and thus was well aware of his capabilities. However, the current situation was clearly amiss. It was evident that Chen Han had acquired a more formidable class after investing heavily. LV Feihong furrowed his brow, in stark contrast to his earlier trepidation. He now appeared considerably more composed, for he too had awakened a class, an S-class, heavy armor master. As a seasoned player, he possessed formidable skills. It was precisely this that emboldened him against Chen Han, even prompting thoughts of confrontation. Yet now he hesitated. Chen Han's power instilled a sense of caution within him. He assessed that his heavy armor was likely on par with Zhang Yongyi's berserker, but against Chen Han, sheer strength would evidently be insufficient. Son, we must leave and focus on our development, LV Buffon whispered. I still have 80,000 pieces of novice gear. Once I sell them and earn some money, I will procure resources to forge you a powerful set of heavy armor. LV Buffon was frightened. Fear of Chen Han had taken root within him. He dreaded the thought of his son challenging Chen Han to a duel. The very idea of his son perishing weighed heavily on his mind. Indeed, Xiaohang, a gentleman's revenge is not to be enacted hastily. We should retreat for now, Li Chuanqi urged. Their team had dwindled to just 3 members. And with LV Feihong being an S-class player, his future prospects were boundless. They could not afford to lose him here. Clenching his fists, LV Feihong turned in indignation. Upon seeing his agreement to leave, both LV Buffon and Li Chuanqi's faces lit up with elation. Let us go, let us hide and sell our gear, and amass great wealth. Just as the 3 sought to stealthily slip away amidst the horde of zombies, a long sword descended from the heavens, crashing down before them. Upon its landing, it unleashed a terrifying shockwave that toppled all nearby zombies. The once densely packed throng of the undead was suddenly transformed into a vacuum, revealing the figures of L. Feihong and his companions. Thinking of escaping, are we? Chen Han approached slowly, brandishing the long sword. Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of L. Buffon and his companions drastically changed. This is bad, he has spotted us. Chen Han, you are courting death. L. Feihong was utterly incensed. He stepped forward, donning a suit of gleaming armor that exuded an imposing aura. In his hand, a heavy sword materialized. He raised the sword with great effort, pointing it menacingly at Chen Han. Today, I shall take your life. Boom. Zhang Yongyi, let us strike him together. No sooner had the words left his lips than a red light enveloped him, causing his body to erupt with a surge of power. Zhang Yongyi stood alongside him, declaring, Come on, let us vanquish this detestable foe. A look of exhilaration crossed L. Feihong's face as he felt the immense strength coursing through him after the power enhancement. Perish. In the next moment, he charged forward, his heavy armor gleaming brilliantly, the heavy sword raised high to cleave downwards. S-class skill, Holy Light Slash. A 10-meter-long arc of energy descended from above, terrifying in its ferocity. Zhang Yongyi, unwilling to lag behind, unleashed his third talent skill, Pluto S-Tear 3 claw-like rifts. Each over 10 meters in length, tore through the air, violently clawing towards Chen Han. This overwhelming assault caused palpable tension among the onlookers, all of whom couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety for Chen Han. However, in the next moment, Chen Han gripped his long sword tightly and unleashed his skill for the first time. SSS level skill, Heavenly Slash Sword Technique. Boom. In the astonished gaze of everyone present, 100-foot-long sword light tore through the void, shaking the very heavens and the earth. Chapter 53. Lu Feihong's demise, do you take me for a mere minion? With a resounding slash, Chen Han's sword cleaved through the air, creating a chasm that resembled an abyss, instilling fear in all who beheld it. Lu Feihong's holy light slash and Zheng Yongyi's king of the underworld attack arrived, as anticipated. The 10-meter-long strikes and claw marks were initially terrifying, yet they appeared insignificant and trivial before the vast void. The holy light slash and the king of the underworld collided directly with the chasm, before plunging into that pitch-black abyss. And then, there was nothing. It was as though a stone had sunk into the ocean without causing a single ripple. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, their hearts trembling in shock as they stared at the enormous crack. This was utterly insane. Yet, in an instant, the void vanished, as if some unseen force had obliterated it all. No one noticed, except for Chen Han, who gazed thoughtfully at the sky. How could this be? Lu Feihong's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the event unfold. His S-level skill, the Holy Light Slash, had once required an immense number of skill upgrade tokens to ascend from A level to S level. This move had never failed him in the game, even in esports competitions. He had bested countless professional players. Yet now, under Chen Han's single strike, he faced utter defeat. What was his profession? What was his skill? Is the profession wielding a sword the magic swordsman? No, the magic swordsman does not possess such formidable skills. L. Feihong trembled. As a professional player well-versed in the myriad of classes within the game Doomsday Dawn, yet he could not fathom what profession Chen Han belonged to. He could never have imagined that Chen Han's class was the singular hidden SSS-grade Sword Immortal, a concept entirely foreign to his understanding. Such is the allure of spending heavily on the game. Naturally, such terrifying abilities come at a significant cost. That strike consumed 1/3 of Chen Han's spiritual energy. This was only made possible by the extraordinary talents of the Sword Immortal class. If memory serves, a standard class at level 10 possesses merely 1,000 points of spiritual energy, barely sufficient for Chen Han to execute a single heaven-slaying sword technique. L. Feihong's expression grew increasingly grave, prompting him to whisper to his companion, El Buffon, "Dad, when I hold him off, you must flee swiftly." Upon hearing this, El Buffon's heart quaked as he seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Xiaohang, you just go?" El Feihong erupted with determination, radiant light emanating from his heavy armor. He unleashed his most powerful move, Titan of Heavy Armor. In the next instant, a colossal armored figure began to materialize above him. The armored giant wielded a shield in one hand and a massive sword in the other, shimmering with ethereal light as it inexorably drained El Feihong's spiritual energy. Beyond mere energy, it appeared to siphon his very life force. This skill was, astonishingly, a sacrificial ability. Son, witnessing this scene, El Buffon could no longer restrain himself, yearning to join the fray. Yet, as a father, he was merely a reluctant participant. "Let us go." As the words fell, the armored giant seized El Buffon and Li Chuanqi, hurling them with great force into an unknown distance. Both were A-level professionals. Such a throw might inflict some injuries, yet it would not lead to their demise. At the very least, it was preferable to perishing at the hands of Chen Han. Witnessing the rescue of El Buffon and his companion, a frown creased Chen Han's brow. He had not anticipated that El Feihong would resort to such a maneuver. Chen Han's gaze fixated on the armored giant, and in that moment, he recognized El Feihong's identity. In a previous life, he was a titan of the magic capital, renowned as the Demon Armor, a figure of great repute in the Dragon Kingdom. A once fortunate destiny was irrevocably altered. "Come now, Chen Han. I shall settle this matter on behalf of my father." El Feihong bore the pain of his waning vitality, an excruciating ordeal. Chen Han nodded, acknowledging his courage, and prepared to escort him on his journey. With a thunderous crash, the armored giant sprang into action, raising its colossal sword and bringing it down upon Chen Han with tremendous force. Even before the sword could descend, a tempest had erupted around them. Fierce winds swirling as a terrifying pressure enveloped Chen Han. He felt ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering him nearly immobile. It must be said that El Feihong possessed formidable strength. After all, he was an S-level professional, a true overlord in his own right. Chen Han gently lifted his hand, and the long sword emitted a resonant hum, shattering the binding force in an instant. With the sword technique of Heaven's Severance, the blade was unleashed, its radiance once more tearing through the void, causing the descending colossal sword to shatter in an instant. Following that, the sword's brilliance surged forward, striking directly at the heavy armor encasing the armored giant. With a crack, the heavy armor could not withstand even 2 seconds beneath the sword's light before fissures appeared. eventually crumbling into pieces. With a resounding boom, the armor shattered with a thunderous explosion, and the giant vanished into the horizon. Lu Feihong felt as though he had been struck by a heavy blow, collapsing weakly to the ground, his life flickering to its final breath. Ultimately, he had succumbed. In terms of strength and commerce, both he and his father had faced defeat. From the very beginning, they had fallen prey to Chen Han's cunning, plunging into an endless abyss. In truth, he should have awakened to this reality long ago. Lu Feihong fell heavily to the ground, perhaps becoming the first S-class professional to perish in this game. Witnessing Lu Feihong's demise, the hidden figures of Bald Sheng and the mouse trembled in fear. An S-class professional, and yet he perished immediately upon awakening. The two stared in astonishment at Chen Han's retreating figure. How powerful could this suited figure truly be? Mouse, I warn you. You may offend anyone, but never provoke the suited man. The mouse nodded solemnly. At this moment, Xiao Rou looked at Chen Han with palpable terror, hiding behind Zheng Yongyi, her legs trembling. Protect me, protect me. He will kill me. Do not worry. As long as I am here, he cannot harm you, Zheng Yongyi declared, mustering his courage. She was his first and only woman. He would protect Xiao Rou even at the cost of his life. With a fierce roar, Zheng Yongyi rallied the undead army once more. This time, they did not attack Chen Han but charged towards the Doomsday Fortress. If they could breach the fortress and capture those within, he could use them as leverage against Chen Han. It must be said, this was a clever plan. The undead army in a berserk state could indeed pose a threat to the fortress. However, Zheng Yongyi overlooked the individuals inside. They too are professionals. Boom. As the horde of zombies surged forward, a bolt of lightning struck down, sending dozens of zombies flying through the air. Zhang Daotian gripped the heavy cannon, unleashing a furious barrage upon the advancing undead. Even more terrifying was the sight beside him. Ling Shui, suspended in the air, held two crimson orbs of energy, poised to unleash her ultimate attack. Hiss! The Scarlet Witch was born. Chen Han took a deep breath and quickly intervened, saying, "Do not kill indiscriminately. The national mission is about to commence, and these zombies must be preserved for the task." Zheng Yongyi exclaimed, "Do you take me for a mere minion?" Chapter 54, World Mission, Honor Battle. With Chen Han's intervention, Ling Shui dispersed the energy enveloping her and gracefully descended upon the fortress. She flashed a sweet smile and replied, "All right." The onlookers stepped back in astonishment. Even Zhang the Chubby cast a look of disbelief. "Wow, sister, you're so impressive. Is this an S-rank professional ability?" Zhang the Chubby exclaimed, his face filled with admiration, never having expected the young lady beside him to be so powerful. Ling Shui, intrigued, scrutinized the cannon in the chubby man's hands. "As a Taoist, why are you wielding such weaponry?" "Because it looks cool." Zhang the Chubby sheepishly rubbed his head and stowed away the technologically advanced cannon. Observing the 200 reserve soldiers were left dumbfounded. One soldier whispered, "Old camp leader, is this truly our mission objective? Are you certain that Dragon General is serious?" The old camp leader was equally drenched in sweat, genuinely astonished, especially by the girl named Chu Li, who had just healed his broken arm with a beam of light. "This is truly astonishing. Is this the ability within the game?" The voice of the old camp leader trembled slightly, lamenting that we old folks are utterly inept at such things. Nevertheless, it is a relief that Chen Han and the others are safe. We have fulfilled our mission. The soldiers nodded in agreement, their hearts brimming with joy. Upon their arrival, they had prepared themselves for the possibility of death in battle, yet here they stand, alive. This frail body can still shine and thrive amidst the apocalypse. Players from across the globe eagerly await the onset of the Battle of Honor. This event not only pertains to national pride but also to the future development of their countries. At present, everyone shares a singular aspiration, to survive in this desolate world. The Battle of Honor presents the most opportune moment. The first prize consists of 10,000 airdrop crates, an immensely coveted treasure for any nation. Such a bounty could accelerate a nation's progress by leaps and bounds. Only with formidable strength can one ensure self-protection. Dignity resides on the edge of the sword, and truth lies within the range of cannon fire. Power is perpetually the foundation upon which justice stands. This principle is understood by the Dragon Nation, the Eagle Nation, the Bear Nation, and indeed, every nation. The mission's rules are unequivocal. Slay 10,000 zombies. There are no stipulations regarding the zombies' levels or types. The first to complete the task shall claim victory. Particularly, the various national authorities have already mobilized skilled warriors to corral the zombies during this half-hour interval. Once the event commences, The slaughter of the undead will begin without delay. 10,000 zombies, for a nation, may amount to merely a matter of seconds. This signifies a race against time. At this very moment, across the globe, all are silently awaiting the conclusion of the countdown. In a military camp within the United States, over 10,000 soldiers stand in orderly formation on the parade ground, each gripping an axe. What is truly terrifying is that beneath each soldier lies a dismembered zombie, devoid of limbs. These wretched creatures have not perished. Instead, they writhe on the ground, emitting ghastly cries. At this juncture, General Mike, a 5-star general, rises slowly from the podium on the parade ground and addresses the soldiers below. Brave warriors, once the countdown concludes, unleash your axes and secure victory for the Empire. The moment the mission commences, these valiant fighters will strike with lethal precision, severing the heads of the zombies in less than 2 seconds. Such swiftness is unmatched. He possesses unwavering confidence that the Empire will triumph. Whether in the past or in this apocalyptic present, the United States must remain at the forefront of the world. Their dominion is unassailable. This is their pride. With that, he draws 2 daggers and approaches the 2 limbless zombies, poised for combat. In this battle of honor, beyond merely achieving national mission rewards, he aspires to secure individual accolades as well. While other soldiers contend with a single zombie, if he can simultaneously vanquish 2, his personal record of slaying will be indisputable. It must be noted that General Mike has a firm grasp on the rules of this game. Buzz. At that moment, a colossal leaderboard materialized in the sky, visible from any corner of the blue star. At the pinnacle of this list was a countdown, 59. Counting down the final minute. On Chen Han's doomsday fortress, upon witnessing the countdown commence, Ling Shui and others swiftly assumed a state of readiness for battle. They were indeed fortunate, for they needed not to scour for zombies. Tens of thousands lay before them. The group stirred with anticipation. At this instant, they were the hunters. Observing this scene, Zhang Yangyi's countenance darkened immediately. They had come to assault Chen Han, yet they found themselves transformed into prey, and worse, mere targets for monster spawning. Roaring with fury, Zhang Yongyi exclaimed, "You have gone too far. You treat me with utter disdain." The memories of past humiliations surged within him. Having lived at the fringes of society, he had often endured oppression and ridicule. It was only through the advent of the game that he had been bestowed with formidable powers, allowing him to experience a fleeting taste of superiority. All who had once belittled him had become mere sustenance. He relished this exhilarating sense of dominance. Yet now, the specter of humiliation loomed once more. Chen Han had audaciously reduced his horde of zombies to mere experience fodder, doing so brazenly, without a care for his feelings. If he achieved nothing, what would become of his status as the zombie king? Roaring again, wrath of the underworld, Zhang Yongyi unleashed the full force of his zombie army's might. Chen Han, do not underestimate me. You shall pay dearly for this. At that moment, all the zombies on the battlefield erupted into a frenzy. Upon witnessing the scene, Ling Shui and the others furrowed their brows. The situation was indeed challenging. The defensive capabilities of the zombies in their empowered state had been augmented several times. Even though they were not weak, exterminating them all within a short span was a formidable task, even if such a feat were achievable. Claiming the top spot in this honor battle would likely prove elusive. However, Chen Han remained unfazed. With a swift gesture, he summoned countless flying swords from his backpack. He deftly commanded these myriad blades to hover in the sky. What was his intent? Everyone gazed at the spectacle in bewilderment. At this moment, the countdown had entered its final 10 seconds. Under the astonished gazes of all, Chen Han pointed skyward with a single hand. The myriad swords returned to their origin. Buzz. The SSS-grade skill, Return of the Myriad Swords, was activated. In that instant, all the flying swords encircled Chen Han's head. Subsequently, 10,000 blades pointed menacingly at the zombies below. Each sword emitted a resonant hum, its blade charged with formidable power. In the final second of the countdown, the multitude of swords surged forth, propelled by an overwhelming force, piercing through the zombies' defenses with precision. The return of the myriad swords descended like a meteor. Dazzling and breathtaking, the flying swords, akin to a torrential force, shattered the zombies' formidable state in the blink of an eye, striking their skulls with unerring accuracy. Within a mere 0.3 seconds, 10,000 zombies were mercilessly vanquished. Boom. The colossal leaderboard in the sky instantly refreshed. Winners of the honor battle, Dragon Nation. Chapter 55, The Top Spot, Dragon Nation. The world was astounded by the suit-clad marauders. As the countdown concluded, the honor battle officially commenced. In that moment, Countless individuals around the globe wielded their blades with fervor. In the land of eagle sauce, General Mike precisely plunged his dagger into the skulls of 2 zombies. As he raised his head, he witnessed his soldiers swiftly decapitating the undead foes as well. In that moment, a jubilant smile spread across General Mike's face. And he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, the might of eagle sauce is unparalleled. Who can rival us? The championship is ours. Yes, well done. Thousands of soldiers cheered exuberantly in the playground, each filled with immense excitement. Completing the task in less than a second was nothing short of invincible. What do Dragon Nation and Bear Nation think they're doing, contesting the supremacy of eagle sauce? What an international joke. Just a trivial world task could crush you all. However, as General Mike and his comrades gazed at the leaderboard in the sky, the prominent letters left them utterly dumbfounded. Winners of the honor battle, Dragon Nation. Time taken, 0.3 seconds. Second place, Eagle Sauce. Time taken, 1 second. Third place, Bear Nation. Time taken, 1.5 seconds. Fourth place, Great Bend Nation. Time taken, 2 seconds. Fifth place, Empire of the Setting Sun. Time taken, 2.8 seconds. One must acknowledge that each nation had prepared meticulously, with completion times remarkably similar. At that moment, the entire nation gazed at the leaderboard in awe, particularly at the top position, Dragon Nation. 0.3 seconds. How could this be possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. 0.3 seconds is an absolute impossibility. Enraged, General Mike hurled the dagger from his hand. Their speed was already astonishing, ready to act the moment the countdown concluded. However, they were human, and action required time. No. Strictly speaking, the death of a zombie also necessitated a measure of time. For instance, when they severed a zombie's head, its life force would diminish, taking approximately half a second. Yet, a mere 0.3 seconds from the Dragon Nation was utterly implausible. The Dragon Nation was cheating. I must condemn the Dragon Nation. Such conduct is disgraceful. General Mike pointed furiously at the leaderboard in the sky, unleashing a torrent of invective. However, in the next moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking General Mike instantaneously. Disrespecting the will of the game, penalty enforced. General Mike let out a cry of agony before collapsing unconscious. Damn it, summon a healer, quickly, the anxious aide shouted. Such scenes had repeatedly unfolded across the globe, with many expressing their outrage at the perceived unfairness of the game's will, claiming that the timing was flawed. Their nation was the rightful first place. The will of the game would not tolerate such dissent. Those who dared to contest it would face punishment. At this moment in the capital of the Dragon Nation, in a highly confidential conference room, the Dragon General and senior officials gathered together, equally astounded by the news. Pillar Nation, is our time truly 0.3 seconds? I must have misread. Elder Yi, you did not misread. It is indeed 0.3 seconds. But did we truly achieve this? Someone asked tremulously. The Dragon General's expression turned grave. It seems improbable. They had also captured over 10,000 zombies, employing methods akin to those of the Eagle Nation. If time were genuinely calculated, it would likely be comparable to the Eagle Nation, probably around 1 second. Do not claim that the world lacks belief. Even the Dragon Commander harbors doubts. Yet, apart from the officials, who possesses the capacity to annihilate 10,000 zombies in one fell swoop. Could it be that the game will is favoring our Dragon Nation? Such a notion seems rather absurd. We shall examine the personal rankings shortly to discern the truth. The Dragon Commander murmured. At this moment, the senior officials of the Dragon Nation suppressed their excitement, their gazes fixated intently upon the rankings in the sky. The entire globe is watching intently. Who has the prowess to eliminate a zombie in merely 0.3 seconds? Who has accomplished this seemingly impossible feat? Under the expectant eyes of countless spectators, the Honor Battle leaderboard has finally refreshed. Honor Battle Personal Kill Rankings. Dragon Nation, Player, Suit Tyrant. Kill count, 10,000 boom. Upon seeing this name, the world erupted in chaos. Suit Tyrant, once again, the individual who invested $1 billion in the game. No, not just a fool. That is a cunning genius. However, when the masses beheld the kill count, they were left utterly astonished. 10,000. Indeed, you read that correctly, 10,000. The task required 1,000, and he delivered 10,000. This indicates that the zombies slain for the Dragon Nation's mission were all accomplished by Suit Tyrant alone. In a mere 0.3 seconds, he single-handedly dispatched 10,000 zombies. What a remarkable feat. At this point, the world felt a shiver down their spines. The Gaming World channel was abuzz with excitement. David exclaimed. My goodness, how could he achieve this? The pride of the Dragon Nation responded. Obviously, the suit master must have awakened an S-class profession, employing a group attack skill to eliminate the zombies. Watanabe, the remarks from above lack precision. What kind of group attack skill is so formidable that it can encompass 10,000 zombies? Arthur Adam, the crucial factor is the 0.3 seconds. Even an S-rank Grand Mage employing forbidden magic could not achieve an instant kill. It's simply terrifying. Eugene Tony, my goodness. The Dragon Kingdom's populace has truly latched onto the coattails of the suit-clad magnate. This is indeed a guaranteed victory. Youth of the Dog, the suit-clad magnate, is impressive. Shouting in fervor, Dragon Kingdom pride, I adore you. Little pride of the Dragon Kingdom, wow, I must depart from this conversation. I am off to collect the airdrop. For Sai, oh my, an airdrop has struck me in the face. Observing the jubilant expressions of the Dragon Kingdom citizens, players from other nations could not help but feel envious. However, what was even more astonishing was the game's while speaking once again. Congratulations to the Dragon Kingdom for securing victory in this world mission. Airdrops have been dispatched. Dragon Kingdom Prestige 1. Nationwide monster spawn rate increased by 1. Damage to dungeon monsters enhanced by 1. Dragon Kingdom Blessing 1. Players under this blessing will experience a 1 increase in monster experience gained, a 1 increase in equipment crafting success rate, a 1 increase in skill upgrade success rate, and a 3 enhancement in food satiation effects. Note, prestige and blessings can be obtained during each world event. All nations are encouraged to participate actively. Announcement, at 6 a.m. tomorrow, dungeons will officially refresh. Reminder, each dungeon must be cleared by players. Otherwise, the dungeon boss will descend into the real world, unleashing havoc upon human players. The information from the game will erupt globally, causing another wave of excitement, particularly when the world witnessed the Dragon Kingdom's remarkable increase in prestige and blessings. The inhabitants of other nations were rendered quite unsettled. This effect is nothing short of miraculous. Though a mere may first seem trivial, it undoubtedly represents the utmost benefit for the entire nation, more advantageous even than 1,000 airdrops. At this moment, the most exhilarated individuals are undoubtedly the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. It is Chen Han. The Dragon General was left astounded, his eyes wide in disbelief. It was he who helped the Dragon Kingdom secure this victory. Ha, I knew it had to be that fellow. Chen Han, you are eternal. Splendid. Let us promptly organize a team to collect the airdrop and ascertain what Chen Han requires. We shall deliver it to him. Do you truly believe Chen Han would deign to accept such meager resources from you? At this juncture, the notorious name of the suited marauder has firmly etched itself into the minds of the populace, naturally becoming a thorn in the side of other nations. Damn it. Within 3 minutes, I demand all information regarding this suited marauder. He shall be placed on our nation's kill list. Chapter 56, Sacrificial Skills, Cursing Chen Han. The extraordinary feat of Chen Han has reverberated across the globe. The most astonishing reactions were undoubtedly from those present at the scene. Had the world known that Chen Han annihilated 10,000 zombies in merely 0.3 seconds while in a state of invincibility, one can only imagine their sentiments. Just moments ago, 1,000 swords fell like meteors, instantly breaching the zombies' defenses and precisely piercing their skulls. The SSS grade skill, 10,000 swords returned to the sect, possessed an unfathomably terrifying power within each flying sword, allowing them to swiftly extinguish the life force of the zombies upon impact. Thus, the astounding feat of 0.3 seconds was achieved. To simply slay the zombies with a knife in a mere 0.3 seconds is evidently implausible. Gazing upon the multitude of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, and the myriad of flying swords, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, unable to recover from the shock. Particularly affected were Zhang Yongyi and Xiao Rou, who felt as though their souls were on the verge of fleeing. The scent of death lingered ominously close. They understood that should any one of those swords be aimed at them, escape from demise would be utterly impossible. Yet, it was clear that Chen Han had no intention of letting them off so easily. Trembling uncontrollably, Xiao Rou suddenly realized the extent of Chen Han's terror. This individual was no mere human. He was a demon, an unequivocal fiend. In a state of sheer panic, Xiao Rou grasped Zhang Yongyi's hand, pleading, "Darling, you must protect me. You cannot allow him to harm me." Her fear was palpable. Zhang Yongyi's complexion was equally grim, struggling to comprehend the source of Chen Han's formidable prowess. The prospect of fleeing from his grasp seemed impossible unless he resorted to that one technique. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Xiao Rou and asked, If I were to lose this formidable power, would you still love me? Taken aback by his words, Xiaorou pondered their meaning. Could he truly possess a means to escape? Or perhaps a way to vanquish Chen Han? Two thoughts flickered across her mind, and without a second thought, she declared, I love you. No matter how you change, my love for you remains unwavering. Chen Han, I acknowledge your strength, but if I unleash this technique, what will you do then? Zheng Yongyi roared in fury, invoking his final talent, King of the Underworld's curse. He uttered a low incantation, and a mysterious force surged towards Chen Han in an instant. Chen Han's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Zheng Yongyi possessed such a tactic. As he witnessed a wave of pitch-black energy surging towards him, Chen Han swiftly drew his sword. However, his formidable attack proved utterly ineffective against this curse. In the next moment, the dark energy invaded Chen Han's body, leaving him with an unsettling sensation, an indescribable taste permeating his being. Boom. At that instant, Zheng Yongyi, who was chanting the curse, suddenly coughed up blood. The King of Hades' curse demands a sacrifice of oneself to establish the incantation. Henceforth, Chen Han must not, whether intentionally or inadvertently, harm Xiaorou. Otherwise, he shall endure the King of Hades' curse, facing a death that obliterates both body and soul. Buzz. As the incantation took effect, Chen Han felt an invisible shackle binding him. He gazed in astonishment at Zheng Yongyi, who now appeared feeble, his once mighty presence dissipated. That recent ability was yet another sacrificial skill. This time, he had sacrificed his power as the King of Corpses. Thus, although he remained alive, he was now merely a half-infected being. He had completely forfeited the abilities of the King of Corpses, rendering him no different from an ordinary zombie. Feeling the intangible curse weighing upon him, Chen Han was indeed startled. However, fortunately, Zheng Yongyi's curse merely prohibited him from harming Xiaorou. This held no significance for Chen Han, as he never intended to kill her. Rather than allowing her to perish effortlessly, he preferred to let her experience the harshness of this apocalyptic world. Chen Han was curious to see how such a woman would survive once stripped of her protection. In his previous life, she had always hidden behind him, too fearful to confront even the zombies. Now that Zheng Yongyi had lost the ability to safeguard her, where would she turn? Chen Han felt a flicker of anticipation. In fact, he didn't even wish to harm Zheng Yongyi. A wicked thought surged within Chen Han. The current Zheng Yongyi had already lost the unique abilities associated with being a half-infected, posing no threat to him. It would be better to let them go, allowing Zheng Yongyi to see the true nature of that malicious woman. What would happen when Zheng Yongyi could no longer provide what Xiaorou desired? Chen Han was convinced that intriguing events would unfold once they departed. Thus, he allowed the two to leave. Ling Shui descended from the fortress, casting a meaningful glance at Chen Han. You are truly wicked. This must be more painful than killing them. Chen Han chuckled. Evil deeds will be met with retribution. He then turned his gaze to the spoils scattered across the ground, commanding, Jiang Guan, bring the team down to clean up the battlefield. These are our trophies. All right. Fat Zhang was the first to rush down, his excitement palpable as he surveyed the treasures strewn about. Are there any weapons for artillery specialists? Skill books would be great too. Suddenly, he exclaimed, wow, this big fellow dropped a skill book, and it's an S rank. Zhang Daodian picked up a skill book radiating golden light from the corpse of a massive zombie, his eyes gleaming with excitement. However, the next moment, his expression darkened. S rank auxiliary skill, full body invulnerability, consumes 500 psychic energy points, bestows invulnerability status on allied groups, increases strength by 30, defense by 50, and speed by 10. The crowd gathered around, their faces a mixture of shock as they beheld the skill book. What incredible luck to find an S-rank skill book. Such treasures are rare and hard to come by. Ling Shui looked on in astonishment. Chen Han nodded and handed the skill book to Chu Li. You are the only healer here. This skill is suited for you. Chu Li accepted the skill book with excitement, finding it hard to believe. An S-class skill book, even before the apocalypse, was an exceedingly rare item, and now it was even more precious. If sold, it could fetch an exorbitant price. Thank you, Chu Li murmured, her heart brimming with exhilaration. Before long, everyone gathered the spoils of their conquest. Among them, the most abundant were food items, followed by some materials of little value. The most precious treasures were the energy crystals and equipment. After the zombies leveled up, the dropped gear was no longer the worthless beginner sets. Even a random level 10 white item boasted attributes surpassing those of the novice purple gear. Chen Han merely cast a glance at the gathered loot and addressed the group. You may divide these among yourselves. He then pointed to the 50 or so energy crystals. Those lacking energy crystals for leveling up to level 10 shall be prioritized. Awakening one S-class is crucial. Our abilities are the foundation of our strength. If there aren't enough, truly, please tally them and come to me for more. Upon hearing this, many faces lit up with excitement. For instance, Yuan and his companions required 100 energy crystals to reach level 10, a number they simply did not possess. At that moment, Chen Han noticed Shen Yu and her companions standing nervously at the edge of the crowd, silent and somewhat embarrassed. They were acutely aware of their status and did not dare to step forward to claim resources. Chen Han discerned their embarrassment and remarked, "You are also included. If you lack sufficient energy crystal stones, please speak to Chuli." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the women instantly brightened with excitement. "Are we truly included? Thank you, Brother Han." Shen Yu hurriedly bowed in gratitude. "There is no need for such formalities among us." Chen Han waved his hand dismissively. This statement further exhilarated them, signifying that Chen Han had acknowledged their place among them. "Now, let us not waste time and prepare. We must depart." Chen Han's words momentarily stunned the group. "We just finished a fight. Where are we headed now?" Chen Han chuckled. "We worked hard to secure the first place and 1,000 airdrops. Are you not tempted? Let us go collect the airdrops." Chapter 57, Grand Blueprint. Abundant gift package. On this expedition, Chen Han traveled with only a few companions, Ling Shui, Chu Li, and Zhang Daodian. The majority of the others had yet to awaken their professions and remained at home. These three were regarded as the individuals Chen Han trusted most at present. The four of them drove an armored vehicle, exiting the community and heading towards the location marked by the red smoke of the airdrop. 1,000 airdrops may seem substantial, yet if distributed evenly across the territory of Longhua, the chance of encountering them would be left to mere fortune. Fortunately, their luck seemed to be holding. Observing the direction of the red smoke, the airdrop was approximately a few kilometers away, not too distant. In truth, Chen Han's primary purpose for this outing was not solely the airdrops. Locating El Bufon was of utmost importance. He and Li Chuanqi, two seasoned veterans, had been rescued at great cost by El Feihong, and remaining behind would pose a potential threat. After all, they are seasoned players and have invested significantly. Both hold A-class combat professions, and without eliminating potential threats, Chen Han remains uneasy. However, given the vastness of Jia High City, if they choose to conceal themselves, locating them would prove challenging. Ling Shui seemed to discern his concerns and remarked with a smile, "Are you pondering the matter of LV Bufon? In truth, after this incident, I believe they will think twice before troubling you again. These two old fellows are quite afraid of death." Chen Han shook his head. "I am not afraid of him seeking me out. Rather, I worry about him lurking in the shadows, plotting against our people." Upon hearing this, the others in the car displayed expressions of surprise. "What? Are you genuinely considering keeping Shen Yu and her associates around?" Chu Li furrowed her brow and inquired. "Not just Shen Yu. If possible, I would like to retain those 200 soldiers as well." Chen Han leaned back against his seat, exhaling deeply. "Previously, my sole intention was to survive in this apocalyptic world and take care of myself. However, after tonight's fierce battle, I have come to realize something important." At this, everyone turned to him in anticipation. "What is it?" Chen Han raised his fist, declaring, "Power and influence. More and more individuals are becoming aware of my identity, and the deeds I accomplished before the apocalypse will soon be disseminated. At that point, there will be even more individuals like LV Bufon coveting my wealth. In the future, we may face not only hordes of zombies but potentially human armies as well. Relying solely on our small group, it will be exceedingly difficult to withstand such threats. Therefore, in addition to strengthening our own capabilities, I must also expand our influence. We aspire to be capitalists, not mere chives." Chen Han's words resonated powerfully, leaving several individuals astounded. They had never anticipated such ambition from him. Upon reflection, it was understandable, as he now possessed assets worth billions, standing as the world's richest individual. If one were in his position, who wouldn't desire to seize the opportunity? "What are your plans? Our estate cannot accommodate so many people without bursting at the seams." Ling Shui playfully chided. Chen Han inhaled deeply, declaring, "I wish to construct the Tower of Dawn." "What?" At his revelation, their eyes widened in disbelief. As seasoned players of Doomsday Dawn, they were well aware of what the Tower of Dawn entailed. It was a large-scale shelter created by NPCs in the game, a refuge capable of housing tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. Though termed a shelter, it could also be interpreted as a miniature nation in the post-apocalyptic world. In the game's lore, the Tower of Dawn belonged to a friendly faction of humanity, with NPCs possessing intricate backstories, all born to resist malevolence. During that time, The bosses in the dungeons would grow increasingly powerful and numerous. The Tower of Dawn represented the most formidable force against them. If Chen Han were to construct it ahead of time, they would not only be able to withstand the dungeon bosses but also safeguard themselves. Most importantly, it would be profitable. Is it truly feasible to build a Tower of Dawn? Fatty Jean pondered, scratching his head. Even though you possess some wealth now, just think of the amount of alloy steel needed to erect such a colossal shelter. The towers in the game are crafted from orange alloy. Chu Li's eyes brightened. If we use purple steel, the costs would be significantly reduced. Chen Han shook his head. Purple is not an option. It must be gold. Otherwise, we cannot withstand the mutated creatures from the dungeon. You all have participated in the Guardian Battle of the Tower of Dawn. Those bosses are not merciful. Thus, if we are to do this, we must aim for the best. It's futile to merely talk. The crux of the matter is that we lack sufficient funds. 2 billion is hardly enough to encircle even half the city walls. Chu Li shot him a glance. Chen Han chuckled. We can start small, earn money, and gradually expand. You seem to have forgotten one crucial detail. How do we players refer to the Tower of Dawn? With that statement, the others suddenly realized. The affluent district. Indeed, the Tower of Dawn is the affluent district. The condition for players to reside in the Tower of Dawn is the payment of exorbitant rent. It can also be seen as a protection fee. What is the most lucrative business in the real world? Real estate. The same holds true in this apocalypse. As long as Chen Han can provide a secure shelter, many would be eager to move in. It's merely gold. Players can farm dungeons or defeat monsters to earn it. For the sake of survival, what does it matter? Hiss. At this thought, Ling Shui and the others gasped. They could already envision Chen Han as a future capitalist of great malice, truly worthy of being a businessman. Who possesses such cunning? I find it feasible. Ling Shui was the first to express her support. No matter the circumstances, she would always stand by Chen Han. I can already picture the world being exploited by you, Chu Li remarked with a light laugh. It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Chen Han smiled and shook his head, thoroughly pleased with his envisioned future. With a clear direction established, he brimmed with enthusiasm. Yet, the harshness of reality loomed. He had not forgotten one crucial fact. They were merely players. In the game Dawn of the Apocalypse, numerous dungeons remained untouched by players. The true strength of the bosses within was unknown to anyone. However, Chen Han recalled the existence of an entity among the human NPCs referred to as the God. What a terrifying title it was. Chen Han constantly reminded himself that the situation was far more complex than he had imagined. By the way, Han Gu, you haven't opened the reward package for winning the honor battle. Go check it out. Perhaps it contains alloy steel. He opened his personal inventory and clicked on the colorful box. Would you like to open the honor battle personal grand package? Open. Congratulations, player. You have received a choice package. You may select one from the following options. 1. Equipment package. Randomly drops one piece of Tier 1, Level 10, orange equipment. 2. Food package. Contains an assortment of delicious food items, and quite a few at that. 3. Psychic crystal package. 1,000 psychic crystals. 4. Material package. 2,000 orange alloy steel. 5. Gold package. 10 million gold coins. Upon seeing the rewards, everyone was utterly astonished. These rewards seemed exceedingly generous. Chapter 58. Airdrop Trap. The terrifying Scarlet Witch. Which one to choose? Ling Shui emerged from Chen Han's embrace. She extended her finger to gently tap her chin, revealing an astonishing array of orange equipment and a considerable amount of orange alloy, not to mention a plethora of psychic crystals. My goodness, what a treasure trove. As Chu Li drove, she cast a sidelong glance at the two, feeling an unusual sensation at their intimate exchange. Opting for the orange alloy seemed prudent. 2,000 units is quite substantial. Calculating based on a 2 meter by 2 meter block, we could enclose an area of 250,000 square meters with a 4 meter high wall. Ideal for constructing the Dawn Tower Refuge. Chen Han nodded in agreement, noting that among these packages, the finest options were indeed the orange equipment and the orange alloy, both of which are rather rare. As for the other items, I have no shortage and can easily acquire them. Choosing the orange alloy steel was a foregone conclusion. But it was still insufficient. Although the Dawn Tower need not be fortified to the extent of an apocalyptic fortress, a 4-meter-high wall would be woefully inadequate. Not only the dungeon monsters, but even the aberrant zombies could easily scale it. The walls must be at least 12 meters high. Upon hearing this, Chu Li swiftly employed her skills as a senior accountant to calculate. If we were to erect a 12-meter-high wall, the area enclosed by 2,000 units of alloy steel would barely exceed that of a football field. Chen Han chuckled. If it proves insufficient, I shall purchase more at a premium. Some players still possess excess. At present, I do not lack resources, merely funds. If coins are inadequate, I shall resort to trading food. Many players are willing to pay any price for a meal. Under the relentless assault of zombies and replica monsters, certain players, lacking in combat prowess, find themselves utterly defenseless. They are compelled to seek refuge under the aegis of formidable factions, enduring a life of unimaginable hardship. It will not be long before the world descends into an era of famine. At such a time, a mere loaf of bread could yield a plethora of unexpected treasures. In this apocalyptic landscape, sustenance remains the paramount concern. For Chen Han, the sale of equipment is merely a trivial endeavor. Food is the eternal currency of survival. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, the eyes of Chu Li and her companions sparkled with realization. Indeed, how could they have forgotten that Chen Han had recently amassed a considerable stockpile of novice equipment and a vast quantity of food? Prior to the onset of the apocalypse, he had completely emptied the trading post of its food supplies. In a world where real food has become contaminated, the provisions in his backpack are invaluable treasures. Although Chu Li and her companions were unaware of the exact amount Chen Han had acquired, it was evident that the figure was staggering, likely the entirety of the trading market stock. This was merely the food items from the game. What of the real food he had hoarded? It is unfathomable to imagine the abundance contained within Chen Han's backpack. Contemplating this, the group felt a surge of excitement. No wonder Chen Han sought to establish a faction. It would be astonishing if he did not attract attention. In the apocalypse, he is akin to a veritable treasure trove. Who would not desire a taste? A chilling thought crossed their minds as they began to envision the arduous future ahead, filled with daily conflicts. Yet, without a doubt, to follow such a remarkable individual is a stroke of fortune in their lives. Moved by this realization, Zhang, the stout one, raised his fist to the sky, exclaiming, "Old man, it is you who have allowed me to grasp such a golden opportunity." Upon making his decision, Chen Han promptly opted for the 2,000 alloy steel. Although the orange equipment was appealing, he already possessed it. However, that particular sword could only be wielded at level 20. And his current black tooth armor and boots were merely novice gear. Chen Han needed to devise a method to elevate them to first-tier equipment. Upgrading orange gear required orange materials, which were rare and elusive treasures. Despite the multitude of items in his inventory, the quantity of orange materials was disappointingly scant. He mused, "Let us see if tomorrow's dungeon run can yield some upgrade materials." The prospect of the impending dungeon excited Chen Han, as the rewards for completing it for the first time could be substantial. Before long, the armored vehicle drew closer to the airdrop, and they could discern the location of the rising red smoke. They were fortunate. The smoke lingered, indicating that the supplies within the airdrop had yet to be claimed. Regrettably, they had not encountered Lu Bufan and his companion along the way, which left Chen Han feeling a tinge of regret. The airdrop had landed in a somewhat desolate area, surrounded by factories and devoid of significant foot traffic. Otherwise, the supplies would have vanished long ago. Disembarking from the vehicle, Chen Han surveyed the surroundings only to find not a single zombie in sight. How peculiar. While the area was sparsely populated, it was hard to believe there were no traces of zombies. Just as everyone was consumed by their curiosity, a sudden noise erupted. Bang, bang. From the direction of the airdrop, a solitary container situated in the open emitted a series of collision sounds. Chen Han furrowed his brow, urging caution. However, Zhang Daodian, undeterred, excitedly sprinted toward the airdrop box, intent on opening it. At that moment, Chen Han noticed bloodstains on the airdrop box. It was evident that a skirmish had recently occurred in this very spot, and it was highly probable that there had been fatalities. A trap. Chen Han quickly realized that someone had set a trap here, taking advantage of the airdrop. A cold smirk crept across his face. In this apocalyptic game, what is the fastest way to acquire resources? Undoubtedly, it is through murder. As soon as one eliminates another, everything in their possession is bound to spill forth. It seemed they had encountered some reckless miscreants. In an instant, before Chen Han could issue a warning, a blazing arrow shot forth from the shadows. Just as he intended to conjure a sword to block it, Ling Shui was swifter. A crimson light emanated from her hand, grasping the fiery arrow in midair. With a flick of her wrist, the arrow was extinguished and ensnared by the red light, propelling it back toward the assailant with increased velocity. In the darkness, upon seeing his own arrow rebound, the attacker's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to flee. Boom. At that very moment, the crimson light collided with the dilapidated building he had just vacated, causing the reinforced walls to shatter with a resounding explosion. What on earth is this ability? Su Yingwu's face paled, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Thankfully, he had fled swiftly. Otherwise, he would have been utterly obliterated, failing to strike her target. Ling Shui pouted. Humph, it's my first time using a skill, and I missed. How frustrating. Seeing Ling Shui's childlike demeanor, Chen Han couldn't help but wipe his brow. You are the Scarlet Witch, after all. Could you not exude a bit more majesty? He was genuinely astonished by Ling Shui's prowess. An S-rank Scarlet Witch. She belonged to the mage class. Yet, this mage was somewhat extraordinary. Her spells were of chaos magic, executed without any preliminary motions. No charging, no incantations required. If I am not mistaken, she just employed two extraordinary skills, magic manipulation and chaos energy sphere. I must say, the prowess of this S-grade Scarlet Witch undoubtedly represents the pinnacle among S-grade professions. Bang! At this moment, another sound echoed. Perhaps sensing the remarkable strength of Ling Shui and her companions, the hidden adversary refrained from a direct confrontation and instead opened the container. In the next instant, a horde of zombies surged forth from the container, roaring as they lunged towards Chen Han and the others. Chapter 59. Baixing Guild Goodness, so many zombies. Zhang Daotian was taken aback, quickly drawing out his hand cannon. He fired a shot without hesitation. Boom. Damage, 268. The first two zombies were instantly blasted away. Yet they quickly rose again. The upgraded zombies had all reached at least level 10, their defenses far surpassing those of the previous dull-witted ones. A throng of zombies relentlessly surged forward, claws outstretched, eager to devour the hefty Zhang Daotian. His expression shifted as he hastily fired several more shots. Boom, boom, boom. The zombies were sent flying, clouds of dust billowing in their wake. This is intolerable. He swiftly stowed away the hand cannon, raising his hands to conjure symbols. In an instant, 3 thunder talismans floated before him. With a powerful sweep of his hand, he launched the talismans. The thunder talismans emitted a thunderous explosion, toppling the first wave of advancing zombies. Their limbs were shattered by the sheer force of the blast, a sight most terrifying. Witnessing this, Chen Han felt speechless. It seems your abilities as a Taoist master surpass those of your artillery profession. Perhaps it would be best to rely on the power of the Taoist master. The chubby boy wore a sorrowful expression, lamenting, the artillery master is so impressive. Chen Han shook his head, pondering how this fellow was oblivious to the blessings surrounding him. A mere 13-year-old master, and yet he still found reasons to complain. Is this truly the case of hating one's own profession? Meanwhile, Su Yingwu observed the horde of zombies surging forth, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Humph, with over 100 level 12 zombies attacking. Let us see how they retain their arrogance. Those two women seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely. What a pity. He licked his lips, convinced of their inevitable demise. In such dire circumstances, even if they were seasoned professionals, they were doomed. These 100 zombies, all at level 12, had required considerable effort from their 100 Prosperity Guild to draw in. Given the disparity in levels, the players were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Just moments ago, Chen Han had witnessed the blood from the airdrop, remnants left by the previous players who had fought for it. Those 5D class professionals had already met their end within the bellies of the zombies. And now, Chen Han and his companions were destined to become the next victims. Captain. They arrived in an armored vehicle. They must be ripe for the taking. Su Yingwu communicated with his team through the group channel. Be cautious. We cannot allow them to escape in their vehicle. Chiren was quite animated, exclaiming that regardless of whether these individuals were wealthy, the armored vehicle alone would yield them a substantial profit. Needless to say, let us refrain from engaging and allow the horde to finish them off. The 5-member team continued their fervent exchanges, excitement evident in their demeanor. They concealed themselves within an abandoned building, their gazes fixed intently on the unfolding scene below. Just when they believed the demise of this group was a foregone conclusion, the events that transpired next left everyone utterly stunned. Quietly, Julie finally made her move. Armed with a colossal sword, a faint luminescence emanated from her form. Berserker's endowment, hummed. Blessing of the Saints, resonated. 2 brilliant auras enveloped Zhang Daotian and his companions in quick succession. In an instant, Zhang Daotian felt a surge in his strength, enhanced by 20. Following this, a soft crimson glow enveloped him, Berserker state. This was the state boost granted by the A-class profession of Paladin. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Zhang Daotian let out a wild cry and unleashed his innate skill, cannon. Energy coalesced within his hand cannon. Boom. In an instant, the cannon discharged. obliterating over 10 zombies before him into mere fragments. Ling Shui also sprang into action, her hands wielding chaotic magic as she ascended into the air. Subsequently, she hurled 2 orbs of energy. Boom, boom, boom. Ling Shui's assault was far more formidable than that of the portly fellow. This barrage annihilated at least 30 zombies. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Baixing Guild gaped in astonishment. Who on earth are these individuals? How can they be so powerful? That woman enhancing their capabilities must be a paladin, if I recall correctly, an A-class profession. The plump lad is formidable as well. An A-class gunner, definitely not to be trifled with. And that girl who can fly, what profession is she? This is utterly terrifying. Gulp. Chiron swallowed hard. They had kicked a hornet's nest. In their squad, he was the strongest, a B-class reckless warrior. How are they supposed to fight this? Just as they grasped the situation, over 100 zombies had been eradicated. Damn it, we must flee. Chiron's expression changed drastically as he urgently called out in the team channel. Yet, our airdrop remains uncollected. Su Yingwu gazed reluctantly at the abandoned airdrop on the ground. In pursuit of prey, they had not even taken the bait. If they were to leave like this, wouldn't it be a tremendous loss? Gritting his teeth, he stowed away his longbow with a displeased expression. However, just as he turned to depart, a figure emerged behind him. Your leader is quite formidable, Chen Han remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Su Yingwu was startled by Chen Han's sudden appearance. You, where did you come from? Instantly, he drew his longbow and shot an arrow towards Chen Han. Boom. The arrow ignited as it sliced through the air, flames erupting into a towering inferno, transforming into a fiery bird that surged toward Chen Han. A man of few words. Su Yingwu wasted no time and unleashed his most potent talent skill, the sea-level flame archer, with the firebird arrow. Observing Chen Han's stillness, a smile spread across Su Yingwu's face. I thought you were some master, frightened, perhaps? Yet, in the next moment, Chen Han unsheathed his sword and cleaved downward. The colossal fiery bird was split in two, and the sword's radiance surged through the flames, aiming straight for Su Yingwu. His expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, Captain, save me. No sooner had his voice faded than Chen Han noticed an approaching threat from the left room. Bang, bang, bang. The heavy footsteps reverberated through the dilapidated building. Charge, bull. With that battle cry, the wall to Chen Han's left was shattered, and a burly man with horns charged forth. Chen Han frowned slightly and launched a punch toward the horned figure. The dark-toothed battle armor flickered with ethereal light as immense power erupted from his fist. Boom. His fist struck solidly against the bull's head, sending the man crashing through the floor. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 resounding explosions, Chiron was propelled from the 3rd floor to the ground level, creating a massive hole in the 2 floors above. The warriors of the Su Ying were left in a state of shock. How could the brawny, bull warrior, renowned for his brute strength, be vanquished by mere force? Just how terrifying was the man before them? Su Ying's legs trembled in fear as he cried out, Who on earth are you? We are from the Baixing Guild. And if you dare to harm us, you will surely meet your demise. Upon hearing this, Chen Han raised an eyebrow. The Baixing Guild? Is your leader Gao Qixing? Chapter 60. Did we rob the suit-clad tycoon? Su Ying was taken aback. You know our boss? I do. Chen Han recalled a figure from his previous life. In his former existence, the Baixing Guild was undeniably one of the foremost powers in Jia High City. Chen Han had crossed paths with them before, and there were lingering grievances. Gao Qixing had once taken an interest in his A-grade warrior abilities and had sought to recruit him. Chen Han had declined, which led to humiliation at the hands of Gao Qixing, and the two had clashed. Naturally, he had lost, but fortunately, Ling Shui had arrived just in time to rescue him. From that moment on, a vendetta was born, and Gao Qixing frequently sought to trouble him. Chen Han did not anticipate encountering the Baixing Guild so soon. However, considering Gao Qixing's character, it was hardly surprising, though he was not particularly admirable. His decisiveness in action was noteworthy. To have built such a formidable force amidst the apocalypse was no small feat. If Gao Qixing were to learn that the suit-clad thug was in Jia High City, he would undoubtedly come seeking trouble. Since you know our boss, why haven't you let me go? My boss is an S-class professional. If you dare to lay a hand on us, he will not let you off easily. Su Yingwu's tone shifted, softening slightly as he remarked, Of course, if you wish to join our guild, I could certainly recommend you. Chen Han remained silent, delivering a swift kick that sent him tumbling into the gaping chasm of the building. A resounding cry escaped Su Yingwu as he followed Chiron's path, plummeting to the ground from the 3rd floor. Thus, the 5 members of Chiron's team were swiftly subdued. We are members of the Baixing Guild. You are courting death. They huddled together, unleashing a torrent of furious insults, exuding an audacious arrogance. This was emblematic of the Baishang Guild's modus operandi, boastful, tyrannical, and ruthless. Chen Han furrowed his brow, delivering another powerful punch to Chai Ren's head. A cry of despair echoed as Chai Ren was momentarily stunned, his skull split open, blood streaming forth. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Yingwu and his companions were rendered speechless. One punch had drawn blood from their leader. His class was that of a B-grade brawny warrior, renowned for its formidable defense. How could he have been so easily incapacitated? The group looked on in terror at Chen Han, unable to resist casting a probing spell. An immediate influx of information materialized before them. Player. Class, Sword Immortal. Level, 12. As Chen Han had concealed his name, they were oblivious to his game ID. Upon glimpsing the Sword Immortal class, they collectively froze in astonishment. What manner of class was this? They had never even heard of it. With curiosity piqued, they continued to scrutinize the details. Level 12? Their eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? The level restriction had only been lifted a few hours prior. It was utterly impossible for anyone to achieve a 2-level ascent in such a brief span. As seasoned players, they were acutely aware of the time required for leveling up in the current game. If one were to refrain from dungeon runs, relying solely on the wild zombies, one would need to vanquish at least 10,000 of them to attain level 12. This implies that the man before them had dispatched an astonishing number of zombies in just a few short hours. Could he be the legendary suit-clad figure? As this thought crossed their minds, a shiver ran through the crowd. They exchanged glances, each reflecting a profound astonishment. They finally grasped the identity of the individual in their midst, the notorious suit-wielding marauder. At that moment, their minds were struck as if by thunder, rendering them unable to accept the reality. They had unwittingly attempted to rob the very person they had heard tales about. Was this not a death wish? They had even dared to threaten the suit-clad individual with the Baisheng Guild. What a foolish jest. What to do now? Chu Li turned to Chen Han. Eliminate them. Chen Han replied coldly. Upon hearing this, Chu Li raised her colossal sword. The 5 men, witnessing this, turned pale, pleading, "Wait, don't kill us. We were wrong. Please, don't make a move." The realization that they were genuinely faced with death sent them into a panic. Suit-clad figure, we were mistaken. We implore you to spare us. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Li brought her sword down. She had come to understand the harsh truth of their apocalyptic reality. In this world, mercy equated to folly. Those deserving of death must not be spared, and she took a certain delight in executing such necessary tasks. It brought her joy to lend assistance to Chen Han. In an instant, 5 boxes materialized upon the ground. The stout fellow crouched down to collect the spoils. The bounty was modest, merely several thousand gold coins, some food, and a handful of low-grade materials. Chen Han opened the boxes, and radiant beams of light erupted forth. Purple alloy steel 100, Tier 1 equipment advancement stone 2. Weapon material, purple Tier 1 zombie fong 50, can craft special ammunition. Weapon blueprint, purple G36 machine gun, Tier 1 weapon. Weapon material, purple G36 barrel 10, C-class skill book, for gunner class satellite strike. Consumable potion, healing red potion 10, consumable potion. Adrenaline 5, upon witnessing the materials that had dropped. Zhang Daoyan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Wow, everything is perfectly suited for me. There's even a skill book. What a tremendous windfall. The little chubby fellow exuberantly stowed the items into his backpack, brimming with enthusiasm. Chen Han cast a glance at the weapon materials and skill book, astonished to discover they were all of superior quality. He couldn't help but marvel at the game system's generosity. After surpassing the novice phase, the drop rate for weapons had significantly declined, with players primarily acquiring weapon blueprints and materials, necessitating their own crafting efforts. The provision of such an abundance was truly commendable. What thrilled Chen Han the most was the presence of the Tier 1 equipment advancement stone, precisely what he had been seeking. His current black tooth armor and shoes were merely novice gear, and he needed advancement stones to upgrade them to Tier 1. Chen Han promptly secured the equipment advancement stone, while the remaining steel and materials were collected by Chu Li. The task of constructing the Dawn Tower was thus entrusted to Chu Li, as her expertise aligned perfectly with the undertaking. She had, in a rightful manner, assumed the role of Chen Han's secretary. Let us go, the dungeon opening time is approaching. Glancing at the system panel, he noted that there was still over an hour until the dungeon opened, providing him just enough time to make his way there. It was the first dungeon, and the rewards for clearing it for the first time were enticing enough to make even Chen Han envious. Such treasures were absolutely essential to acquire. In an abandoned factory in Jiahai City, two old men, Lu Bufan and Li Chuanqi, had taken refuge. Old Lu, do you have enough psychic crystal stones to awaken your professional abilities? Li Chuanqi inquired. Not enough. I still need 10 more, Lu Bufan replied. His heart still heavy with the sorrow of losing his son, unable to shake off the grief. Hurry up and adjust the prices of our equipment, sell it cheaper. We need to raise some funds, Li Chuanqi urged. Given the current situation, if they did not hasten to awaken their professions, survival would become impossible. They could barely contend with even ordinary zombies. Lu Bufan, fully aware of their predicament, did not dare to delay and opened the trading platform. His first instinct was to check for any free equipment listed under Suit-Clad Thug. As long as Chen Han ceased distributing gear, there would be a market for their equipment. However, the next moment, upon closer inspection, they were astounded to find an abundance of novice gear available at shockingly low prices. White gear was priced at a mere 10 gold coins, while purple gear was only 50. Players had begun utilizing first-tier equipment, resulting in a significant boost to their strength. The novice gear, deemed worthless, was hardly sought after. Even if discarded in the trading market, it remained unsold. This realization struck them hard. The 80,000 pieces of novice gear in their possession had become nothing more than scrap metal, utterly valueless. Lu Bufan and Li Chuanqi were left utterly dumbfounded. It was at this moment that they comprehended the full extent of Chen Han's meticulously crafted trap. He had long been aware that novice equipment would hold little value, yet he sold it all to himself, even generously giving some away for free. In this commercial battle, they faced a complete defeat, leaving no possibility for a comeback. Chapter 61. I have calculated that there is a hidden dungeon. Lu Bufan was engulfed in despair, his hatred for Chen Han reaching its zenith. Everything that had transpired was the result of Chen Han's actions. The vendetta for his child could not go unavenged. However, we lack even the psionic crystals, hindered at level 9 with no means to advance. What shall we do? Li Chuanqi lamented. Then we shall start from scratch. We will venture out to slay monsters, form teams to tackle dungeons. Once we awaken our professional abilities, the future will be bright. Li Chuanqi hesitated, haunted by the terrifying notion of zombies. Without the protection of a team, he felt fear creeping in. He was filled with regret, pondering why he had provoked Chen Han. Had he not stirred conflict, they could have thrived merely on the resources at hand. With wealth, sustenance, and subordinates, how could they have fallen to such a plight? Li Chuanqi sighed heavily. At this point, there seemed no alternative left. Just as the two confirmed their objective, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the building. Instantly, their hair stood on end. Are there zombies? Yet, these footsteps did not resemble those of the undead. The two drew their weapons, eyes alert, fixated on the corner ahead. The footsteps grew nearer, accompanied by the labored breathing of an unknown creature. Lu Bufan and his companion were startled into a standing position. Then, from around the corner burst a two-headed zombie dog. And another, a dozen. Roar. The zombie hound bared its menacing teeth and lunged forward with ferocity. In response, Lu Bufan and Li Chuanqi trembled in terror. What manner of creature is this? Why do such mutated beings exist here? We are doomed. Despair etched itself upon their faces, for they possessed no means to resist this aberration. However, as they awaited their grim fate, the pack of zombie wolf dogs merely encircled them. The heavy sound of their labored breathing lingered around their feet, and an overwhelming sense of dread seeped into their souls. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, accompanied by two mutated wolf dogs the size of calves. The man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, was tall and burly, with long hair obscuring one of his eyes, exuding an unsettling aura. He approached slowly, wielding a beast-taming whip, and directed his gaze at Lu Bufan, rasping, "Are you Lu Bufan?" At this inquiry, Lu Bufan shuddered, rendered speechless by fear. "I have heard you amassed a fortune of 100 billion gold coins through selling equipment," the man continued. "And no, that is not true. The money is not with me." Lu Bufan stammered, shaking his head vigorously. The mention of that staggering sum tightened his chest with unease, for the wealth rightfully belonged to Chen Han. Yet he bore the blame. It was Chen Han. We were deceived by him. All the money has gone to him. And I am left with nothing but a pile of unwanted novice gear. Lu Bufan pressed on, sensing the murderous intent glimmering in the man's eyes. Upon hearing Chen Han's name, the man's brow arched slightly. Is he the one they call the Suit-Clad Thug? Yes, that is him. He exploited us to sell equipment at exorbitant prices. Li Chuanqi added, hastily shifting all blame onto Chen Han. Brother, do you know Chen Han? El Bufon inquired cautiously. After a moment's hesitation, the man's expression finally exhibited a hint of change. I do not know him, but I have seen him from a distance. Come with me. I need you to elaborate on Chen Han's matters. Upon hearing this, El Bufon and his companion exchanged glances filled with reluctance. However, they had no choice. The zombie hounds at their feet were urging them forward. They believed that a mere refusal would result in these mutated wolf dogs tearing them to shreds. The man turned and walked away, muttering, suit-clad thugs? Intriguing. Meanwhile, within the armored vehicle, Chen Han took a brief moment to rest. After the fierce battle and the subsequent search for airdrops, he felt quite fatigued. The clock now read 5:50 a.m., with only 10 minutes remaining before the dungeon commenced. At this juncture, the world channel erupted once more in a cacophony of chatter. The dungeon is about to begin. The question is, where is the entrance? What has the rush upstairs? You're no big shot. Do you really expect to claim the first clear rewards? Exactly. We mere novices will certainly wait for the experts to clear it first, and then follow the guide before attempting. Goodness, how terrifying. I can hardly bear to imagine. The dungeon is a necessity. How else can one level up without it? And where would resources come from without dungeon runs? Do we not need to eat? At this moment, the national channel was equally lively, with messages flooding in rapidly. In the bustling city of Shangjing, I seek companions for an adventure. I am a D-rank healer, capable of both nurturing and charming as a petite fairy. I yearn for a stalwart ally. Is there anyone still alive in the vibrant metropolis of Modu? Come forth and join me in conquering dungeons. I am an A-rank assassin prepared to lead the charge. Just a tank is needed to absorb the blows. The Guild Slipper Brigade is recruiting. Our base is in Guangdu, where delightful maidens abound. Women merely hinder my swiftness in drawing my blade, as I, a B-rank swordsman, eagerly seek comrades. I am in search of a partner for protection, as I am a beast tamer, one capable of riding, of course. But let us set aside jest and discuss matters at hand. Where is the entrance to the dungeon? Amidst the lively chatter in the channel, Chen Han found little time to engage. He cast a glance outside, where they had arrived at Jiahai Plaza in Jiahai City. We have arrived. Let us clear out the zombies outside. Chen Han instructed the group. Is this truly the dungeon entrance? There's nothing here, Chu Li exclaimed, peering out from the driver's seat. The expansive plaza revealed nothing but zombies. They will emerge when the time is right, Chen Han reassured his companions. For our inaugural dungeon, we shall form a team and strive to secure the first clear rewards. If memory serves, the initial dungeon is one for farming alloy steel. With the evolution of zombies, human habitats have become increasingly perilous. The demand for alloy steel to construct a safe haven in this apocalyptic world has surged. Players are beginning to recognize the significance of steel. Without a secure shelter, they dare not sleep at night, uncertain if a zombie might suddenly appear by their bedside. Such occurrences are not mere tales. There are even aberrant zombies capable of scaling pipes and infiltrating through balconies. Such matters are indeed terrifying upon reflection. However, a safe house constructed from alloy steel would present a different scenario. Even if it cannot fend off the zombies, it would at least serve as a warning. This situation has led to a complete depletion of steel in the trading market, leaving Chen Han unable to procure any. Zhang Daotian calculated briefly, then turned to Chen Han with astonishment. Goodness, boss, how did you know the instance would manifest here? Did you foresee it? Chen Han, equally taken aback, replied. I naturally know because of my rebirth. Truly impressive, Master Zhang. To have predicted it, Zhang Daotian nodded. Indeed, by my calculations, I discovered that there is more than one instance in Jiahai City. No, it's not merely the quantity of instances. There is also a special instance. Upon hearing this, Chen Han's eyes widened in shock. You even discerned the hidden instance? No wonder there is only one, Zhang Daotian murmured. Just as the group awaited the instance to unfold, a throng of individuals approached with great momentum. Chen Han glanced over, raising an eyebrow. What a coincidence. It is indeed the members of the Baixing Guild. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Instance and the Clever Su Banzian. It is the Baixing Guild. Chen Han alerted Ling Shui and the others. Have we been discovered? Ling Shui furrowed her brow, recalling that they had just eliminated a squad from the Baixing Guild half an hour prior. Encountering them so soon. Could it be that their identities have been compromised and they have come seeking vengeance? I doubt it. Chen Han shook his head. He focused on the leader of the group, who was the second in command of the Baixing Guild, known in the martial world as Su Banzian. Originally a street fortune teller, Su Banshan awakened to the D-class auxiliary profession of fortune teller after the descent of the apocalyptic game. This vocation, one cannot claim to be devoid of strength, but rather, it is utterly ineffectual. Only a fool like Gao Qixin would be deceived by him. At this moment, Su Banshan found himself preoccupied, internally lamenting the absurdity of a task assigned by the president, Gao Qixin. How could he possibly find the perpetrator when the task merely required him to identify the killer behind a few deaths? In this apocalypse, are not deaths a common occurrence? Amidst the vast sea of corpses, how could one discern a murderer? Never mind. He would just declare that Chai Ren and the others had perished at the hands of zombies. After all, he had no means to ascertain the truth. A radiant smile spread across Su Banshan's face as he could not help but admire his own deceptive prowess, which seemed to be growing ever more formidable. Vice President, there is an armored vehicle ahead, one of his subordinates pointed out. At this, Su Banshan regained his composure, casting a penetrating gaze towards Chen Han's armored vehicle, immediately recognizing the dawn of the apocalypse insignia emblazoned upon it. This was a vehicle procured from the game shop, certainly not a dilapidated relic of the real world. Su Banshan instantly felt a surge of caution. Anyone capable of maneuvering an armored vehicle in this desolate world was undoubtedly formidable. Vice President, let us seize that vehicle. It is worth a fortune, shouted a subordinate nearby. Indeed, Vice President, with over 30 of us, we could easily overpower them. Many of his subordinates chimed in eagerly. Su Banshan's heart raced. Are you all mad? The adversary appears formidable, and you wish to rob them of their vehicle? Have you lost your senses? He adopted a stern expression and proclaimed with righteous indignation, those who engage in unjust deeds shall meet their demise. Such acts of treachery are unacceptable. The group of young subordinates fell silent, for they were well aware of the peculiar modus operandi of the Baishan Guild. Faced with Su Banshan, they were undoubtedly discontented, yet dared not voice their grievances. Su Banshan remarked, Am I unaware? The primary concern is that they are formidable opponents. If this vehicle is left unattended by the roadside, who knows if I would dare to take it? Though we are numerous, should a conflict arise, the adversary will undoubtedly aim to capture the leader first. Would that not be inviting trouble upon ourselves? His anger intensified as he feigned counting on his fingers and addressed the crowd. Today is not a day for conflict. It would surely invite calamity. The Chiron team serves as a living example. Do you wish to follow in their unfortunate footsteps? Upon hearing this, the subordinates were indeed captivated by his words. Su Banshan nodded in satisfaction. We shall circumvent them. Suddenly, a voice broke through the air, capturing everyone's attention. Vice President. Are you truly afraid? Su Banshan, puffing out his cheeks and glaring, retorted, Fear? I could dispatch him with a mere gesture. The others looked at him with disdain, their expressions seemingly questioning his credibility. Doubt my power? I can conjure magic at this very moment. Su Banshan protested, though a wave of anxiety surged within him. He must not allow these subordinates to perceive his lack of capability. Otherwise, how could he maintain his standing within the Baishan Guild? Just as his words lingered in the air, a swirling black hole of teleportation materialized in the square. As soon as it appeared, Chen Han and his companions stepped into it. Initially, he intended to teach the members of the Baishan Guild a lesson, but they remained rooted in place, murmuring amongst themselves and failing to approach. With the instance commencing just then, perhaps it would be best to let them off the hook this time. However, the perception of the young disciples of the Baishan Guild was markedly different. With expressions of astonishment, they gazed at Su Banshan. Just moments ago, Su Banshan had declared his intention to cast a spell to eliminate them, and then he began to gesture with his fingers. What followed was the sudden emergence of a vast black hole that engulfed several individuals standing before him. Astonishing. The Vice President is truly remarkable. Vice President, you are nothing short of a divine being. The ability to take lives with but a flick of your fingers is utterly terrifying. The disciples were completely in awe of Su Banshan. Initially, they subconsciously regarded him as a charlatan, but upon witnessing his actions, they realized he was indeed a master of his craft. Regrettably, Vice President, your spell was executed with such force that even the armored vehicle was drawn in. Indeed, as long as I, Su Daxian, merely flick my fingers, no expert can escape death. The Vice President is extraordinarily impressive. Having you in the Baishan Guild is our great fortune. Amidst the flattery from his disciples, Su Banshan was momentarily taken aback. He was bewildered, thinking to himself, What have I done? Though perplexed, he maintained an air of composure, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding the demeanor of a reclusive sage. Who dares to claim that I am without skill? Who uttered such words? I, Su Daxian, am unrivaled in this world." The disciples' praises rang out resoundingly. Su Banxian sighed inwardly, relieved to have evaded suspicion. Yet, in the next moment, the voice of the game S will resonated in the ears of all present. "Esteemed players, the first dungeon has arrived. The entrance will randomly materialize across the globe, remaining for 1 hour. This dungeon comprises 2 types, the public dungeon, Steel Mill, and the hidden dungeon, Saw. Attention, players who clear the dungeon for the first time will receive an additional reward. We encourage all players to enter the dungeon promptly." As the words echoed, the crowd was momentarily stunned. "What? That black hole is a dungeon? Isn't that a spell cast by the vice president?" Su Banxian's heart skipped a beat as he exclaimed, "What do you know? It was I who conjured this dungeon into existence. Otherwise, do you think luck alone could have brought us here?" The crowd regarded him with skeptical glances. "Then let us form a party and venture in," someone suggested. "Indeed, perhaps we can seize the first clear reward. Where do you think you're going?" "We shall wait right here," Su Banxian retorted, glaring at them. "With so many players worldwide, do you think the first clear reward is so easily obtained? The dungeon's initial opening is bound to be fraught with peril. If you recklessly charge in, you will surely suffer great losses. Do you wish for death?" His words effectively silenced many. "What shall we do now?" someone inquired. "Wait. Once those few emerge victorious, we shall rush in, overpower them, seize their resources, and interrogate them for their strategies to conquer the dungeon." Su Banxian's lips curled into a sly smile, elated within. "When you emerge, you will undoubtedly bear losses. Even if there are no casualties, your condition will certainly be poor. When the 30 of us surge forth, how will you resist? We will first exhaust them, and then execute a clever ambush. Truly, I am a genius. The vice president is indeed exceptionally astute, truly worthy of being a master." However, just as he basked in the adoration of the crowd, the instant's black hole stirred once more. Chen Han and his companions emerged. Upon witnessing this, Su Banxian was taken aback. How could they be out so soon? Chapter 63. First completion of the instance, encountering the suit-clad boss again. "Vice President, they have emerged," the younger members exclaimed hurriedly. As they spoke, one of the men beside them brandished an axe, ready to charge forward. "Wait." Su Banxian swiftly restrained him, sensing something amiss. His gaze fixated on Chen Han and his companions, who had exited unscathed. They must have either annihilated the boss and cleared the instance instantly, or were unable to defeat it and retreated. Although the latter scenario seemed more probable, he could not afford to take such a risk. If they were indeed formidable players capable of swiftly clearing instances, charging at them would be tantamount to seeking death. "Vice President, they surely cannot have detected our retreat from the instance. Let us advance quickly," urged the younger members. Su Banxian furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of unease. "No, we cannot gamble. Everyone, quiet down for a moment. Allow me to calculate." Su Banxian resumed his act, gazing skyward as if divining something. Indeed, upon witnessing his demeanor, the younger members refrained from interrupting, falling into silence. Yet, their eyes remained fixed on Chen Han and his companions, especially captivated by Chu Li and Ling Shui, whose beauty was nothing short of breathtaking. "What stunning women," one remarked. One was a statuesque and elegant lady, while the other exuded a playful and adorable charm. For a group of ruffians, they were utterly captivated. Gulp. "Vice President, please hurry. I can barely contain my eagerness. Damn it, that elegant lady is mine. I want the adorable one." Upon hearing the shouts from the crowd, Su Banxian was filled with dread, and his expression darkened considerably. The quartet before him, a man with a child and 2 beautiful women, was undoubtedly the archetype of protagonists in a novel. He sensed that these individuals were far from ordinary. "We cannot provoke them." Su Banxian opened his eyes and addressed the crowd with a grave demeanor. "If we charge recklessly, we shall surely meet our doom." "What? Are you joking?" one of the onlookers exclaimed. "Damn it, you old fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Forget him, let's charge." Upon hearing Su Banxian's warning, some of the younger members of the group erupted in agitation. It was a rare opportunity to encounter such stunning women. How could they let it slip away? The 4 before them clearly exuded wealth and allure. What were they waiting for? Disregarding Su Banxian's caution, the crowd harbored disdain and even contempt for him. However, just as they were about to rush forward to seize Chen Han and her companions, the latter turned their heads. "Boss, what do those guys intend to do?" Zhang Pengzi inquired, perplexed. "Let them be. We shouldn't waste time. Let's split up and tackle our personal quests. After that, we still need to seek out the hidden instance." Chen Han replied. With that, the group once again plunged into the abyss of the instance, their forms vanishing once more. "Damn it, they've gone in again." This is all your fault, old man, with your incessant rambling. The members of the Baixing Guild seethed with fury, glaring menacingly at Su Banjian. This old man was merely cowardly, spouting tales of impending calamity and ruining their chances for success. Su Banjian was forced to retreat repeatedly by the crowd, tremblingly proclaiming, "You have rebelled. You dare to show me disrespect? I am the vice president, and I am here to save you. Save your grandmother's leg. I will not hesitate to strike you down." Yet, amidst the clamor, a voice emanated from the game system, echoing in their ears. Global announcement. Congratulations to the Suit Thug Squad for successfully completing the dungeon, Steel Mill, for the first time, earning the initial completion reward. Dungeon completion time, 20 seconds. Achieving a new record will yield additional rewards. Players are encouraged to strive for excellence. The hidden dungeon, Saw Trap, has emerged. There exists but one entrance in each city worldwide, potentially concealed in an unexpected location. Go forth and seek it out. The voice of the game will resonate in every player's ear, inducing a wave of shock across the globe. 20 seconds? Are they insane? How is that even possible? Once again, the Suit Thugs have done it. Truly impressive. Is this a joke? I just entered a simple mode dungeon and couldn't even defeat a minor enemy. If I hadn't fled quickly, I might have lost my life. Unbelievable. Previously, when I tackled this Steel Mill dungeon, my best time was at least 2 minutes. How can the Suit Boss be so formidable, even if he is an S-class profession? It is impossible to annihilate a dungeon in such little time. The system's announcement rendered the underlings of the Baixing Guild speechless. 20 seconds? Is the Suit Thug a deity? How could he accomplish such a feat? Wait, that individual seemed to have a similar time frame as well. Suddenly, a young subordinate jolted awake, his trembling finger pointing towards the entrance of the dungeon. Upon hearing his words, everyone's body quivered in unison. Could it be true? Were those individuals indeed the suit-clad bigwigs? No way. Cold sweat trickled down their foreheads as they cast astonished glances at Su Banjian. Old Su, did you just predict that those people are the suit-clad bigwigs? Surely, it cannot be such a coincidence. Does this mean I have truly evaded calamity? Coughing lightly, Su Banjian replied, "Indeed, I had foreseen this long ago. One of them is the suited fiend. However, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. I have already hinted at this, and yet you still refuse to believe. This truly vexes me. You may proceed as you wish. I shall wait here for his emergence. After all, I cannot contend with him, and I fear for my life. I shall take my leave." With that, Su Banjian flicked his sleeves in agitation and turned to depart. Boom. With Su Banjian's confirmation, the subordinates' hair stood on end, their calves trembling in fear. How could they have set their sights on the suit-clad bigwig? Was this not a death wish? That was a man capable of obliterating 10,000 zombies in an instant. Even with 300 men, they would have to think twice. In an instant, the subordinates felt immense gratitude towards Su Banjian. Thud. They dropped to their knees, expressing their heartfelt thanks to the vice president for saving their lives. From this day forth, the vice president would be akin to their reborn parents. Whatever he commanded, they would comply without question. Vice President, we were wrong, and I sincerely apologize for my rashness. The vice president is truly extraordinary. We are in awe. Vice President, please do not abandon us. We wish to follow you. Observing the admiration from his subordinates, Su Banjian felt elated. He paused his steps and admonished, "Why aren't you hurrying along? If the suit-clad thug emerges and realizes you're plotting against him, you won't be able to escape unscathed." Upon hearing this, the subordinates fled in a frenzy, wishing they could sprout extra legs. Yet, unbeknownst to Su Banjian, while these individuals appeared terrified of the suit-clad thug, each harbored their own ulterior motives. That fellow is a veritable treasure trove. Chapter 64. Soloing held difficulty, playing with an internal account? As global players were astonished at the suit-clad thug making headlines once more, Chen Han had already opened the Steel Factory Dungeon First Clearance Reward Package. Orange Alloy Steel 100, Energy Crystal 30, Gold Coins 100. 000 Costume Material, Tier 1 Molten Iron Beast Wing, the wings of the Molten Iron Beast, which can be modified for footwear. A series of item notifications appeared. Wow, more costume materials. Chen Han's eyes widened in excitement. The sight of orange alloy steel had already thrilled him, but he was pleasantly surprised to find an unexpected bonus. What attributes might this Molten Iron Beast wing enhance? Without hesitation, Chen Han proceeded to use it. Consumed the wings of the First Order Molten Iron Beast, successfully modified the orange Novice sneakers, acquiring new equipment. Iron Wing Boots, Novice. Iron Wing Boots attributes. Physical Defense 300. Speed 150. Original, passive trait. When receiving a fatal blow, triggers an emergency evasion, teleporting 5 meters away. New trait. Once fully charged with energy. The Iron Wing boots can summon iron wings for flight, with the skill lasting for 1 minute. What a remarkable addition! Chen Han's eyes sparkled with delight. This is truly impressive. Without hesitation, he took out the First Order Equipment Advancement Stone to upgrade the Iron Wing boots. Orange Iron Wing boots upgraded successfully. Novice, level 1. First Order, level 10. Attribute enhancement. Physical defense 800, magic resistance 300. Speed 200. Orange Black Fong battle suit upgraded successfully. Novice, level 1. First Order, level 10. Attribute enhancement. Physical defense 2000, magic resistance 500. Attack power 500. After elevating both pieces of orange equipment to the First Order, Chen Han experienced a dramatic transformation in his attributes. He opened his personal panel. Player, Chen Han, suited brute. Level, 12, experience bar, 30. Class, Swordmaster. Vitality, 2,850. Attack power, 18, 401, 000. Equipment bonus. Physical defense, 10, 002. 800, equipment bonus. Magic resistance, 500, 800, equipment bonus. Speed, 200, 200, equipment bonus. As the game progresses, the prowess of players intensifies, while the efficacy of equipment diminishes considerably. More crucially, equipment merely enhances attributes, which are certainly not the sole measure of one's strength. In this liberating environment, professional abilities and combat techniques hold significant importance. Roar. Just as Chen Han was engrossed in examining his gear, the dungeon commenced. Each dungeon may only be attempted twice a day, once as a team and once solo. Earlier, Chen Han and Ling Shui had entered as a group, opting for the simple mode to secure the initial clearance reward, which they accomplished effortlessly. Now, as the four parted ways to tackle the solo dungeons, Chen Han boldly selected the most challenging mode. The dungeons are categorized into 5 levels of difficulty: simple, normal, hard, king, and hell. Naturally, the higher the difficulty, the more bountiful the rewards and the increased drop rates. At this moment, Chen Han entered the dungeon, finding himself within the confines of a steel mill. Clang, clang, clang. Suddenly, a dozen zombies wielding iron rods advanced toward Chen Han, thumping rhythmically against the floor with each step. Chen Han gazed ahead, and a flurry of information emerged before him. Zombie, mutated worker, level 13, attack power, 2000, defense power, 2000, speed, 100, skills, iron rod throw, wrench throw. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was a dungeon of hellish difficulty. The strength of this creature was several times greater than that found in simpler dungeons. Were an ordinary player to confront it, they would likely require the guidance of a top-tier S-class warrior to successfully navigate through. Chen Han retrieved a longsword from his backpack. Purple tier equipment, refined steel longsword. Attack power, 500. This sword was somewhat lacking. Chen Han weighed it in his hand. While it was a purple item, it lacked any distinctive enhancements. He decided to utilize it for the time being. Upon reaching level 20, he would be able to wield his own celestial sword. Chen Han slightly raised his hand, and the long sword soared into the air. Sword mastery. With a swift thrust, the sword shot forth, instantly piercing the skull of the approaching worker zombie. Slayed worker zombie. Gained experience, 681. Slayed worker zombie. Gained experience, 681. The longsword danced as if an extension of his own will, weaving through the battlefield, leaving a path of fallen corpses in its wake. Experience points surged upwards. Chen Han continued deeper into the dungeon, facing no obstacles from the ordinary zombies that appeared before him. Before long, he arrived at the dungeon's conclusion. Suddenly, a large horde of zombies emerged. Among them one that appeared to have undergone mutation. Its bare torso displayed a physique of impressive muscle. Mini-boss, mutated zombie, level 15, attack power, 3000. Chen Han cast a cursory glance, too indifferent to regard the attributes above. Roar. The mutated zombie, sensing Chen Han's disdain, immediately revealed an expression of fury. With a sweep of its massive hand, the subordinate zombies unleashed their skills. In the next instant, wrenches, iron bars, and other weapons rained down upon him, leaving no room for evasion. Grasping his longsword, Chen Han unleashed a sweeping arc of sword light. Clang, clang, clang. The torrent of weapons was effortlessly swept aside by his blade, and he continued to wield his sword. The entire dungeon was illuminated by the brilliance of his strikes. As the winds howled fiercely, buzz. In an instant, Dozens of zombies fell to his blade. After clearing the minor foes, he turned his gaze toward the roaring steel furnace before him and, with a sudden swing of his sword, struck fiercely. Boom! The furnace was cleaved in two, molten iron splattering violently from the force. Subsequently, a colossal beast erupted from the molten cascade, roaring mightily. The creature, entirely crimson, bore resemblance to a lion yet evoked the image of a mythological creature, a tautai. Its body, glistening with steel, sported a pair of iron wings on its back, resembling a monstrous steel beast. This was the dungeon's formidable boss, the Iron Beast. Roar! Disturbed from its slumber, the Iron Beast erupted in rage, taking flight into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Iron Beast unleashed torrents of fiery projectiles towards Chen Han. Unfazed, he raised his sword and cleaved downwards. Ripping through the air, the fireballs shattered, and the sword light surged past them, striking directly at the Iron Beast. In a swift and violent manner, a gash was torn open in his steel-like body, releasing a cascade of crimson liquid. Chen Han wasted no time. He activated the unique skill of the Iron Wing Boots, and a pair of palm-sized wings unfurled at the sides of the boots. He ascended into the air and charged directly at the molten Iron Beast, cleaving its head off with a single stroke of his sword. With a resounding crash, the health bar above the molten Iron Beast instantly depleted, and its body erupted spectacularly. Along with the explosion, radiant beams of light emerged. These were the rewards for completing the challenge. Chen Han cast a glance and discovered a substantial amount of alloy steel, his expression brightening with delight. The walls of the Dawn Tower had gained several more meters in height. Upon completing the challenge, the World Channel once again displayed the information of his dungeon completion. Congratulations to player Suit Bandit for being the first to conquer the Hell Level Steel Factory personal dungeon, earning record refresh rewards and first completion rewards. The populace was left in bewilderment. Soloing Hell difficulty? Is Suit Boss playing on an internal server? Chapter 65, Eagle Sauce Enraged. Bring me Chen Han. The discussions on the World Channel and National Channel regarding Chen Han remained fervent. Countless individuals in the chat were clamoring for him to share a guide on how to conquer the dungeon. Chen Han paid them no mind. What need was there for a guide? Just dive in and get it done. After exiting the dungeon, he surveyed his surroundings and noted that the members of the Baixing Guild had already departed, and Ling Shui and her companions had yet to emerge. He dismissed the thought and promptly opened the reward package from the dungeon, fortunate enough to find an abundance of alloy steel within, precisely what he required. Before long, Ling Shui emerged, and upon seeing Chen Han, she smiled gently and leapt onto him. Oh dear, that dungeon was utterly exhausting. Ling Shui pouted, resting her delicate face against Chen Han's shoulder. Chen Han gently lifted her, inquiring about the difficulty of the dungeon she had been tackling. It must be the king level, right? Quite impressive. However, I believe I could manage even the hell level with ease, Ling Shui declared with a hint of pride. Chen Han nodded thoughtfully. It's all right. Take your time during your first attempt. At that moment, Ling Shui's eyes widened in surprise as she blinked at Chen Han. So, for the second time, can I be more aggressive? Of course. Once you become familiar with it, you must exert yourself during the second attempt. Otherwise, how will you improve? Chen Han replied, only to find himself perplexed by his own words. Did I say something wrong, or did you misunderstand? I was referring to the dungeon, not to you. At that juncture, the entrance to the dungeon quivered, and the little chubby boy and Chu Li emerged. They were taken aback to see Chen Han and Ling Shui awaiting them. Did you finish so quickly? The chubby boy asked in astonishment. Not at all. Brother Han took at least an hour, Ling Shui exclaimed, shocking Chen Han, who quickly covered her mouth. What do you mean, an hour? The chubby boy asked innocently. Chu Li shot a disapproving glare at Chen Han, admonishing him silently to not lead the child astray. That's not my fault. Chen Han protested. Ahem, did you manage to collect some alloy steel? He queried the group. We did. It truly is a remarkable dungeon for acquiring steel, with a high drop rate. The chubby boy shouted enthusiastically. However, most of it is of low quality. There are very few purple steels, let alone orange ones. I only found 2 pieces of purple steel. The rest were all white, Ling Shui added. Chu Li furrowed her brows, realizing that with this approach, the path to constructing the Dawn Tower remained a formidable challenge. Take it for now. I will devise a plan, she declared. Chen Han promptly sent all the alloy steel he had obtained to Chu Li. Upon inspection, her eyes widened in disbelief. How did you acquire so much? There are dozens of orange alloys. It can't be possible. The chubby companion also glanced over, equally astonished. Boss, are you cheating? Cheating? I fought at the hell level. Hence the drop rate is naturally high. What? Hell level? Soloing? You're insane. Chuli was utterly taken aback as she struggled even at the normal level, while Chen Han directly tackled the hell level and outpaced her. Wasn't that a bit too terrifying? All right, gather the low-grade steel, and once I find a steel master, we can refine it into high-grade steel. Chen Han waved his hand dismissively. He had already contemplated a crucial figure when considering the construction of the Dawn Tower, the Steel Master. However, at this moment, that individual likely faced considerable hardship. In a military camp in the Eagle Sauce Nation, General Mike, a 5-star general, furiously smashed his red wine glass to the ground. Fuck, that suited thug again. How is he so formidable? He has consistently cleared squad and solo instances, while our soldiers haven't even managed to complete a group instance. What is the cause of this? If this continues, will our Eagle Sauce Nation fall behind the Dragon Country? The general's fury instilled fear among his subordinates, rendering them speechless. Have you gathered his information? General Mike glared at his underlings. We have. Please review. A staff officer promptly presented the gathered information. General Mike received it and scrutinized it intently, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. The document contained not only Chen Han's identity details but also a comprehensive account of his activities prior to the apocalypse. It detailed his sale of a company, his extravagant expenditures in the gaming realm, and his subsequent acquisition of novice equipment and provisions from the games trading arena. Furthermore, the report raised a suspicion regarding the relationship between Lu Bufan and Chen Han. Just days earlier, Lu Bufan had sold equipment at a staggering price, amassing a fortune of 100 billion gold coins. The mastermind behind this operation was likely Chen Han, implying that this fortune was effectively in his grasp. Coupled with his stockpiled food supplies, the value of his resources was incalculable. 100 billion gold coins. At this revelation, a glint of avarice surfaced on General Mike's face. The entirety of their nation, the Eagle Country, could scarcely produce 10 billion gold coins, yet Chen Han possessed 100 billion. What magnitude did this imply? Wealth rivaling that of a nation? Beyond merely rivaling, it was akin to monopolizing the entire world. General Mike inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. He pointed to the designation in Chen Han's profession column, which bore a question mark. Why was the profession uncertain? General Mike nodded, realizing without speculation that with an expenditure of 1 billion, achieving VIP level 15, his profession must undoubtedly be classified as S-level. As for the specific nature of this profession, it was imperative to ascertain it swiftly. Knowing oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. With that said, he closed the dossier, suddenly recalling a pertinent detail. Wait, Zhanghai City. He was in Zhanghai City? Wasn't Loki Kent imprisoned by the Dragon Nation within the military encampment of Zhanghai City? Upon hearing this, the advisor recalled the agent dispatched to the Dragon Country. He suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that the agent was imprisoned in the military camp of Zhanghai City. He wondered how the agent was faring. Humph, you underestimate the capabilities of my exceptional agents. A mere zombie crisis cannot possibly thwart him. General Mike remarked with a cynical smile. Quickly, establish contact with him. This situation is truly fortuitous. As soon as General Mike finished speaking, his phone rang immediately. He furrowed his brow, pondering who could be calling at such a moment. However, upon seeing the contact name on his phone, he abruptly stood up, startling the assembled officers. Loki Kent, what a coincidence. Just as I was about to seek you out, you called me instead? General Mike answered the call, and a gravelly voice resonated through the phone. General Mike, were you looking for me? Upon hearing this, General Mike felt a shiver run down his spine, as if his innermost thoughts were being laid bare. Are you all right? Did you manage to escape from the military camp in Zhanghai City? Loki Kent let out a soft chuckle. No, one might say I fought my way out. General Mike was even more astonished, his eyes widening as his voice rose in intensity. You fought your way out? The military camp in Zhanghai City is home to thousands of soldiers. How did you manage that? Have you awakened some terrifying ability? Loki Kent merely laughed in silence. General, you wish for me to deal with that Chen Han, do you not? Rest assured, even if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have sought him out. As of now, I have located his stronghold. The scene shifted. At this moment, not far from Chen Han's doomsday fortress, a man clad in a black trench coat was intently observing the bastion. Behind him crouched a large pack of zombie wolf dogs, accompanied by two familiar faces, Lu Bufan and Li Chuanqi. Chapter 66. The Feather Emperor Guild. In search of a steel master, Lu Bufan's gaze was fixated on the imposing iron fortress before him. an overwhelming wave of hatred surging within his heart. On the very night the apocalypse descended, he had brought his son to devise a plan to attack Chen Han and seize resources. Little did he expect that just days later, they would be separated by the veil of death. The days that followed felt like a lifetime apart. From the formation of a team, profiting immensely from selling equipment at exorbitant prices, to witnessing the demise of those around him, he now found himself with nothing. All of this was the doing of Chen Han. Regardless of the cost, this vendetta must be avenged. My good sir, do you have a strategy? I, Lu Bufan, shall support you wholeheartedly. As long as it leads to the demise of Chen Han, I am prepared to pay any price, Lu Bufan declared solemnly to Rocky Kent. A faint smile tugged at Rocky's lips. Your previous actions were rather foolish. This doomsday fortress cannot be breached by our efforts alone. No number of zombies will suffice. We must seek individuals with specialized abilities. Upon hearing this, Lu Bufan and his companion were momentarily taken aback. Specialized abilities? It seemed that such professions indeed existed within the game, capable of directly melting alloy steel, a perfect role for a covert operation. However, where could they find such individuals? Li Chuanqi inquired, perplexed. In these times, locating someone was an endeavor as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Moreover, it was not merely about finding them. The essential factor was whether they would trust you enough to offer their assistance. In the apocalypse, earning someone's trust was no simple feat. There is no need for us to search, simply expose the true identity of the suit gangster on the global channel, and then reveal his high-priced equipment dealings. With a fortune in the billions and vast resources at his disposal, he will undoubtedly attract countless competitors. Those who lurk in the shadows will assist us in locating the Steel Master. With that, Loki Kent turned on his heel to depart. El Bufan hurriedly followed, pressing for clarification. But wouldn't he that merely hand Chen Han over to them? El Bufan had pondered this matter before. However, revealing Chen Han would inevitably draw an increasing number of enemies. As the crowd swells, the situation would spiral beyond his control. He was consumed by greed, wishing to monopolize the gains for himself. In response, Loki Kent scoffed derisively. Foolish man, wear a hat that fits your head. With your greed and cowardice, it's no wonder you brought about your own son's demise. The words struck El Bufan deeply, causing him to yearn for a retort. Yet he felt an overwhelming trepidation in the presence of the enigmatic figure. Especially with the zombie hounds at his side, he sensed their incessant scrutiny, sending chills down his spine. Ultimately, El Bufan remained silent, obediently trailing behind. The harshness of reality had dulled his edges. Once a towering titan of industry, he was now but a stray dog, subject to the whims of others. After Chen Han emerged from the steel factory dungeon, he meandered through Jiang High City in an armored vehicle, blissfully unaware that he had become the target of scrutiny. Boss, we have searched for so long and still cannot find it. Where exactly is the hidden dungeon? Zhang Daotian stifled a yawn, feeling both weary and famished. Chen Han furrowed his brows, inquiring, what's the matter? Haven't you figured it out? Zhang Daotian shook his head, the precise location remaining elusive. Chen Han turned to Ling Shui and Chu Li, observing fatigue etched on their faces as well. He hadn't anticipated that this hidden dungeon would be so deeply concealed. In his previous life, due to his lack of strength, he had refrained from attempting the hidden dungeon, thus remaining oblivious to its actual location. Initially, he believed it would be relatively easy to locate, yet after searching for some time, he found himself at a loss. By this time, dawn had broken, and the group hurried homeward. Along the way, they encountered a landscape littered with zombies, as if the entire Jianghai city had succumbed to devastation. Nonetheless, Chen Han sensed that, as their armored vehicle traversed the city, numerous eyes were covertly trained upon them. The surviving populace had begun to band together with various guilds, seeking solace in unity. The reality of their world was gradually aligning with the unfolding narrative of the game. In the struggle for survival, guilds engaged in fierce competition and bloodshed, for nothing yielded resources more swiftly than taking lives. In the realm of the game, death could be reversed, but in this harsh reality, death was final. Reflecting on the guilds, Chen Han decided to access a long-forgotten guild channel, the Guild of the Suit-Clad Rogue, Feather Emperor Guild. In an instant, the image of that proud woman, the esteemed Feather Emperor, flashed through his mind. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Chen Han's lips. His gaming guild had persisted, and it was alive with activity. Guild members were incessantly chatting, tagging the suit-clad rogue in their discussions. Love maintenance station. Wow, I just realized that the suit boss is one of us. Devilish Windmaster. Suited gentlemen, please step forward and speak a few words. Others are banding together in their guilds. Shall we remain inactive? Beauty's farewell, Flower's departure. Wow. I wish to be an accessory to the Great One. Amidst the plethora of messages, Chen Han focused solely on the essentials. Among the players mentioning him, he recognized most of them. His real-life friends from the game were predominantly members of this guild. This included Ling Shui, Gang Zi, Elbu Fan, Li Chuanqi, Yidong Fe, Xiaoro, Feng Hao, and Wang Tao. In his previous life, they had banded together in the Feather Emperor Guild for 3 years. Upon glancing at the guild roster, Chen Han noted that Elbu Fan and 2 others were missing from the list. Likely, this was due to the uproar caused by their high-priced equipment sales. The guild leader probably wished to avoid trouble and had expelled them. Given the woman's composed nature, it was an action she was capable of taking. However, what puzzled Chen Han was the absence of Xiao Rou from the list as well. He chose to disregard it. As for Feng Hao and Wang Tao, these 2 were the most prolific in sending him private messages. Brother, are you there? I plan to bring my family over to find you. You surely have no worries regarding sustenance, but I am in dire straits, barely able to fill my belly. Brother, you are incredible. Your name is all over the global announcements. How did you achieve this? Upon concluding his reading, Chen Han's expression turned icy. These 2 were indeed threatening him. The implication was unmistakable. If you disregard me, I shall expose your identity. Chen Han saw through them. These 2 were cut from the same cloth as Elbu Fan, driven solely by profit. Before he had sold the company, they had incessantly sought him out for free meals. Upon discovering that Chen Han had sold the company and invested heavily in the game, their attitudes underwent a complete transformation. Now aware of the impending apocalypse brought on by the game, the 2 recalled Chen Han. However, unlike the audacious Elbu Fan, who dared to resort to murder for resources, they planned to extort him, hoping he would support them. A smirk played at the corners of Chen Han's mouth. These 2 needed to be dealt with at the earliest opportunity. Just then, a private message captured his attention. It was none other than the president of the Yuan Guild. Yuan, are you there? Can we talk? Chen Han chuckled. Just the person I was looking for. If memory served him correctly, the blacksmith he sought was indeed the younger brother of Yuan. Yet at this moment, that fellow was likely entangled in some trouble. Chapter 67, The Predicament of the Yuan Guild at the National Sports Stadium in Jiahai City. A woman gripped a golden-winged longbow, her expression grave as she surveyed the zombies encircling the venue. Clad in a form-fitting athletic outfit and exuding an air of aloofness, her long black hair was tied in a high ponytail, accentuating her poised demeanor. Despite lacking makeup, her flawless skin was the envy of countless women. Her features, seemingly sculpted by the hands of the goddess Enhua, were breathtakingly beautiful. As an athlete accustomed to rigorous training, her figure was both curvaceous and exquisite. A true embodiment of beauty, she was none other than the president of the Yuan Guild, known as Yuan, whose true identity was that of a national athlete and world archery champion. Zhui Yuan. Sister Yuan, how is Xiao Lin doing? Can Gao Qixing release him? At that moment, another woman stepped forward to inquire. Zhui Yuan's expression was one of indifference as she slowly shook her head. Xiao Lin's profession is unique. The Baixing Guild will not easily let him go. Mentioning Gao Qixing, her countenance darkened further. That scoundrel dared to threaten her with her own brother. Moreover, the conditions he proposed were infuriating. Gao Qixing coveted not equipment or provisions, but her very being. He was lusting after her. What shall we do now? The Baixing Guild is numerous and formidable. We cannot contend with them. Xiao Tao, filled with trepidation, shed tears of self-reproach. It is all my fault. Had it not been for my protection, Xiao Lin would not have been captured by Gao Qixing. Do not worry. I will devise a plan, Zhui Yuan reassured, though the gravity of her expression remained unchanged. Currently, major guilds were forming alliances, and the Yuan Guild was no exception. In terms of strength, the Yuan Guild was vastly inferior to the Baixing Guild. If Gao Qixing truly sought to target them, the situation would indeed be dire. Zhui Yuan furrowed her brows, wishing fervently for the suit-clad thug to lend assistance. She was certain that the suit-clad thug was located in Jiahai City, for as the president, she had access to the ID addresses of all guild members. However, her aloof nature had led to infrequent communication with players from the Yuan Guild, leaving her unfamiliar with the suit-clad thug. Yet, at this moment, he seemed to be her only hope. President, what is wrong? Can we reach the suit-clad thug? Just then, a throng of individuals burst into the office, calling out in distress. Seeing them rush in, Zhui Yuan frowned. Who permitted you to enter? Gathered here are over 100 individuals, led by Zhui Yuan, who has formed a small team. Among them are former members of the Feather Emperor Guild. alongside those rescued by Zhuo Yuan after the onset of the apocalypse. As they observe the fury rising within Zhuo Yuan, a flicker of astonishment crosses their faces. They are acutely aware that their leader is no fragile woman. Not only is her temperament inherently resolute, but she also possesses the formidable prowess of an S-level professional. Were it not for her, this gymnasium would have long since succumbed to the horde of zombies. The crowd exchanges glances, their expressions revealing a hesitation to speak. Ultimately, a young man steps forward. President, the Baishang Guild has just exerted pressure upon us again. They have attracted a vast swarm of zombies, and if this continues, we will struggle to withstand the onslaught. Perhaps we should offer them some form of compensation? After all, they are merely seeking profit. There is no need to foster a deadly enmity, he cautiously suggests. If Chen Han were present, he would undoubtedly recognize this individual as his friend in reality, Wang Tao. Indeed, if it were not for Zhuo Lin offending the Baishang Guild, they would not be relentlessly pursuing us, another voice chimes in. Those who lack capability yet provoke trouble will inevitably jeopardize the entire team. Several others murmur in agreement, emboldened by Wang Tao's stance. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Yuan's expression darkens considerably, her gaze piercing through the crowd. Do you not realize that Zhuo Lin is my younger brother? Within the throng, some bow their heads, while others retort, does the president's brother possess some form of privilege? We are a collective, and our priority must be the welfare of the team. Upon hearing these words, Zhuo Yuan was practically livid. This is my team. If anyone is dissatisfied, they can simply leave. Did they truly believe that the purpose of the Baishang Guild was merely to acquire resources? Was this turmoil instigated by Zhuo Lin? They were merely seeking a pretext to undermine us, for their true intentions were. Yet, Zhuo Yuan refrained from voicing the final thought. Confronted with her unyielding stance, the crowd fell silent, too intimidated to speak. Particularly the ordinary individuals, devoid of any capabilities, felt even more powerless. They feared the Baishang Guild. But they were also somewhat apprehensive of Zhuo Yuan. She had assembled this team and was its foremost powerhouse. What would happen if they provoked her and found themselves cast out? Wasn't that tantamount to courting death? At that moment, however, an elderly woman stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhuo Yuan. What do you mean by finding a way? How can we possibly compensate for the disparity? The Baishang Guild boasts thousands, the majority being professionals, while we have barely 50. Furthermore, if a conflict arises, what do you expect me to do? Are you pushing this old woman into a pit of fire? What is wrong with negotiation? Must we charge headlong into an inevitable dead end? The old woman's words struck a chord deep within Zhuo Yuan. She yearned to retort, yet the speaker was an elderly lady, rendering her responses impotent. Beside her, Xiao Tao could no longer contain herself. What do you mean? If it weren't for Sister Yuan, you would have perished at the hands of the zombies long ago. Now that we face a crisis, you resort to moral coercion? Do you believe I wouldn't toss you out? The elderly lady was taken aback, retreating several steps in fright. Her audacity to speak stemmed from her keen awareness of Zhuo Yuan's kind-hearted nature. However, the situation was markedly different when it came to the girl, Xiao Tao. Trembling, she inquired, "What shall we do then? Are you truly relying on that suited thug to rescue us? How long have we been calling out in the guild? Do you honestly believe he cannot see us? Just by his name, one can tell he is no good." At that moment, Wang Tao stepped forward, affirming, "That is indeed the truth. President, do you think you possess the ability to summon him?" Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere became charged with shock and uproar. It was clear, if he disregarded even a friend's plea for help, he would undoubtedly not come to our aid. A figure so formidable would hardly concern himself with the guild. He might have already established his own dominion. Indeed, President, do not place your hopes on the suit thug. He will not come. Witnessing the expressions of those around her, Zhuo Yuan's countenance darkened profoundly. She understood that the likelihood of the suit thug responding to her was exceedingly slim, yet he remained her last glimmer of hope. Suit thug, provide an address, and I shall seek you out. Chapter 68. Seizing Zhuo Yuan. Provide an address, and I shall seek you out. Such powerful and commanding words. The sense of grievance within Zhuo Yuan surged forth. Despite her tenacity, she was merely a young woman in her early 20s. With her dear brother captured, the weight of her team's pressure and misunderstandings, coupled with the threats from enemies, only she truly comprehended the magnitude of the burden she bore. In this challenging moment, she set aside her pride to seek assistance from a stranger, anticipating failure and even disdain. However, to her astonishment, the individual boldly proclaimed such commanding words. At that instant, Zhuo Yuan's heart melted, profoundly touched. It felt akin to being bullied, without having confided in her boyfriend, only to have him storm in to protect her. Oh dear, family. Who can comprehend this feeling? At this moment, Zhui Yuan yearned to share her experience. She was not alone. She had someone to rely on. Although she was unaware of the true identity of the suit-clad bandit, the image of this person loomed magnificently in her mind. In her thoughts, she subconsciously merged the suit-clad bandit with her idealized Prince Charming. Yet, a flicker of trepidation crossed her mind. What if he turned out to be an uncouth brute? Unbeknownst to her, Zhui Yuan had begun to indulge in wild imaginings. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, her face reflecting disbelief. She had not anticipated that a single utterance from the suit-clad bandit would evoke a subtle change in her proud demeanor. Are you truly willing to assist us? The Baixing Guild, with its multitude of members and formidable power, could potentially incite animosity. Even before their arrival, Zhui Yuan found herself worrying about the stranger. This action, undoubtedly, was selfish. Take care of yourself. I will handle my affairs and come to find you. Enjoy a good meal. Do not overthink. As soon as the private message arrived, her inbox was flooded with an abundance of food. Steamed small blue dragon, braised large pig trotters, wagyu beef, sushi, and a plethora of delectable desserts. Tiramisu, egg tarts, and double-skim milk. All are exquisite delicacies spawned from the first-generation zombies in this post-apocalyptic world. These high-end foods have become exceedingly precious just days after the cataclysm. For the initial zombies that consumed mutated pollutants represent a mere fraction of the global undead population. Once the rules of survival became apparent, people have ceased to foolishly indulge in contaminated sustenance. Those first-generation zombies, who have feasted on such fine fare, are now regarded as coveted treasures by the players. In this dire environment, who wishes to survive on mere jam or expired bread? The sudden arrival of a multitude of provisions from the suit-wearing thug promises exorbitant profits on the trading market. Notably, there is even a bowl of brown sugar water. At this moment, the icy heart of Zhui Yuan begins to thaw. The crowd of over 100, witnessing Zhui Yuan's unusual demeanor, momentarily falls silent. President, what troubles you? Sister Yuan, are you all right? Xiao Tao inquires with concern. Good news. I have established contact with the suit-wearing thug from the guild, and he has promised to assist us through this crisis. Boom. Upon hearing this, an eruption of jubilant cheers ensues. Wonderful. With the intervention of the suit-wearing big shot, the Baixing Guild will surely tread carefully. Indeed, given the prowess of the suit-wearing giant, the Baixing Guild pales in comparison. As the cheers resonate, the expressions of Wang Tao and Feng Hao darken completely. Exchanging glances, they each discern astonishment reflected in the other's eyes. After receiving the affirmative response from Zhui Yuan, the crowd's emotions settled down. At least the next time the Baixing Guild attempted to exert pressure, they could summon the suited thugs to intimidate their adversaries. Once the crowd was dispersed, Zhui Yuan let out a sigh of relief. She took out the brown sugar water sent by Chen Han and savored a sip, while eagerly anticipating Chen Han's arrival. At that moment, Chen Han reclined comfortably on the sofa in the villa's hall. He held no interest in the Yuan Guild. Rather, his focus was on the siblings, Zhui Yuan and her brother. An S-rank profession, divine archer Yuan, and an A-rank special profession, steel refiner, were indeed rare finds. Based on his understanding of Zhui Yuan, persuading that proud woman to submit would be no small feat, yet neither would it be insurmountable. Her bond with her brother, Zhui Lin, represented her greatest vulnerability, and at present, Chen Han had a firm grasp on both aspects. Despite Zhui Yuan's aloof demeanor, projecting a sense of distance from strangers, her emotional life was akin to a blank slate. Having entered national training at a young age, she had never had the opportunity to engage in romantic pursuits. Such a person, once conquered, would follow him devotedly. Given his insights into Zhui Yuan, he was certain that this proud woman would find it difficult to withstand such a sweet offensive. In his previous life, at this very juncture, Chen Han was also within the Yuan Guild, well acquainted with its dynamics. Over the 3 years of the apocalypse, he had come to know its inhabitants intimately. He held the Yuan Guild in disdain, viewing its members as selfish, each harboring their own ulterior motives. Although Zhui Yuan appeared haughty and cold, her heart was, in truth, filled with kindness. Despite the pressure from her team, she never contemplated abandoning them. Chen Han respected but failed to comprehend this trait. Consequently, he did not hastily seek out Zhui Yuan. He intended for her to fully grasp the frigid reality of this apocalypse and the malevolence inherent in humanity. Only when she was truly despondent would he extend his assistance. Thus, the proud woman would inevitably be subdued by her own circumstances. Everything was within his control. Chen Han drained the exquisite red wine from his glass, his gaze fixed upon the 200 reserves in the hall. The establishment of the Dawn Tower necessitated the presence of a city defense force, and it was evident that this group of veterans constituted the optimal choice. Discipline, loyalty. These two virtues are immeasurable in the context of this grim world. At that moment, the veterans sat on one side of the hall, gnawing on expired bread from the game. Meanwhile, Gongzi wheeled over a cart laden with meat, engaging with the veterans in a manner that was unclear. The veterans occasionally glanced at the meat on the cart, their eyes betraying hunger, yet they hesitated to partake, continuing instead to chew on the stale bread in their hands. Filled with confusion, Chen Han approached and inquired, "Why do you not eat the meat, my elder brothers?" At that juncture, the old camp leader, Yuan, rose with a broad smile and replied, "Ah, dear Chen Han, we are merely here to fulfill our mission. How could we consume your provisions? In these times, food is scarce. It would be a disservice to waste what little you have by allowing us rough men to devour it. We must conserve as much as possible. We shall leave shortly after we rest, so as not to burden you further." Upon hearing this, Chen Han furrowed his brow and retorted to Gongzi, "What do you mean by this little food? Have you not explained it clearly to the brothers? What a jest! In my humble Chen family, can one not be satiated? Let everyone feast to their heart's content. In this lifetime, we shall have our fill." Chapter 69. What is bread? Let us feast on meat. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, Gongzi wore a look of helplessness. "I have already tried to persuade them. They refuse to listen. I have stated that we lack for nothing. Yet they insist on consuming their own bread, and I am powerless to stop them. Ahem, brother Chen Han, do not hold this young man accountable." The old camp leader tugged at Chen Han, looking rather sheepish. "We have not been of much assistance this time. How could we possibly indulge ourselves with your provisions?" Chen Han was rendered speechless. "What are you saying, old camp leader? It is I who should express gratitude for your presence. Besides, the food I possess could last a lifetime. Why should you be so courteous?" The old camp leader waved his hand dismissively. "Brother, do not deceive me. In this apocalyptic era, food is the most precious resource. To offer us all you have, that simply cannot be. Indeed, brother Chen Han, do not be so polite. We only require bread." The veterans chimed in, echoing the sentiment. No matter how Chen Han pleaded, this group of veterans remained impervious to reason, rendering him utterly confounded. How could he possibly retain this band of veterans? They are the future of the city defense army. Ultimately, in a state of desperation, he had no choice but to contact General Long. At that moment, General Long was engrossed in a meeting with several high-ranking officials, preoccupied with matters regarding dungeon raids. At that moment, the phone rang. Originally, General Long had no intention of answering it, but upon seeing that it was Chen Han, he hesitated. Whose call could this be? It was none other than General Yi, the one who had promised to yield to Chen Han. The senior officials present turned their gazes toward him, for it was well known that, given Long's temperament, he would typically dismiss calls during such meetings. His indecisive expression piqued their curiosity about the caller. With everyone anticipating his response, Long finally spoke, "It's Chen Han." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent for a moment before erupting into excitement. "Quick, answer it. What are you waiting for? That guy is a record refresh expert. Hurry and ask him for the... How come the final monster in the Steel Factory dungeon keeps respawning at the king's difficulty?" The crowd cast envious glances at Long, as answering the call was indeed an art. While it was permissible to hesitate for other calls, there was no room for contemplation when it came to Chen Han. He simply had to be answered, with a resigned expression and under the expectant gazes of his colleagues. Long accepted the video call and projected it onto the large screen. Chen Han's image promptly appeared. "Ahem, Chen Han, my dear brother, it's me, Brother Yi. How are you? Did you sustain any injuries last night?" General Yi initiated the conversation, his face beaming as he leaned closer to the camera. Chen Han was momentarily taken aback, overwhelmed by the old general's enthusiastic demeanor. Before Chen Han could respond, Long interjected, "Chen Han, why does the final zombie in the Steel Factory dungeon keep appearing? Is there some secret to it?" "Ah, yes," Chen Han replied. "At difficulties above the king's level, there is a hidden boss. It resides within the steel furnace. If you shatter the furnace, the molten iron beast will emerge. It turns out there is a hidden boss." The crowd suddenly realized this and began to give Chen Han a thumbs up. "I always said, from now on, we should first consult Chen Han before undertaking dungeons. Who was it that suggested we shouldn't frequently disturb our brother Chen Han? Certainly not me. I have always believed in the wisdom of asking when in doubt. Get lost. It was you. If you had asked earlier, we wouldn't have wasted time. As the conversation escalated, the meeting unexpectedly erupted into a quarrel. Chen Han's eyes widened, revealing a look of amusement as he observed the scene. However, General Long remained unfazed. He turned to Chen Han and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Han composed himself and loudly addressed the group of veterans. "I have a complaint. Your men are not eating." At this proclamation, the meeting room fell silent as all eyes turned towards him. The focus was on the 200 veterans. Upon realizing that Chen Han was speaking to General Long, the veterans sprang to their feet, quickly assembling in an orderly fashion, each bearing a serious and excited countenance. General Long furrowed his brow. As one who cherishes his soldiers, he felt a surge of dissatisfaction upon hearing that they were not being fed. Yet, in the next moment, he noticed that each veteran was holding bread and fruit preserves. Were they not eating? General Long and the other high-ranking officials exchanged puzzled glances at Chen Han. What kind of meal is this? Is it sufficient? Is this what I provided? Then, Chen Han shifted the camera to the food cart. Instantly, trays laden with succulent chicken legs, roasted duck, pig's trotters, and beef came into view. Scanning the scene, it became evident that there were over a dozen such carts. Witnessing this spectacle, the dignitaries in the meeting room were left utterly speechless. What an astonishing feast! What is this? Why is there so much meat? Could it possibly be contaminated food? It certainly does not appear so. Contaminated? One glance makes it clear that this is entirely ordinary fare. My mouth waters at the sight. Long Jiang, equally astounded, inquired incredulously, "How did you manage this?" "I stockpiled it before the apocalypse," Chen Han admitted candidly. In truth, if Long Jiang and his companions wished to investigate, it would be impossible for Chen Han to conceal the substantial funds he had invested in food reserves. "Is this real food?" Long Jiang probed further. "Indeed. Would you care for a drink?" Chen Han replied as he produced a bottle of Maotai. "Goodness, there's Maotai too. What a surprise!" General Yi exclaimed, rising abruptly. He had a particular fondness for it. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had neither tasted nor had access to it. "Regrettably, this food lacks the game system's marking. Thus I cannot send it to you via mail," Chen Han lamented. He had already attempted this. Whether it was food items from the game or those dropped by the original zombies, each bore the mark of the game Dawn of the Apocalypse. However, the real food he had hoarded did not possess such markings, likely contributing to its ineligibility for system trading. Fortunately, it could still be stored in his inventory. "Chen Han, my dear fellow, may I come over for a few drinks?" General Yi chuckled awkwardly, visibly enchanted by the prospect of the liquor. Upon hearing this, Long Jiang and the others exchanged alarmed glances. General Yi sighed regretfully. "In that case, I shall wait until the situation improves before seeking out my dear brother Chen Han." "Ha ha ha, I shall await your good news," Chen Han replied with a smile. At this moment, Chen Han spoke earnestly. However, to Chen Han's surprise, the Dragon General did not object. Upon hearing this, Chen Han felt an even greater respect for the veteran soldiers. "But you must consider, with 200 people, meals will be a significant expenditure," the Dragon General continued. "Rest assured, General, here I lack nothing but an abundance of food." Chen Han chuckled. He turned to the 200 soldiers and declared, "Have you all heard? I am now your superior, and I hereby issue your first military order. That is to eat, and eat to your heart's content." As soon as his words fell, Gongzi and the others began to push forward with dozens of fragrant roasted lambs. At this moment, the veterans no longer held back. Since Chen Han had issued an order, what was there to hesitate about? In the next instant, the 200 soldiers loosened their belts and indulged wholeheartedly. Witnessing this scene, those with the Dragon General were left in awe, their envious gazes unmistakable. Chapter 70. The plan commences. Identities revealed. This meal lasted a full 2 hours, and the 200 veterans were deeply moved after their hearty feast. Since the advent of the apocalypse, they had scarcely tasted such exquisite food. Merely having moldy bread was already a stroke of luck. Now, being afforded such treatment, they were naturally elated and felt a surge of gratitude towards Chen Han. The Dragon General also stated that from now on, they would regard Chen Han as their superior and follow his arrangements and orders. Furthermore, they were committed to ensuring Chen Han's safety. Obeying orders was not an issue. These 200 veterans, ranging from 50 years to 30 years of age, either had no families or had already lost their loved ones in this crisis. Now, they were all unencumbered, solitary souls. To remain by Chen Han's side is indeed a most fortunate endeavor. However, when it comes to Chen Han's safety, The old camp leader finds himself in a quandary. The world has changed significantly. Ordinary individuals lacking the awakening of their professions possess little combat capability. Even to vanquish a single zombie, they must engage in cooperative efforts. Chen Han, already formidable in her own right, requires no protection, nor would they be able to provide it. Last night, her remarkable feat of slaying countless zombies with a single sword was witnessed by all, elevating her to a near-divine status in their eyes. This revelation has profoundly illuminated the disparity between professionals and the unawakened. Among the 200 reserves, 30 of the younger members are seasoned players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, yet only 10 have attained professional status. Originally, the old camp leader, Yuan, intended to assign these 10 professionals to protect Chen Han closely. However, Chen Han declined this offer. These 10 professionals represent the core combat strength of the entire veteran team, and thus cannot be spared. Instead, Chen Han organized the 200 veterans into 10 small teams, appointing the 10 professionals as captains. This way, they could effectively confront ordinary zombies and possess some defensive capability against other players. Subsequently, Chen Han gathered everyone together. He first turned his gaze towards Xinyu and her companions, stating, "I am about to form a team to face the apocalypse. Do you wish to remain here? Or do you have other plans?" Chen Han recalled that he had previously provided Xinyu with 3 profession cards, all of which were B-grade combat professions, indicative of considerable potential. It would be splendid if they chose to stay. Should they decide to leave, he would harbor no objections. Upon hearing Chen Han's words, the expressions of Xinyu and her companions visibly lit up with excitement. "We are willing to stay. Yes, we will heed Brother Chen Han from now on." They were all students from Jianghai University, a group of youths who had yet to endure the trials of society. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had struggled to find sustenance, living each day in a state of trepidation, an unbearable existence. Now, with a fortress of safety and ample food, it felt like paradise. However, they were not naive. They understood that remaining here would require certain sacrifices. Xinyu had made this clear to them long ago. They were well aware that aligning themselves with a man meant serving him, and there would likely be even more demanding expectations. Yet, upon witnessing Chen Han's demeanor, the discomfort that lingered in their hearts dissipated entirely. How handsome he was, such requests seemed perfectly reasonable, especially as they watched him conquer adversaries with remarkable prowess. Their admiration for him grew exponentially. To follow such a man in these dire times was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. With this thought, the young women's eyes sparkled with infatuation, their large eyes fluttering dreamily in Chen Han's direction. Ahem. Chen Han felt a twinge of embarrassment. These 7 women were youthful and radiant, each possessing a graceful figure, a blend of elegance and charm, akin to 7 buds poised to bloom. Who could withstand such intense scrutiny? Xinyu noticed Chen Han's discomfort and suppressed a laugh. She had invested considerable thought in selecting her companions to ensure they could follow Chen Han. Each of them was a beauty from Jianghai University, not only striking in appearance, but also possessing an array of talents. The ethereal goddess of the dance department, the ice queen of the calligraphy and painting department, the sweet siren of the vocal department, and the enchanting loli of the fashion department. Not to mention the stunning twin sisters, Xia Chun'er and Xia Qiu'er. Who could resist such an alluring lineup? Furthermore, it is crucial to note that they are all seasoned players of Dawn of the Apocalypse, uniformly classified as B-level professionals. Xinyu firmly believed that their charm and prowess would render Chen Han utterly incapable of refusal. However, she was taken aback to discover that Chen Han was already accompanied by 2 remarkable beauties, seemingly surpassing them in allure. This caused Xinyu considerable concern. Now that Chen Han had decided to keep them, Xinyu finally exhaled in relief. "All right, Ling Shui, please arrange a few rooms for them," Chen Han instructed, turning to Ling Shui, who obediently nodded. As for the 200 veterans, it was impractical to accommodate them all in his home. Setting aside the issue of space, managing such a large number of people would be quite inconvenient. Chen Han planned to assign them to El Buffon's fortress, which was also safe and had a pleasant environment. Once all arrangements were made, Chen Han proceeded to discuss serious matters. "In the future, I intend to construct a large-scale refuge, akin to the Tower of Dawn in the gang. The location will be at the summer resort. It is already situated on a hill, with elevated terrain that is easy to defend and hard to attack, truly an ideal place. Thus, our immediate objective is to amass a substantial stockpile of alloy steel. Xinyu, as professionals, you must venture into dungeons daily. The steel factory is the most suitable location. Naturally, aside from dungeon runs, you must also expedite your leveling. Your level is a critical factor in enhancing your strength, understand? Upon hearing this, Shin Yuechi and her companions nodded vigorously, their hearts brimming with determination. The assignment bestowed upon them signified their value and contribution, after all. They were unwilling to languish at home, indulging in idle comforts. As for the old camp leader, there existed a crucial task to ascertain the current situation of the summer resort. How many survivors remain? If they are the original proprietors, please compile a count, and I shall make the necessary arrangements. If they are outsiders, expel them immediately. I demand a thorough clearing. At this juncture, Chen Han's tone grew grave. For the first step of the plan was to delineate their territory. The summer resort was expansive, and it could not harbor any ill-intentioned individuals. Chen Han had not forgotten the formidable army that sought to vanquish El Bufon. It was undeniably a powerful force. Under Chen Han's direction, the small team commenced their operations. Simultaneously, a conspiracy against him began to unfold. El Bufon made an appearance on the global channel, publicly revealing Chen Han's identity and embellishing their previous dealings of selling equipment at exorbitant prices. Consequently, the news of Chen Han's immense wealth spread like wildfire across the globe. Countless individuals stirred with anticipation. Not only teams from Jiahai City, but also players from neighboring cities hastened towards this location. Chen Han had become the object of widespread desire, coveted by many. The first to take action were the Baixing Guild and El Bufon's army of retribution. Chapter 71. The Baixing Guild strikes. Toppling the Feathered Emperor Guild in the Baixing Tower, the headquarters of the Baixing Guild. Damn it, it truly is him. Upon witnessing the information released by El Bufon, the subordinates of the Baixing Guild were taken aback. Indeed, the individual they encountered at the entrance of the dungeon was the suit-clad thug. What was even more astonishing was that he possessed a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Wasn't this an unequivocal invitation for crime? Boss, what is your perspective? Shall we proceed? The subordinates clamored. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. With such immense wealth and abundant resources, if we could seize it, we would be on the path to riches. Another exclaimed. Moreover, the suit-clad thug, despite being formidable, is merely an S-rank professional. Surely, he cannot overpower our numbers? Hearing these remarks, the man seated at the head of the table furrowed his brow. In his 20s, he appeared refined with a fair complexion and donned a pair of glasses, exuding an air of scholarly sophistication. He was none other than the president of the Baixing Guild, an overseas student from a prestigious university in the Eagle Nation. With his elder brother being the leader of the most powerful gang in Jiahai City, he swiftly gathered followers after the apocalypse and established a formidable guild. Gao Qixing had initially believed that the Baixing Guild was the preeminent force in Jiahai City. Yet he had never anticipated the presence of the suit-clad thug in this very city. As a seasoned player of Dawn of the Apocalypse, he was well aware of the notorious reputation surrounding the suit-clad thug, a ruthless individual who had invested a staggering 10 billion into the game, creating quite a stir. Gao Qixing was astute. He would not engage in ventures where certainty was lacking. It was clear that he harbored reservations about confronting the suit-clad thug. A discerning eye would recognize that this Chen Han was no ordinary adversary. While he possessed wealth, one must also reckon with their own capabilities before attempting to challenge him. Gao Qixing found himself in a moment of indecision, casting a glance towards Su Banjian. Despite having received an education abroad, he held a profound reverence for certain aspects of the Dragon Kingdom's traditional culture, perhaps influenced by his elder brother, who had always invoked the spirit of Guan Yu before each gang expedition. Gao Qixing had followed suit, gradually adopting this cultural belief. Over time, he developed a faith in practices such as metaphysics and divination, which led him to appoint Su Banjian as the deputy leader of the guild. Remarkably, Su Banjian, whether by sheer luck or some other fortune, had indeed assisted Gao Qixing through several trials. Su Banjian, what is your perspective on this matter? At that moment, Su Banjian was seething with rage. Upon his return, he had repeatedly warned his subordinates against provoking the suited thugs. At the time, they had all eagerly agreed, feigning fear of these formidable adversaries, referring to them as the suit-wearing bosses. Yet, they had the audacity to encourage Gao Qixing to confront Chen Han. Was that not a reckless gamble with their lives? These ruffians had previously wreaked havoc, targeting only weaker teams. But the feats accomplished by the suited thugs, whether annihilating 1,000 zombies in an instant or conquering hellish dungeons in mere seconds, demonstrated their unparalleled strength. With such prowess, how could anyone dare to challenge them? Hearing Gao Qixing inquire about his thoughts, Su Banjian immediately bristled, declaring, I cannot support this course of action. Have you divined something? Gao Qixing raised an eyebrow, casting a puzzled look at Su Banjian, who momentarily displayed an unnatural expression, silently muttering to himself, "What can I possibly predict? This wretched profession cannot unveil any hidden truths." However, since Gao Qixing trusts himself, he must resort to deception once more. For the sake of his own life, it is imperative that the Baixing Guild does not offend any formidable figures. Su Banjian, with a grave expression, nodded. "President, I have calculated Chen Han's fate. That lad is truly possessed by a dragon, endowed with great fortune. He is not to be trifled with. If we provoke him, we shall become the ultimate villains, and history has shown that the fates of such villains are invariably tragic. Since deception is the order of the day, let us speak grandly." Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was taken aback. Gao Qixing furrowed his brow deeply, remaining silent. Just as silence enveloped the room, a subordinate rushed in to report, "President, the individuals we dispatched to intimidate the Yuan Guild have been attacked." "What? How dare they?" A long-haired man rose in a fit of rage. His name was Sang Biao, a brawler for the Baixing Guild and an A-class professional of considerable strength. The subordinate trembled as he spoke. It was the suit thugs. They claimed to be from the Yuan Guild. They also stated that if we do not release Xuelin, the suit thugs will trample our Baixing Guild. This announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. "Damn it, let's get them," they exclaimed. Did they truly say that? So, the suit thugs are backing them, are they? "Boss, do not hesitate. They have come to bully us, and I cannot tolerate this." The many subordinates were incensed. With their youthful fervor, how could they endure such humiliation? "Silence." Gao Qixing raised his hand, commanding the crowd to cease their clamor. He pondered for a moment, and a smile crept across his face. "Su Banjian, you claim he possesses great fortune, do you? Very well, I shall seize this fortune for myself. I intend to make it known to the world that Jiang Hai City belongs to the Gao family." Upon hearing this, Su Banjian's expression turned grim. "President, this is unwise." Before Su Banjian could finish, Gao Qixing interrupted him. "Dealing with Chen Han requires careful consideration. Since he has stepped forward for the Feather Emperor Association, we shall first dismantle the Feather Emperor Association. Sang Kuan, you shall handle this matter. Clear the Feather Emperor Association for me." With that, a man with a shaved head rose. His body was adorned with tattoos, exuding an aura of lethal intent that commanded attention. The sight of the president directly dispatching Sang Kuan altered the countenance of the gathered subordinates. It was evident that they held a profound fear of Sang Kuan. Indeed, the president is genuinely enraged. That man has always been a ruthless figure within the organization, and it is rumored that he recently acquired an S-class occupational card. His strength unfathomable. Zhuo Yuhan is doomed. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. "Remember to capture him alive," Gao Qixing reminded before Sang Kuan departed. He then turned to the remaining subordinates. "Sang Biao, take a few men to investigate the situation with Chen Han. Ascertain how many adversaries they possess. If possible, gauge their strength. Whoever dares to ride atop, my head must perish." Meanwhile, at the Doomsday Bastion, the old camp leader and the veteran soldiers began to mobilize, dividing into 10 small teams to seal off all 3 entrances of the summer resort. As Chu Li and Jian Guan, along with others, commenced the task of clearing the district of zombies, they began to construct formidable steel walls using alloy steel. Although the current supply of alloy steel was insufficient to complete the Dawn Tower, erecting barriers at several key entrances was certainly feasible. This measure would at least serve to isolate the wandering zombies, preventing them from infiltrating the community. The collective effort was swift, and soon a towering steel wall, standing 12 meters high, was completed. Before long, Sang Biao, accompanied by 20 to 30 subordinates, arrived at the summer resort. Upon seeing the imposing wall, they were momentarily taken aback. What were they attempting to achieve? Chapter 72, The Pure Desire Goddess? Bring her home. Sang Biao's pupils constricted in astonishment at the sight of the steel wall. Constructed entirely of orange alloy steel, it was evident that this individual possessed remarkable wealth. He had previously thought that the purple walls of Baixing building were impressive, yet this was even more so. "Biao, I noticed there's a steel wall at the west gate as well, with guards stationed on top. The same applies to the east gate. All entrances have been sealed." Upon hearing this, Sang Biao furrowed his brow in concern. What was Chen Han's intention? Did he plan to enclose such a vast summer resort? Sang Biao found himself bewildered. The Baixing Club housed thousands of individuals, yet none dared to expand their territory significantly. After all, a larger area necessitated more personnel for defense, and it also heightened the risk of zombie attacks. Their approach, centralizing their base within a single towering structure, made defense considerably easier. Chen Han's actions, however, seemed to be an exercise in futility. What purpose did the mere construction of walls at the main entrance serve? The perimeter of the Summer Palace likely spans over 10 kilometers. Although there are walls to deter entry, they are insufficient to prevent even an ordinary person from easily climbing over them, let alone a horde of zombies. Unless Chen Han can encircle the entire Summer Palace with the formidable steel walls before him. If he could achieve such a feat, it would indeed be remarkable. The 12-meter-high orange steel wall is enough to send shivers down one's spine. At that point, anyone contemplating an attack on Chen Han would have to seriously consider their own capabilities. Not only human players, but even a dungeon boss accompanied by a battalion would likely think twice before advancing. With this thought, Sang Biao displayed a disdainful smile. Such a notion is utterly implausible. The current price of alloy steel is exorbitant. Any player of considerable skill would hoard it for constructing their own safe havens. Only those in dire circumstances would part with such essential resources. Thus, for Chen Han to create such a vast steel sanctuary is clearly unrealistic. Even if he possessed wealth, acquiring such a significant amount of steel would remain an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, a younger thug with a pockmarked face exhibited a glint of greed in his eyes. I glanced around and noted that only 10 elderly men and 1 woman were present atop the wall, while the 10 old men appeared formidable. Their recent endeavor of clearing zombies revealed them to be merely ordinary individuals, hardly worthy of concern. As for the woman, she seemed to be a professional. With her 30 men, we could easily subdue her. Moreover, she was strikingly beautiful. Such a captivating woman was a rarity for someone like me. Upon hearing this, the other thugs eagerly nodded, their eyes alight with desire. The young lady caught their attention, their mouths watering as their inner desires stirred. Oh, Sang Biao, taken aback, glanced up at the city wall and was astonished to see a beautiful woman with long hair, clad in a striking red dress and adorned with a charming hairpin. She radiated both innocence and allure. This enchanting figure was none other than Ling Shui, who had come to prepare the city wall. In the game's design, the materials for the wall could be commandeered by players, provided they subdued or incapacitated their opponents and seized their resources. Thus, those tasked with fortifying the wall needed to be not only formidable, but also trustworthy. Ling Shui was the optimal choice. She alone was capable of fulfilling this role. It was not that Chen Han distrusted Chu Li and the others, but rather that their abilities were somewhat lacking in comparison. Should any misfortune arise and the alloy steel of the wall be whisked away, what purpose would the construction serve? Ma Zi and his crew, having arrived first, noticed Ling Shui diligently working on the wall and soon devised a nefarious plan. If they could capture her, they would not only gain wealth, but also a valuable asset. In an instant, the underlings of the Baishang Guild displayed fervor in their eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Sang Biao deemed the plan feasible. Although their leader had instructed them to investigate Chen Han's background, it appeared that Chen Han, aside from his wealth, wielded little influence. Even the guards were mere commoners, their capabilities clear for all to see. With this realization, Sang Biao hesitated no longer. He promptly issued commands. Ma Zi, you lead the second team to charge from the right and eliminate those 10 old geezers. The first team will follow me on the left to secure the young lady, while the ranged classes provide support from outside the city. Once I have captured the young lady, we will immediately transport the steel alloy from the wall. Now, synchronize your watches. With that, Sang Biao extended his arm, synchronizing with his eager subordinates. 10 minutes. We have only 10 minutes, and regardless of success, we must retreat. It must be said that the 30 individuals led by Sang Biao are the elite of the Baishang Guild. Their actions are both strategic and calculated. Sang Biao cannot afford to be careless. After all, the notorious suit-clad thugs are formidable, and their strength is undoubtedly considerable. He dares not confront them head-on. If the suit-clad leader arrives in time, they will surely find themselves in a dire predicament. Move out, as Sang Biao's command echoed. 20 individuals immediately surged forth from either side of the street. The iron walls of the southern gate span approximately 10 meters in width, but rise an imposing 12 meters in height. A frontal assault is practically impossible. Therefore, they must circumvent the wall and ascend the interior staircase. Sang Biao, a frontline combatant and a formidable close combat tank known as Iron Armor, dashed to the far left side of the iron wall with remarkable speed. The wall was merely a standard mudstone barrier. Clenching his fist, a steel gauntlet materialized abruptly around his hand, and with a powerful strike, the mudstone wall crumbled with a thunderous roar. A sizable breach opened. allowing his followers to file in behind him. On the opposite end, Ma Zi led his team through the right flank of the iron wall, employing a swift assassin's maneuver to similarly breach the mudstone barrier. With both factions attacking simultaneously, the ordinary wall posed no obstacle to these professionals, and they effortlessly infiltrated the summer retreat. Enemy attack. Ling Shui instantly reacted, urgently calling for reinforcements. Old camp leader Yi Yongchang did not hesitate and quickly retrieved his mobile phone. However, in the next moment, an arrow shot forth from below the city wall, striking the old camp commander's phone from his hand in an instant. Shortly thereafter, another arrow hurtled toward the old commander's head. The old commander's complexion changed drastically. This was an attack from a marksman, and he possessed no means to defend himself. This arrow, if it struck true, would spell certain death. Old commander, be careful. The team leader shouted urgently. He was the only professional among this veteran squad, yet his attention was entirely consumed by the enemies surging from within the city, leaving him no room to assist. Just as life and death hung in the balance, the incoming arrow abruptly halted before the old commander's forehead. A faint magical aura enveloped the arrow. Ling Shui had intervened. Upon witnessing the multitude of enemies launching an assault, her countenance darkened, and the terrifying chaotic magic within her surged to life. At that moment, Sang Biao had already breached the city wall and was racing up the stairs. When he beheld Ling Shui from close range, he was instantly captivated. Those enchanting, fair legs beneath her red dress were utterly formidable. Upon noticing his lewd gaze, Ling Shui's face etched with fury. You seek death. The terrifying energy erupted instantaneously, overwhelming the advancing enemies with an immense pressure. In the next moment, Sang Biao and his companion's expression shifted dramatically. Damn, a master. Chapter 73. Is a mage who doesn't need incantations still a mage? Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ling Shui coalesced a scarlet magical sphere between her hands. With a swift motion, she hurled it directly at the enemies on the staircase. Sang Biao's expression changed abruptly. Being at the forefront, he was acutely aware of the dreadfulness of this attack. Without hesitation, he crossed his iron fists before his chest. Talent skill, ironclad defense. A radiant glow enveloped him, appearing immensely heavy and unbreakable. Yet, in the next moment, a chaotic energy sphere crashed violently against the luminous shield. With a resounding explosion, that formidable defensive barrier shattered. Sang Biao was propelled backward by the overwhelming force, stumbling and tumbling down the stairs, inadvertently dragging his companions along with him. By heavens! On the right staircase, Ma Zi was momentarily stunned by the sight. Brother Biao was sent flying? He is an A-grade tank. Renowned as the strongest defense in the Baishan Guild, how could he possibly fail to withstand a single blow? Feeling the burning gazes upon him, Sang Biao hastily regained his footing and shouted, I'm fine, just a momentary slip. Everyone charge. It was merely a slip. I knew Brother Biao couldn't possibly be bested by that girl. Laughter erupted among the younger members, relieved to see Brother Biao unscathed. Onward. Ma Zi pressed forward. A swift assassin quickly scaling the stairs. Blocking his path was the veteran captain, Zhang Hu. As a D-grade warrior, Zhang Hu firmly held his shield, obstructing the stairway. The moment Ma Zi charged, a golden aura erupted from Zhang Hu, as he summoned all his strength to clash with Ma Zi. Bang! Ma Zi was forced to retreat with a single blow. Although a C-grade assassin, he found it challenging to breach the defenses of such a formidable warrior. Everyone attacked together. Ma Zi positioned himself on the stair railing, flinging 2 daggers. Clang! Zhang Hu gritted his teeth, bracing for the assault. Although he successfully thwarted Ma Zi's 2 assaults, he too felt the strain, particularly from the initial charge, which sent tremors through his arm gripping the shield. Yet, he understood the necessity to endure. Before him lay a barrage of attacks from seasoned professionals, and his comrades were utterly defenseless. Should he falter, the old camp leader and the others would undoubtedly meet their demise. Boom! Behind Ma Zi, the second team's forces surged forward, unleashing a flurry of skills upon Zhang Hu's shield. Zhang Hu, the old camp leader, bellowed, attempting to rise and assist. However, at the very moment he stood, the distant-ranged professionals outside commenced their onslaught. Boom! A fireball, the size of a human head, hurtled towards him. Do not rise. Ling Shui unleashed another energy sphere, shattering the fireball. Then, before the astonished gazes of all present, a scarlet chaos magic enveloped her entire being, and she soared into the air, crashing heavily before Zhang Hu. Boom! The formidable chaos magic erupted instantaneously, intercepting all attacks directed at Zhang Hu. Ling Shui no longer held back. She conjured 2 magical spheres in her hands. and in an instant, the 7 or 8 individuals crowded on the stairs were sent plummeting down. The 2 warriors at the forefront saw their shield shatter, accompanied by a violent expulsion of blood. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. How could she be so powerful? The expressions of the Baixing Guild members swiftly turned grave, and they could not refrain from criticizing Sang Biao. What a slip! You were knocked down, you fool. Sang Biao's own countenance darkened. He had initially perceived the young woman as a mere ornament, only to discover her extraordinary prowess. We can no longer delay. Sang Biao urgently commanded, everyone outside, come in and join the fray. Suddenly, 10 individuals burst into the scene, 5 archers and 5 sorcerers, all ranged combatants. Upon witnessing this, Ling Shui could not help but furrow her brows. Ha ha ha, little girl, why not surrender at once? Sang Biao laughed unabashedly. Attack! With a sweeping gesture of his hand, all 10 ranged fighters unleashed their skills. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of magical assaults surged forth, flaming arrows, icy projectiles, virulent poison darts, fireballs, water spheres, explosive orbs, ice spears, and thunderous curses. Although they were merely the lowest-tier D-class combatants, the sheer magnitude of their combined assault was undeniably overwhelming. This was the first time Ling Shui had encountered such a situation since the apocalypse began. Alone, she might have escaped, but behind her loomed a battalion of seasoned veterans. The members of the Baixing Guild, numbering in the dozens, watched this spectacle with gleeful anticipation. Victory was assured. With such an onslaught, even a sturdy tank like Sang Biao would find it difficult to withstand, let alone a solitary mage. TSK, TSK. The onlookers gazed greedily at Ling Shui, fantasizing about the exquisite beauty beneath them. But in the next moment, the scarlet magic enveloping Ling Shui intensified. As the attacks closed in, she pulled her hands apart, summoning chaotic magic that descended like a vast crimson shroud, which she tore down. Defensive skill, KS barrier. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of attacks crashed against the scarlet barrier, instantly igniting a series of explosions. The delicate barrier shimmered with ripples, dazzling in its brilliance. As the dust settled, Ling Shui remained poised and resolute, standing tall amidst the tumult. The smiles on Sang Biao and his companions' faces vanished instantaneously. How could this be possible? What kind of profession possesses such formidable power? Everyone stood in astonishment. They had never witnessed a mage with such remarkable defenses. At that moment, Sang Biao and Mozi exchanged glances. It was time to strike. After such significant exertion, they were convinced that Ling Shui must be exhausted. Sang Biao unleashed his skill, golden light erupting from his body as he charged towards Ling Shui like a raging bull. Iron fist charge. Mozi seized the opportunity, vanishing from sight. A surprise attack. In the face of the onslaught from these 2 elite fighters, a mere mage, devoid of frontline protection, was her greatest vulnerability. Mozi, dagger in hand, reappeared before Ling Shui, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. Die. With a tank and an assassin launching simultaneous assaults, even if Ling Shui could react, how could she defend herself? They were convinced that the mage could not cast her spell without a wind-up. Was a mage who required no incantation still truly a mage? Just as everyone anticipated their assured victory, Ling Shui raised her hand slightly, crimson chaotic magic surging forth from her palm. Sang Biao's charge, as forceful as a truck, was abruptly halted. Under the terrifying magic, the faint golden light gradually dissipated. Then, Ling Shui raised her right hand, grasping the air. Mozi's figure was forcibly extracted from the void, ensnared by the chaotic magic that resembled enormous hands, tightly gripping his throat and lifting him high. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ling Shui suddenly clenched her right hand. Mozi emitted a chilling scream as his equipment was crushed under the immense force, his body beginning to compress. Bang! With a resounding explosion, a cloud of blood mist filled the air. Chapter 74, The Suclat Fiend? Is that all? Brother Ma. The numerous lackeys of the Baixing Guild were left pale with fright. A perfectly healthy individual had just perished in such a tragic manner. Even though Brother Ma was a fragile assassin, being crushed to death was utterly absurd. He was a C-rank assassin, clad in equipment nonetheless. Now, the crowd regarded Ling Shui as if she were a demon. This was no mere vase. She was clearly a female warrior of formidable prowess. Many began to suspect that this woman might even be an S-rank professional. Otherwise, how could even Biao Ji be unable to contend with her? Seeing Brother Ma's demise, Sang Biao's expression grew equally grave. You seek death. Sang Biao erupted in fury. Boom. He suddenly charged at Ling Shui, unleashing a brilliant golden light from his body. Innate skill, Diamond Wall, Roar. Innate skill, Lion's Roar. A phantom lion's head materialized above Sang Biao, letting out a furious roar directed at Ling Shui. The powerful shockwave reverberated through the surroundings, forcing Ling Shui to stagger back once more. In the next moment, Sang Biao lunged forward, his iron fist crashing down with explosive force. Ling Shui's expression shifted slightly as she conjured a faint magical shield to deflect Sang Biao's terrifying blow. Subsequently, she hurled 2 chaotic magic spheres, sending them crashing towards Sang Biao. He was propelled backward by the impact. However, true to his A-rank tank status, his defensive capabilities were astonishing. The chaotic magic spheres failed to inflict significant damage upon him. After being repelled, Sang Biao continued with his relentless assault. His iron fist relentlessly struck against Ling Shui's magical defensive shield. Gradually, Ling Shui's stamina began to wane. After repeatedly unleashing her abilities, she found her spiritual energy depleted by more than half, leaving her feeling overwhelmed in the face of an A-class professional. Sang Biao discerned the predicament, glancing at his watch. He noted that 5 minutes had elapsed since the onset of the attack. Presumably, the suited thugs were already en route for reinforcements. Time was of the essence. And he shouted to his subordinates, "Let us all strike together." In an instant, over 20 men surged into action. The initial wave came from the 10 ranged attackers, launching another barrage. The members of the Baixing Guild were cunning. Most of these attacks were directed toward the old camp leaders, aiming to distract Ling Shui. Helpless, Ling Shui was forced to resort to the Chaos Barrier once more. This skill demanded an immense amount of energy. As she activated it again, it was evident that her spiritual energy was insufficient. This was the drawback of being a powerful professional when besieged by numerous foes. Failing to resolve the conflict swiftly could easily lead to exhaustion. Moreover, Ling Shui had the added burden of protecting a squad of veterans behind her, further straining her resources. Of course, Sang Biao's abilities were formidable, with an exceptionally terrifying defense. Had it been any other A-class professional, they would have been torn to shreds by Ling Shui by now. "Girl, don't mind us, just go," the old camp leader shouted. "Yes, you must leave and ensure the preservation of this wall." The veterans echoed with faces filled with indignation. "No worries, Brother Han is coming soon. They won't escape." Ling Shui gritted her teeth and persevered. Clutching the spiritual crystal, she fought while absorbing its energy. However, the rate at which she replenished her spiritual energy was evidently sluggish. And if this continued, she would not be able to endure for long. Chen Han, how long do you think you can hold out?" Sang Biao's attacks grew increasingly ferocious. "Not only will Chen Han not arrive, but even if he does, I shall trample you before his very eyes." Sang Biao became more and more exhilarated, his confidence soaring. He had already concluded that Ling Shui was an S-class mage, but so what? She was still surrounded and besieged. Even if Chen Han were to arrive now, it would yield no different outcome. In the face of overwhelming numbers, the disparity in the levels of the professionals had been virtually nullified. At that moment, Sang Biao seized the opportunity when Ling Shui was preoccupied with protecting the veteran and launched a sudden lion's roar. The piercing sound wave struck Ling Shui, leaving her momentarily dazed. Subsequently, Sang Biao charged forward, his formidable physique colliding violently with Ling Shui. "Watch out!" The veterans cried out urgently, but in her dazed state, Ling Shui could not react in time. A sinister smile spread across Sang Biao's face. "You're finished." Yet, in the next instant, a figure swiftly approached from a distance. Just as Sang Biao was about to crash into Ling Shui, that figure timely intervened. Chen Han delivered a powerful punch to the oncoming Sang Biao. Thud! A muffled sound resonated as Sang Biao was halted in his tracks. The black armor worn by Chen Han immediately absorbed the energy from Sang Biao's charge. Then, in the next moment, Chen Han erupted with force, the power of his fist surging forth. Boom! Sang Biao was sent flying backward. Chen Han advanced, delivering another powerful punch that sent Sang Biao crashing into the ground. Yet, this was not the end. Chen Han yanked him back up, raining down blows upon him with relentless ferocity. Ultimately, after a final strike, Sang Biao was propelled several meters away. This spectacle left the minions of the Baixing Guild utterly dumbfounded. Who was this individual? How could he treat a man as formidable as a tank like a mere punching bag? Such extraordinary strength was beyond comprehension. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the man before them. His identity was unmistakable. He was the legendary suit-wearing thug. Indeed, he was formidable, but somehow, it seemed he was not as terrifying as the rumors suggested. Soon enough, Sang Biao was helped to his feet by his subordinates. Although he bore the marks of a fierce beating, it appeared the damage was not as severe as expected. Was this really the suit-wearing thug? What a farce. The collective anxiety of the crowd dissipated, replaced by expressions of disdain. They thought, what a letdown. We expected someone more formidable. This guy is even weaker than that girl. If this was the extent of his abilities, what was there to fear? They could simply charge in without hesitation, rather than engage in this unnecessary scouting. Sang Biao dusted himself off and chuckled at Chen Han, saying, Kid, have you not eaten? You seem rather lacking. You've only made me feel foolish for worrying. Is this all you've got? With that, he declared, then I'll just take you down. Ha ha ha, Biao Gu is amazing. The crowd shouted with overwhelming arrogance, completely disregarding Chen Han. But little did they know, they were celebrating prematurely. In the next moment, Chen Han drew forth a long sword. In an instant, his aura erupted. The essence of the Sword Immortal, sweeping across the arena. The expressions of his subordinates shifted dramatically, their astonishment palpable at Chen Han's sudden transformation. The smile on Sang Biao's face abruptly vanished. Act swiftly, he commanded. Subsequently, over 20 individuals launched a simultaneous assault, unleashing a tempest of skills upon him. A slight smirk graced Chen Han's lips as his sword elegantly swept through the air. D-grade skill, gentle breeze sword. The fierce sword wind erupted in the arena, instantly coalescing into a terrifying gale that shredded the myriad skills hurled towards him. The wind effortlessly deflected all attacks, maintaining its momentum as it formed a towering tornado reaching dozens of meters high. The tempest roared ominously in the sky, instilling fear within all who beheld it. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the tornado descended like a malevolent entity, its gaping maw ready to engulf everyone in its path. Chapter 75. Is this the true might of the suit-clad tycoon? Buzzing ominously, the tornado consumed more than 20 members of the Baisheng Guild within its storm. A dozen mages and archers, lacking in defensive strength, were swiftly lifted into the air. Beneath the storm, around 10 warriors struggled to maintain their ground, employing their most powerful defensive skills to anchor themselves. Yet, this was no easy feat. The hurricane, sharp as a blade, inflicted grievous wounds upon them, relentlessly eroding the protective energy shields surrounding their bodies. To their horror, the members of the guild realized that the defensive capabilities of their equipment were gradually diminishing. It wouldn't be long before their defenses shattered, leaving them vulnerable to the terrifying wind blades that threatened to rend them to pieces. The faces of Baisheng Guild subordinates were etched with terror, unable to comprehend how Chen Han, upon wielding his sword, could unleash such a cataclysmic force. Is his profession related to swords? Is he a ghost swordsman or a demon swordsman? Yet, such terrifying power suggests he might be a berserker. Could he possibly possess such immense strength? The onlookers grew increasingly astonished, utterly unable to fathom Chen Han's true prowess. They continued to endure, initially believing that the tempest would soon dissipate, but the reality proved otherwise. Before long, the tornado had raged for 3 minutes. The subordinates high above could no longer withstand it. Their equipment lay shattered, and the dreadful wind blades left deep gashes upon their bodies. Brother Biao, think of a solution quickly. I can't hold on any longer. Brother Biao, help. The group of subordinates cried out in unison. Upon hearing their pleas, Sang Biao lifted his head amidst the hurricane, unleashing a ferocious roar, attempting to disperse the tempest. However, the results were far from satisfactory. His expression darkened. If he could not dissipate the storm, he would have to subdue Chen Han. In the next moment, an iron armor materialized upon Sang Biao, greatly enhancing his defenses, as he slowly trudged forth from the storm. Yet, the force of the hurricane was overwhelmingly potent, hindering his progress significantly. Chen Han paid him no heed, instead approaching Ling Shui with genuine concern. Are you all right? Ling Shui's pale visage broke into a radiant smile, disregarding the gazes of those around her, as she leaned against Chen Han. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Then, she glanced at the figures within the storm. Brother Han, who are they? They belong to the Baisheng Guild. It seems they came after El Bufon exposed my identity, Chen Han replied, recognizing Sang Biao, who was a general under Gao Qixing, having encountered him in a previous life. The A-level profession, Iron Armor, is an exceptionally formidable tank class, renowned for its prowess in countering mages. How vexing. It is El Bufon once again. He truly deserves condemnation. Ling Shui frowned slightly. Chen Han nodded in agreement, stating, I must devise a strategy to lure them out. They are all A-level professionals, and their strength cannot be underestimated. We cannot afford to disregard them. He resolved to first deal with the adversary at hand. The Baisheng Guild dared to take action, and thus they must pay a heavy price. Brother Chen, it is our inadequacy, had it not been for your protection. Miss Ling Shui would have already eliminated them, the old camp leader remarked with a face full of shame. Chen Han waved his hand dismissively, asserting that it was not their fault. They were merely ordinary individuals confronting seasoned professionals. Do not dwell on this. I will procure profession cards for you all, granting you formidable abilities. Upon hearing this, the veterans displayed expressions of excitement. This experience provided them with a clearer understanding of the capabilities of professionals, significantly fueling their desire for power. They too wished to possess such abilities. They could not remain in the shadows during every confrontation. Brother Han, that individual has emerged. Ling Shui pointed towards Sang Biao, who had stepped out of the vortex of chaos. Chen Han turned to see Sang Biao glaring at him with an expression of fury. Chen Han, you seek death. Sang Biao appeared somewhat disheveled. Leading his team out, he found himself ensnared by Chen Han's single maneuver, leaving him in a precarious position before his subordinates. Simultaneously, he felt a profound astonishment towards Chen Han, having assumed they could overwhelm him in numbers, just as they had done with Ling Shui. Little did they anticipate Chen Han's formidable prowess. A mere tornado shattered their meticulously devised plans. Yao Ge, muster your strength and vanquish him. Kill Chen Han. Use your powerful arms to subdue him. Amidst the tempest, the underlings continued their fervent cries, placing all their hopes upon Sang Biao. Come forth. With a resplendent golden aura enveloping him, Sang Biao donned an iron suit resembling armor. His iron fists radiated a crimson glow, seemingly brimming with terrifying might. Witnessing this spectacle, the subordinates of the Baixing Guild were invigorated. Here he comes. Biao Gu is serious now. In a simultaneous display of offensive and defensive stances, Biao Ji's fury was palpable. Roar! That kid is doomed. No one can withstand this move from Biao Gu. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, Sang Biao launched his assault. His fists surged forth, rapidly enlarging in the air, accompanied by the ominous sound of slicing wind. One must concede, the intimidation factor was extraordinary. Chen Han smirked slightly, unsheathing his longsword. Buzz! The blade resonated, reverberating through the atmosphere. Chen Han thrust forward, piercing the air with precision. Clang! The sword tip collided with the iron fist, producing a crisp and harmonious sound. Subsequently, an overwhelming force erupted beneath them, causing the ground to erupt violently. Sang Biao's expression shifted dramatically as he felt the dreadful power emanating from the impact. In the next moment, his pupils dilated in terror. He was horrified to discover that his iron arm had developed fissures. Suddenly, the arm shattered explosively, propelling him backward as he spewed blood. Chen Han offered him no reprieve, dashing forward and striking him with a decisive blow. Rip! The formidable ironclad defense shattered in an instant. Sang Biao, severely injured, crashed into the tempest. Witnessing this scene, every member of the Baixing Guild was left wide-eyed and in disbelief. Has Brother Biao been defeated? The one reputed for his unparalleled defense could not withstand merely 2 strikes? Is this the true prowess of the suited overlord? Fear enveloped them all. Sang Biao struggled to his feet, his voice trembling. Do not kill me. If you slay me, the members of the Yuan Guild are doomed. Aren't you one of them? If you dare to take my life, none will escape. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Have you laid hands on the Yuan Guild? Haha, they are likely already in our grasp. Release me, and I shall ensure their survival. Clinging to this last thread of hope, Sang Biao believed that as long as he held the Yuan Guild members as hostages, Chen Han would refrain from striking. He laughed maniacally, showing no concern for his dire situation. However, in the next moment, a flash of sword light appeared, and his head soared into the air. His eyes still wide with disbelief. Chen Han remarked, I apologize, but I have no regard for the Yuan Guild members. Chapter 76, Global High-Value Acquisition of Alloy Steel. The colossal severed head flew high, leaving the underlings of the Baixing Guild utterly stunned. He is dead. Brother Biao is dead. How could this be? The crowd gazed at Chen Han in terror. At last, they comprehended that the suited overlord was not merely a figure of empty renown. He truly possessed extraordinary strength, even surpassing that of their own leader. They ought not to underestimate the ferocity of these suited enforcers, individuals far beyond the capacity of the Baixing Guild to provoke. They were consumed by regret, lamenting their failure to heed Su Banshin's counsel. All was lost. Their doom was sealed. With Sang Biao's demise, the collective had lost its mainstay, its resolve utterly shattered. Alas, amidst the tempest, a mage succumbed to the onslaught of wind blades, torn asunder by the gale. Gradually, archers and mages alike perished, their bodies listlessly tossed about by the tempest, ultimately devolving into mere receptacles plummeting to the earth. Warriors, tenaciously clinging to life on the ground, witnessed their comrades' demise, their minds succumbing to the encroaching tendrils of dread. Prostrate, they implored, venerable sirs in suits, spare us, we beseech thee. Refrain from taking our lives. Esteemed sirs in suits, we offer our sincerest apologies. We shall forthwith depart from the Baishang Guild, nevermore to darken your doorstep. Grant us clemency, we implore. Yet, despite their tearful entreaties, Chen Han remained unyielding. These individuals were undeserving of mercy. Even the veteran company commander and his ilk exhibited a countenance of indignation, devoid of any semblance of compassion. As seasoned veterans of the battlefield, they comprehended the axiom that leniency towards one's adversaries equates to cruelty towards oneself. Had Chen Han not arrived with such alacrity, the ramifications would have been dire, potentially resulting in their own demise at the hands of these very individuals. Ultimately, with a flourish of his blade, Chen Han extinguished the remaining vestiges of opposition. At that juncture, Chu Li, Zhang Pengzi, and their cohorts arrived at the scene. The chaotic tableau before them caused them to furrow their brows in consternation. They had not anticipated the enemy's arrival with such precipitous haste. Chen Han glanced at the crowd, urging them to exercise caution. Fatty, have Jianguan and the others take turns guarding the main gates. We must remain vigilant against potential enemy assaults. With that, he produced alloy steel to seal the large gaps flanking the iron city walls. His gaze penetrated deeply into the entrance. It seems we must expedite the construction of the Dawn Tower. Upon returning to the Doomsday Fortress, Chen Han assisted Ling Shui in relaxing, engaging in a comprehensive workout together. Ling Shui lay on Chen Han, pouting slightly. I feel so useless. I can't even defeat those guys. Chen Han playfully pinched her nose, reassuring her that reaching this level of skill was commendable. When levels are comparable, the disparity in strength is primarily determined by the rank of one's profession, and facing 3 opponents at once significantly narrows that gap. The most effective way to enhance one's abilities is by increasing personal levels, followed by upgrading skills. Although skill upgrade vouchers are currently scarce. Additionally, if you possessed a full set of orange equipment, supplemented by fashion materials for enhancement, your strength would also see a considerable rise. As Chen Han continued to speak, a flicker of tenderness crossed Ling Shui's face. She gently caressed Chen Han's cheek, saying, "We really don't need to exert ourselves so much. With our current Doomsday Fortress, no one can breach our defenses. The project for the Dawn Tower is simply too vast." In response, Chen Han smiled. "Do you think I am constructing the Dawn Tower out of fear that those individuals might seize my resources? Isn't that the case? Don't you wish to recruit more people and expand our influence?" Ling Shui inquired, her expression one of confusion. Chen Han demurred, stating that he held the Baishang Guild in utter disregard, deeming them incapable of posing any threat to him. His ambition in expanding his influence lay in establishing a formidable guild, with the intention of orchestrating a multitude of guild activities in the future, thereby procuring an abundance of resources to augment his strength. Ling Shui was taken aback, a sudden realization dawning upon her. Monster Siege? The rewards for such endeavors were exceedingly generous, with the battle pet alone being enough to drive all players into a frenzy. In bygone days, the inaugural guild task was seized by the Eagle Nation, who subsequently leveraged that very battle pet to dominate a substantial portion of the Western world. Upon hearing Chen Han's explanation, Ling Shui gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand. With just over 2 months remaining until the Mid-Autumn Festival, will we be able to make it in time? We should be able to, provided that we manage to extricate Zhuolin from his predicament. I am counting on him to fuse the alloyed steel. However, now is not the opportune moment to act. At present, we must first procure the necessary materials. Subsequently, Chen Han accessed the game panel, where, beneath the world channel, a gilded trumpet was displayed. The gilded trumpet served as a global announcement, enabling Chen Han to transmit his proclamations directly to the ears of the players, akin to the game system itself. The gilded trumpet announcement ensured that every player would hear it, irrespective of the world's time differences. For instance, at that very moment, the Eagle Nation was in the throes of slumber. Chen Han guaranteed that the announcement would startle everyone out of their reverie. Of course, the expenditure for this announcement trumpet was exorbitantly high. The gilded trumpet for the national channel cost 100,000 gold coins, while the gilded trumpet for the world channel demanded a staggering 500,000 gold coins. Such an outrageous price is generally deemed unacceptable by most. Yet, Chen Han remains unfazed. For him, this trifling sum holds little significance. Let us start with 10 posts, spaced half an hour apart. After expending 5 million gold coins, Chen Han commenced crafting his message. The content need not be lengthy, but must be precise and clear. Soon, an announcement reverberated through the ears of every player in the game. The moment the game system's voice resonated, excitement surged among the populace. Whenever the game system speaks, it invariably heralds significant events. In countries that are out of sync with the Dragon Kingdom, countless players eagerly rose from their slumber, keenly attentive. World announcement. The suit-clad tycoon employs a golden trumpet. Suit-clad tycoon, offering exorbitant prices for a large quantity of alloy steel. White steel at 1,000 per piece. Blue steel at 5,000 per piece. Pink steel at 10,000 per piece. Purple steel at 50,000 per piece. And orange steel at 200,000 per piece. Interested parties may initiate transactions via direct mail. The same announcement was disseminated twice in swift succession. The voice echoed across the global player base, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The anticipated game information had not materialized. Instead, it was a proclamation from a player. Upon reading the announcement, astonishment washed over them. Such exorbitant prices. Before the apocalypse descended, a piece of orange alloy was merely worth 2,000 gold coins, and now it had skyrocketed to 200,000. Who possesses such wealth? However, upon recognizing the issuer, a collective expression of as expected, it is he emerged. The world's wealthiest individual, the suit-clad magnate. Yet, a question flickered in the minds of many. What could the suit-clad magnate possibly require such vast quantities of alloy steel for? Chapter 77. The army approaches. Zhui Yuan's dilemma. The moment Chen Han made his move, it captured the attention of the entire world. For some Western nations, that night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. The expensive golden trumpet sounded every half hour. How could one possibly sleep? Players, already on edge from the constant threat of zombie attacks, were now subjected to a worldwide announcement reverberating incessantly in their ears. It was utterly maddening. That night, countless individuals were jolted awake from their slumber, unable to find rest. Has the suited thug lost his mind? Money cannot justify tormenting people. How can anyone sleep like this? I want to file a complaint. Where do I do that? I'm going to. A group of fools lamented, oblivious to the fact that someone was using wealth to disseminate global announcements. If you have the means, just spend 500,000 on a pair of noise-canceling headphones. And then the player's announcements won't disturb you. Indeed, if one lacks funds, they might as well listen to the essence of our Dragon Nation fools. Once more, the world was abuzz due to Chen Han's actions. His high-priced acquisition of alloy steel proved remarkably effective. Within half a day, his inbox was inundated with messages. While most of the offers consisted of white and blue alloys, the quantity was substantial. These lower-grade alloy steels had limited utility, primarily capable of withstanding attacks from lesser zombies and ordinary players. Against a horde or experienced combatants, they would barely hold up. Nevertheless, securing such low-grade alloys was already a considerable feat. Chen Han was not taken aback by this situation. He understood the significance of alloy steel in the apocalypse, as players required it to forge a safe haven for their protection. Consequently, players have predominantly hoarded alloy steel above the pink level, only parting with it under dire necessity. However, Chen Han has not been entirely devoid of receiving high-grade alloys. A cursory glance reveals several hundred pieces of purple alloy, and even a dozen pieces of orange alloy. Each piece of orange alloy is priced at 200,000 gold coins, a tempting offer indeed. With wealth in hand, one can engage in transactions for food with other players. The trading grounds are replete with various equipment materials and crafting blueprints, even energy crystals, all available for purchase with gold coins. These resources are pivotal for enhancing one's strength. In contrast to food and equipment, alloy steel is not of paramount importance. After all, it is strength that ensures the safety of one's refuge. Chen Han indiscriminately acquired all grades of alloy, completing transactions upon receiving emails and paying the requisite gold coins. For others, low-grade alloys may seem inconsequential. Yet the potential to gradually refine them into high-grade alloys changes the narrative. The key figure in this transformation is the steelsmith, Zhuo Lin. At this juncture, Chen Han received yet another plea for assistance from Zhui Yuan. At the Jianghai Sports Center, the Yuan Guild finds itself besieged by the Baixing Guild, led by the formidable Sang Kuan, with the situation growing increasingly precarious. President, did you not say that the suited thugs would come to our aid? Where are they? That individual is currently acquiring alloy steel across the world, showing no concern for our fate. I warned you not to trust that scoundrel. His ID alone is enough to indicate he is no good. Within the Yuan Guild, chaos has erupted. It has been 2 days, and that individual has yet to arrive. We can no longer place our hopes upon him. We are in dire straits. Just yesterday, we dealt a severe blow to the Baishan Guild, proclaiming that the suited thugs would come to our aid. Now, with his absence, what are we to do? It was a grave oversight. That individual is nothing but a calamity. Had he not promised to appear, we would not have so severely offended the Baishan Guild. President, you must take responsibility for this. It was you who assured us that the suited thugs would come to our assistance. Yet now there is not a trace of them to be seen. Indeed, what do we do now? Hundreds have gathered outside, far beyond our capacity to withstand. As the crowd's curses, accusations, and panic reverberated around her, Yuan furrowed her brow deeply. In the face of formidable adversaries, instead of uniting to devise a strategy, they were fracturing under pressure, turning on one another. Is there still a necessity for such a team to exist? For the first time, Yuan felt a sense of bewilderment. Initially, her intention in saving so many was to bolster their strength against the impending apocalypse. Yet now, these individuals not only failed to contribute any capabilities, but were also here to cast blame upon her. Yuan felt her heart grow cold. However, she could not afford to squander time managing the futile complaints of the inept. Her gaze shifted to the approaching enemies below. The commotion intensified. Zhang Kuan held a bound young man in his grasp, forcefully pressing him to the ground as he shouted furiously, Yuan, you have 2 choices, surrender or die. Should you dare to resist, I will personally butcher your brother. At the sight of her brother's predicament, Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. She clenched her fists, a fierce inferno of rage igniting within her. Zhuolin struggled, shouting towards the glass wall of the gymnasium, Sister, don't mind me, just run. Haven't you contacted the suited man? Hurry and find him. We cannot fall into Gao Qixing's hands. Sang Kuan, pressing his foot down harshly, growled, shut up. What of the suited thug? We will eventually eliminate him. He then turned his fierce gaze upon Yuan. Yuan, do not waste any more time. My patience is limited. If your brother is harmed, do not blame me. Upon hearing this, Yuan clenched her silver teeth, glancing at Feng Hao, Wang Tao, and the other 10 individuals around her. What are your thoughts? These were all members of the Yuan Guild, the combatants of this team. Particularly, Feng Hao and Wang Tao were A-level professionals, their strength not to be underestimated. As soon as she spoke, the expressions of the crowd shifted from dark to uncertain. After a brief silence, Wang Tao spoke up, President, with all due respect, given the current situation, we should flee. Do not hold on to any hopes for Chen Han. I know him well. That fellow is merely a coward, a merchant driven by profit. How could he possibly help us? Feng Hao also stepped forward. Indeed, we are all his friends. When he had no money to sell his company, we lent him a substantial sum. Now, he probably fears we will come after him for repayment and dares not show his face. Can such a person be trusted? This is the kind of person who lies without a second thought. If Chen Han were to hear these words, he would likely be infuriated. Listening to their earnest words, Yuan felt a flicker of doubt arise within her. Yet her intuition told her that Chen Han was not that kind of person. Since he claimed he would come to help, he surely would. No, I trust him. I have reached out to him once more. If we can just hold on a little longer, Chen Han will undoubtedly appear. Yuan steeled herself, her words resolute. Moreover, she could not flee. How could she bear to watch her brother perish before her eyes? As soon as those words escaped her lips, an uproar ensued, with everyone pointing fingers at Yuan and cursing her, still holding onto Chen Han. If he were coming, he would have arrived by now. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 78. Stop waiting for Chen Han. We should marry Gao Qixing. If you wish to wait, do so yourself. I am leaving. No. You are the team leader. You have a responsibility to lead us out. At this moment, you cannot disregard us for your own selfish desires. The crowd grew increasingly agitated, with many hurling accusations at Yuan. Ironically, these were all survivors she had rescued. Most of them were only at level 1 or 2 and had never even faced a zombie. Since joining the Yuan Guild, they had become parasitic in nature. Particularly the fiery old woman, upon hearing Yuan's intention to wait for Chen Han, erupted like an irate hen, spewing vitriol. I care not for your whims. Hurry and lead us out to slay the undead and find a safe haven. You gathered us here. You must take responsibility. Also, remember you represent the nation. Be mindful of your every word and action. The elderly lady spoke with sharpness, even going so far as to bestow a lofty title upon Yuan. Shout, I was infuriated. While it is true that Sister Yuan is a national athlete, that does not equate to representing the nation itself. This is a moral coercion. National athletes are indeed individuals nurtured by the country, yet without us taxpayers, where would your shooting champions come from? Everything you do is merely your duty. The elderly lady showed no signs of retreat, her words laced with acidity and cruelty. Upon hearing this, even the original members of the Yuan Guild furrowed their brows. What an unashamed old woman. Had it not been for Zhui Yuhan's protection of these individuals, they would have long since discarded these parasites to feed the zombies. Yet now, they found themselves aligned with the elderly lady, hoping that Zhui Yuan would lead them in retreat. Zhui Yuhan's prowess is well acknowledged. Escaping would not pose a challenge. But without her formidable protection, they would inevitably attract the attention of other factions. Thus, in this moment, they chose silence. In the arena, Feng Hao and Wang Tao exchanged glances, a sly smile flickering across their faces. Indeed, this elderly lady had been orchestrated by them. For someone like Zhui Yuan, standing in a position of power to exert moral pressure is the most effective strategy, especially when invoking national righteousness. Her resilient spirit would surely waver. At this juncture, all eyes were fixed upon Zhui Yuan, awaiting her decision. Clenching her fists, her face turned ashen, her heart a tempest of conflict. To flee? That would mean abandoning her brother. To retaliate? Nonsense. She was certain that should she choose to strike back, the individual before her would undoubtedly depart at once. Should she continue to stall for time, waiting for Chen Han? Could he truly be a fraud? A pang of distress pierced through Zhui Yuhan's heart. Just then, the voice of the ominous Lang Kuan echoed from downstairs. Zhui Yuhan, are you still waiting for Chen Han? To be frank, we have already dispatched someone to deal with him. He is barely able to safeguard himself, let alone concern himself with you. At these words, Zhui Yuhan's heart trembled. Have I inadvertently implicated him? Child, did you hear that? Chen Han is in grave danger. We must flee swiftly. If we wait for them to storm up here, we will surely meet our doom. The old woman continued to shout. President, why not consider surrendering? At least your brother would be spared, suggested a woman from the Feather Emperor Guild, recognizing Zhui Yuhan's predicament. Upon hearing this proposal, many members of the Feather Emperor Guild nodded in agreement. For them, surrender held no adverse consequences. As professionals, they would be warmly welcomed even by the 100 Prosperity Guild. In this apocalyptic world, aligning with any faction was ultimately the same. However, the 100 Prosperity Guild was infamous for its brutality, which instilled a sense of revulsion among the people. For Zhui Yuhan, surrender indeed appeared to be a viable option. Yet, the ordinary individuals among them were vehemently opposed. While the members of the Feather Emperor Guild were professionals who would surely be accepted by the 100 Prosperity Guild, the ordinary folk faced a death sentence. The mere thought of the ruthless gangsters from the 100 Prosperity Guild ignited fear in everyone's eyes. No, we absolutely cannot surrender. Indeed. President, you cannot stand by and watch us march to our demise. Despite the suggestion of surrender, Zhui Yuhan remained silent, lost in contemplation. The anguish within her heart was known only to her. Gao Qixing had set his sights on her. Surrendering would be akin to delivering a lamb to the tiger's den. At that moment, Sang Kuan continued to speak. Zhui Yuhan, allow me to enlighten you. It is indeed a blessing for you that my boss has taken an interest in you. Your brother could ascend to a high-ranking position within the Baixing Guild, so why not embrace this opportunity? Upon hearing these words, the members of the Yuan Guild exchanged astonished glances with Zhui Yuhan. They suddenly realized that the Baixing Guild had come to stir up trouble precisely because they coveted Zhui Yuhan. If that were the case, the situation would take a different turn. Should Zhui Yuhan become the matriarch of the Baixing Guild, they could find refuge under her protection. With Zhui Yuhan's presence, the members of the Baixing Guild would surely think twice before laying a hand on them. Not only could they persist in their parasitic existence, but they would also have the advantage of clinging to a larger tree. What a fortunate turn of events. The crowd turned their gaze toward Zhui Yuhan once more, but her darkened expression clearly indicated her disapproval. Feng Hao and Wang Tao exchanged glances, both perceiving this as not an entirely unfavorable proposition. Although they were A-class professionals, both were acutely averse to the specter of death. If they could integrate their entire group into the Baixing Guild, it might not be such a bad idea after all. Given their strength, and with familial ties, they might even secure a prominent position within the guild. With this thought in mind, they tacitly agreed with the suggestion. Subtly signaling the elderly lady, she quickly caught on, enthusiastically grasping Zhui Yuhan's hand and cheerfully exclaiming, "Oh dear. So it turns out that the young master of the Baixing Guild has taken a liking to our Yuhan. What a commotion this has stirred. They have come to propose." not to engage in conflict. What are you all doing? Yuan, you are no longer a child. It is time for marriage, as the saying goes. I have heard that the young master of Baixing Guild has returned from studying abroad, possessing both charm and talent, and is thus worthy of my dear Yuan. As the matriarch, I shall take charge of this matter, and we shall arrange for a splendid wedding. Without pausing to consider Zhui Yuhan's feelings, she shouted down to Sang Kuan below, this handsome gentleman, our Yuan has agreed. Release your brother-in-law, for we are to have a grand wedding. This sudden turn of events left not just the members of the Yuan Guild, but even Sang Kuan himself, momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure and, with a broad smile, called out to his subordinates, welcome the sister-in-law. In unison, hundreds of voices echoed with laughter, their words laced with frivolity. Shut your mouth. Zhuolin struggled on the ground. Sister, do not marry. Gao Qixing is a beast. You cannot marry him. Ah, silence. Sang Kuan's foot pressed down on Zhuolin's head, causing it to crash heavily against the ground, blood spewing forth. The spectators in the gymnasium were left in shock, clearly intimidated by Sang Kuan's brutality. Zhui Yuan suddenly wrenched her hand free from the matriarch's grasp and shouted in fury, "Get away. What right do you have to make decisions for me?" In that moment, Zhui Yuan saw through the true nature of these people. They were the most selfish of all. They would worm their way into any situation where there was gain. She had truly had enough. Zhui Yuan glared at the crowd, declaring, "From this moment forth, I have no relations with any of you. Depart at once." As she spoke, she seized Xiao Tao and was about to storm out of the gymnasium to confront Sang Kuan. What is wrong with Gao Qixing? He comes from a prestigious family, possesses remarkable strength. Surely he is preferable to Chen Han? The old woman persisted. Listen, comply and marry him, and we can all enjoy a better life. President, do not act impulsively. Do you wish to witness your brother perish here? Feng Hao interjected, positioning himself in front of Zhui Yuan. What nonsense. Even now? You contemplate recklessly fighting? What do you expect me to do? The crowd surged forward, obstructing Zhui Yuan. They had no intention of severing ties with the Baixing Guild. Such actions would spell certain doom for them. Yuan, do not be willful. You must not act so selfishly. The old woman grasped Zhui Yuan, delivering yet another tirade. Seeing her brother's condition, Zhui Yuan felt an ache in her heart. At that moment, she was utterly helpless. A sacrifice had to be made between herself and her brother. If she refused to yield, then Zhuolin would undoubtedly meet his end. Zhui Yuan was on the verge of collapse. Strong as she was, her defenses shattered entirely. Her mind blank and uncertain of what to do. In that instant, she yearned desperately for Chen Han to appear suddenly and pull her from the abyss. If he were here, he would recognize that the scene before him mirrored the events of their previous life. In that past existence, Chen Han had also been amidst the crowd, and the strength of the Yuan Guild had been even more formidable. Yet ultimately, Zhui Yuan was coerced into compromising with evil. To protect his sister from threat, Zhuolin chose to take his own life the moment Zhui Yuan surrendered. At the moment of Zhuolin's demise, Zhui Yuan erupted with fury, charging alone into the ranks of the Baixing Guild's forces. Ling Shui, unable to stand idly by, joined the fray as well. Naturally, Chen Han could not remain a mere spectator. He rallied the valiant Gang Z to battle against hundreds. Aside from these four, the remaining members of the Yuan Guild refrained from intervening. Despite the formidable strength of Zhui Yuan and her companions, they ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming numerical disadvantage. In the end, led by the two S-rank experts, Zhui Yuan and Ling Shui, they fought their way out, albeit severely wounded. This conflict irrevocably antagonized Chen Han with Gao Qixing, resulting in his subsequent suppression. Now, with the emergence of the suit-wearing thug, Zhui Yuan's mindset has shifted. She eagerly anticipates Chen Han's arrival, envisioning a future filled with promise. It is the suit-wearing thug who has bestowed upon her courage. In this moment, she stands resolute. With an icy gaze fixed upon the crowd, she declares, "I shall never compromise." Suddenly, Zhui Yuan's aura surged dramatically. "Should you dare to obstruct me again? Do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." In an instant, a golden longbow appeared in her hand, an overwhelming power radiating from her being. The expressions of those around her shifted in alarm as they instinctively parted to grant her passage. The elderly matron, terrified, stumbled backward, silenced by her trepidation. Wang Tao and Feng Hao wore grim faces, their minds racing with unspoken thoughts. Even as Zhui Yuan and Xiao Tao pushed open the gymnasium doors, none dared to confront them in battle. Watching her retreat, the matron finally voiced her ire, convinced of their doom. How could just the two of them possibly contend with hundreds? It is entirely the fault of the suited marauder. We were promised salvation, Yet 2 days have elapsed without a trace of him. I suspect the president has fallen under the sinister influence of this suited villain, clinging to the hope of rescue. What a delusion. What are we to do now? If Yuan perishes, we shall be next in line. What can we do but flee? Do you genuinely believe that the suited marauder will come to our aid? That creature is no human. He is a member of the same guild, yet acts with such ruthlessness, watching us meet our demise without lifting a finger to assist. The members of the Yuan guild are in a state of panic, their tongues lashing out in frustration. Wang Tao and Feng Hao remain, eager to witness Yuan's final decision. Her defeat is inevitable. However, should the Baishan Guild choose to spare her, there may still be hope for them to join. Of course, only they, the professionals, would be considered. The fates of commoners are of no concern to them. As Yuan emerged, her subordinates, such as Sang Kuan, were filled with excitement, ready to call out to their sister-in-arms. Yet, Yuan, bow in hand, aimed directly at the crowd. A terrifying force coalesced around the arrow. Boom. In the next instant, the arrow was loosed, a burst of flames erupting, transforming into a fiery phoenix. An S-rank archer class, Yuan, with the innate skill, Feng Qiu Huang. With a cry, as the phoenix took flight, the phoenix arrow surged forth with awe-inspiring power towards the subordinates of the Baishan Guild. Witnessing this spectacle, the faces of all present turned pale. Both the minions of the Baishan Guild and the members of the Yuan Guild were rendered speechless in shock. This is the true might of an S-rank professional. The two factions pressed on relentlessly, and the crowd had forgotten about Yuan's formidable strength. She was not to be trifled with. Disperse. Sang Kuan bellowed at his subordinates. Suddenly, the fiery phoenix erupted amidst the throng, flames soaring into the heavens. A few unfortunate subordinates, unable to escape in time, were engulfed by the searing wave of fire, their anguished cries echoing in the air. However, healing practitioners swiftly intervened to provide aid. Though this attack was powerful, the subordinates of the Baishan Guild managed to flee quickly, resulting in minimal damage. Damn it, charge! Sang Kuan roared, and hundreds of subordinates launched their assault in unison. The battle was on the brink of eruption. In the next moment, a dazzling array of skills surged towards Yuan, as if to engulf her entirely. Her expression turned frigid. She fired a series of arrows, and terrifying spells collided violently in midair, creating a fierce spectacle. Meanwhile, Xiaotao stood by her side, bestowing buffs and healing her energy reserves. After 2 minutes of fierce exchanges, Yuan's delicate features paled, her offensive gradually waning. To face 100 foes alone was an insurmountable challenge. Observing this, the members of the Yuan Guild began to prepare for withdrawal. The situation unfolded as they had anticipated, devoid of any reversal. Yuan felt despair creeping in. Her gaze fell upon her brother as she murmured, "Zhuolin, I'm sorry." Ultimately, she was utterly exhausted, unable to draw the bowstring any longer. Her eyes wandered to the horizon, slightly lowered. Have you truly not come?" As her voice faded, a resounding clash of swords echoed through the skies. Everyone was stunned and looked up in awe. In the heavens above, a figure stood suspended in midair, countless flying swords hovering above its head. Chen Han glanced at Yuan, a faint smile gracing her lips. "Apologies for my tardiness." Suddenly, countless flying swords descended like meteors, wielding an awe-inspiring might directed towards the members of the Baishan Guild. The onlookers, confronted with such a terrifying assault, were left utterly aghast, their eyes wide with fear. What is happening? In the 80th chapter, my beloved is a hero of great renown. Yuan gazed up at the figure in the sky, her heart racing uncontrollably. Having fought valiantly for her country on numerous occasions, her spirit had long been tempered through trials. Yet, the moment she laid eyes on Chen Han, she could not quell the surge of excitement within her. She had envisioned Chen Han's appearance countless times, fantasizing about the manner of his entrance. However, none of her daydreams could compare to the breathtaking reality of this moment. He was neither a greasy old man nor an ugly creature. On the contrary, Chen Han was youthful and handsome, surpassing even the Prince Charming of her imagination. In that instant, he resembled a god of war, exuding an aura of valor. That feeling resonated with the famous saying, "My beloved is a hero of great renown, destined to don golden armor and tread upon colorful clouds to marry me." Contemplating this, the once aloof Yuan found herself blushing. Meanwhile, nearly 500 followers of the Baishan Guild were paralyzed with fear. The flying swords filled the sky, overwhelming in number, blocking out the sun as they hurtled downwards with terrifying velocity. "Everyone, prepare for battle." Sang Kuan's complexion changed drastically as he shouted. In response, The members of the Baixing Guild unleashed their abilities, striving desperately to intercept the rain of descending swords. The air was filled with a resonant hum. Thousands of flying swords descended rapidly, colliding thunderously with the skills unleashed below. Boom, boom, boom. The crowd was horrified to discover the terrifying might of those swords. In the face of their fireball spells and ice spikes, the swords pierced through effortlessly, descending with an unstoppable momentum. How could this be? My fireball was cleaved in two by a mere sword. My lightning orb met the same fate. It shattered upon contact. My goodness, is that fellow truly a suited brute? How is he so formidable? As the ranged attacks failed to impede the onslaught of flying swords, Sang Kuan shouted in alarm, "All fragile ones, take cover. Warriors and tanks, brace yourselves." In the next moment, hundreds of shields were raised in unison, ready to confront the terrifying rain of blades. Clang, clang, clang. The swords struck the shields, producing a crisp, resounding impact, akin to a symphony in motion. Although the majority of the swords were deflected, a few managed to pierce through the defenses, striking those below. Cries of agony erupted in waves. Sang Kuan glanced over, witnessing over 100 individuals wounded by the flying swords. Several unfortunate souls had their skulls pierced, meeting their demise. Yuan, equally astounded, raised his gaze, witnessing the dense swarm of swords raining down, nearly losing his wits in fear. The members of the Baixing Guild had shields for protection, yet no one paid him any heed, leaving him exposed to the onslaught. A quick glance around revealed the area around him riddled with countless swords, with only his position remaining unscathed. Realizing this, Yuan excitedly looked up at Chen Han. Grateful to the suited gentleman. "Healer, swiftly come to our aid." The atmosphere turned grim as Sang Kuan glared fiercely at Chen Han. "Are you truly just a suit-clad thug? Do you really wish to oppose the Baixing Guild?" Chen Han gradually settled beside Yuan, causing her heart to race even faster. Her beautiful eyes narrowed as she discreetly stole glances at him. "Oh, he looks even more handsome up close." Unbeknownst to Chen Han, he remained oblivious to Yuan's admiration, disdainfully addressing Sang Kuan. "The Baixing Guild? It seems I have already dispatched 2 groups." At this revelation, Sang Kuan's eyes widened in disbelief. 2 groups? You killed Chiron? And who was the other? His mind raced. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Could it be the scout? Sang Biao? Impossible. Sang Biao was far too powerful for you to have slain him. Sang Kuan shook his head in disbelief, convinced it was a deception. Sang Biao was none other than his own brother. "If your Baixing Guild dares to lay a hand on me, you should be prepared for the consequences. Death awaits." Upon receiving the tragic news of his brother's demise, Sang Kuan erupted in fury. "You seek death." Boom. A crimson aura enveloped Sang Kuan, and the blade in his hand transformed to a blood-red hue. An oppressive aura emanated from him, accompanied by a bloodthirsty killing intent. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Recognizing the S-level occupation, Berserker? "Be cautious, he is formidable." Yuan warned from the side, "Be careful." "It's nothing," Chen Han replied, gently pushing her back. At his words, Yuan froze momentarily, her cheeks flushing instantly. "Die!" Sang Kuan charged forward, wielding his long knife, executing a swift strike aimed directly at Chen Han. Chen Han sidestepped gracefully, his longsword gliding towards Sang Kuan's neck. The blade's sharp glimmer severed a lock of Sang Kuan's hair. Alas, he reacted swiftly, evading the lethal strike. Chen Han continued with a simple sword draw slash, the blade arcing upward, directly threatening Sang Kuan's throat. Startled, Sang Kuan hastily swung his knife to parry. Clang! The weapons clashed, a terrifying force vibrating through the blades. Sang Kuan was forced back, his expression grave as he regarded Chen Han. "How is this possible? Your strength surpasses mine. Let us attack together." Aware of Chen Han's prowess, Sang Kuan dared not confront him alone any longer. Immediately, the minions of the Baixing Guild unleashed their assault. A deluge of skills raining down. Sang Kuan, no longer holding back, unleashed his own talent. The S-rank skill, Cross Slash. The blood-red cross slashed through the ground, bearing an awe-inspiring might directed at Chen Han. Such a fearsome attack left the members of the Yuan Guild in the arena utterly astonished. The suited thugs were indeed formidable. Yet against the hundreds before them, they stood no chance. This fellow is doomed. The president is counting on him. How unfortunate. Wang Tao smirked. Chen Han is finished. Thinking he can be a hero is nothing short of foolish. With a wealth of resources and gold on him, they pondered seizing the opportunity once he fell. Feng Hao's mind sparked with an idea. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the ability users in the arena glimmered with avarice. The combined might of the Baixing Guild enveloped Zhui Yuan and Xiao Tao within its onslaught. Chen Han raised an eyebrow. With hundreds attacking simultaneously, this was no trifling matter. As the barrage of skills descended, he suddenly drew his long sword. Buzz! The sound of the sword resonated through the heavens. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, the sword's radiance cleaved through the void. A colossal rift in the fabric of space hung ominously in the sky. The assaults of hundreds vanished into the abyss, leaving no trace behind. How could this be? What on earth is this phenomenon? Has the heavens been severed? The subordinates of the Baixing Guild were rendered speechless, paralyzed by the astonishing spectacle before their eyes. How could one not tremble in fear? Wang Tao and the others were equally astounded. Could such a terrifying skill truly be wielded by a mere mortal? Chen Han's lips curled into a slight smile. It was time for my counterattack. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. Swordsmanship. Chen Han surged forward, and as he passed, the flying swords scattered upon the ground trembled in response. Let the slaughter commence. A resonant hum echoed as a myriad of swords sang in unison, instilling dread in the hearts of all. Chapter 81. A ruthless assault on the Baixing Guild. The battle reaches its climax. With a swift motion under Chen Han's command, a flying sword was drawn from the ground, darting toward an archer with the swiftness of thunder. In the chaos of battle, one must eliminate the rear guard first. The man wielding the longbow barely had time to react before the longsword pierced through his armor, finding its mark in his heart. A single blow, and he was slain. The onlookers were caught off guard. The man had perished in an instant. The healer beside him stood in shock, unable to render aid in time. Then, a tempest of thousands of flying swords erupted across the battlefield. The air buzzed with the cacophony of destruction. After claiming the lives of 5 more, the members of the Baixing Guild were engulfed in sheer terror. The sheer number of flying swords was overwhelming. They could not be repelled. Moreover, the velocity of the swords was astonishing, aside from the assassins who managed to react. All other classes could only endure the relentless onslaught. Warriors and tanks fared somewhat better, managing to withstand the barrage of flying swords through sheer defensive might. However, the fragile professions found themselves in dire straits, forced to cower behind the meat shields, their eyes darting anxiously towards the omnipresent flying swords. Defend, quickly defend, Sang Kuan shouted. Position in squad formations, warriors and tanks protect the rear. Those who are safe, attack Chen Han immediately, under Sang Kuan's command. The members of the Baixing Guild gradually steadied their formation. Nevertheless, during this turmoil, more than 30 individuals had already fallen. Soon, the remaining 400 or so were divided into over 50 small teams. Each team was fortified by warriors and tanks, while the fragile classes, such as mages, archers, and assassins, were positioned in the center. After the formation stabilized, the effectiveness of Chen Han's sword attack significantly diminished, while handling a few teams individually posed little issue. Facing over 50 teams at once was an exercise in futility, merely wasting spiritual energy. Just as Sang Kuan was preparing to counterattack, an armored vehicle suddenly emerged at the end of the street. To the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the armored vehicle charged recklessly towards the members of the Baixing Guild. Everyone's expression changed drastically, for behind the armored vehicle followed a horde of zombies, thousands strong, at a glance. The members of the Baixing Guild felt a chill run down their spines. With the armored vehicle's chaotic entrance, several teams were instantly thrown into disarray. As the teams scattered, Zhang Daodian leaped out of the armored vehicle's sunroof. With his petite frame gripping a Gatling gun, he unleashed a frenzied barrage upon the disbanded crowd. C-grade skill, satellite strike. Rat-a-tat-tat. Under the deft control of skill, the green machine gun unleashed a furious torrent of flames, with every bullet finding its mark among the throng. Alas, caught off guard, several individuals were struck by stray bullets, collapsing to the ground in severe injury. Among them, 2 unfortunate souls, lacking timely assistance, perished on the spot. Witnessing this chaos, 2 C-rank warrior professionals swiftly brandished their shields, intent on bravely obstructing Zhang Daotin's gunfire. However, the portly figure raised a hand to inscribe a rune. An ethereal energy coalescing in the air. In the next heartbeat, 2 shimmering green immobilization talismans were launched from his grasp. The 2 warriors were abruptly halted in their tracks, ensnared by an unyielding force that rendered them immobile. Subsequently, Gongzi burst forth from the armored vehicle, vaulting high into the air, his form expanding dramatically until he transformed into a towering behemoth exceeding 3 meters in height. The A-rank profession, Titan. The professional had morphed into a colossal titan, embodying the warrior class. As Gongzi descended, he aimed his massive fists at the immobilized warriors, delivering a devastating blow with his innate skill, Titanic Slam. The expressions of the two warriors turned ashen, terror glimmering in their eyes. Boom. The two were instantly reduced to mere pulp under the force of the impact. The shockwave of Titanic Slam erupted violently against the ground, causing the earth to tremble and sending nearby squads reeling through the air. Gongzi, with his colossal fists, rampaged through the crowd, his formidable defense rendering the attacks of the D-rank mages utterly futile. Steady the formation. The sudden upheaval left Sang Kuan astounded, prompting him to urgently direct his subordinates to regroup. Suddenly, a graceful figure emerged from the armored vehicle, wielding a colossal sword and pointing towards the crowd. The control skill Chaos activated. In the next instant, the members of the Baishang Guild were left in a daze, flailing about like blind flies. Seizing this opportunity, Chen Han swiftly moved to rescue Yuan. Turning to Zhui Yuan, he inquired, "Can we still fight? Unleash your ultimate move." Zhui Yuan nodded, channeling all her recently regained spiritual energy. Boom. In the next moment, she radiated a brilliant golden light, majestic golden wings unfurling behind her. As Zhui Yuan spread her wings, she ascended gracefully into the air, confronting the sun with an imposing presence, her demeanor both regal and austere. At that moment, she embodied the winged emperor. Abruptly, Zhui Yuan raised her winged longbow, a formidable aura coalescing around her. Everyone turned in awe, their expressions filled with astonishment, for they understood that this S-rank winged emperor was about to unleash a devastating attack. S-rank talent skill, judgmental holy arrow. Bang! Zhui Yuan released the arrow. The next moment, the winged longbow erupted with countless golden arrows raining down in a dense swarm. But that was not the end. Chen Han also soared into the air, his small wings propelling him alongside Zhui Yuan. With a sweeping motion of his arm, thousands of flying swords ascended, swirling above them. SSS rank skill, return of 10,000 swords. Buzz. The flying swords mingled with the golden arrows as they descended from the heavens. In that instant, the sky darkened ominously. Under the weight of their powerful skills, the sunlight was obscured, a terrifying onslaught blotting out the day. The hundreds of members from the Baishang Guild turned pale. Gripped by fear, Sang Kuan's expression turned grave, bracing himself for an all-out defense. As he spoke, he swung his long blade and executed the technique known as Heavenly Collapse and Earth Shatter against the descending onslaught. The remaining underlings, not daring to hesitate, promptly unleashed their most formidable skills. Boom! A kaleidoscope of abilities collided in midair, unleashing a terrifying energy that rampaged uncontrollably across the arena. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries. Flying swords and arrows weaved through the crowd, and one by one, individuals fell. This harrowing scene sent shivers down the spines of the members of the Feather Emperor Guild watching from the stands. Was this the true power of the suited thugs? Just a handful of them had reduced hundreds of professionals to such a dire state? Shock was etched on everyone's faces. At that moment, Chen Han appeared as a deity in their eyes. Ultimately, the onslaught from both sides began to wane, and the Baishang Guild had lost nearly half of their members. Witnessing this, Sang Kuan's eyes blazed with fury, an intense anger boiling within him. Yet, the horde of zombies was already upon them, leaving no time for retreat. "Fall back," he shouted, and the remaining underlings scattered in a frantic escape. Those who could carry their fallen comrades did so. Those who could not were left to become fodder for the zombies. "We must leave as well." Chen Han cradled the exhausted Zhui Yuan in his arms and descended slowly. Following this, everyone hastily boarded the armored vehicle and made a swift exit from the scene. However, at that moment, Wang Tao and Feng Hao hurriedly chased after them. "Chen Han, it's me. Take me with you." "Brother, I'm right here." Chapter 82. It's over, another one falls. Seeing Chen Han's overwhelming strength, Wang Tao and Feng Hao couldn't contain their eagerness and rushed out. At this moment, if one does not reveal their true self, when shall they? As long as they are accompanied by Chen Han, the future appears resplendent. They were, after all, raised in an orphanage and have always stuck together since entering society. Naturally, they often exploited Chen Han for their own gain. "Han Ge," remarked Gang Zi, addressing Chen Han, "pay them no mind, just drive away." As a member of the Feather Emperor Guild, one should not remain a bystander when the team faces difficulties. Such individuals are unworthy of being allies. Upon seeing these two, a cold smile flickered on Chen Han's lips. Were it not for the horde of zombies pursuing him from behind, he would have readily disembarked to send the two to their demise. In his previous life, it was these two treacherous individuals who betrayed him, nearly resulting in his death at the hands of Gao Qixing. Chen Han's animosity toward them is second only to that felt for Xiao Rou and El Bufan. Are they truly your friends? Inquired Zhui Yuan, puzzled. Within the Feather Emperor Guild, Wang Tao and Feng Hao frequently asserted that the suited magnate was their companion. Initially, they took pride in this and often boasted to their team. They even proclaimed grandly that they would lead the Feather Emperor Guild to ally with Chen Han. However, perhaps due to Chen Han's consistent disregard for them, the two began to harbor resentment towards him, ultimately maligning his character within the guild and obstructing Zhui Yuan's attempts to seek Chen Han's aid. Consequently, Zhui Yuan suspected that these two were deceiving her. They seemingly had no acquaintance with Chen Han. Yet, it now appeared that Chen Han indeed shared some connection with them. This left Zhui Yuan perplexed. If they were friends, why did their demeanor oscillate between cordiality and hostility? These two are nothing but shameless cowards, Chen Han remarked, casting a glance at Zhui Yuan. Let me put it this way. The actions of that woman and those who incited you to abandon Zhuolin and urged you to surrender were orchestrated by Wang Tao and Feng Hao. In times of distress, they sought your escape, wanting to avoid offending Gao Qixing. Yet, upon realizing that Gao Qixing intended to target you, they shifted their stance, encouraging you to seek refuge with him. Regardless of the choice made, the ultimate beneficiaries would be them. You, merely a pawn in their scheme, have remained ensnared by your own kindness. Upon hearing this, Zhui Yuan and Xiao Tao's expressions changed dramatically as they turned to Chen Han in astonishment. Upon reflection, the situation indeed mirrored Chen Han's assertions. They were ensnared by these parasites, unable to extricate themselves. Wang Tao and his cohorts exploited Zhui Yuan's benevolence, maintaining a firm grip on her. Suddenly, a thought struck them, and in unison, they exclaimed, "How do you know this?" Chen Han, despite not being present, had articulated the crux of the matter with eerie precision. Alarmingly, the reality aligned perfectly with his account, perhaps even clearer than their own perceptions. Can you read minds? Zhui Yuan pondered an extraordinary ability, covering her mouth in astonishment. Have you discerned the thoughts of Wang Tao and his accomplices? Chen Han replied, your imagination is quite vivid. I possess no such ability to read minds. The unfolding of events is identical to my previous life, is it not? How could I be unaware? As I too was a victim in that past. Naturally, Chen Han refrained from disclosing this, as revealing his status as a reincarnate would be imprudent. Chen Han flashed a grin, his gaze penetrating as he looked into those somewhat anxious, beautiful eyes. Indeed, I possess the ability to perceive the innermost thoughts of others. With that, he cast a glance at Zhui Yuan's chest, his expression seemingly conveying an apology. I have already seen through your little secrets. Zhui Yuan's heart raced wildly. She hastily covered her chest with her hand, her face flushing instantly. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, astonishment, anxiety, unease, awkwardness, and shyness. Oh no, he can actually read people's hearts. Does that mean he knows I like him? Whoa, how embarrassing. This is terrible, I'm so shy. What should I do? Should I confess? But I have no idea if he has a girlfriend. He is so handsome, he must have a girlfriend. That driver looks exceptionally attractive. Oh, does that mean I have no hope? Having a girlfriend isn't the end of the world, right? It's the apocalypse. Why bother with such things? If I can't pursue the one I like, what meaning does life hold? Oh dear, why am I overthinking this? This is bad. He must know everything. Forget it. Let's throw caution to the wind. The scene froze for a full 2 minutes, the car filled only with hurried breaths. Chen Han was momentarily taken aback as he observed those beautiful eyes before him, shifting from icy detachment to tender warmth, and then from tenderness to deep affection. The driver, Chu Li, stole a glance in the rearview mirror, thinking to herself, oh no, another one has fallen. This scene did not escape the notice of Zhuolin, who sat in the last row. Upon witnessing the expression on his sister's face, he was utterly astonished. After more than 20 years, it was the first time he had seen her exhibit such a delicate side. Goodness, my icy sister has actually been conquered? Is this real? It must be that dashing gentleman in a suit who is extraordinary. Damn, with such connections, if that gentleman becomes my brother-in-law, I shall walk unimpeded through Jia High City. Ahem. Chen Han cleared his throat, breaking the silence that enveloped the atmosphere. He turned to Zhuolin and inquired, your profession is a steelmaker, correct? Zhuolin, coming to his senses, nodded affirmatively. That is precisely it. I have a project that requires your expertise in steelmaking. No problem, Han Ge. You saved both me and my sister. We will follow your lead from now on. Outside the gymnasium, Wang Tao and Feng Hao, along with a throng of individuals, were compelled to retreat. The gymnasium, besieged by thousands of zombies, was no longer a safe haven. The two men observed Chen Han's departing armored vehicle, their expressions dark and foreboding. Wang Tao exclaimed, "Damn it! That kid has turned his back on us." Feng Hao questioned, "What shall we do now? It seems he has no intention of allowing us to join him." Wang Tao, maintaining a composed demeanor, contemplated for a moment and declared, "Let us head directly to his residence. What if he drives us away?" Feng Hao hesitated slightly. Wang Tao glanced at the members of the Yuan guild behind him, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "Bring them along." Did Chen Han not take Shui Yuan with him? "With these individuals, I cannot fathom Shui Yuan refusing to take us in. Her kindness is her greatest vulnerability. And considering they are all from the Yuan guild, as the guild leader, does she truly wish to remain aloof?" The gymnasium is not far from the summer resort. And after half an hour, the armored vehicle entered the towering steel walls. Upon seeing the immense fortifications, Shui Yuan and her brother were left in awe. One could only wonder how much alloy steel was required to construct such a marvel. However, when the vehicle halted outside the apocalyptic fortress, the colossal structure, resembling a steel beast, left them both feeling somewhat dazed. Is this the allure of wealth? If one were to reside here, what fears of the apocalypse could possibly remain? Chen Han patted Zhuo Lin on the shoulder, assuring him that this was merely a trifle, as they would be relying on his assistance for more substantial projects in the future. It seemed he would have to work hard. Merely a trifle? Zhuo Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he timidly inquired, "May I ask what the substantial projects entail?" Chen Han chuckled, "It's merely a dawn tower." "A dawn tower? How much alloy steel would that require?" Upon hearing this, Zhuo Lin's legs felt weak, and he nearly fainted. He could already envision the grueling night spent refining steel ahead of him. Chapter 83. The iceberg melts, time to rest well. That evening, Chen Han and the others hosted a welcoming banquet for Shui Yuan and her siblings. The lavish dinner truly astonished them. Zhuo Lin rubbed his eyes vigorously, gazing incredulously at the feast before him. "Am I dreaming? This is far too generous. How can we accept such hospitality upon our arrival?" He chuckled, already grasping a roasted leg of lamb, savoring every bite. "Ha ha ha. It's not that we are being overly courteous. This is merely our standard fare." Zhang Daotian stuffed a roasted goose leg into his mouth, giving Gongzi a thumbs up in approval. "Brother gang, this roast goose is absolutely marvelous." "What? You consume such delicacies daily?" Zhuo Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on his words. Beside him, Xiao Tao wore a similarly astonished expression. The fare here surpassed even what she had enjoyed before the apocalypse. Not only them, but even the typically composed Shui Yuan found herself unsettled. During their time in the gymnasium, they consumed whatever the zombies left behind. There was nothing so extravagant as what lay before them. Moreover, she noticed that the items in front of them were not mere game props, but genuine, untainted food from reality. How could this be possible? Shui Yuan cast a look of astonishment at Chen Han, her eyes reflecting an unusual glimmer. This man was truly remarkable. That fleeting expression vanished, and she resumed her cold demeanor, yet Ling Shui still perceived her reaction. Sipping her red wine, her cheeks flushed slightly, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "Ling Shui, come here." Chen Han beckoned, summoning Ling Shui to his side. Ling Shui beamed sweetly, comfortably leaning against Chen Han, a gesture that seemed to assert her claim. Witnessing this scene, Shui Yuan felt a sudden pang in her heart, a wave of despondency washing over her. "Ling Shui, please arrange a room for Yuan, and then take her to bathe." "Certainly." Ling Shui winked at Chen Han, leaving him exasperated. What trick was this girl planning now? Chen Han shot her a disapproving glance. "Make sure everything is well arranged. Yuan has just arrived and needs to rest properly." "Sister Yuan, follow me," Ling Shui said, taking Zhuo Yuan's delicate hand and leading her upstairs. Zhuo Yuan's mind was elsewhere, her thoughts a chaotic whirlwind. She gazed at the babbling water before her, her face a mask of astonishment. Their lives were truly enviable. They could still indulge in bathing. After the apocalypse had descended, water had similarly become tainted. Every drop of clean water was an invaluable resource, yet now it cascaded warmly over her skin. This sensation was delightful. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt no trace of joy. Despite the fact that this existence was what she had longed for, her initial excitement upon arrival had waned. When had the shift in her feelings occurred? Perhaps it was the moment Ling Shui had appeared. Although her mood was dismal, she swiftly curtailed the pleasure that enveloped her. Water was indeed precious. It could not be squandered carelessly. As she lay in bed, She was astonished to discover that this room offered a view of the sky. At night, the stars twinkled above. Were it not for the distant roars of zombies, one might have thought nothing had changed. Everything was so serene and peaceful. In truth, she was utterly fatigued, yet inexplicably, sleep eluded her. This sensation was foreign, as if her heart were pricked by needles, an insistent ache. He was, after all, not hers. All her fantasies were merely illusions. A single tear slipped down her flawless cheek, dampening the pillow. Had she become too consumed by her obsession? The very essence of this bed seemed imbued with him. She yearned to summon her courage. However, the mistress of this house had already claimed her territory. How could she remain shamelessly? Yuan let out a self-deprecating smile, silently resolving to leave her brother behind and depart from this place come morning. But with this decision, her heart ached even more. Tears flowed uncontrollably, cascading down. Just then, with a sudden creak, the door to the room swung open. Yuan's expression changed dramatically, and in the next moment, she had grasped her bow and arrow tightly. "Why have you come back again? Can't you stay away for a while?" Chen Han's voice resonated through the room, followed by the sound of the door being locked. Upon hearing Chen Han's voice, Yuan's delicate frame trembled. How did he enter my room? What does he intend to do? Wait, what does he mean by that? Soon, Yuan began to comprehend the implications of Chen Han's words. She was jolted awake. This room belongs to Chen Han, and he mistook me for Ling Xue? But it was clearly Ling Xue who arranged for me to stay here. Recalling Ling Xue's last words to her, "Make sure to rest well," along with her playful smile, it all clicked for Yuan. Ling Xue had done this on purpose. But isn't she claiming her territory? Why would she act this way? Could it be Chen Han's doing? No, he is evidently still in the dark. Has she understood my feelings? Does she not mind? It must be so. Realizing Ling Xue's intentions, Yuan's face flushed a deep crimson. Ah, how embarrassing. At the same time, her heart raced wildly, a mixture of anxiety, excitement, and a hint of glee. Chen Han gazed at the figure on the bed, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. What was wrong with Ling Xue today? Normally, that girl would have pounced over without hesitation. Something was amiss. Chen Han instantly became alert. He approached slowly, and when he discerned the figure before him, he was visibly taken aback. Yuan. Upon hearing Chen Han call her name, Yuan grew increasingly anxious. She gradually sat up, her petite hands tightly gripping the bedding. She timidly glanced at Chen Han, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I didn't realize this was your room." This sudden turn caused Chen Han to step back in astonishment. At that moment, Yuan was clad in a delicate camisole gifted by Ling Xue. Given that Ling Xue had a slightly smaller frame, the camisole was evidently ill-fitting on Yuan. Thus, her stunning figure was entirely on display. One must admit, the physique of an athlete is nothing short of remarkable. Noticing Chen Han's gaze, Yuan became acutely aware of her attire. Her cheeks flushed deeper. Chen Han swallowed hard, slightly averting his eyes. Did Ling Xue orchestrate this? Yuan lowered her head in silence. Well, you should rest here. I'll switch to another room. Reluctantly, Chen Han turned to leave. However, in the next moment, a soft figure enveloped him from behind. Her hair nestled against his neck, and her unique scent wafted into his senses, leaving him momentarily entranced. Yuan had never felt so audacious. Her face burned with embarrassment as she murmured shyly. Then, a voice, gentle to the utmost, whispered in his ear. Chen Han. Chen Han sighed softly, gently disentangling her hand. Rest well. In the next instant, he turned and swept her delicate form into his arms, playfully burying her into the bedding. The next morning, Lin exclaimed in shock. What on earth? Chapter 84. The emergence of a hidden dungeon and the escaping boss. Hangge, why have you treated me this way? In the special workshop, Lin was on the verge of collapse as he gazed at the towering pile of alloy steel before him. How long will I have to refine all this low-grade steel? Even if I can refine it, the consumption of spiritual energy is simply unsustainable. As a steel refining master, the utilization of his abilities naturally required spiritual energy. Don't worry, I've prepared everything for you, Chen Han reassured him, presenting several hundred spiritual energy crystals. Whenever your energy runs low, just use these crystals to replenish it. Moreover, I have arranged for 2 assistants to aid you, Xiao Tao and Chu Li. Xiao Tao specializes in healing and can restore both your spiritual energy and mental fortitude. Chu Li possesses supportive abilities as well, capable of enhancing your status. To maximize efficiency, Chen Han provided Lin with the best working conditions possible. Additionally, Zhang Zi will prepare a sumptuous array of food for you. All you need to do is focus on refining the steel. Chen Han offered Zhuo Lin an encouraging glance. Faced with such generous arrangements, Zhuo Lin felt his grievances dissipate. After all, with such favorable treatment, what could he possibly complain about? Han Ge, I must confess that while my abilities can indeed synthesize low-grade steel into high-grade steel, the success rate is not particularly high. My steel fusion skill is rated D, and it takes approximately 10 pieces of white steel to synthesize a single piece of blue steel with a mere 30 success rate. By these calculations, we are incurring significant losses. It would be more prudent to purchase the refined steel directly. Chen Han cast him a sidelong glance. Do you really think acquiring refined steel is so effortless? Setting aside the low drop rate of high-grade alloy steel, even if it does appear, players tend to hoard it for themselves. Alloy steel is not only essential for constructing safe houses, but also for weapon crafting. It is a rare resource. Even with ample funds, I cannot procure any. Rest assured, I have already contemplated this matter. With a low skill level, the solution lies in enhancement. With that, Chen Han promptly produced 500 skill upgrade tokens. Max it out for me. Upon witnessing this considerable pile of skill upgrade tokens, Zhuo Lin felt a surge of exhilaration. My goodness, Han Ge, you are truly my benefactor. Zhuo Lin was overwhelmed with excitement. With 500 upgrade tokens, he could elevate his D-level steel fusion skill to S-level. An S-level steel fusion would require only 5 pieces of low-grade alloy steel to synthesize a single piece of high-grade alloy steel, and the success rate would rise from 30 to 60. This efficiency is nothing short of astonishing. Once he possesses this S-level skill, his ability to synthesize steel alone could yield substantial profits. This is a vital capability for survival in a life-oriented profession. If fortune favors him, he might even save some upgrade tokens to enhance other skills. At that moment, Zhuo Lin nearly fell to his knees before Chen Han. He had previously learned that the current skill upgrade voucher could fetch as much as 100,000 each, and it was exceedingly scarce. As soon as it appeared in the trading market, it was immediately snatched up. One could easily fathom the value of such an item. Yet Chen Han did not hesitate to part with such a sum. This audacity was truly remarkable. Naturally, Chen Han felt a pang of regret. He too required the skill upgrade vouchers. His skills, though all at the SSS level, were limited in number, and overuse would diminish their allure. Alas, one must sacrifice in order to gain, he mused. It seems I must hasten my level advancement. Reaching level 15 will allow me to activate another skill. After acquiring the upgrade voucher, Zhuo Lin, invigorated as if by a surge of adrenaline, promptly set to work. Chen Han nodded with satisfaction and withdrew to his studio. Upon returning to the living room, he prepared to venture out for a dungeon run to gain experience. At that moment, Ling Shui was seen supporting Yuan as they descended the stairs. Ling Shui blinked her large eyes in surprise at Yuan's somewhat unsteady gait. Indeed, athletes possess remarkable resilience. I lay in bed for an entire day before recovering, yet you can still walk. Upon hearing this, Yuan's face flushed crimson. She was the most bashful of the trio, and such a comment made her wish to vanish into the floor. Noticing the topic of conversation between the two women, Chen Han cleared his throat and gently approached Yuan, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Yuan shyly nodded. Her curiosity piqued about Chen Han's professional level. How could his physical prowess surpass even that of their own S-class professions? However, Chen Han chose not to linger on this subject. He turned to Ling Shui and said, "I have acquired some orange alloy steel over the past couple of days. Please arrange for its placement shortly. We must expedite the progress. The sooner we complete the Dawn Tower, the sooner we can reap the rewards." Zhuo Lin has already commenced his work, and I believe a batch of orange alloy will be produced soon. Ling Shui smiled sweetly. "All right. By the way, Han, good. Xinyu and the others have ventured out to tackle dungeons. They seem to have uncovered news about a hidden dungeon. The whispers of this elusive dungeon have begun to surface, and the world channel is abuzz with excitement. Would you like to take a look?" Upon hearing this, Chen Han raised an eyebrow. Has the hidden dungeon finally been discovered? There must be some clues, but something feels amiss. Is the dungeon empty? Empty. Where is Xinyu? Let us go check it out. Half an hour later, Chen Han drove an armored vehicle to the front of an office building in Zhanghai City. The ground outside was littered with the corpses of zombies, and there was no sign of humanity within the building, which was clearly abandoned. "Han Ge, over here." Xinyu and 6 other school beauties emerged from the office building. "Where is the entrance to the dungeon?" Chen Han, accompanied by Zhang Daotian, Ling Shui, and Zhui Yuan, stepped out of the vehicle. "Follow me." They proceeded to the 4th floor of the office building, entering an office that was in disarray, with papers scattered across the floor. The entrance to the dungeon is right here. Each city has only one entrance to a hidden dungeon, and for it to be located in such a concealed area, it's remarkable that any player found it. Chen Han observed that the dark passageway, which emanated a faint glow, had already dimmed. Upon realizing the situation, Chen Han furrowed his brow slightly. The dungeon had not been cleared for over 24 hours, and the monsters within had escaped. At this revelation, all present displayed expressions of astonishment. Xinyu exclaimed in horror, "But they saw, dungeon seems to have no records of being cleared globally. Does that not imply that no one has succeeded worldwide?" Chen Han's expression grew grave. This indicated that the game's will was at play. It was intentionally raising the difficulty for the players. It had deliberately obscured the hidden dungeon, and after the passage of time, it unleashed the boss lurking within. The Saw dungeon was, in fact, a concealed challenge. Populated by elite monsters, their emergence posed a catastrophic threat to players across the globe. It was evident that the world would soon descend into chaos once more. At that moment, the voice of the games will resonated in the ears of all players. Esteemed players, as the Saw hidden dungeon has not been cleared by any city. The boss of the Saw dungeon has now escaped into various cities. They may be lurking within, posing significant danger to the players. Thus, the Saw hidden dungeon has been elevated to a world event. World event. Eliminate the Saw Man event rules in guild units. Players will earn points by defeating the Saw Man within the next 48 hours. The guild with the highest score at the end of the time limit shall emerge victorious. The event begins now. Chapter 85. The Disguised Chainsaw Man. A gentle reminder. The Chainsaw Man has assumed the guise of an ordinary human and may be lurking among the crowd. Please be vigilant of those around you. If he brandishes his chainsaw, that will be the moment of your demise. To heighten player enthusiasm for the event, the drop rate of the Chainsaw Man is increased to 100. By defeating one, you may randomly acquire resources. Enjoy yourselves to the fullest. The voice of the game S will resonate in the ears of every player. Soon after, a leaderboard materialized on the player's game panels, the Chainsaw Horror Event scoreboard. Before long, the world channel erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Wow, the game S has finally shown some mercy with a 100 drop rate. Hurry and find the Chainsaw Man. Bro, upstairs, the Chainsaw Man dungeon is dubbed the Death Dungeon. Don't get too cocky. Wait a minute. ISNT Chainsaw Horror a time-based dungeon? Can the Chainsaw Man actually kill? Perhaps the mode has been altered. If it's still the invincible Chainsaw Man from before, how can we possibly fight him? The system can't be that cruel, right? Didn't it state that killing the Chainsaw Man would earn us points? Originally, the Chainsaw Horror Dungeon was a level 50 instance in the game, a nightmare for countless players. The original rules dictated that players must evade the relentless pursuit of the Chainsaw Man for 30 minutes, during which he was an indomitable force. Escaping his chase within that time frame was utterly impossible. Interestingly, Chen Han was quite familiar with this dungeon. After his rebirth, Chen Han ventured into the Saw dungeon to gather rare materials, which ultimately allowed him to forge the Sword of Immortality. It was during this time that he fortuitously encountered Zhang Daodian. Chen Han had not anticipated that the first hidden dungeon would be Saw, a deviation from his previous life. Nonetheless, this particular boss was memorable. He recalled that the Chainsaw Man dropped a material known as high-voltage net. This high-voltage net would be ideally suited for installation on the walls of the Dawn Tower. If possible, it would be advantageous to farm for more. Like other players, he was also curious whether the current Chainsaw Man was still as terrifying as before. He monitored the World Channel, hoping to glean some information about the Chainsaw Man from fellow players. Soon, a player reported the first sighting of the Chainsaw Man. Lidage, folks, I found the Chainsaw Man. Just now, my son and I were besieged by zombies, and just when we thought we were doomed, my wife rushed in with a large machete and saved us. Perhaps seeing that my son and I were injured, my wife went into a frenzy, slashing at the zombies indiscriminately. Fandage, brother, let me give you another chance to organize your thoughts. Buy a pack of Shaolang liquor. Brother, get to the point. Whereas the Chainsaw Man. No smoke, no soul, big brother. You're really showing off about having a good wife. The world was eagerly anticipating the appearance of the Chainsaw Man, yet was met with such absurd remarks, which incited public outrage. However, Li Dage soon continued to speak. Li Degu, please, do not rush. At first glance, everything seems fine. But here lies the crux. My wife passed away 3 years ago. I am now gravely suspicious that the woman before me is a disguise of Chainsaw Man. What should I do? She is presently cradling my son and tending to his wounds. Hiss. Upon reading this, even Chen Han felt a shiver run down his spine. Can Chainsaw Man truly assume another's guise? Fanda ye damn. I have goosebumps all over. My Bao Xiao Lang Jiao. Brother, stop doubting. Your wife is indeed Chainsaw Man. Mei Yin Mei Ling Hun. Brother, what are you waiting for? Quickly flee with your son. Wu Yao Jian Fei. Then the question arises, if your wife is Chainsaw Man, why is she saving you and not harming you? Lida Ji's words sent chills down everyone's spines, yet simultaneously, they were riddled with inconsistencies. Why does Chainsaw Man not attack Lida Gu? This singular point of doubt led many to question Lida Ji's truthfulness. However, just as everyone suspected Lida Gu of fabricating his tale, he produced a photograph. When the world beheld this image, they were taken aback. The photograph depicted a woman in her early 40s, appearing utterly normal, indistinguishable from an ordinary person, alongside a 4 or 5-year-old child. What instilled terror in the hearts of many was the sight of the woman in the photograph, cutting her wrist to draw blood, with half a cup of crimson liquid pooled beneath her wrist. Subsequently, Lida Gu spoke again. Oh my son said he was thirsty. And then his mother cut her wrist to let him drink. What should I do? At this moment, all voices questioning Brotherly fell silent. That woman must undoubtedly be Chainsaw Man. What sane person would slit their wrists to drink their own blood? Biendu's child exclaimed, I'm terrified. What are we waiting for? Let's run. Brother Tom cried out, OMG. I can't take it anymore. It's too horrifying. How can you remain so calm? Under Brother Lee's words, the crowd urged him to take his son and flee. After countless pleas, 10 minutes passed without a word from Brother Lee. Just as everyone thought he was fleeing and had no time for conversation, Brother Lee shared a photograph. In the picture, the three of them were joyfully playing together. His wife appeared entirely normal. Not only did she not harm them, but they also seemed to coexist in perfect harmony. It wasn't just that woman. Even Brother Lee and his son wore radiant smiles. If one were unaware of the circumstances, they would surely perceive this as an extraordinarily happy family. Yet now, it sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Wow, brother, you're incredible. You know your wife is Chainsaw Man, and you're not afraid? Brother, please accept my deepest respect. I am utterly in awe. Hurry and run. This is all an illusion. Soon Chainsaw Man will strike. And both you and your son will perish. Not only them, but even Chen Han and others sat down, anxiously awaiting the unfolding events. After another 10 minutes, Brotherly finally spoke. Wah, in truth, I am not afraid of her at all. I truly miss my wife. I perceive within her the echoes of a love that once flourished. She is, indeed, my wife. My son is also filled with joy, since the loss of his mother. He has not experienced such happiness. If this is all a dream, let the dream persist. Upon reading these words, a profound silence enveloped the world channel. Countless hearts were stirred with a singular thought. I have begun to believe in love once more. However, it wasn't long before Brotherly spoke again. This time with palpable trepidation. It's over. My wife is entering my room. Oh no, she is undressing. She desires that. Brothers, what should I do? Indeed, the thrill of rekindled love is entirely natural. Yet, the other party is a Chainsaw Man. Is it even possible? Chapter 86. Is the Chainsaw Man invincible? What are the rules of this game? Brotherly, what is the situation? As events unfolded, the world grew increasingly curious. Would Brotherly continue to bask in the embrace of love, or would he awaken to reality? Regardless of the outcome, anticipation ran high among the masses. Brotherly did not keep the world waiting for long. On the World Channel, due to the overwhelming eagerness for his words, his text was altered in color, boldened and intensified. Brotherly, I can't take it anymore. Everyone, I truly cannot. Goodness, how exhilarating. Brotherly, you have ultimately succumbed. This Chainsaw Man must belong to the Huan sect, seeking to harmonize the yin and yang? Brotherly, harmonize my foot. Take a look. Following this, Brotherly shared a photograph, revealing the bare back of a woman. To one's horror, a long scar marred the woman's back, stretching from her nape down to her spine. The crowd soon noticed that she had extended her arms behind her, mimicking a zipper motion. This peculiar gesture instantly captivated the attention of onlookers, prompting some to magnify their photographs. It was then that the truth became apparent. What they had initially perceived as a scar was, in fact, a zipper. And behind it lay a gruesome visage of human flesh. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. As curiosity about the unfolding incident mounted, Brotherly activated a live broadcast feature on the global channel. The moment the stream commenced, players eagerly flocked to join. The footage offered a bird's-eye view, depicting a tense standoff between a man and a woman in a room. It required no introduction. The man was undoubtedly the protagonist, Brotherly, while the woman was none other than the Chainsaw Man. Good heavens! Brotherly exclaimed, "This is something we must witness. Hurry, brother, the Chainsaw Man is poised to strike." "Brotherly, I'll send you a tip. May you remain safe." The chat room buzzed with incessant comments, and many were eager to contribute gifts. This live streaming format proved intriguing, reminiscent of broadcasts from the pre-apocalyptic era, albeit with a twist in the types of gifts. Instead of grand rockets or carnival tokens, all offerings consisted of resources directly from the player's inventories. If one wished, they could bestow items upon the streamer, be it gold coins, food, or psychic crystals. At that moment, players began to notice a string of vivid crimson text at the bottom of the live feed. The current host's gold coin balance is insufficient, with a 30-second countdown to the live broadcast. As everyone realized the critical moment, the live stream was on the verge of shutting down due to a lack of gold coins. Instantly, panic ensued. At that moment, a series of bold characters flashed above the live stream. Player Suit Tycoon donated 100,000 gold coins to the live stream. The live stream duration has been extended for an hour. Witnessing this scene, the atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. Wow, the Suit Tycoon has entered the live stream. The Suit Tycoon is impressive. Chen Han paid no heed to the sycophants. He was solely interested in observing the subsequent developments of Brotherly. Such gameplay had not emerged in his previous life, at least not during the 3 years of the apocalypse he had experienced. To secure the top position in this event, one must grasp all the information regarding the Chainsaw Man. The broadcast continued. Host Brotherly was taken aback upon seeing the Suit Tycoon's generous donation. Then he implored earnestly, "Brothers watching the live stream, I know I am doomed this time. This life-risking broadcast is solely for you to understand the gameplay of this event. I hope you gain something from this live stream. I am not a noble person. The reason I am doing this is merely to ensure my son's survival. I have already sent him away. If any kind-hearted brother sees him, I hope you will take him in, considering my sacrifice in this broadcast. I express my gratitude in advance." Upon hearing these words, the players in the live stream fell silent. Everyone understood Brotherly's intentions. As the first player to encounter the Chainsaw Man, he willingly placed himself in peril to forge a pathway for his son, selflessly offering a strategy to players worldwide. It is undeniable that his paternal devotion is truly remarkable. Immediately, some players expressed their intent to shelter and nurture Lee's son should they ever cross paths. To be honest, even Lee himself was perplexed. Why did the Chainsaw Man choose to impersonate his wife, and for what reason did he save him? Just as everyone was engrossed in the live stream, Lee's wife spoke up. With an innocent expression, she gazed at Lee and inquired, "Darling, what is the matter? Do you no longer love me?" As she spoke, she approached him slowly, her bloodied hands trembling as they reached towards his face. Lee recoiled in terror, exclaiming, "You are not my wife. Stay away from me." "Why not?" The woman's voice escalated, her agitation rising in response to Lee's rejection. This only deepened Lee's fear. As his dread intensified, the woman gradually unzipped the zipper behind her. A horrifying figure emerged, brandishing a chainsaw. Indeed, it was the Chainsaw Man. Lee's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly found a bow and arrow in his grasp. As a seasoned professional, he instinctively reacted. Thwack! The arrow was released, striking the Chainsaw Man with precision. In that moment, every viewer in the live stream focused intently on the Chainsaw Man, eager to discern his attributes. Yet, the next instant, astonishment washed over them all as a series of numbers appeared. Damage, -10. Chainsaw Man. Chainsaw Horror Instance Beast Woe. Invulnerability Defense, 999, 9999. Infinite. Attack Power, 999, 9999. Infinite. Health, 3800. Such familiar data. This Chainsaw Man remains an invincible force. Just as before, in an instant, despair engulfed everyone. This was a dungeon boss that no one could conquer. And now it had materialized in the real world. How could one possibly proceed? The fate of Brotherly was all too predictable, as he was swiftly cleaved by the Chainsaw Man. The live stream concluded here. This broadcast, which had cost lives, offered no substantial assistance to the players. They still had not discovered a method to vanquish the Chainsaw Man, nor did they comprehend the purpose and significance of the Chainsaw Man's disguise as a human. It was well known that the Chainsaw Man initially masqueraded as Brotherly's wife, yet refrained from inflicting harm upon him. This implied a crucial aspect. The Chainsaw Man would only reveal his true nature and take lives under certain conditions. Otherwise, given the Chainsaw Man's invincible status, he could simply rampage without the need for disguise. Following the incident involving Brotherly, panic swept across the globe in an instant. Players remained vigilant of those around them, uncertain if their neighbors were merely disguises of the Chainsaw Man. Soon, the Chainsaw Man embarked on a frenzied killing spree worldwide. They appeared in every corner of the globe. Unable to find a way to slay the Chainsaw Man, players could only flee in terror, with the death toll rising incessantly. On the activity leaderboard, not a single player's name appeared. Everyone's score stood at 0. This situation persisted for over half an hour until Chen Han finally broke the silence. His name soared to the top of the leaderboard with a score of 7. In an instant, the world was abuzz. It seemed that the suit-clad gentleman had discovered the game strategy. Before Chen Han stood 7 heads. In truth, he had already found the method to defeat the Chainsaw Man while watching Brother Lee's live stream. Furthermore, he had managed to gather 7 Chainsaw Men nearby. A smirk graced Chen Han's lips as he murmured softly, "What a truly foolish game." Chapter 87. A Thrilling Encounter. The Thunder Crystal Stone. Upon witnessing Chen Han slay Xin Yu and her 7 companions with a single strike, Ling Shui and the others were taken aback. To their astonishment, Xin Yu and her group were all disguised as Chainsaw Men? How could such a multitude of enemies be so close without them realizing it? The disguise abilities of these Chainsaw Men were exceedingly formidable. Yet, it was Xin Yu who had summoned them here. Where was the real Xin Yu? Then, under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Chen Han swung his sword towards the entrance of the dungeon. With a shattering sound, the dim entrance suddenly erupted with light. Subsequently, Xin Yu and her 7 companions burst forth from the dungeon entrance. Whoa, Han, go. Upon escaping the confines, the 7 women immediately began to weep. They had been trapped within the dungeon, anxiously watching the Chainsaw Men masquerade as them. They were terrified that Chen Han might not recognize the true threat. Wiping away her tears, Xin Yu recounted everything that had transpired. They were instructed by Chen Han to venture forth in search of the concealed dungeon. Upon their discovery, they found that the monsters within had already fled, leaving behind only an empty shell. Driven by curiosity, the 7 women entered to explore, only to find themselves unable to escape. Subsequently, they witnessed the Chainsaw Man disguised as one of them, bringing Chen Han and the others along. As Xin Yu concluded her tale, everyone gazed at Chen Han in utter astonishment. How did he discern that Xin Yu was a guise of the Chainsaw Man? How did he realize that the true Xin Yu was trapped inside the dungeon? They had all watched Brotherly's live stream, yet none had gleaned any valuable information. Chen Han smiled faintly and explained, "Do you recall when we entered? I mentioned wanting to take a look inside the dungeon? At that moment, the false Xin Yu prevented me, and I began to harbor doubts. In truth, the disguise of the Chainsaw Man was remarkably convincing. Had I not watched the live stream, I might have remained oblivious. The essence of the so-called Chainsaw Horror Dungeon lies in the word fear. The Chainsaw Man, when masquerading as a human, does not initiate an attack on players unless they exhibit terror towards him, at which point he reveals his true form to eliminate them." Upon hearing this, the others furrowed their brows, realizing the validity in his words. Brotherly, fully aware that the woman before him was the Chainsaw Man, in disguise, remained unafraid due to his love for his wife. Consequently, the Chainsaw Man refrained from attacking him. During this time, the Chainsaw Man's disguised wife even attempted to inflict harm upon herself to instill fear in Brotherly, yet her efforts proved futile, until the very end. When Chainsaw Man shed his disguise, Brotherly could no longer contain his fear. It was precisely this fear that provided Chainsaw Man the opportunity to strike against him. "How did you know that Xin Yu and the others were disguised as Chainsaw Man?" Ling Shui inquired. Chen Han chuckled lightly. "Because she was attempting to instill fear in me just moments ago." Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. What did she do? They wondered, perplexed that they had not noticed anything amiss. She didn't employ any physical actions. Rather, she sought to frighten me through her words. The women in attendance were left in stunned silence. What did she say? Chen Han scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Do I really have to say it? Yes. Xin Yu and the others urged eagerly. The false Xin Yu claimed that she had persuaded her 6 sisters to join her in giving me a loving punishment tonight. Although I found it difficult to comprehend, what could 7 mere women possibly do to me? Upon further reflection, it dawned on me that, in the minds of those supernatural beings, dealing with a single woman was already a considerable feat. Facing 7 in a single night was nothing short of a nightmare. Thus, she resorted to this method to instill fear in me. Is that not absurd? Chen Han stated earnestly. Hearing this, Xin Yu and her companions blushed deeply. Ling Shui and Zhui Yuhan exchanged exasperated glances. You prompted me to speak. The truth is as such. Furthermore, She prevented me from entering the instance. Given all this, I concluded that she was the false Xinyu. This is merely your conjecture, Yuan replied, feeling quite helpless. What if you are mistaken? Indeed. I am well acquainted with Xinyu. She is not merely a talker, but one who takes action, as Chen Han earnestly remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xinyu. Instantly, Xinyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, for Chen Han had hit the nail on the head. If such an occurrence were to transpire, she would not merely speak of it. She is a woman of action, letting her deeds speak for themselves. A brief silence enveloped the scene, the atmosphere taking on a peculiar tension. Clearing his throat, Yuan swiftly shifted the topic. I have another question. Isn't Chainsaw Man invincible? How is it that you were able to vanquish them with a single strike? What invincibility? It is merely a ruse, Chen Han replied dismissively. The attributes it displays are designed to deceive, primarily aimed at instilling fear in those timid souls among you. Naturally, they possess some degree of strength. The more fear players harbor towards Chainsaw Man, the more formidable it becomes. Conversely, if one is unafraid, its health is merely 3,800. Isn't that easily dealt with in one blow? As he concluded his explanation, everyone regarded him as if he were a creature of myth. Is it even possible for a mere human to possess such analytical prowess? The depth of his insight is nothing short of astonishing. Quickly, gather the spoils. We must venture outside to confront Chainsaw Man once more. We must seize the top position. Chen Han approached the lifeless body of Chainsaw Man, where several items floated above it. This was a guaranteed 100 drop rate. The crowd eagerly surrounded him, their excitement palpable as they began to collect the scattered resources. A-class skill book, Thunderous Radiance, applicable for swordsmanship professions. SSS class attribute crystal, Thunder Extinction Crystal 1, a rare auxiliary crystal that bestows players with thunder attributes upon use. High voltage power grid 7, can luncheon meat 10, gold coins 48420, psychoenergy crystal 10. Upon seeing the Thunder Extinction Crystal, Chen Han was utterly astonished. This formidable energy crystal possesses the power to grant players exceptional attributes. Not to mention, if a Thunder Mage were to absorb it, their Thunder magic damage would undoubtedly double. If Chen Han were to absorb it, he too could master the Thunder attribute, infusing his sword techniques with ferocious lightning capabilities. The Thunder attribute is renowned for its speed and destruction, and its potency is self-evident. Taking a deep breath, Chen Han realized this was indeed a tremendous surprise. Gazing at the A-class skill book, he recognized it as another valuable treasure. Ecstatic, he gathered the items, realizing that this event was truly a boon. And this was merely the beginning. Without hesitation, Chen Han promptly absorbed the Thunder Extinction Crystal. In the next moment, a terrifying surge of thunder erupted from his being. Ling Shui and the others were jolted backward, their pupils constricting in fear as they looked at Chen Han. They sensed an aura of annihilation emanating from him. Chapter 88. The Resurrection of Sang Biao. Gao Qixing was infuriated. After Brother Li's livestream concluded, the hidden Chainsaw Man seemed to erupt worldwide simultaneously. Across the globe, a singular scene unfolded. Players were being relentlessly pursued by the terrifying Chainsaw Man. Amidst the tumultuous tides of power, there emerged a series of imposters masquerading as humans. Known as the Chainsaw Man, brandishing their menacing chainsaws with a chilling ferocity. Fear swiftly enveloped the globe as players shared harrowing videos of their relentless pursuits. Within the headquarters of the Baishang Guild, located in the towering Baishang building, Gao Qixing cast a brooding gaze upon the multitude of his subordinates below. The gathered men, armed and vigilant, maintained a cautious distance from one another. While having a large following is typically advantageous, it had now transformed into a conundrum for the Baishang Guild. With thousands present, the question loomed. Were there any chainsaw men among them? Who among them had assumed the guise of this fearsome entity? Gao Qixing's mind raced with anxiety. He had initially aspired to secure a commendable position in the ongoing guild war and claim the coveted first-place reward. Yet now, he found himself hesitant to step outside. Until he could unearth the Chainsaw Man lurking within his ranks, how could he possibly keep his subordinates close? The thought of being ambushed by a chainsaw while battling monsters was intolerable. Thus, to venture forth in pursuit of the Chainsaw Man, it was imperative to identify the traitor within their midst. But therein lay the dilemma. He was utterly incapable of discerning the disguises of the Chainsaw Men. Turning to Su Banxian, he implored, "Can you divine their identities?" Su Banxian, a frown etched across his face, retorted, "Do you truly believe I am a deity?" He feigned a sage-like demeanor. Slowly shaking his head, "The will of the game obscures the secrets of fate. I cannot ascertain their identities." Gao Qixing's brow furrowed deeply. If even Su could not discern the truth, Their predicament was dire. He was at a loss as to how to draw out the Chainsaw Man. Just then, a throng of individuals burst through the entrance. As the sound echoed, numerous subordinates promptly turned to gaze. The newcomers were Sang Biao, accompanied by over 20 of his followers. Upon seeing Sang Biao and his entourage, all the subordinates of the Baixing Guild momentarily stood in astonishment before enthusiastically calling out. As one of the minor leaders of the Baixing Guild, Sang Biao commanded a certain degree of authority. Gao Qixing also rose in excitement, but the next moment, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. Didn't Sang Kuan say his brother was killed by Chen Han? How can he be here? The squad led by Sang Biao, dispatched to investigate Chen Han's stronghold, had been utterly annihilated, and Sang Kuan had suffered a significant defeat. To shield the morale of the troops, Gao Qixing had refrained from disclosing these humiliating events. Consequently, the uninformed subordinates welcomed Sang Biao with warmth. However, Gao Qixing felt a chill run down his spine as he suddenly turned to Sang Kuan, sensing fear in his eyes as well. With disbelief etched on his face, Sang Kuan stammered, "Boss, I was unaware. It was Chen Han who claimed my brother fell in battle." What stood before them? Was it a man or a creature masquerading as a human? Gao Qixing whispered angrily, I don't know." Sang Kuan dared not offer certainty. Who could tell if Chen Han had deceived him? Damn it, what do we do now? Before Gao Qixing could finish his thought, Sang Biao and his group began to merge into the larger assembly. Gao Qixing's pupils constricted sharply, and he shouted, "Sang Biao, do not move. Stay right where you are." He hurriedly admonished Sang Biao and the others, insisting that they must not be allowed to infiltrate the team. If they were indeed Chainsaw Men, it would spell trouble. "Boss, what is the matter?" Sang Biao and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces etched with confusion, devoid of any semblance of performance. Gao Qixing's expression darkened significantly, and he no longer concealed the truth from the others. Sang Biao had already been slain by Chen Han. They might be Chainsaw Men in disguise. Boom. As the words left his lips, the younger members recoiled in terror, distancing themselves from Sang Biao and his associates. "Boss, is that really true?" One of the younger members timidly inquired. "I truly am Sang Biao. Please, take a closer look." Sang Biao hastily defended himself. At this, everyone cast bewildered glances toward him. However, in the next moment, an unsightly visage suddenly emerged. What the hell? All the younger members were taken aback in shock. Subsequently, an invisible gray mist wafted through the crowd, gradually seeping into the bodies of Sang Biao and the others. Then, under the horrified gazes of the onlookers, an eerie expression manifested on the faces of over 20 individuals, including Sang Biao. Buzz. Soon, the sound of chainsaws revving echoed throughout the venue. Sang Biao and the others revealed their true identities, raising their chainsaws and charging into the crowd. "Take them down," Gao Qixing bellowed, his weapon glinting ominously in his grasp as a colossal ice ball hurtled toward the Chainsaw Men. S-class profession, Frost Mage. Bang! Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the ice ball struck the Chainsaw Men with precision. Yet, in the next instant, the ice ball detonated, leaving the Chainsaw Men unscathed as they surged into the throng. A piercing scream echoed throughout the scene. Amidst the chaos, Chainsaw Man, impervious to the assaults of the Baixing Guild, relentlessly slaughtered through the crowd. Witnessing this scene, Gao Qixing and Sang Kuan felt a shiver run down their spines. Chainsaw Man was truly invincible. How could they possibly contend with such a force? While other factions encountered 1 or 2 Chainsaw Men, they found themselves besieged by over 20, an outright massacre. In an instant, thousands from the Baixing Guild fled in sheer terror. Gao Qixing's expression darkened. Damn it, Chainsaw Man was virtually indestructible. What could his weakness possibly be? As he watched Sang Biao mercilessly eliminate his subordinates, his resentment towards Chen Han deepened further. "It was all your doing." Just then, a shift occurred on the leaderboard. The entry read, Yuan Guild, Chen Han. Total points, 7. The mere sight of Chen Han's name ignited even more fury within Gao Qixing. "Chen Han, it's you again. One day, I shall flay you alive." Yet, even as his hatred for Chen Han swelled, his subordinates clamored nearby. "We must quickly consult the World Channel for strategies from the Suit Master. Surely, he must have discovered the weakness of Chainsaw Man after defeating him. But isn't the Suit Master our enemy? Damn it, who would know you belong to the Baixing Guild if you don't say so? Concealing our identities is nothing to be ashamed of. Indeed, we have nothing to lose. It is our leader who should feel embarrassed." Gao Qixing? Chapter 89. The Deception of Xiaorou. Gao Qixing was nearly driven mad by these imbeciles. Who truly holds the title of supremacy? Am I not permitted to shield you all? The fact that Chen Han was able to vanquish the Chainsaw Man serves as proof that he is not invincible. He could not fathom that he might be inferior to Chen Han. Then, Gao Qixing erupted with an unprecedented fervor for battle. Step aside, he bellowed, dispersing his subordinates. In the next moment, he struck the ground forcefully, unleashing a wave of icy cold that surged forth. In an instant, a thick layer of frost rapidly spread across the ground. Freeze the earth. With Gao Qixing's thunderous shout, the ice rampaged, encasing the entire surface. While over 20 chainsaw men at the forefront were ensnared by the frost, transforming into ice sculptures. Perish! He roared, invoking the spell of ice explosion. In that moment, Gao Qixing's fury eclipsed his fear. All he desired was to annihilate the Chainsaw Man to prove his worth, to demonstrate that he was not inferior to Chen Han. Boom! As Gao Qixing clenched his icy grasp, the 20-odd ice sculptures before him erupted into a shower of shattering fragments. The remains of the Chainsaw Man scattered everywhere, lifeless beyond resurrection. Had he succeeded? His numerous subordinates exclaimed in astonishment. Gao Qixing himself was taken aback. Was it truly this simple to resolve? He had not anticipated that through sheer happenstance, he would uncover the Chainsaw Man's vulnerability. As long as one did not instill terror in the Chainsaw Man, it was merely a slightly stronger version of a zombie. After a brief moment of silence, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. Our leader is magnificent. Our leader is formidable. What a bunch of pathetic suited thugs. They are utterly insignificant before our leader. Witnessing their leader's prowess in slaying the Chainsaw Man, the subordinates who had previously clamored for Chen Han's strategy instantly reversed their tune, exuding supreme arrogance. At this moment, the leaderboard experienced a shift, with Chen Han being dethroned from the top position. Leader, Baixing Guild, Gao Qixing. Points, 26. Upon witnessing this, the entire Baixing Guild erupted in excitement, each member vociferously proclaiming, "Our leader is magnificent." Gao Qixing relished these exclamations, his lips curling into a smile that rivaled the gleam of an AK. This time, the top spot in the event is undoubtedly ours. Let us march forth and conquer. He bellowed, his spirit ignited with fervor. In an abandoned warehouse, two zombies were locked in a fierce struggle. Behind one of the gray-bodied creatures stood a strikingly dressed woman. It was hard to fathom how she managed to maintain such elegance in a post-apocalyptic world. This woman was none other than Xiaoro. She stood calmly behind Zheng Yongyi, observing as he battled the Chainsaw Man, showing no inclination to intervene. Zheng Yongyi was indeed valiant. Despite having lost the power of the Zombie King, he was still considerably stronger than an ordinary zombie. Faced with the terrifying Chainsaw Man, he felt no fear. Rather, he was brimming with combativeness, with unwavering determination. Zheng Yongyi exchanged blows with the Chainsaw Man, knowing that defeating it would ensure food for Xiaoro. The thought of failing and incurring her wrath spurred him on. He delivered a powerful punch to the Chainsaw Man's chest, causing its chainsaw to fall. However, he was caught off guard, and the chainsaw inflicted a deep gash on his chest. With a muffled grunt, Zheng Yongyi gritted his teeth against the pain, swiftly yanking the Chainsaw Man towards him before deftly maneuvering behind it to execute a fierce slam. The Chainsaw Man fell onto his back, momentarily dazed from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Zheng Yongyi lunged forward, tearing open his mouth to sink his teeth into the Chainsaw Man's neck. He pulled with all his might, intent on tearing away the Chainsaw Man's head. In response to the excruciating pain, the Chainsaw Man let out a deafening scream and retaliated by biting down on Zheng Yongyi's ear. Alas, the Chainsaw Man's bite was ferocious, severing Zheng Yongyi's ear in one swift motion, blood gushing forth. A chilling scream escaped Zheng Yongyi's lips, gritting his teeth against the agony. He clamped down on the Chainsaw Man's throat, gripping his head tightly with both hands. With a powerful twist, the Chainsaw Man's head was wrenched free from his body. Thus, after a grueling battle lasting over half an hour, the confrontation came to a close. Zheng Yongyi lay exhausted on the ground, gasping for breath. Following the end of the skirmish, the corpse of the Chainsaw Man erupted with glimmers of light. Without sparing Zheng Yongyi a glance, Xiaoro dashed towards the spoils. Canned fish 1, psychic crystal 1, gold coins 3580, high-voltage electric net 1. Filled with excitement, she approached the scattered resources, only for her smile to vanish instantly. What is this rubbish? How is there only a mere can? Zheng Yongyi struggled to rise from the ground, covering his severed ear with his hand. Attempting to maintain a visage that wouldn't frighten Xiaoro, he tried to reassure her. Aiken is quite decent. The drop rate for food has been dwindling. Little did he know, Xiaoro turned to glare at him fiercely. It's your fault, you incompetent fool. You undoubtedly took too long to kill the Chainsaw Man. Otherwise, we would have obtained far better loot. Just a single can. Who can live on that? As Xiao Rou scolded fiercely, Zheng Yongyi felt a pang of discomfort within. Yet he dared not retort. He understood that he was no longer the formidable corpse king he once was. If he wished to keep Xiao Rou by his side, he would need to exert considerably more effort. Hurry and find the Chainsaw Man. I require more sustenance. Xiao Rou pointed at Zheng Yongyi with unabashed contempt, her expression turning to one of utter disgust as she noted that he had lost an ear. Quickly wiped that off. It's utterly revolting. With his head bowed, Zheng Yongyi departed, while Xiao Rou glared at his retreating figure, her heart steeped in disdain. Truly a useless individual, struggling even against a mere Chainsaw Man. How could he possibly care for me in the future? No, it seems imperative that I find a more formidable ally swiftly. At that moment, she had completely forgotten who had rescued her from Chen Han's clutches. Were it not for him, Zheng Yongyi would not have found himself in such dire straits. Xiao Rou's eyes flickered, and she opened the activity ranking list. To find an ally, one must seek strength. However, her gaze was immediately drawn to Chen Han, who occupied the second position on the list. Her countenance darkened at the sight. Chen Han, once again. Everything she currently faced was a consequence of him. Her animosity toward Chen Han had only deepened over time. If possible, she wished to join a powerful faction and seek vengeance against him. The Baisheng Guild? At that moment, she noticed the Baisheng Guild, ranked first. This guild rang a bell. She recalled having seen their recruitment notice in the national chat channel. If her memory served her correctly, the Baisheng Guild was also based in Jianhai City. Xiao Rou's eyes lit up. She felt as though she had found her target. Just at that moment, Xiao Zihao and Zheng Yongyi rushed in from outside. Sister, a large crowd has arrived. We must hide quickly. Darling, hurry and conceal yourself. We cannot allow them to discover us. Zheng Yongyi approached, intending to grasp Xiao Rou's hand, but she disdainfully shrugged him off. She had truly had enough of this life. Sister, what is wrong with you? Xiao Zihao asked, bewildered. This is not the time for childish behavior. Sister, stop fooling around. The crowd outside belongs to the Baisheng Guild, the most notorious gang in Jianhai City, notorious for their murderous and thieving exploits. If they find us, we are finished. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rou's eyes brightened as she abruptly turned to Xiao Zihao. Did you say you encountered the Baisheng Guild? Yes, their leader is personally leading the charge. They must be out hunting for the Chainsaw Man. Without heeding the protests of the two, Xiao Rou dashed out of the warehouse, directly colliding with the Baisheng Guild. As she spotted the imposing figure of Gao Qixing among the crowd, she immediately feigned terror, stumbling towards them. Help! Help! Chapter 90. Betrayal. An unexpected outcome. Help! Help! Xiao Rou frantically ran towards Gao Qixing, subtly tugging at her collar to reveal her fair skin. The hem of her skirt, originally resembling a figure-hugging qipao, had been torn considerably during her flight, exposing her long, elegant legs. Witnessing this scene, the more than 800 members of the Baisheng Guild were left utterly astonished. Originally numbering over 1,000, their ranks had already dwindled by more than 200 due to Chen Han's actions, and an additional 100 had fallen to the Chainsaw Man. At this moment, their losses were considerable. Their mission, aside from eliminating the Chainsaw Man, was to recruit players to bolster their team. Thus, when they laid eyes on Xiao Rou, their spirits soared with delight, particularly because she was a striking beauty. Instantly, the men in the team transformed into ravenous wolves. This woman is truly exceptional. My goodness, I haven't seen such a pristine woman since the apocalypse. This lady is remarkable. Gao Qixing was equally captivated, never anticipating such a fortuitous encounter today. Though she could not compare to Zhui Yuan, she was still a rare gem in this desolate world. I shall have her. Gao Qixing smiled broadly, approaching Xiao Rou with feigned concern. Miss, what happened? Don't worry, I am here to help you. Xiao Rou's eyes fluttered as her graceful form leapt into Gao Qixing's embrace. Clutching his clothing in terror, she trembled and exclaimed, Help. There's a monster. A monster. Monster? The members of the Baisheng Guild quickly looked up, their gazes drawn to the warehouse exit, where two figures emerged. It was Zheng Yongyi and Xiao Zihao, who had chased after them. Both were momentarily dumbfounded. A monster? Upon seeing Xiao Rou nestled in another man's arms, Zheng Yongyi's expression darkened, a surge of anger rising within him. Then Xiao Rou cried out in panic, Brother, come quickly. The monster is behind you. Hearing this, Xiao Zihao immediately realized, damn it. My sister is betraying me. He paid no heed to Zheng Yongyi's current emotions, as Xiao Zihao hurriedly dashed towards the Baisheng Guild, leaving Zheng Yongyi alone, bewildered in the wind. At this moment, a tumult of emotions surged within him, a tempest of anger and despair. For days, he had exerted himself to provide Xiao Rou with the finest life, ensuring her every need was met. After all he had sacrificed, this was the outcome he received. Ha ha ha. Zhang Yongyi laughed bitterly, finally coming to a realization. He understood why Chen Han had spared him that fateful night. He comprehended the profound meaning behind Chen Han's final, enigmatic smile. Perhaps Chen Han had foreseen that without the power of the Corpse King, he could never hold on his Xiao Rou, and that he would ultimately be brutally betrayed by this malicious woman. All of this was part of Chen Han's cunning plan. Truly, you are remarkable. With a self-deprecating scoff, Zhang Yongyi turned and fled. Xiao Rou, you wretched woman, you shall surely descend into hell. Don't let him escape. He is a half-infected. Killing him will certainly yield valuable rewards. Xiao Rou cried out to Gao Qixing. Upon hearing this, Gao Qixing raised an eyebrow and commanded, pursue him. In an instant, hundreds of members from the Baixing Guild sprang into action. A support player was the first to make a move, launching a control skill towards Zhang Yongyi. The skill struck true, causing Zhang Yongyi to stagger, his mind clouded. By the time he regained his composure, he was already under assault from multiple magical attacks. His face turned ashen. Had he still possessed the power of the Corpse King, he would have dismissed such feeble attacks with ease. But now, faced with the onslaught of so many, he found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. Boom. After a barrage of injuries exploded upon him, Zhang Yongyi lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Gao Qixing approached, observing him with curiosity. Is this what a half-infected looks like? How pathetic. Bah, if it were me before, I could have crushed you with a single kick. Zhang Yongyi shouted furiously. Humph. With a swift motion, Gao Qixing conjured an ice spike in one hand and mercilessly plunged it into Zhang Yongyi's thigh. Ah. The excruciating pain elicited a piercing scream from Zhang Yongyi. A soldier may be killed, but not humiliated. Uft. Another ice spike pierced through his other thigh. Ah. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yongyi glared fiercely at Xiao Rou. Wretched woman. You truly deserve to die. Is this the ally you have chosen? You will regret it. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Gao Qixing adjusted his glasses and turned his gaze towards Xiao Rou. What is your relationship? We were once friends, but after he became half-infected, he harbored ulterior motives towards me. Xiao Rou feigned a pitiful demeanor, tightening her open collar slightly. Such scum deserves to die. A smirk appeared at the corner of Gao Qixing's mouth as he handed Xiao Rou a large knife. Kill him, and I shall welcome you into our ranks. Initially displaying fear, Xiao Rou then accepted the knife and slowly approached Zhang Yongyi. At this moment, her heart was devoid of warmth. In truth, her hatred for Zhang Yongyi was as profound as that of Chen Han when he forcibly claimed her. Today's scene had been meticulously planned. She had merely awaited the right opportunity. Now, that opportunity had arrived. Sister, hurry and act. Xiao Zihao urged anxiously. Upon hearing that the Baixing Guild could offer them refuge, Xiao Zihao felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He feared that his sister might hesitate due to past affections. Should they miss this opportunity, they would be deprived of the chance to seek shelter under the mighty Baixing Guild. Xiao Rou cast a disdainful glance at the grotesque creature before her. Under Zhang Yongyi's resentful gaze, her hand wielded the blade with determination, severing the head. The once mighty Corpse King did not perish at the hands of a formidable foe, but tragically fell to the woman he had desperately sought to protect. How lamentable! Gao Qixing's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he awaited the spoils to emerge. As a half-infected being, what he would yield was undoubtedly extraordinary. However, he found himself waiting for an extended period, yet Zhang Yongyi's corpse exhibited no signs of reaction. Gao Qixing was taken aback. Why was there nothing at all? Xiao Rou wore a similarly perplexed expression. It defied logic, according to the game's parameters. The drop rate for a half-infected individual was astonishingly high. It was inconceivable that nothing would be produced. Unbeknownst to them, when Zhang Yongyi lost his zombie abilities, he had become indistinguishable from an ordinary zombie. Thus, in death, he was treated as such, and it was evidently impossible for anything valuable to be released. Chen Han was aware of this fact, which was why he had allowed Zhang Yongyi to escape. Otherwise, how could such a living treasure evade him? Ultimately, Gao Qixing still did not witness the anticipated spoils, and his expression darkened. Subsequently, he regarded Xiao Rou with a scrutinizing gaze. You have passed the test. But as for joining my Baixing Guild, one query remains. The Chainsaw Man is adept at disguise. I must verify your identity. With that, his avaricious eyes roamed over Xiao Rou with insatiable interest. Xiao Rou felt a tightening in her heart, fully aware of the impending events. She remained silent. slowly making her way toward the abandoned warehouse. You too. Gao Qixing pointed at Xiao Zihao. What? Me as well? Xiao Zihao's expression shifted dramatically. You're not too bad yourself. Gao Qixing remarked with a peculiar glint in his eye. The members of the Baishang Guild erupted in laughter, casting sympathetic glances at Xiao Zihao. They were well aware of the leader's peculiar inclinations. At that moment, Xiao Zihao's hair stood on end, his face a mask of terror. Sister, save me. Xiao Rou was equally taken aback. She never anticipated such an outcome. Chapter 91. The competition begins. Eagle Sauce, Polar Bear. Half an hour later. Xiao Zihao emerged from the warehouse, his face ashen. He staggered as he walked, head bowed, clutching his collar tightly, his expression grim. Resembling a woman who had been thoroughly abused. Ha! Sang Kuan threw an arm over Xiao Zihao's shoulder. You're quite impressive. Following us, your future is limitless. Don't wear such a pitiful look. As long as you know your place, the boss won't mistreat you. Xiao Zihao remained silent. His demeanor akin to that of a soulless being. Ha! Observing this, all members of the Baishang Guild could not help but burst into uproarious laughter. Kid, this is your fortune. You'll get used to it. Ha. The laughter echoed relentlessly until Xiao Rou and Gao Qixing emerged, bringing a hush over the crowd. Facing such circumstances, Xiao Rou had long since grown accustomed and displayed little emotion. She had anticipated the outcome of aligning with Gao Qixing. Yet she never expected this man to be so twisted. What troubled her most was the realization that the two siblings had become entangled in such a manner. This was more than mere shame, it was utterly unimaginable. Xiao Rou approached Xiao Zihao and, filled with remorse, took his hand. I am sorry. I never expected this would be the result. Xiao Zihao remained silent, shaking off her grasp, his head bowed in quietude. At that moment, his heart was laden with regret. Why had he allied himself with the Baishang Guild? Even if he had continued to follow Zheng Yongyi, at least he would not have endured such inhumane treatment. That man was nothing short of a demon. Simultaneously, Xiao Zihao harbored immense resentment towards his sister, whom he had always depended upon. It was her choice of this path that had led him to such a fate. All of this stemmed from Xiao Rou. With a soft sigh, Xiao Rou spoke in a low voice. I have wronged you, but we must endure for now. We need to cling to this great tree. At least it will allow us to survive. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zihao abruptly lifted his head. Endure? Do you hear yourself? Is this how you speak? He glared at Xiao Rou with bitterness. Zheng Yongyi was right. You truly are despicable. With those words, Xiao Zihao moved to the back of the group. Unwilling to stand beside Xiao Rou, seeing her brother in such a state made Xiao Rou's heart tremble. She could hardly fathom that her most cherished sibling would regard her in this way. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and sighed softly. Brother, you do not understand. To survive, one must be willing to pay a certain price. I hope you can understand the intention behind your sister's heartfelt efforts in the future. At that moment, Gao Qixing approached and embraced Xiao Rou. He cast a glance at Xiao Zihai, surrounded by his younger brothers, and inquired, have you managed to enlighten him? He won't escape. Will he? A smile graced Xiao Rou's lips as she reassured him. Not at all. Rest assured, being favored by Brother Xing is a stroke of good fortune for him. Upon hearing this, Gao Qixing gazed at Xiao Rou in astonishment before bursting into laughter. You two truly are little enchantresses. After emerging from the abandoned building, Chen Han's team wandered the streets in search of Chainsaw Man. However, to their dismay, after an hour of searching, they had yet to encounter a single Chainsaw Man. Chen Han glanced at the activity leaderboard, noting that the top spot had been claimed by the Baishang Guild, boasting over 20 points. Following closely was the Yuan Guild, which comprised Chen Han and his team, with a total of 7 points. The third position was held by the Polar Bear Guild, which had accumulated 5 points, closely trailing the Yuan Guild. In fourth place was the Asgard Guild, with 4 points. Below them, the remaining factions had only 1 point each. Chen Han paid little heed to those with a single point, as most had merely stumbled upon Chainsaw Man by chance. What truly captured his attention were the top-ranking factions, which had evidently mastered the techniques to eliminate Chainsaw Man. Once the method is grasped, dispatching Chainsaw Man becomes considerably easier. These factions were undoubtedly reaping the benefits during this lucrative period, leveraging their informational advantage to rapidly distance themselves from other guilds. They posed a formidable challenge to Chen Han and his companions. Chen Han furrowed his brows, recalling that the Arctic Bear Guild was an official faction of the Eagle Sauce. In contrast, the Asgard Guild belonged to the grassroots forces of Eagle Sauce. Although Chen Han had little interaction with them in his previous life, it did not hinder his understanding of their significance. These two guilds would become the mainstay of Eagle Sauce during the later stages of the Apocalypse game. To his surprise, their development had progressed remarkably swiftly. Boss, what should we do now? The Baixing Guild has a considerable number of members, and their monster farming speed is undoubtedly faster than ours, Zhang Daotian exclaimed. Chen Han shook his head. You are merely scratching the surface. Our true competitors are the Arctic Bear and Asgard. While the Baixing Guild may seem formidable at present, once Eagle Sauce comprehends the game mechanics, they will undoubtedly surge ahead. The Arctic Bear Guild boasts an overwhelming number of members, as Eagle Sauce has consolidated the resources of an entire nation, pouring its financial might into upgrading guilds. Were the game's governing body to reveal the guild rankings now, I am confident that the Arctic Bear Guild would rank first globally in terms of membership. In this world event, where guilds are the focal point, the number of members is of paramount importance. Each guild's advancement requires a substantial sum of gold. With Eagle Sauce harnessing the resources of an entire nation, their financial prowess is fast approaching that of Chen Han. If he is not mistaken, the Arctic Bear Guild has likely already reached level 19. A level 1 guild accommodates 1,000 players. Thus, a level 19 guild can host 19,000 players. This implies that Chen Han and his team are competing against a colossal guild with nearly 20,000 players. Moreover, the Asgard Guild is no ordinary entity. It serves as the primary force dispatched by the Eagle Nation. Although its membership is limited, every individual within is an elite. Their primary area of activity extends beyond domestic borders, reaching into other nations outside of the Eagle Nation. The members of Asgard are strategically dispersed across various countries, employing their formidable strength to seize greater resources. After all, in a doomsday game, plunder is the swiftest path to development. Upon hearing Chen Han's explanation, the crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Is the appetite of the Eagle Nation truly this vast? Zhang Daotian exclaimed. If that is the case, then our advantage has dissipated. Ling Shui furrowed her brow, realizing that despite initially having the upper hand, the reality was starkly different. With just our numbers against a guild of nearly 20,000, we might not stand a chance, especially in our pursuit of the Chainsaw Man. We are already far behind, Zhui Yuan voiced his concerns. Suddenly, Zhang Daotian's eyes widened in shock. The Polar Bear Guild's points have surpassed those of the Baixing Guild, accumulating a total of 98 points. This revelation sent everyone into a frenzy, checking the leaderboard in disbelief. What shall we do? The gap is widening. Chen Han chuckled softly, asserting that we may not necessarily lose. The crowd looked at him with puzzled expressions, questioning whether he had a plan. Chen Han raised two fingers. Mimicking the act of counting money, they possess manpower, but we have financial resources. If we cannot compete with manpower, then let us overwhelm them with wealth. Chapter 92. The Allure of Money, Rewarding the Chainsaw Man. What does that mean? Ling Shui and the others looked on with confusion. Watch closely. With a mysterious smile, Chen Han opened the national chat channel and announced using a golden trumpet. Title: Bountiful Reward for Chainsaw Man. 100,000 gold coins per head. Coordinates: People's Square, Jianghai City. Simply lure a Chainsaw Man, and you shall receive 100,000 gold coins or equivalent value in food. As soon as the announcement was made, Ling Shui and others immediately heard the system's notification. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they turned to Chen Han. Is this the method you spoke of? This indeed is a display of financial might. Zhui Yuan furrowed her delicate brows. I must concede that this is a clever strategy. However, is 100,000 gold coins not excessively generous? Although the Polar Bear Guild boasts nearly 20,000 members, the allure of such wealth could mobilize the entirety of Jianghai City's players, far surpassing the capabilities of any single guild. It is certain that, driven by the promise of gold, the survivors in Jianghai City would spare no effort in pursuing this bounty. Moreover, they would be eager to participate, as the number of players aware of the Chainsaw Man's weaknesses is alarmingly low. Having been relentlessly pursued by the Chainsaw Man, they would welcome any assistance in vanquishing this terrifying foe. One can only imagine the efficiency with which the surviving players of Jianghai City would lure monsters for you. However, the more hands that assist, the greater the remuneration must be. At a bounty of 100,000 gold coins per Chainsaw Man, 1,000 of them would amass a staggering total of 10 million gold coins. If competition escalates, the expenditure could reach an astronomical figure. Such concerns are not without merit, as the rewards for any given event are inherently limited. One must not sacrifice one's own interest for the sake of being first. Chen Han chuckled softly. Merely paying with gold coins would undoubtedly entail a significant expense, rendering it a poor bargain. However, rest assured, the vast majority of individuals settle their transactions with food, which constitutes the greatest wealth for the average player. As for us, we are far from lacking in provisions. Let us not forget that he is currently the wealthiest food merchant in the realm. Initially, he depleted the game's marketplace of all its food supplies, and a rough estimation suggests that he may have cornered half of the world's food stock. Aside from a small portion he initially allocated to the Dragon Commander, Chen Han has not touched the food items in his inventory. To him, these precious provisions are merely commodities, for he does not consume them himself. Yet, in the eyes of other players, they represent a lifeline. A shrewd expression crossed Chen Han's face. If transactions were to be conducted with food, what would 100,000 gold coins amount to? Given the current market prices, a bag of fruit puree costs 2,000 gold coins, and an expired loaf of bread 5,000. Thus, 100,000 would only procure 20 loaves. If one seeks more upscale options, 100,000 gold coins would scarcely suffice for even a single steak. Upon hearing Chen Han's analysis, everyone was rendered speechless. Well, boss, are you a merchant of dubious ethics? Zhang Daodian exclaimed in admiration. Ling Shui's eyes sparkled with understanding. So this is the reason behind your hoarding of food without selling it? The pricing of items is determined by market demand and scarcity. Presently, with Chen Han monopolizing the food market, isn't it he who dictates the prices? Such is the power of monopoly. It must be said that Chen Han's move truly astonished everyone. Undoubtedly, once Chen Han's announcement was released, it immediately caused a stir throughout the Dragon Country. The players in Shanghai City were particularly exhilarated. At that moment, a couple being pursued by the Chainsaw Man also heard the game announcement, offering to help kill the Chainsaw Man and rewarding them with 100,000 gold coins. Am I hearing this correctly? The woman displayed a look of shock. You actually believe this? It's undoubtedly a trap set by some nefarious individuals. If we foolishly rush over, we will surely fall into an ambush, her boyfriend urged. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted to one of terror. In this apocalyptic world, human nature is treacherous. Such things are indeed possible. However, when she saw that the announcement was issued by the suit-wearing bandit, she was momentarily stunned. No, this announcement was released by the suit-wearing big shot. It must be genuine, she exclaimed suddenly. The suit-wearing big shot? The man quickly checked the announcement details. It truly was him. If it is indeed the suit-wearing big shot, then this announcement is highly likely to be authentic. After all, he is so wealthy. He would never deceive us, the citizens of Xingtou City, right? What should we do? The woman cast a questioning glance at him. The man glanced back at the relentlessly pursuing Chainsaw Man and gritted his teeth, saying, let's risk it. We will lure the Chainsaw Man away. Otherwise, if we exhaust ourselves and are caught, it will be a dead end. They had been fleeing from the Chainsaw Man for an hour. This terrifying figure, wielding a chainsaw, relentlessly pursued them from behind, driving them to the brink of despair. In this moment, the suave gentleman in the suit represented their last glimmer of hope. They ran, for the distance to People's Square was not far. Summoning their courage, the two raced forward with all their might. 10 minutes later, fatigue began to overwhelm them, yet the square loomed tantalizingly close. I can't run any longer, the woman gasped, her steps faltering. Her heavy feet felt as though they were leaden, nearly immovable. Ah! The man cried out in desperation, yearning to lift his girlfriend and continue their flight. Yet he found himself devoid of strength. Damn it, the square is just ahead. In a moment of resolve, the man gazed lovingly at the girl, silently urging her to survive. Then, beneath her terrified gaze, he bravely charged toward the approaching chainsaw-wielding assailant, determined to buy her a moment of reprieve. No, the girl screamed, tears streaming down her face. Run! With one final shout, the man lunged forward, embracing the Chainsaw Man. The terrifying blade descended upon them, an ominous shadow in their moment of despair. Suddenly, like a flash of thunder, a sword darted through the air. Buzz! In the next heartbeat, the Chainsaw Man's head flew away, severed from his body. The couple stood in shock, gazing at the handsome figure before them, trembling as they uttered, "Is it the suave gentleman?" Chen Han smiled gently. Congratulations on reaching safety. And also, congratulations on becoming the first fortunate souls to claim the bounty. In addition to 100,000 gold coins, you shall also receive food valued at an equal amount. With that, he presented them with a bag of gold coins and a sack of provisions. The two individuals were momentarily taken aback, then they embraced each other with fervor, tears of joy welling in their eyes. Thank you, Suit Master. Chen Han nodded in satisfaction. You should rest now. You are safe here. The couple expressed their gratitude, overwhelmed with relief at their rescue. Yet they were also profoundly astonished by Chen Han's prowess. The Chainsaw Man, whom they could not defeat no matter how hard they tried, was effortlessly vanquished by a mere stroke of his sword. Just how formidable was the suit master? However, as their minds raced with questions, a cacophony erupted from behind them. As if 1,000 horses were thundering towards them, they swiftly turned to witness a scene that left them utterly astounded. Hundreds of survivors, fleeing for their lives, were racing towards them. Behind them loomed a multitude of terrifying chainsaw men. Chapter 93, Thunderous Annihilation. In a state of utter despair, Eagle Sauce cried out, Suit Master, save me. I don't want to die. Please, Master, just help me eliminate the chainsaw men behind. Good heavens, how are there so many? One at a time, please. How can Master deal with them all? Why are they all converging together? The throng of terrified individuals sprinted wildly towards the square. The ominous buzzing of chainsaws echoed behind them, a haunting reminder of their peril. Oh no, they're closing in. They're right behind us. Master, help. Witnessing this alarming scene, the couple stumbled back in fright, their faces drained of color. The sheer number of chainsaw men was staggering. No matter how powerful the suit master was, could he possibly eliminate them all at once? In that moment, their unwavering admiration for Chen Han began to waver. Esteemed one, perhaps it would be prudent to retreat from the limelight. The situation appears rather daunting, the girl kindly cautioned. Chen Han smiled reassuringly. It's nothing to worry about. As he spoke, the iron-winged boots at his feet unfurled small wings. With a gentle flutter, Chen Han soared into the air. Everyone, flee swiftly, he commanded, gripping his longsword with determination. An overwhelming aura of strength emanated from him. Upon witnessing this, hundreds rushed towards him, their hearts ignited with excitement. Despite their skepticism regarding Chen Han's ability to vanquish the multitude of chainsaw wielders. In that moment, with someone standing against that terrifying foe, who could afford to dwell on doubt? It's over. You surely cannot withstand them. We must retreat quickly. Indeed, if we are unable to defeat even one chainsaw wielder, what hope does he have? I no longer desire riches. Let's flee. As hundreds scurried beneath Chen Han's feet, they did not linger, continuing their desperate flight. However, in the next instant, a tremendous roar echoed from the sky. Boom. In the clear blue expanse, thunder suddenly rumbled. All gazes turned skyward in astonishment, only to behold a lightning bolt as thick as a thigh descending. What on earth? Why is there thunder in a clear sky? Goodness, it's the suited gentleman. Look. The crowd stood in awe as they beheld Chen Han, standing firm in the void, one hand wielding his sword pointed skyward. The terrifying lightning began to coalesce upon the blade of his longsword. Boom. Another deafening clap of thunder resounded as dark clouds began to gather aloft. In the blink of an eye, the previously clear sky transformed into a tumultuous mass of clouds, flashing with lightning and roaring with thunder. Then, before the astonished eyes of all, Chen Han struck down with his sword. Skill level A, Thunderous Radiance. Empowered by the attributes of lightnings, the might of Thunderous Radiance has reached its zenith. In this moment, Chen Han resembles a sovereign of thunder, with a flourish of his sword. The heavens unleash a torrent of lightning akin to an army of 1,000 steeds. The air reverberates with thunderous roars, and the very fabric of the world shifts in hue. Strikes of lightning transform into violet streams of light, descending with a breathtaking ferocity. Each stream that crashes to the ground produces a deafening explosion, reminiscent of a colossal war drum echoing in the distance. Each beat resonating with the very core of one's being. This spectacle leaves all onlookers utterly astonished. Such power. Surely this gentleman in a suit is a deity? While others at a similar level still toy with fireballs and water spheres, this extraordinary figure has unleashed primordial force. Is it possible to be so utterly outrageous? As the crowd gazes in awe, over 100 chainsaw men are obliterated by the radiant strikes. That so-called 9999 defensive prowess appears as fragile as mere parchment before this gentleman in a suit, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. Zhang Daodian, Ling Shui, and others rush over to lend their assistance. Yet upon witnessing the scene before them, they too are rendered speechless. The magnitude of Chen Han's strength defies their expectations. This Thunder Extinction Crystal is astonishingly powerful. After absorbing the Thunder Extinction Crystal, Chen Han has harnessed the power of thunder. He initially believed it to be merely a common lightning attribute. However, it is evidently far more complex. What he encountered was lightning imbued with a terrifying aura of destruction, a supreme existence within the realm of thunder. Truly, It lives up to its SSS-grade attribute crystal. Remarkable. In a military camp of the Eagle Sauce Nation, General Mike gazed at the names on the activity leaderboard, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha. Does the mere Chen Han dare to challenge me? Such folly. The general, with his foresight, recognized the significance of guild levels and had proactively assembled a formidable team. His aide smiled and flattered him. Observing the multitude of officers in the conference room, General Mike remarked, "What is the current situation? Speak up." Upon hearing this, an officer promptly rose to his feet. Thanks to the general's brilliant leadership, all 19,000 members of the Arctic Bears had been mobilized. They were dispersed across the 50 states of the country, currently scouring for the Chainsaw Man. According to data analysis, the most formidable threat on the activity leaderboard was a faction from Longwen known as the Baishin Guild, comprising approximately 800 members with a guild level of 1. Based on the infiltration data from Asgard members scattered across various nations, it was revealed that, aside from the Arctic Bears, no other guild had a level exceeding 2. In this competition, the Arctic Bears boasted an astounding 99 chance of victory. The room erupted with thunderous applause at this revelation. The general is wise. The soldiers gazed at General Mike in admiration. Had it not been for his unwavering resolve to allocate all national resources towards upgrading the Arctic Bears Guild, they would not have achieved such success. With nearly 20,000 members, how could they possibly lose this battle? Under the weight of such overwhelming advantage, all factions would be compelled to submit. Has there been any movement from Chen Han? General Mike suddenly inquired. No. According to Loki Kent, a member of Asgard, the Yuan Guild, where Chen Han is situated, comprises merely 100 individuals. Although some members possess formidable strength, their limited numbers render their efficiency in monster hunting exceedingly low. Furthermore, all members of the Yuan Guild are concentrated in Jianghai City, making the available chainsaw men scarce, and they are hardly capable of contending with the Arctic Bears. In this event, Chen Han poses little threat. Upon hearing this, General Mike erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Chen Han. Perhaps you are strong in individual prowess. But when compared to the entire Eagle faction, you are truly insignificant, so small that you are inferior even to an ant. However, as he boasted with unbridled arrogance, the event rankings suddenly shifted. The previously reigning Arctic Bears were overtaken. The crowd gasped in astonishment as the first place was claimed by none other than the Yuan Guild, led by Chen Han, with a cumulative score of 155. He surpassed the Arctic Bears 143. At that moment, the advisor received a message from Loki and, with a grave expression, reported, "General, Chen Han has issued a bounty in Longhua, calling upon all players in the city to assist him in locating chainsaw men. The bounty is set at 100,000 gold coins for each chainsaw man." Upon hearing this, General Mike was taken aback, and he bellowed, "What? 100,000? Damn it, that fellow is indeed wealthy. Inform Loki immediately and instruct him to spare no effort in thwarting Chen Han. This top position in the event must belong to the Eagle faction." Chapter 94. Acquiring high-voltage power grid, Loki commences action. The sudden ascent of the rankings sent shockwaves throughout the global player community once again. In the esteemed Feather Emperor Guild, the notorious suited thug has once again left the world in awe. What astounds everyone is that while other guilds see their scores incrementally rise by mere points, this suit has surged by over 100 points in a single leap. What does this signify? It indicates that the suit has simultaneously vanquished over 100 chainsaw men. What does this entail? Is not the Chainsaw Man invincible? How then does one penetrate its colossal defensive prowess of 99, 999, 999? At this moment, chaos ensued. In the global chat channel, players implored the suit to reveal the secret to defeating the Chainsaw Man. At this juncture, a video call from the Dragon General came through. In a conference room in the city of Shangjing, several high-ranking officials gathered, their excitement palpable as they leaned closer to the camera. "Brother Chen, how did you manage to defeat the Chainsaw Man?" General Yi wasted no time and delved directly into the matter. Chen Han, without reservation, divulged all pertinent information. The weakness of the Chainsaw Man could not remain concealed for long. Initially, the populace was engulfed in panic, thus conjuring an atmosphere of invincibility surrounding the Chainsaw Man. However, as more guilds began to succeed in their endeavors to slay the Chainsaw Man, this aura of fear would dissipate, and players would gradually devise strategies to confront it. Upon hearing Chen Han's insights, General Yi and others displayed expressions of astonishment. Was it truly that simple? If one merely cast aside their fear of the Chainsaw Man, would its formidable defenses become ineffective? Chen Han nodded affirmatively, asserting that the crux of the matter was courage, as long as one boldly faced it. The Chainsaw Man would merely be a slightly more formidable zombie. Excellent. I shall immediately relay this information to my subordinates. General Yi, filled with fervor, burst forth from the conference room. The scene then shifted to General Long, who gazed intently at Chen Han. This information, I implore you to share with the nation. Outside, chaos reigns. Should they learn of the Chainsaw Man's vulnerabilities, perhaps they may survive. Upon hearing this, Chen Han smiled. It is indeed you, General Long. Ever considerate of the populace, you possess a heart that encompasses the world. One cannot help but admire him. It would be unjust to label General Long merely as a benevolent figure in this apocalyptic era. It is the righteousness within him that drives such actions. In stark contrast, the Eagle faction had long been aware of the Chainsaw Man's weaknesses, yet they refrained from disseminating this vital information to prevent domestic players from competing for the kills. The North Bear Guild, under the guise of saviors, heroically assisted players in vanquishing the Chainsaw Man on the streets, thereby garnering immense admiration and elevating their status to remarkable heights. This juxtaposition makes it abundantly clear who the genuine heroes are. Upon hearing these words, even General Long was momentarily taken aback, filled with a profound respect. Chen Han releasing the information would essentially invite all factions to contend for the top rank in events. It appears your vision is even broader than mine, General Long remarked, casting an appreciative glance. Chen Han replied, what do you mean by a broader vision? My intention in revealing the Chainsaw Man's information is to hinder the growth of both the North Bear and Asgard factions, without mobilizing more people to compete for the kills. How can I claim victory? Their substantial lead is attributable not only to their inherent strength but also to their exploitation of the information gap. Now that Chen Han no longer possesses this advantage, it is only natural that he would not allow them to benefit. After concluding the call, Chen Han promptly took to the global channel, utilizing a golden trumpet to issue an announcement. In response to everyone's requests, I shall reveal the weaknesses of the Chainsaw Man, hoping for the safety of all. Moments later, a message resonated through the game system, reaching the ears of all players. The essence of chainsaw horror is rooted in terror. Fear serves as the source of the Chainsaw Man's power. If one bravely confronts it, the Chainsaw Man is not to be feared. Boom. As the announcement echoed, players erupted with excitement, as if they had unearthed a flicker of hope amidst despair, igniting the flames of courage within their hearts. Gratitude poured forth for the guidance of the suit-clad hero. The suit-clad hero is remarkable. You are indeed a true champion. My goodness. My own country is in the know yet remains silent. A foreigner speaks out instead. I am both infuriated and moved. Suit-clad hero, please accept my homage. As the world buzzed with excitement, Chen Han proceeded to release a second announcement. High prices for materials. High voltage power grid. The high voltage power grid is an essential drop from the Chainsaw Man, offering 50,000 gold coins or food valued at 50,000 unlimited purchases. The second announcement sent shockwaves once again. Food. The suit-clad hero is distributing food. Oh, heavens, I must also hunt the Chainsaw Man. It has been ages since I last ate. Is the suit-clad hero sincere? I happen to possess a high-voltage power grid. I do not seek gold coins, but food instead. The global channel exploded with fervor. Perhaps 50,000 gold coins hold little allure, but food valued at that sum is an entirely different matter. With the issuance of two announcements, players worldwide erupted in excitement, each one seemingly invigorated as they scoured the globe for Chainsaw Man. In the eyes of the players, Chainsaw Man had transformed from a fearsome entity into mere prey. In Eagle Sauce Nation, General Mike stared blankly at the reports from his subordinates. General, after the announcement from the suit-clad thug, citizens have been reluctant to provide information about Chainsaw Man, significantly hindering our progress in eliminating him. Sir, frontline reports indicate that our soldiers were besieged by citizens while attempting to eliminate Chainsaw Man. Report. Arctic Bear Team 03 was ambushed by criminals, and all their high-voltage nets were stolen. Report. Members of Asgard, stationed in Bear Nation, were assassinated, and all their resources were plundered. Report. The White Tower is surrounded by citizens protesting the official silence, and they are requesting military support. Each piece of news struck General Mike like a hammer to the chest. Fuck. Damn Chen Han, you have thwarted my efforts again. Connect me to Loki. I shall confront him personally. Soon, the call was connected. General, you were looking for me? Loki, haven't you set out yet? I need you to eliminate Chen Han immediately. Don't worry, I am already on my way. General Mike gritted his teeth. Be sure to kill him. He is as good as dead. With that, Loki hung up the phone. He slowly rose from his seat and, accompanied by Lu Bufon and Li Chuanqi, made his way towards the People's Square, followed closely by thousands of mutated wolf dogs. As one gazes further, behind the mutated wolf dogs lies an endless sea of zombies. Stretching beyond the horizon, the horde of the undead approaches. Chapter 95. A lavish buffet to win hearts. Chen Han's announcement has stirred the entire world, prompting countless players to seek out the Chainsaw Man. Soon, the activity leaderboard is populated with guilds from various nations. The number of players approaching Chen Han for trade has steadily increased, and before long, over 500 high-voltage grids were received. Indeed, at this rate, this event will suffice for me to construct the entire electric fence of the Steel City. Taking another glance at the leaderboard, the Feathered Emperor Guild remains in the top position. The Polar Bear Guild still holds second place, yet under Chen Han's interference, their rate of point accumulation has noticeably diminished. When ordinary players possess the capability to slay the Chainsaw Man, they will undoubtedly compete with the Eagle Sauce officials for resources, especially with Chen Han's encouragement. The Chainsaw Man has now officially transformed into a minor boss, a coveted target in the eyes of players. This is particularly true for those who have gone days without sustenance. Their desperation drives them to madness. Half an hour later, the People's Square welcomed the second wave of Chainsaw Men. This time, over 200 players gathered, attracting approximately 100 Chainsaw Men. Initially, they approached with a sense of experimentation, as the prospect of assisting in the slaying of the Chainsaw Man while receiving a complimentary 100,000 gold coins seemed utterly unfathomable. At first, disbelief permeated the crowd. However, upon their arrival at the People's Square, they were met with a considerable gathering of people, and a heap of Chainsaw Man corpses littered the ground, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. The bounty set by the suited gentleman was indeed genuine. Following Chen Han's revelation of the Chainsaw Man's weaknesses, many players had acquired the capability to vanquish him. Yet, a pressing issue remained. Chen Han's bounty was set at 100,000 gold coins or food of equivalent value. Clearly, claiming this bounty surpassed the worth of the resources dropped by defeating the Chainsaw Man. Admittedly, with a stroke of fortune, the spoils could exceed 100,000, but such unrealistic aspirations were far eclipsed by the allure of tangible sustenance. Consequently, they all eagerly awaited the arrival of the Chainsaw Man. Witnessing this throng of Chainsaw Men, Chen Han too felt a surge of exhilaration. At his command, two graceful figures, Ling Shui and Zhui Yuan, emerged slowly. The initial group of players was momentarily taken aback. Was the suited gentleman not going to intervene? Could these two beauties possibly handle the situation? They had witnessed Chen Han's prowess, yet the strength of these two women left them somewhat perplexed, primarily due to their astonishing beauty that overshadowed their capabilities. Many speculated that these two women were mere followers of the suited gentleman, stunning yet ineffectual in combat. However, the subsequent scene left everyone in utter shock. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Ling Shui ascended, harnessing a vivid crimson chaos magic. Simultaneously, Zhui Yuan unfurled her resplendent golden wings, standing resolutely alongside Ling Shui. In that moment, two formidable auras erupted forth. Chaotic magic sphere, Ling Shui extended her hands slowly, unleashing terrifying orbs of magical energy that shot forth from her palms, painting the scene in a vivid crimson hue. Zhui Yuan drew her radiant longbow, a brilliant golden light erupting from the bowstring, so dazzling that it was almost blinding. Judgment Holy Arrow whoosh. As the bowstring released, countless arrows fell like shooting stars amidst the golden glow, crashing down to the earth in an instant. One gold, one red. The two beams of light occupied the sky, illuminating each other yet refusing to yield. My goodness! Charge forward! The players rushing towards the battlefield felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing the terrifying onslaught descending from the heavens. Over 200 individuals pressed forward with all their might, knowing that if they did not act swiftly, they would undoubtedly perish beneath the overwhelming attack. Just as they surged into the plaza, the magical spheres and rain of arrows struck. The two assaults completely engulfed the pursuing Chainsaw Men. Boom! The explosions erupted instantaneously. Smoke billowed into the air, swiftly obscuring the view of the crowd. This spectacle left everyone in awe, though they could not discern the situation within the smoke. It was evident that not a single Chainsaw Man had managed to break through into the plaza. This indicated that they were enduring a catastrophic onslaught. Incredible! My heavens! Could these two be S-rank professionals? Truly terrifying. The suit-clad gentleman was already invincible on his own, and now, with the addition of two S-rank experts, was this not a sweeping triumph over the world? In an instant, hundreds gazed in astonishment at the two striking figures hovering in the sky. A sense of dread swelling within them. What they presumed to be mere ornamental figures turned out to be goddesses of war. Indeed, she is truly a remarkable companion of the suited gentleman, possessing both strength and beauty. The suited gentleman is indeed fortunate. Following a tumultuous display of prowess, over 100 chainsaw men lay defeated upon the ground, their spoils scattered about. A dazzling array of colorful resources captivated the attention of all present. Yet none dared to rush forward to claim them. The invincible image of the suited gentleman had been indelibly etched into their very DNA. Who would dare provoke him? Not only the suited gentleman, but even the two female warriors in the sky could easily leave them in dire straits. Zhang Daotian and Xin Yueqi excitedly gathered the spoils, laughing and picking up treasures, basking in sheer bliss. Chen Han, however, paid them no mind. He surveyed the crowd of over 500 individuals, and a thought flickered through his mind. With such a multitude present, why not enlist their aid in promoting his cause? The vast Jianhai city certainly harbored more than just these chainsaw men. Many remained skeptical of the authenticity of Chen Han's announcement. Thus, it would be prudent to amplify the promotional efforts. A sly smile crept across Chen Han's lips as he conceived an excellent plan. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on completing the bounty. It is time to distribute the rewards. Upon hearing these words, everyone turned their excited gazes towards him. For those seeking gold coins, approach the portly fellow. For food, come to me, Chen Han proclaimed with a smile. Suited gentlemen, I seek food. I too desire sustenance. I have not eaten for 3 days. Indeed, I am in the same plight. Unsurprisingly, among the 500 individuals, not a single one requested gold coins. Chen Han raised his hand to signal for silence, but he posed a crucial question. I specified 1 reward per chainsaw man. Now, you number over 500. Yet my score stands at merely 389, indicating that over 100 individuals have not received any rewards. Upon this declaration, silence enveloped the gathering, with many faces betraying their disappointment. Indeed, they were all acutely aware that the majority of the chainsaw men were summoned by small teams. Much like the first couple who arrived, they were merely 2 individuals who attracted a single chainsaw man. According to the rules, they were entitled to only 1 reward, which implies that nearly a quarter of the attendees are without bounty. Consequently, the atmosphere in the venue plummeted. Chen Han offered a smile and shifted the conversation, however. I shall not allow your efforts to be in vain. Everyone has faced hardships,